Chapter 1: The Warrior and Sword Cultivator. Since at the dawn of Star Era, as spiritual energy has surged back in Toth world, martial arts have flourished, ushering humanity into a great era of cultivation. A master of martial arts can Shatter mountains and rivers, sever rivers and and such divine powers are beyond mere words, proclaim it the middle Gedman on the podium, his complexion flushed and his words punctuated by fervent gestures. Martial arts encompass alwist spectrumpists, palms, blades, axes, spears. The numbers are countless, giving grazito a celestial path known as swordway. The students in the classroom perked up, their eyes brimming with yearning. In a secluded corner of the classroom, Lee ran Zenapine Desaias in confusion, surveying the unfamiliar face around him, a thought stirring in his mind. Have a crossed over, upon absorbing the memory a soft he original owner of this body, Lee ran and realized he had entered a world of high martial arts. Shattering mountains and severing seas were retrefles for rightier martial artists. The pinnacle of martial arts have allowed me to tread the star sun engage with the myriad race of universe. Lee ran's in she art surged with excitement compared to his previous life on earth, where couldn't lee his skills, this way savist improvement. Originally, he too had practiced martial arts, but due to environmental constraints, his efforts had yielded little fruit. While he might have managed to take an few limon, facing 7 or 8 would surely lead to his downfall. Sword cultivators procure heavenly materials and earth-like treasuries, nurturing a personnel flying sword with countless resources. They can soar through Heskies and slay anemias from 1,000 miles away, those capable of shattering stars with a single strike may ascend to become as Sword Immortal. The classroom erupted into a flurry of chatter, as this term epitomized both elegancy and power, the ultimate aspiration for each student. Lee ran then felt a twinge of excitement, thought to memory a share received like a detailed description of sword cultivation. Ich knew you would be intrigued by sword immortals, but becoming a sword cultivator is not what hine variance reach, let alone becoming an immortal. Currently, there are fewer than 10 sword immortals in our nation, Themang known as Teacher Liang remarked. Then Teacher Liang, how can known become sword cultivator, a Rotharoon remarkable looking boy inquired. Excellent question, Teacher Liang responded, please thought some own finally asked, as she had been in the verge of bursting with anticipation. Adjusting his posture and grooming his appearance, he struck what he believed to be an ethereal and handsome pose, snapping his fingers. As Maul pale flying sword shot forth from Mishist, circling the classroom before us, whirling around his fingertips. The classroom was immediately filled with exclamations of envy. Teacher, dwarry actually a sword cultivator, we had no idea, your usual demeanor gives off no hint of a sword cultivator so idle. Can you flee with your sword, teacher? How fast can you deliver takeout? Will you obelate? If Simeone gives you a bad review, will you execute them from 1,000 miles away? Why's your sword so small and pink? That is magenta, Teacher Lion exclaimed, infuriated. He had intended to showcase his prowess, only to find himself flustered by the absurdity of his student's remarks. Lee Ranzan observed the flying sword with careful admiration. It was indeed impressive, thought he half-bald teacher, somewhat detracted from the overlaced heatic. Taking a deep breath, Teacher Liang attempted to compose himself. You are in your skendayrna, and soon you will be separate into different classes. At the time, specialized personnel will come to assess your potential whether you can become sword cultivator will engine hot days evaluation. If you possess the aptitude, congratulations, you will receive a flying sword free of charge, and need not worry about the college entrance examination. A year from now our university will compete for you, Teacher Lion gadded proudly, as she himself had done been a month fortunate. Liranza nodded, gaining a clear understanding. But what if only lacks aptitude, does that mean they cannot become sword cultivator, the ordinary looking boy is get again? Good question, Teacher Liang silently praised him. This boy truly knew how to play along, perhaps she could be persuaded to become an assistant in the future. Of course, those with swordsmanship talent are one far between. The majority of us will primarily focus on martial arts, where there are still many gifted martial artists capable of contending with sword immortals, Teacher Liang encouraged. I'm certain I possess the talent for sword cultivation, after all, I have a great passion for selling swords. Give a terrorist, it bullocky to make it I'd end up taking all the takeout orders in the city, what a profit. Teacher Liang stroked his thinning hair, beginning to worry for the naive students' futures. In his shart Hedau Tether would be more Athena nor two students sin thin Tyra skull with the talent for word cultivation. Of course, he wouldn't voice such thoughts dream suriential to have after all. Thebel rang. Class dismissed, in tweaks, the aptitude assessments will commence. I wish you all good luck. Upon returning home after school, Li Ranzhen began to research cultivation methods. Below the peak, martial artists were classified into 70 years body refinement, blood activation, bone forging, martial disciple, martial master, martial sovereign, and martial king. The realm above Athepia was beyond discussion he was not yet at that level. Sword cultivators primarily focused on their personal flying swords, while those below the sword immortal level were divided in tonina transformations, with the fifth transformation corresponding to the martial king level. This meant that at the second transformation, a flying sword was equivalent to a martial disciple. Although their physical prowess was not as formidable as to top martial artists, he followed a high defense, low defense path. But why were sword cultivators so powerful? Because while ordinary individuals practiced both martial arts and swordsmanship, a sword cultivator wielded an additional flying sword. What could they possibly osto compet? Li Ranzhen felt a surge of passion, but the current body was merely the fifth layer of body refinement, undeniably a weakling. In his class, there were many students from affluent families who had undergone medicinal baths and second who downed were an on the verge of bone forging. This meant they had already taken pin to the threshold of university, while some unlikely Ranzhen would struggle to gain admission unless he excelled academically or possessed the aptitude for sword cultivation. From the memory of the original owner, it was evident that his cultivation had relied solely on meandi fort, with only a basic breathing technique for absorbing spiritual energy and refining his body he couldn't afford any other cultivation resources. No wonder him so ikathershavok salia recultivation aids, Li Ranzhen sighed, feeling helpless, a shispoverta limited him. Inito finda way to make money, heimust. After much deliberation, Li Ranzhen concluded the hunting magical beasts might be his best bet for earning some currency, as he was completely clueless about theravinus. In his previous life, he had honed impressive martial skills, and this would also serve to test his current compatibilities. With great fort, Li Ranzhen requested Wavixo flee from teacher Liang, preparing to venture into the magical beast forest in Circofferchen. The magical beast forest, mostly inhabited by primary magical beasts, was suitable for the seeth body refinement stage, which is really Ranzhen direct to Jivatry. After all, with a bit of caution, he could expect to danger at worst, but not face death. At the entrance of the forest, Li Ranzhen spotted a vendor selling weapons. Hekazili approached a day's word merchant and spent 200 starkowins an anurance word, leaving his walletutor empty. Isiniona looking todium up, imathenant layer off body refinement, ill hand lethaslaughtering, you just need to manage the spoils. Team up with him, I've trained in fire cloth technique, so am quito. Ignoring the foolish bunter, Li Ranzhen followed Thema Pine to the forest. With Theron sword in hand, thoughts of his past sword training flooded his mind. Ash walked, hesitantly halted, sensing Ganeri excellence. Around him, several deep blue wolves merged, slowly encircling him. The primary storm wolves perfect for practice, Li Ranzhen calculate in his mind. The largest among them mauled, prompting Theather Fortopons towards Li Ranzhen. Remaining calm, he deftly dodged and retaliated, swiftly dispatching the remaining three wolves beneath Iserin's sword. Witnessing the defeat of their comrades, the lead wolf hesitated before a flaying. Li Ranzhen had one tension of pursuing Jit, as it was not particularly valuable. After collecting Thepelts, fangs, and claws, he continued to wander the outskirts. Having slain several more primary magical beasts, Li Ranzhen couldn't help but exclaim, Altos Airsoft practice were in it in vain. As long as his physical ability is improved, he could transform into combat ready force. Yet I wonder how the martial techniques of this world measure up, happened to read with curiosity. Ah, my flowing water sword technique, Li Ranzhen suddenly recalled. These ways a sword technique had created after years of martial practice in his previous life, born from his insights, yet he had never had a worthy opponent to Excalibur. He'll try it out against the next opponent. Unfortunately, Fictuous not in his sight after wandering for a long time, Li Ranzhen encountered no magical beasts, only to be met with a torrential downpour. After searching for a while, he stumbled upon a cave, but before he could enter, a loud roar start led him from his thoughts. Roar, a colossal 3-meter gorilla emerged, its bulging muscle a signal jit was not to be trifled with. Is this truly primera magical beast? Li Ran's in waistake and aback this monkey was clearly at least on the verge of bone forging. Its roar nearly froze his blood, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Thepering grain soaked Li Ran's in Sharoshian Thebly Giant gorilla eyes. Li Ran's hen de red nut mauve, while a Thebly gorilla's face bore a makinj expression. With a powerful leap, it lunged towards Li Ranjan. Damn it, Li Ranzan rolla decided just in time as the spot where had stood was instant lighter net into a massive crater. Thebly gorilla glanced back at Li Ranjan, agrin spreading across its face a city opadansmari. This damned monkey, Li Ranzan realized the creature was merely toying with him. After several rounds of this game, the giant gorilla zima to grow bored. With a mighty roar, it charged at Li Ranjan, its massive fist raised. That asperity and their physical prowess left Li Ranzan with no choice but to cross his word defensively, his body sent 5 or 6 meters away from the impact, his arm numb from the shock. What to do? Li Ranjan pondered his martial arts training, ultimately considering that flowing sword technique might be worth a try. Before he could deliberate further, a massive fist from the giant gorilla struck him hard, causing a painful jolt through his internal organs and blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Li Ranjan hunched over, struggling to catch his breath, while a giant gorilla survived assault, stand injured Libiasif awaiting his recovery. Li Ranjan understood Therius and this monkey did not regard him as a word-high adversary, merrily toying with him. You'd better not seize an opportunity, head hot fiercely, slowly rising to his feet, closing eyes and recalling themons they had when first created flowing sword technique. Thagian gorilla observed him for a moment, noticing the human had become still, and cautiously approached, raising its fist. Then, seemingly distracted by something amusing, it glanced down at Li Ranjan's sword. Li Ranjan slowly lifted the sword, a faint torre of line taunt emanating from it, drawing grain drops to swirl around the blade. Roar, Thagian gorilla's one jet's fist, and Li Ranjan openetices, raising a shen tuan initiate stance. A guided iron sword to lin with the gorillashi vipunch, deft lyre direct in jit's trajectory, reminiscent of Taichi principles. Li Ranjan drew upon limits of flowing sword technique, which emphasized entanglement, circling, and continuity flowing like water. It was well suited for offensive battle, and Li Ranjan sparkled with realization perhaps this gorilla would prove to be formidable opponent. Thagian gorilla stumbled back in surprise, glancing at its fist, puzzled as to he strike Hajonorai. However, Li Ranjan pressed forward, thrusting iron sword towards it. Clang, the sound rang out sharply Hasidic failed to penetrate the gorilla's defenses. With Li Ranjan's 5th level of body tempering and demirier sword, he could not inflict any harm on this beast. Roar, the gorilla chuckled derisively, its expression mockingly human-like. Then let me familiarize myself with flowing sword technique and make me escape. Li Ranjan's thoughts crystallized that if he could not brain through its defenses, it was pointless to linger. Roar, the giant gorilla readied no assault against Li Ranjan. Curve flow, Li Ranjan executed flowing sword technique, continuously using his word skills to dissipate the force of the gorillashi punches, testing his awareness to its limits. One misstep, and the gorilla's fist would surely bring him down given his physical condition. He'd sedge upon he'd geofok knife, requiring absolute precision. Initially, Li Ranjan found it taxing, due to continued, has suddenly sensed that everything around him seemed to slow down, the trajectory of the gorilla's punches becoming effortlessly discernible. This is moving faster, his awareness appeared to surge to a new level, while the tear emanating from the sword intensified. Li Ranjan became entranced. I felt test off ahead of everything under control, and he closed his eyes. Roar. Thagian gorilla was bewildered, finding the seemingly weak human moving like a slippery eel, evading jet strikes with ease. Even more infuriating, the human had closes a blatant affront to its very existence. Roar. The gorilla's regiscalated dode, it would crush the human. Thagian gorilla unleashed a flurry of punches. Though Li Ranjan kept the seat, he could clearly perceive the trajectory of the attacks, easily evading them. Therein sword began to tremble, as if something was on the verge of emerging. Li Ranshen slowly opened his eyes, a revelation dawning upon him. He extended iron sword towards the gorilla. The gorilla froze, perplexed by his action. In an instant, Azure Jav sword emerged erupted from the iron sword, piercing through the giant gorilla. Boom, the gorilla collapsed, its demise sudden and inexplicable. Li Ranshen's iron sword shattered, leaving gone lengthy hilt in his grasp. Li Ranshen couldn't suppress his smile had just entered a profound state, and if was not mistaken, it was the power of intent. Sword intent, he exclaimed, having heard of it in his past life. A master of a skill when the right conditions selected could grasp extraordinary power intent. Tawiled intent was to inflict harm within a spirit. Li Ranshen had just unleashed sword energy through his iron sword, instantly penetrating the gorilla's body. A near lightum gorilla was dispatched in such a manner. Li Ranshen gazed at the lithless form of the gorilla, still in disbelief. He had been unable to breach its defenses, yet a single stroke of sword energy had obliterated the truly terrifying. I wonder if anyone in this world has comprehended sword intent. Li Ranshen's thoughts raced. The sword intent would undoubtedly become his leverage for future challenges. Yes, the sword intent derived from the flowing sword technique shall be called flowing sword intent. Now that the iron sword is ruined, he'll gather useful materials from the gorilla's corpse and return for a supply. Li Ranshen began to collect the valuable components from the giant gorilla. An ordinary iron sword could not withstand the force of intent. A single release of sword energy had shattered it to pieces. Chapter 3: The completion of body refinement. Li Ranshen pondered the uncertainty of whether the flying sword could withstand the force of intention and what formidable strength it might possess if it could endure the sword energy. His thoughts began to wander. A gentle breeze swept by, causing several fallen leaves to dance in the air. Li Ranshen casually caught one, imbuing it with sword intent. Could this be considered plucking leaves and flying flowers? He chuckled softly, releasing the leaf before making his way towards the exit. 100 meters away, a leaf lodged itself in a tree, startling the resting birds, which took flight. Gradually, the leaf disintegrated into dust. While beneath the tree lay a serpent cleaved in two by the fallen foliage. Upon exiting the beast forest, the familiar sounds of the marketplace invigorated Li Ranshen. Come and take a look. The exquisite iron swords forged by master artisans are exceedingly sharp, slicing through demon beasts as effortlessly as cutting vegetables. Li Ranshen glanced back at the vendor who had sold him the iron swords. They also sell healing ointments, both for external application and internal use, at remarkably low prices. Purchasing them would be a steal. Is there a kind brother to accompany me in gathering herbs? I'm quite frightened to go in alone. Li Ranshen cast a fleeting glance before deciding to find a place to refresh his eyes. After walking for a while, he paused and looked up the treasure pavilion. It was one of the three major trading associations of the Xia Kingdom. With branches throughout the nation, wherever there was trade, it could be found. As soon as Li Ranshen entered, a female attendant approached him. May I inquire, sir, are you here to purchase or sell items? Both. Li Ranshen replied nonchalantly. He intended to sell his materials and then acquire body refinement liquid. Eager to elevate his cultivation level, remaining at the 5th level of body refinement was simply too weak, not to mention. The second to last student in his class had already reached the 9th level. Li Ranshen had no desire to gamble on his sword cultivation talent. If he failed, the consequences would be dire. Very well. Sir, please follow me, the attendant said with a sweet smile, leading the way. Li Ranshen nodded and followed behind. The attendant navigated through the pavilion, finally stopping in front of a door. Please enter. She opened the door to reveal Mr. Wu, who was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Good day, sir, you may present the materials you wish to sell, Mr. Wu said. Li Ranshen opened his backpack, revealing the primary materials from demon beasts. A faint look of disdain crossed Mr. Wu's face, but he remained silent. It was not until Li Ranshen produced the material from a gorilla that Mr. Wu's expression shifted, adjusting his glasses. If I am not mistaken, this is the material from a mid-level demon beast. The black strength ape, and it appears it is on the verge of breaking through to a higher level, correct? Mr. Wu inquired, gripping the giant gorilla's tooth with curiosity. Mid-level demon beasts equate to the blood vitality stage in martial artists, while high-level ones correspond to the bone-forging stage. Indeed, Li Ranshen affirmed, yet, it seems you are only at the body refinement stage. Li Ranshen smiled slightly. Yes. Mr. Wu was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. But he continued, the total value of the several primary demon beast materials amounts to 6,000 star coins, and this mid-level material, 20,000 star coins, totaling 26,000 star coins. What do you think? What do I think? I stand and observe, but I do not comprehend these matters, Li Ranchen internally scoffed. Nonetheless, he placed his trust in the treasure pavilion. After all, it was a reputable establishment, and this amount of money was unlikely to be a scam. Very well, please convert it into 10 vials of body refinement liquid, Li Ranchen stated. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, he found he had only 6,000 star coins remaining, as each vial of body refinement liquid cost 2,000 star coins. It's not enough to spend, Li Ranchen lamented, but he believed 10 vials should suffice to elevate him to the 9th level of body refinement. After renting a room, Li Ranchen took a cleansing bath, donned a pair of shorts, and sat on the bed applying a vial of body refinement liquid over his body. Let us see how effective this is. He began his cultivation, but the moment he activated his breathing technique, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, accompanied by mild discomfort. I have never used medicinal aids for cultivation before. The body's initial absorption of the medicine will yield remarkable results. Li Ranchen was well aware of this. After all, he had painstakingly cultivated through the first 5 levels solely with spiritual energy, establishing a solid foundation. Without unforeseen circumstances, he could very well advance several levels this time. After a while, Li Ranchen opened his eyes. A 6th level. My body feels insatiable. He continued to apply the medicinal liquid and resumed his meditative practice. The following day, Li Ranchen stretched his limbs and, upon awakening, was greeted by a foul odor emanating from his body, a result of impurities being expelled. He promptly washed up. Sitting on the bed, he exhaled a long breath. He had reached the 8th level of body refinement. Indeed, after years without consuming cultivation medicines, his first experience with them had propelled him forward 3 levels in one go. However, with 3 vials remaining, he wondered if it would be sufficient. Li Ranchen felt a hint of distress. Indulgence in spending often leads to obsession. After savoring the rapid enhancement that expenditure brought, the desire to spend again would inevitably arise. Time was still ample, yet he contemplated another venture into the beast forest. It has only been 2 days. There is no need to rush, Li Ranchen reassured himself. After all, having comprehended sword intent and wielding sword energy, even the lower and mid-level demon beasts would be as easy to dispatch as chopping vegetables. Arriving at the sword vendor's location, Li Ranchen purchased 3 iron swords in one breath, not for a 3-sword style, but as consumable reserves. As for why he did not purchase better ones, it was simply due to financial constraints and a lack of necessity. If he possessed sword cultivation talent, he could utilize his destined flying sword. If not, he would reconsider a purchase later. Thus, with renewed vigor, Li Ranchen entered the beast forest. 2 weeks later, at Jiangnan No. 2 High School. In Li Ranchen's class, "Where has this kid gone?" He asked for leave, yet there's not a whisper of news. "The test is today, where is he?" The balding teacher Liang was growing anxious. He had dialed over 10 calls since yesterday, all of which Li Ranchen had ignored. Did he truly not value this opportunity to test for sword cultivation? At that moment, Li Ranchen was haggling at the treasure pavilion. "Mr. Wu, I must be on my way. Can you not offer me a better price?" Mr. Wu, on the opposite side, wore an expression of helplessness. "You've said this several times. Can you not come up with a different reason?" This young man had visited the treasure pavilion multiple times over the past 2 weeks, consistently bringing mid-level demon beast materials. This time, he had directly come to purchase blood-condensing pills, indicating he was preparing for a breakthrough. Reflecting on his situation, Li Ranchen had killed numerous mid-level demon beasts with disposable iron swords. Yet after deducting the costs of body refinement liquid and other auxiliary cultivation materials, he had only saved 80,000 star coins, while the blood-condensing pill required a full 100,000. Alas, it seems unattainable. Li Ranchen was not overly disheartened. He could simply hunt another mid-level demon beast for 20,000 star coins. However, he needed to rush back to school, as the round trip would consume considerable time. Now at the peak of the 10th level of body refinement, he was merely 1 blood-condensing pill away from breaking into the blood vitality stage, allowing him to barely catch up with his contemporaries. Seeing Li Ranchen preparing to depart, Mr. Wu sighed and relented. "Fine, I'll sell it to you for 80,000, but now that you mention it, I'm quite motivated." Li Ranchen perked up immediately. Chapter 4, Stardust Sword. Mr. Wu smiled faintly. His decision was not made in haste. As a businessman, he valued profit and connections, recognizing that individuals of potential could bring greater wealth in the future. In Mr. Wu's eyes, Li Ranchen was indeed promising. Although he had not explicitly stated it, Mr. Wu could discern that all the mid-level demon beast materials were freshly acquired through Li Ranshan's own efforts, evidenced by the bloodstains still present. For a body refinement stage youth to treat blood vitality stage demon beasts as mere poultry, was that not a sign of genius? In comparison to this favor, a mere 20,000 star coins was inconsequential. If Li Ranshan had been a bit bolder, Mr. Wu might have even gifted him a blood condensing pill while making the payment. Li Ranshan noticed the barrage of missed calls from teacher Liang. He usually kept his phone off or on silent while in the beast forest to avoid attracting demon beasts. Forget it. It is done. Li Ranshan galloped away, quickly sending a text to his teacher before hurrying back to school. At Jiangnan No. 2 High School, teacher Liang was leading the students to the testing area when he received Li Ranshan's text. Without the time to scold him, he swiftly sent a location pin, placing Li Ranshan at the end of the line. I hope he makes it in time. They won't wait for you. Teacher Liang could only silently pray. When Li Ranshan arrived, there were still 2 students ahead of him. That was close. I made it just in time. He gasped for breath. Smack, a blow landed on his head. What's wrong, Teacher Liang? Li Ranshan turned to see the balding teacher glaring at him. You arrived so late. What were you doing? Even though the chances of having the talent are slim, you should not be so negligent. Teacher Liang was furious. He believed Li Ranshan thought the likelihood of becoming a sword cultivator was negligible and thus treated the matter lightly. No, teacher, you misunderstand. I really had urgent business. Li Ranshan scratched his head. Smiling awkwardly, and never mind what you were up to, just pay attention to what I'm about to say. Understood? Li Ranshan nodded obediently. Shortly you will enter a room where a crystal in the shape of a sword awaits. If it glows when you grasp it, it signifies you possess the talent for sword cultivation. Li Ranshan nodded, indicating he understood. If you are indeed talented, I will take you to our flying sword repository. Should fortune favor you, you might resonate with a particular flying sword and be permitted to take it. If not, you will have to await random allocation later. Alright, best of luck. I hope you possess the talent. Teacher Liang encouraged, though he felt the odds were slim. So far, only 1 student had been identified with sword cultivation talent, and they had not resonated with a suitable flying sword. Soon, it was Li Ranshan's turn. Following the guidance, he entered the testing room, where a single individual in a gray-green uniform sat, wearing a troubled expression. You should know what to do, so go ahead, he said. Lin Yan was in a rather dismal mood. Having detected only 1 gifted individual so far, and this year's target seemed unattainable. Moreover, the higher-ups were clamoring over this one sword cultivator, and when they failed to secure him, they would surely lay the blame at their feet. He gazed despondently at this last student. Li Ranshan strode forward with confidence, unhesitatingly grasping the sword-shaped crystal. Lin Yan fixated intently on the crystal, and in the next moment it burst forth with a dazzling radiance. Damn my eyes! Lin Yan quickly shielded his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, looking at the young man before him. The youth flashed him a smile and asked, Can you take me to select a flying sword? Of course, Lin Yan replied, hastily rubbing his eyes and getting to his feet to lead the way. Such blinding light surely indicated exceptional talent. He thought it prudent to inform the authorities to secure this prodigy. His spirits lifted at the prospect of receiving due recognition, and his demeanor became notably more amiable. Before long, Lin Yan led Li Ranshan to the repository of flying swords, where 2 soldiers clad in black military uniforms stood guard. With a single glance, Li Ranshan sensed the palpable aura of menace emanating from them, having spent the past 2 weeks immersed in violence himself. Lin Yan presented a document, and after the soldiers conducted a thorough inspection, they scrutinized Li Ranshan closely. You may enter. Take any sword that resonates with you and register it with us, if none suit you. Simply await allocation, 1 soldier instructed. Li Ranshan nodded and was granted passage. Upon entering the storage room, he was immediately captivated by the myriad of flying swords before him. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, swords of every hue and form lay in abundance. He wished he could take them all, 1 for each day, though he knew such a notion was unrealistic. As for how to sense which sword was his match, he had his methods of flowing sword intent. Li Ranshan closed his eyes and extended his hands, channeling sword intent throughout his being. In an instant, dozens of swords began to vibrate wildly, as if poised to leap into his embrace. This spectacle left the monitoring staff utterly dumbfounded. What is happening here? Not sure, but it seems he has found a suitable sword. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think we're blind? Li Ranshan opened his eyes to witness the swords turning towards him, satisfaction swelling within him as he prepared to select a sword that caught his eye. In the next moment, a sky-blue sword shot forth, hovering in mid-air, while the other swords ceased their trembling, their hilts bowing slightly as if in submission. Wow, such prowess! This one is perfect for me. Li Ranchen was astonished. He found the sword's commanding aura most appealing. Without hesitation, the sky blue sword darted straight into Li Ranchen's chest. In that instant, he understood its name, Stardust. How fitting with my own name. Meanwhile, the monitoring staff were rendered speechless. That sword, if I'm not mistaken, is, indeed, you are not mistaken. Quickly contact the superiors. This year, Jiangnan is set to produce a monstrous sword cultivator. Splendid, no need for everyone to scramble. Li Ranchen exited the storage room, a sense of contentment enveloping him, when the soldier on the left inquired immediately, "Did you find a suitable flying sword?" "Yes, what is its name?" "Stardust." "Very well, you may go." As Li Ranchen turned to leave, the soldier on the right suddenly barked, "Wait." Startled, Li Ranchen asked, "What is it?" He hadn't done anything wrong, after all. "Could you repeat the name of your flying sword?" "Stardust." "Why?" The left soldier appeared to have only just comprehended the situation, both soldiers' keen eyes fixated on Li Ranchen. Alarmed, Li Ranchen took a step back. "Is there a problem?" "No issue at all. We were merely curious to take a look." "If you wouldn't mind, what could be inconvenient about that?" Li Ranchen relaxed, thinking it was nothing serious. With a flick of his mind, the sky blue Stardust flew forth, dancing in the air at his command. The two soldiers exchanged glances. Chapter 5, Exceptional Flying Sword. Li Ranchen swaggered out of the testing room. Liang Ting, waiting at the door, asked hopefully, "Did the crystal light up?" "It did." "Oh, that's fine. Martial arts is for the masses." "Wait, did I just hear that correctly?" Liang Ting turned to stare at Li Ranchen, his expression one of bewilderment. It lit up. Li Ranchen felt exasperated. There was truly no trust at all from Teacher Liang. Nodding, he summoned the flying sword, and Stardust spiraled gracefully around him. Liang Ting rubbed his eyes, astonished to see the flying sword of this young man not only possessed innate talent for sword cultivation but had also found a sword that suited him perfectly. Was he already on the path to greatness? Liang Ting found himself at a loss for words. By the way, what rank is your flying sword? Liang Ting suddenly recalled something. "Rank? I have no idea," Li Ranchen replied, puzzled. "They'll inform you during registration." "How could you not know?" Liang Ting frowned. Such matters were of great importance and should not have been overlooked. "I couldn't say." They reacted oddly when they heard the name of my sword. Li Ranchen, however, was unconcerned from the guards' reactions. He surmised his sword must be quite formidable given that so many had bowed to it, yet he was uncertain of its true strength. "What is the name of your flying sword?" Liang Ting inquired curiously. "Stardust." "Stardust, that sounds familiar. Let me check." After pondering for a moment, Liang Ting decided to open his phone and access an app. Li Ranchen glanced over, noticing it was a sword cultivator's forum. Liang Ting adeptly posted, "Help, does anyone know the rank of the Stardust sword? It sounds familiar, but I can't quite recall." "Hey, your coordinates indicate you're in Jiangnan. How could you not know? Stardust is the treasure of the Jiangnan Flying Sword Repository. One exceptional sword. Stardust. Why do you ask? I advise against engaging in any illicit activities. Today is the day for sword cultivator aptitude tests in Jiangnan. You wouldn't happen to have obtained that sword, would you? Don't get your hopes up. No way, I refuse to believe it. Neither do I. Liang Ting, however, had no time to pay them any mind. Indeed, Stardust is the only exceptional flying sword in Jiangnan. Now I understand why it sounded so familiar. Liang Ting gazed at Stardust in awe, while Li Ranchen felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily retracting Stardust, Liang Ting looked at Li Ranchen, his gaze filled with envy. This young man possessed astonishing talent. Having secured an exceptional flying sword, a ticket to the realm of sword immortals. "What is an exceptional flying sword?" Li Ranchen asked, having never heard of such a thing. "Flying swords come in different grades, which correlate with your innate talent. The higher your talent, the stronger the sword that will resonate with you. The 9 transitions below the sword immortal level do not imply that every sword can achieve 9 transitions. Low-grade flying swords can manage up to 3 transitions, mid-grade 5, high-grade 7, and exceptional swords 9 transitions. Naturally, those capable of reaching the sword immortal level wield even higher-grade exceptional swords. Then does that mean swords below exceptional have no hope of reaching sword immortal status? Li Ranchen found this puzzling. If that were the case, acquiring a flying sword would seal one's fate. There are indeed other methods, Liang Ting continued. Rare minerals from the starry sky, combined with the craftsmanship of high-level artisans, can upgrade one's innate flying sword. However, the cost is substantial, yet there is still a glimmer of hope. With effort, one can aspire to elevate from low-grade to high-grade, and beyond that, it all depends on personal fortune. Liang Ting sighed, as he himself possessed a high-grade sword, having upgraded from a mid-grade sword, and found the prospect of advancing to an exceptional sword to be an arduous task. Thus, he envied Li Ranchen, whose starting point was the end point for many. I see, Li Ranchen mused, satisfied that he wouldn't have to spend extravagantly. He merely needed to nourish Stardust. However, exceptional flying swords are quite costly. the materials required are not cheap either. Your family isn't wealthy, is it? A lack of funds could hinder your progress, Liang Ting warned. It seems it won't be as easy as I thought. Upon returning home, Li Ranchen first consumed the blood condensation pill to begin his breakthrough. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, feeling the flow of blood within his body. I've entered the vital blood realm, now let's see my flying sword to come forth. With a thought, Stardust flew out, allowing Li Ranchen to examine his sword closely. The sky-blue blade shimmered, with flecks of starlight like dust swirling about, rendering it utterly mesmerizing. As Stardust trembled lightly, Li Ranchen suddenly received its intent. Hungry, Li Ranchen, now devoid of funds, felt a headache coming on, having spent his last coins on the blood condensation pill. After soothing Stardust, he sighed, "I'll think of a way tomorrow." Contented, Li Ranchen drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Liang Ting's phone was incessantly ringing, with calls from the principal, the university admissions department, the security bureau. All had learned through various channels that Li Ranchen had acquired an exceptional flying sword and were eager to recruit him. Talented prodigies were in high demand everywhere. The following day, upon waking, Li Ranchen discovered a message from teacher Liang. "Many influential figures are aware of your situation and have offered various incentives to acquire your talents. What are your thoughts?" "I definitely want to attend university," Li Ranchen retorted. "A prestigious university is the best avenue for further cultivation. Aligning oneself early with others often leads to restrictions," Liang Ting promptly responded. "Expressing agreement with my thoughts, however, I find the conditions set by Baibouch quite appealing. You might want to listen, as they should reach out to you shortly." Baibouch, Li Ranchen scratched his head, feeling as though fate was delivering a pillow to a weary traveler. "Xiao Chen, it seems your rations may have a promising prospect," Li Ranchen said, gazing at the swirling Stardust with a sense of gratification. Hungry. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Li Ranchen was greeted by a familiar face. The unchanging gold-rimmed glasses. "What brings you here, Mr. Wu?" he inquired. "It appears I underestimated you. I am here representing Baibouch," Mr. Wu remarked with a sigh. Within a mere day, the boy's name had spread through the upper echelons of Jiangnan City. Everyone was aware that the exceptional flying sword had found its master, and this boy before them might well be the future sword immortal, even if there were only a 1% chance. It would be worth pursuing. The term sword immortal carried immense significance, representing the pinnacle of combat strength and Blue Star and serving as a pillar for its presence in the cosmos. "What do you propose?" Li Ranchen mused, idly toying with the Stardust, curious about the offer from Baibouch that prompted Liang Lasher's special mention. "Baibouch is willing to provide you with cultivation materials for the exceptional flying sword. Up to the 5th transformation," Mr. Wu replied slowly. Li Ranchen couldn't quite believe his ears. Was it truly possible to receive such a generous offer? "What are the conditions, if you ascend to the level of sword immortal in the future?" "I ask only that you assist Baibouch in slaying 2 cosmic beasts. For you at that time it would merely be a trifling task, and if I fail to become a sword immortal? Then consider it a miscalculation on our part, a gift to you for Baibouch. These materials are not of great consequence. We can bear that cost." Chapter 6, The Fragmented Martial Arts. Such a grand gesture. Li Ranchen couldn't help but exclaim. After all, Baibouch was one of the top 3 commercial giants in Xia country, and their vision was indeed expansive. They were wagering on the potential friendship with a future sword immortal using resources that were but a drop in the bucket for them, truly a small price to pay. Should they lose, it would not be a loss. Should they win, it would be a significant gain for Li Ranchen. Both outcomes were advantageous. Calming his excited heart, he thought, "I seem to have no reason to decline." With a smile, he added, "Mr. Wu, I am eager to hear more about an additional investment, the best university in Xia country, Zhenlong Academy. You must be aware of it. It is known as the Peak Preparatory Camp, where those who graduate are top-tier talents with the potential to reach the peak. If you can gain admission, Baibouch believes your chances of becoming a sword immortal will increase significantly. We can enhance our support and provide you with cultivation materials for the 8th to 9th transformations, a substantial sum. Especially for your exceptional flying sword, provided that I gain admission and successfully achieve the 8th transformation," Li Ranchen acknowledged. "Indeed, we must be able to see hope, mustn't we?" Li Ranchen nodded. Such an opportunity was one he had no need to refuse. "Then let us hope we both attain our desires." A pleasant collaboration. The 2 parties reached an agreement, both delighted. Mr. Wu assured that he would deliver the materials for the 1st transformation that afternoon. Hungry, the Stardust incessantly conveyed its thoughts. "Just a little longer. This afternoon, I shall ensure you're well-fed." Li Ranchen beamed with a sense of abundance. Now, he needed to contemplate how to gain admission to Qianlong Academy. After reviewing the admission information, he discovered that the lowest admission standards for past years required candidates to be at least martial apprentices, and they were typically capable of fighting above their rank. This meant that most of his competitors would be martial masters, top talents from various regions, making their combat prowess formidable. Currently, he was only at the blood vitality stage, 2 whole ranks below, although he possessed the sword intent as a trump card. With so many geniuses around, it was prudent to reach at least the martial apprentice level. After some contemplation, Li Ranchen resolved that he had a year and a half to elevate himself to the martial apprentice level. Alternatively, if his flying sword reached the second transformation, it could contend with the talents at the martial apprentice level. However, against martial masters, even his exceptional flying sword could falter. For safety's sake, he aimed for the third transformation. Li Ranchen recognized the urgency to in the year and a half leading up to the entrance exams. He must break through to the martial apprentice level and ensure his flying sword reaches the third transformation to secure his place at Qianlong Academy. Attending regular school was out of the question, it would merely waste his time. Li Ranchen immediately inquired with Liang Ting about taking a leave of absence to focus on his training. Planning to return to school only for the entrance exams, initially reluctant, Liang Ting readily agreed upon learning of his goal to attend Qianlong Academy, promising, no problem, after all, he was a genius with an exceptional flying sword. It was not difficult for him to secure leave. If he were admitted to Qianlong Academy, their school would also benefit, making the principal pleased, thus facilitating the process. That afternoon, Li Ranchen received the materials delivered by Bai Baoch. A robust-looking man, who appeared quite formidable, presented him with a square box the size of a palm. Heart racing with excitement, Li Ranchen opened it to find nothing but a diamond-shaped ring. Is this a storage ring? It was his first encounter with such an item. Surely, the ring was a complimentary gift from the generous proprietor. After blood binding to it, he sensed the storage space within, filled with unfamiliar materials. However, that was of little concern. With a wave of his hand, the table was soon piled high with unknown metals. The Stardust sword trembled with excitement, diving straight into the pile of metal. Li Ranchen was curious about how it fed. He watched as the sword emanated a blue glow, enveloping the metals, which gradually shrank in size, and delicate patterns began to appear on the sword's surface, a mark of the first transformation. Elated, Li Ranchen anticipated the moment the patterns would fully coalesce, signaling a successful transformation. Shortly after, the Stardust sword wobbled its way back, merging into Li Ranchen's body. Satiated, Li Ranchen smiled faintly, putting away the metals. To hone his skills, he decided to venture into the beast forest. But this time he would delve deeper. He mused that he had little choice. The beast forest was under the regulation of Jiangnan City, with soldiers stationed at the perimeter. The levels of beasts within were distinctly categorized, and it was unlikely that high-level beasts would appear near the outskirts. If Li Ranchen attempted to leave Jiangnan City, he could easily encounter formidable beasts right outside, which would spell disaster, and the station's soldiers would surely not permit him to pass. Right, I also need to practice martial arts. In this world, martial arts were executed utilizing corresponding spiritual energy pathways. The martial arts he had previously practiced lacked spiritual energy integration, rendering them mere ornamental moves devoid of lethality. Truly, the affluent excel in the martial arts, Li Ranchen lamented. Practicing martial arts requires capital. Without talent or opportunity, a poor individual has no chance of rising. Time to go. After tidying up, knowing he might stay in the beast forest for quite a while, he was grateful for the storage ring, which made the journey much easier. Back again, gazing at the familiar marketplace, Li Ranchen couldn't help but smile. First, he would see if there were any useful martial skills available. As he wandered, he encountered numerous street vendors. In truth, purchasing from Bai Baoch would be the most convenient and economical, but Li Ranchen simply could not afford it. The advantage of street stalls was their affordability. Come take a look. High-grade yellow-level martial skills, only 3,000 star coins. Li Ranchen's curiosity was piqued. Typically, martial skills were categorized into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, with each further divided into low, medium, and high tiers. Generally, even a low-grade yellow skill would cost around 1,000 star coins, while a medium grade would be 5,000, and a high grade would reach 10,000 star coins. This is astonishingly cheap. A throng of people quickly gathered around the stall. A few minutes later, however, the excitement waned. Humph, what a ruse! Who do you think you're fooling with this fragment? I assure you, this is indeed a high-grade yellow-level martial skill. No trickery here. Then show us the complete version. How can we trust a fragment? Exactly. We've seen instances of low-grade skills being passed off as yellow-level before. After a lengthy dispute, the crowd gradually dispersed. Li Ranchen, however, remained intrigued. After all, he possessed no martial skills at all, and if this truly was a high-grade skill, He wouldn't mind the fragment, as it would serve as a temporary practice. Approaching the vendor, he requested, "May I see that fragment? Here, I assure you, it is genuinely high-grade yellow level. How can they not believe it?" The vendor cautiously handed it over. Li Ranchin opened the yellowed pages and noted that it contained only a few scant pages, with the latter sections clearly torn away, yet, the initial pages held some merit. Having studied numerous boxing techniques, he could usually gauge the level with just a cursory glance. Chapter 7. Practicing fist techniques and thunder flash step. The few techniques described, when paired with spiritual energy, exhibited commendable power, and the price was acceptable to Li Ranchin. He casually glanced over the other items on the vendor's table. Li Ranchin's attention was suddenly captured by a somewhat worn jade tablet. Picking it up for a closer inspection, he could vaguely discern the words Thunderflash. Although unsure of its precise purpose, Li Ranchin felt an inexplicable intuition that it was a valuable item. "Boss, the martial skill and this jade tablet together for 3,000 star coins, 5,000. The vendor's eyes darted as he realized Li Ranchin's interest. He had no idea of the jade tablet's value, but since Li Ranchin desired it, he aimed to inflate the price. "Farewell." "Hey, wait, 4,000 is fine." Li Ranchin remained unperturbed. "3,500 will do." The vendor grasped at Li Ranchin's sleeve. "I only have 3,200 star coins on me. It's a deal if you're willing." Li Ranchin maintained his stoic expression. "Alright, I'll take a slight loss and consider it a favor." The vendor feigned reluctance. The exchange was made. Now Li Ranchin was completely broke. He found himself in the central region of the beast forest. "Hurry, seize it, do not let it escape. Everyone must chase with all their might. If the young master lays blame upon us, we shall all be in dire straits." Yes, a group of individuals clad in gray uniforms raced swiftly through the woods. Seemingly in pursuit of something. Ahead, a white silhouette darted past, heading towards the forest's edge. The thrill of the chase is invigorating. Li Ranchin leaned against a tree to catch his breath, surrounded by the carcasses of several mountain pigs, all of which were intermediate-level demon beasts. Li Ranchin refrained from utilizing his sword energy, as it was an ultimate trump card not to be wasted lightly. These mountain pigs had fallen to his punches. Honed from a martial arts manual he had procured, not only did he refine his skills, but he also earned a profit, a true 2-for-1 deal. The manual now contained only 3 techniques: Shattered Stone, Cascading Waves, and Returning Moon. What exactly is this jade tablet? Li Ranchin idly toyed with the jade tablet in his hand, unable to discern any other peculiarities apart from its sturdy material. "I can seek assistance from the all-knowing netizens." Li Ranchin smacked his forehead, realizing his folly. In this modern society, when faced with uncertainty, one ought to consult the online community. He opened his phone and downloaded the Sword Cultivator forum app. His identity verification had long been handled by Teacher Liang. Request for assistance. "I possess a jade tablet. Its material is remarkably hard, yet I am unaware of its purpose. Whereas the image, no truth. 1. Li Ranchin felt embarrassed and hastily uploaded a picture. "Based on my conjecture, this is indeed a jade tablet. Based on my conjecture, the poster above is rather foolish. I concur. Even in a different world, the folly of netizens remains unchanged. This should be a martial arts inheritance." Soon, a comment emerged that piqued Li Ranchin's interest. "How can that be? Aren't martial arts typically recorded in ancient tomes?" "Not necessarily. In this technologically advanced era, martial arts can indeed be smartly replicated, albeit at a steep price. Inaccessible to us, indeed, but your claim regarding the jade tablet inheritance is rather far-fetched." Several netizens promptly refuted. Poster. "Take a closer look at the bottom right corner of the jade tablet. If there is a lightning-shaped emblem, it should signify the kind of martial arts inheritance." That netizen chimed in again. Li Ranchin quickly examined the jade tablet and indeed found a lightning engraving in the lower right corner. "There it is. Thank you, esteemed one. How does one activate this inheritance?" Li Ranchin was now convinced. This jade tablet is likely a remnant of an ancient sect that perished, which inscribed its martial arts onto the durable jade tablet to prevent the loss of its legacy. Enthusiastic netizens began to elucidate. "A single word from you is worth more than a decade of study. Enlightening. Let us purchase jade tablets now." 1. The method to acquire the martial arts is quite simple. Shatter the jade tablet, though one must possess at least the strength of a martial apprentice. Li Ranchin nodded in approval. Indeed, he had purchased this jade tablet for 200 star coins, effectively acquiring a martial technique for free, a tremendous profit. Holding the jade tablet, Li Ranchin clenched his fist. "Excellent, it is in perfect condition, of superb quality." Xingqian. Li Ranchin prepared to test his flying sword. Focusing his thoughts, he directed the Xingqian sword to pierce the jade tablet. Clang, only a faint scratch remained. Li Ranshin had anticipated this, as the flying sword had barely completed its turn. He attempted to imbue the flowing sword intent onto Xingqian. I like it. Immediately Xingqian responded with a thought. Li Ranshin was somewhat astonished. Could sword intent also nurture a sword? Xingqian unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the jade tablet. Crack, a small fragment of the jade tablet shattered. A few more strikes should do the trick. Li Ranshin rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the new martial technique. With several waves of sword energy, the jade tablet shattered into pieces. Among the debris lay a folded page. Li Ranshin picked it up and flattened it, revealing the title, Lightning Flash Step. It turned out to be an extremely precious movement technique. Li Ranshin could not help but read further. After mastering this technique, one could move with the swiftness of lightning, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Impressive. Li Ranshin pondered deeply, exhaling a single word of awe. After tidying up, Li Ranshin continued to delve deeper into the demon beast forest. 10 days later, Li Ranshin, armed with the Xingqian sword, faced the advanced demon beast, Moon Tiger. A lightning flash step, Li Ranshin called out, transforming into a bolt of lightning, reappearing behind the Moon Tiger before it even had the chance to react. Collapsing to the ground, with the exceptional Xingqian sword, even advanced demon beasts posed no challenge to him. Li Ranshin mused. Over these past days, he had discovered numerous spiritual herbs, and his cultivation had reached the second layer of blood vitality. Without the Xingqian sword, he could only contend with intermediate demon beasts. Alas, his realm was still too low. Perhaps if he ventured further, he might find advanced spiritual herbs that could save him considerable time. With the flying sword as his ally, Li Ranshin felt emboldened, fleeing on his sword whenever faced with an insurmountable foe. The flying sword had nearly completed its turn. After that day, Li Ranshin was astonished to discover that once Xingqian was absorbed into his dantian, he could nurture it with flowing sword intent. Consequently, Xingqian's appetite grew, and the patterns along its blade became increasingly vivid. This indirectly accelerated the completion of its turn while also gradually enhancing the flowing sword intent, making the sword energy sharper. And now the sword energy Li Ranshin could unleash reached a distance of 200 meters, the very limits of what his sword intent could perceive. In moments of leisure, Li Ranshin would close his eyes to comprehend the flowing sword intent. He had transformed completely. Wielding the sword compared to not wielding it was akin to night and day. All his combat prowess resided within the sword. The urgency of body refinement weighed heavily on him. Li Ranshin did not wish to be fragile. Without the sword, he would be but prey. The martial arts techniques could also use further contemplation. He thought as he traveled his martial techniques were somewhat lacking. It was time to change his breathing technique as well. After some time, he would return to the treasure pavilion to take a look. Li Ranshin mused. Chapter 8, The Two-Headed Dog and Divine Abilities. Finally, he had reached the mid-layer of the demon beast forest. Li Ranshin sighed, having just crossed the boundary between the outer and middle layers. From here on, only advanced and higher demon beasts would roam. In terms of martial apprentices, the demon beast ranks include demon soldiers, demon generals, demon marquis, and demon kings. The mid-layer is where demon soldiers and demon generals can be found. And even with his sword, Li Ranshin dared only cautiously to explore the periphery. Wealth and danger often go hand in hand. With a flying sword to catch him, what was there to fear? Li Ranshin silently encouraged himself. After a brief while, he spotted a flickering light not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a pure white egg, adorned with peculiar black patterns. What kind of egg is this? As Li Ranshin reached out to touch it, the egg suddenly sprang to life, darting swiftly into the distance. Oh, it can run. Intrigued, Li Ranshin activated Lightning Flash Step, engaging in a friendly race with it. A quarter of an hour later, his racing companion had exhausted its energy and collapsed, trembling on the ground. Only then did Li Ranshin pick it up for a closer examination, unable to discern what kind of demon beast egg it was. However, it appeared extraordinary, and acquiring it would not be a loss. After all, what kind of egg could run before hatching? Li Ranshin promptly pricked his finger with Xingqian, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the egg. The white egg shook a few times, the blood vanishing in an instant, and the flickering white light gradually dimmed. Crack! The eggshell began to fracture, revealing the creature within. Li Ranshin's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. Before him stood a small black and white striped kitten, a small white tiger, no larger than his palm. Aren't tigers born live? This defies logic. Li Ranshin speculated on various animals, birds, snakes, but never expected it to be this creature. It was utterly unscientific yet fantastical. Meow, the little creature called out, and after devouring its own eggshell, it slowly approached Li Ranshin. Without hesitation, he scooped it into his arms, employing the finest techniques for petting cats. Quickly winning its affection, lacking a spirit beast pouch, he could only keep it close for the time being. What name should I give you? The little one seemed to understand, widening its eyes and wagging its tail expectantly. Since it was black and white, how about calling you Erha? Li Ranchin ruminated for a while, unable to think of a suitable name, and finally decided to go for it, meow, to his surprise. The little creature appeared quite fond of the name. Placing it in his pocket, Li Ranchin planned to research what breed of creature Erha was upon his return. Meanwhile, a group of individuals in grey uniforms stood where the white egg had previously rested. Conversing briefly before sprinting towards the forest's outskirts, Shattered Stone, Li Ranchin unleashed a punch, unexpectedly propelling himself backward. The red scales remained intact, seemingly mocking Li Ranchin's inadequacy. Damn, how absurd! The demon soldier-level red scale serpent let out a roar. Opening its jaws wide to bite at Li Ranchin. Xingqian, Li Ranchin called urgently, and Xingqian flew forth, grasping the hilt. He narrowly avoided the attack. Lightning flash step. As soon as he landed, Li Ranchin charged towards the red scale serpent. Imbuing his sword with flowing sword intent, easily slicing through the serpent's tough scales and tearing away a large chunk of flesh, the red scale serpent, in pain, turned to lash out with its tail. Li Ranchin calmly slashed out a wave of sword energy, severing the incoming tail. The red scale serpent grew increasingly enraged, its body writhing as Li Ranchin seized the opportunity to strike twice more. Successfully subduing it, demon apprentice-level demon beasts possessed inner cores, which could also be utilized for body refinement. After a thorough search, Li Ranchin finally located it. Despite the red scale serpent's 5-meter-long body, the demon core was barely the size of a marble. Leaving him with bloodied hands, I once thought to put down the butcher's knife, yet my hands are stained with blood. Li Ranchin lamented. Erha had already leaped out, gnawing on the flesh of the red scale serpent. It preferred its meals raw over cooked. After a brief recovery, Li Ranchin took out the demon core, washed it twice, and swallowed it whole. A surge of spiritual energy immediately filled his body, causing his blood to boil in jubilation. Erha dragged over a large piece of meat, seemingly wishing to guard Li Ranchin. As dusk approached, this feels wonderful. Li Ranchin slowly opened his eyes, having absorbed the demon core, and found himself having broken through to the 5th layer of blood activation. Moreover, Stardust should also successfully undergo its first transformation tonight. After all, the materials were more than sufficient, and the sword intent was constantly being nurtured. Taking out the materials, Li Ranchin observed as the patterns on the flying sword gradually became complete. While the energetic dog approached curiously, Yiding, the Stardust sword spun continuously, seemingly gathering strength. It's done. Li Ranchin felt a shift. The speed and power of the flying sword had ascended to a new level. Furthermore, it appeared to possess some peculiar new ability, divine ability, extreme speed. Stardust conveyed a thought, divine ability. Li Ranchin was perplexed. Fortunately, he had his phone. With practiced ease, he opened the Sword Cultivator forum and searched for the keyword divine ability. The detailed explanation was laid bare before him. When a sword cultivator's innate flying sword breaks through, there is a chance to comprehend an innate divine ability. These abilities are diverse and peculiar. Growing stronger alongside the flying sword. Amazing, am I truly this fortunate? Li Ranchin was overjoyed. Extreme speed. Li Ranchin closed his eyes to experience it. His own speed, or that of the flying sword, increased significantly, stabilizing at double the previous velocity. Moreover, the divine ability would also enhance as the flying sword grew stronger. Li Ranchin's heart surged with excitement. The more powerful the flying sword became, the closer he was to the realm of the sword Immortal. Shattering stars with a single strike might not be a mere dream. After solidifying his and Stardust's realms, Li Ranchin planned to relax for a moment and check on the antics of his comical online friends. In Jiangnan City, at the Wang family residence, is this how you conduct your affairs? You can't even capture what's right under your noses. What a bunch of useless fools. The speaker was a young man. Pale and devoid of vitality, completely unlike a martial artist. He sat on the sofa, his expression dark, with a faint red glow in his pupils. Young Master Wang, we truly searched meticulously, it seems to have vanished into thin air. Indeed, young Master Wang, we turned the demon beast forest upside down. It was precisely the group in grey uniforms. Oh, so you mean that the egg simply disappeared on its own, and you're not to blame? Young Master Wang spoke slowly, his eyes glinting with menace. The people below fell silent, none daring to provoke him at this moment. I will give you one last chance. Bring the egg to me, or I will replace you with a new batch. Hey, don't run so fast, Li Ranchin panted as he chased after the energetic dog. Indeed, it was no surprise that the black and white creature's innate talents became apparent as it grew. Innate ability, abundant energy. However, this had its advantages, as this little dog frequently led Li Ranchin to useful spiritual herbs, no matter how well hidden they were. It led Li Ranchin to suspect that it had usurped the role of some rodent. Chapter 9, The Proper Use of Divine Abilities. Grabbing the energetic dog, Li Ranchen playfully wrestled it until it became a soft heap of fur. He tucked it into his pocket and continued on his way. According to his phone's map, he was not far from a vast expanse of sawgrass. The sawgrass could significantly accelerate the bone forging process, precisely what Li Ranchen yearned for. However, it was said that there resided numerous demon soldier-level beasts in that area. So Li Ranchen intended to scout the situation and assess any opportunities. Before long, Li Ranchen arrived at his destination, and before him stood a herd of muscular demon soldier-level bulls, each one striding over the sawgrass. Grazing to grow, Li Ranchen thought helplessly. His small frame could hardly withstand it. Wait for an opportunity. Li Ranchen did not leave, but instead rested a short distance away. As night fell, he doused himself with a potion to mask his presence and stealthily approached the grassland. Indeed, there were few bulls on guard. A quick glance revealed only two standing watch, motionless. Li Ranchen began his diligent task of weeding in the bulls' blind spots. Surprisingly, it was rather exhilarating. However, the sawgrass was incredibly difficult to uproot. And Li Ranchen dared not make a loud noise. By dawn, he had managed to pull up only 20 or so stalks before returning to his resting place for some sleep, planning to continue that night. Since the grassland was vast, the bulls had not noticed much. 3 days later, the herd of bulls began to grow restless. After 5 days, observing the noticeably diminished grassland, the bulls began to drive away other beasts intruding on their territory. 7 days later, looking at the numerous stalks of sawgrass piled in his ring, Li Ranchen grinned with satisfaction. One more haul, tonight would be the last time. Li Ranchen licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The dog in his pocket rolled its eyes, recalling that he had said something similar 3 days prior. Li Ranchen skillfully arrived at the grassland, noting the significantly reduced amount of sawgrass, and smiled with contentment. As he bent down to begin with the first stalk of the day, a small snake lunged at him. What the ye? Li Ranchen exclaimed, only to discover that the remaining sawgrass was teeming with small snakes. Looking up, he saw the startled bulls rise in unison, their eyes glowing red, scraping their hooves in preparation to charge. This was a plot by the bulls. These simple-minded creatures had actually conspired against him. Li Ranchen finally realized what was happening as the bulls charged towards him. Time to flee. Li Ranchen had no intention of engaging in combat. Lightning step. Li Ranchen transformed into a flash of lightning. Sprinting away at incredible speed, with the bulls in hot pursuit, like a bulldozer on the move. Stardust, Li Ranchen focused his thoughts, and Stardust soared into the air. Then, with a leap, Li Ranchen landed atop Stardust and paused mid-air. The bulls halted as well, staring up at Li Ranchen, bewildered. They could not fly, and the thief who had stolen their sawgrass was right before them, yet they were powerless to act. Suddenly, one by one, the bulls began to bellow. What is happening? Li Ranchen was confused. Had these simpletons lost their wits in frustration? But he soon understood, as two massive bulls approached, each step reverberating through the ground. Goodness, two of them at the demon general level. Li Ranchen was stunned. They could even call for reinforcements. Roar. The colossal bull opened its mouth, unleashing a wave of energy towards Li Ranchen. Get out of the way. Li Ranchen directed Stardust to evade. The other bull began to unleash its own attack, and the two bulls coordinated their assault, continuously firing energy waves at Li Ranchen. No cooldowns on those skills. Li Ranchen couldn't help but mutter. Extreme speed. Li Ranchen activated his innate divine ability, and the speed of his flying sword instantly doubled, making it much easier to dodge the energy waves. I'm not playing with you anymore. I am off to steal your turf. Li Ranchen sped back to the grassland, gathering the last haul before making his escape. By the time the bulls returned, only a small patch of sawgrass remained. That night, the bulls' howls echoed through the forest. A bountiful harvest indeed. Li Ranchen chuckled. His ring was full. Time to head back. Good morning, old Wu. Li Ranchen burst through the door, acting as if they were old acquaintances. Be gentle, the door is broken, you'll have to pay for it. Adjusting his glasses, Mr. Wu established some boundaries. Let us sell some items. Li Ranchen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a pile of unwanted materials filled the table. Take a look, there is plenty more. Did you raid the demon beast forest? Mr. Wu looked bewildered, questioning how this child could have such high monster hunting efficiency. Mr. Wu couldn't help but wonder if he had misjudged Li Ranchen. Considering the sheer amount of materials from demon soldier-level beasts, this thought was not unfounded, as the power stemming from Li Ranchen's sword intent and exceptional flying sword was indeed extraordinary. Without these two formidable abilities, Li Ranchen was merely an average blood activation stage martial artist, but it was only natural. What would a sword cultivator do if not wield a sword, rely on physical strength, as long as he didn't drag his feet? That was sufficient, though he was indeed lacking at present, and this sawgrass. Li Ranchen waved his hand, presenting what he no longer needed. Mr. Wu was astonished. You can use this for bone forging, right? Why sell it? Li Ranchen smiled subtly. I have plenty. Mr. Wu understood. I see, that totals to 125,000. Mr. Wu declared. So much money. Li Ranchen was taken aback. Suddenly a millionaire had materials from demon soldier level beasts are quite valuable. You seem to think $1 million is a lot, but it could easily be spent on just 2 weapons of the martial disciple level. Mr. Wu chuckled. Wealth loses its significance above the martial sovereign level. High-level martial artists trade with spiritual herbs or martial skills, engaging in equivalent exchanges. Li Ranchen pondered closely and realized this was indeed the case. The higher the martial artist's level, the easier it was to earn money. They could even profit just by having a name. It was the lower-level martial artists who relied on currency more heavily. You get me some blood-boiling powder, lethal dosage. Li Ranchen waved grandly, ready to splurge. Oh, and a breathing technique. I want to choose one. Li Ranchen suddenly recalled. Mr. Wu produced a large package of blood-boiling powder, then added, I wouldn't advise you to purchase an overly advanced breathing technique. If you get admitted to the Qianlong Academy, the 5 top-tier breathing techniques will be freely accessible to you. Then please help me select a transitional one. Li Ranchen agreed, primarily because he could no longer tolerate the slow cultivation speed of the basic breathing techniques. As he had been consuming potions at a sluggish pace, alright, I've selected a water breathing technique for you. It costs 38,000 star coins, Mr. Wu stated. Li Ranchen's expression turned peculiar. Mr. Wu, are you perhaps someone who has also traversed worlds? Chapter 10, Awakening. Stepping out of the Baibao Pavilion, Li Ranchen flipped through the water breathing technique. It seemed quite normal, devoid of any oddities. Li Ranchen felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped for some free sword techniques. With money in his pocket, Li Ranchen decided against raiding the demon beast forest again. After all, continually bullying the beasts was not the way to go. Moreover, he had become overly reliant on his flying sword and sword energy. He needed to improve himself. It was time to participate in the martial arts tournament. Li Ranchen resolved firmly. The martial arts tournament was established by the city's Martial Artists Association, aimed at enabling practitioners to enhance their combat abilities. Contestants must not be sword cultivators, but solely martial artists, with the disparity in realms carefully regulated to remain within 2 or 3 levels. Naturally, should there be prodigies capable of challenging beyond their rank. The rules will adapt accordingly. Currently, Li Ranch's sword intent and flying sword are evolving in tandem, with ample resources at his disposal, allowing him to devote time to his personal training. After inquiring about the location of the martial arts tournament, Li Ranch proceeded to participate. Greetings, I wish to register for the martial arts tournament. Certainly, please present your martial artist certification card, replied a short-haired young lady. Li Ranch handed over the card, akin to an identification document, with information that could be updated at any time. 5th level of blood vitality, correct? The young lady confirmed. Indeed. Will you use your real name or opt for a pseudonym? She inquired. Li Ranch hesitated. A pseudonym? Please, very well, what is your chosen name? Farmer's 3 Fists, no objection. It's quite fitting, as Li Ranch has indeed only practiced 3 boxing techniques thus far. The short-haired lady looked puzzled. Alright, your match is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Please do not be absent. Understood. Upon returning home, Li Ranch collapsed onto the sofa, as if an inexplicable force had weighed him down. I suppose I shall take a day off, he mused, after browsing the Sword Cultivators forum for a while. He gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Li Ranch arose early to train, donning the water-breathing technique, which significantly accelerated his training speed. In the afternoon, he arrived punctually at the venue of the martial arts tournament. Clutching an oversized water bottle, inside was the boiling blood powder, whose usage was remarkably straightforward and grounded. After intense battles, his vitality would be invigorated, making the subsequent consumption of the powder highly effective. Post-match, a dose of boiling blood powder would undoubtedly secure his elevation in rank. Li Ranch stood beneath the arena, observing the combatants above as they exchanged blows, their martial techniques dazzlingly intricate. It was exhilarating. Match 17, Farmer's 3 Fists vs. Venomous Snake. As the host announced, the crowd erupted in excitement. What a spectacle! A farmer against a snake. I bet on the snake. I wager on the farmer. Those 3 fists seem formidable. Capable of subduing the heavens, the audience engaged in lively banter, their anticipation palpable. As cheers filled the air, Li Ranch ascended the stage. Opposite him stood an elderly man wielding a smoking gun. Goodness, that must be the farmer. Give that venomous snake a good beating. Look at that name, Venomous Snake, such a sinister moniker for one so young, clearly indicative of ill intent. Farmer, show him your strength. Li Ranch was bewildered. Let the match commence. The referee declared. Li Ranch refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe the old man's techniques. The elder beamed back at him, and the two remained locked in a silent stare. After a prolonged silence, one spectator shouted, "Are you two going to fight or just stand there? I paid to see a match, not a staring contest. Gentlemen, if you do not engage soon, I shall declare a draw," the referee interjected. Exasperated, the old man took a drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly. He then lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance, aiming his smoking gun at Li Ranch. Li Ranch retreated a step to evade, but the elder pressed on, the smoking gun sweeping towards him repeatedly, forcing Li Ranch to retreat further. Why is this venomous snake not countering? Is he throwing the match? Does the farmer not use his fists? That smoking gun is rather flashy. One young man in black remarked. The crowd observed, realizing the significance of the second-level martial arts membership adorning his chest. At that moment, Li Ranch felt immense pressure, struggling to comprehend why he felt so constrained despite being of equal rank. The elder paused, gazing at Li Ranch. Young man, is this your first martial arts tournament? Li Ranch, perplexed, remained silent. I've participated in numerous matches over the years. It's evident you lack experience, the elder continued. I'll grant you a chance. Aren't you called Farmer's Three Fists? Go ahead and strike. Li Ranch felt as though struck by lightning, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, he had grown complacent, believing his past training exempted him from the necessity of practice in this life. Even when slaying beasts, he relied heavily on his sword aura and flying sword, hardly exerting himself. Yet in this world, where martial artists abound, who among them lacks years of training and combat experience? Without his sword and aura, he was merely ordinary. Pressed by this elderly man, I have been arrogant. Li Ranch reflected that he had relied on his flying sword to effortlessly dispatch beasts, mistakenly believing he possessed true strength. Allowing pride to cloud his judgment. In essence, he had become complacent. This is incorrect. With a long exhale, Li Ranch bowed deeply. Thank you. He expressed gratitude to the elder for imparting such a vital lesson. Martial arts are not so simplistic. The elder raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Li Ranch's peculiarities. Li Ranch centered himself, recalling his initial motivation for studying martial arts, keenly observing the elder. Though I may not understand your words, since you refuse to strike, I shall take the initiative. The elder lifted his smoking gun, gathering energy in his legs. Li Ranch observed intently, analyzing the elder's next move. Suddenly, the smoking gun loomed large in his vision, a direct thrust. Li Ranch quickly assessed his options. Should he evade? No, that would merely lead him back into the elder's rhythm, rendering him defenseless. Instead, he would counter. I shall break his rhythm. Our realms are equal. There is no reason I cannot match him. Shattering mountain fist, Li Ranch anchored himself, driving his right hand upward to send the smoking gun flying. Seeing the elder disarmed, Li Ranch's thoughts raced. I cannot allow him the chance to retrieve his weapon. Victory is uncertain otherwise. Seize the moment and finish him. Thunderflash step. Li Ranch vanished, reappearing behind the elder. Return to the moon. Li Ranch exerted force from both his waist and legs, pivoting to strike the venomous snake elder. The elder reacted swiftly, blocking the punch with both hands, but was still forced back several steps. Unyielding, Li Ranch pressed the attack, unleashing a flurry of strikes, layered waves. Li Ranch unleashed his final punches, each one growing heavier, amplifying in strength until he reached his limit. In the audience, shock rippled through the crowd as a young man brazenly attacked an elder in broad daylight. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morals? How did the dynamic shift so drastically with the farmer now on the offensive? The young man in black began to elucidate. From the moment Farmer's Three Fists sent the venomous snake's smoking gun flying, control of the rhythm shifted to the farmer. In battles between similarly skilled martial artists, whoever dominates the pace of combat will emerge victorious. Li Ranch continued his relentless assault, noting the elder's legs faltering, awaiting the perfect opportunity. Although the elder defended well, age was a factor. His vitality could not match Li Ranch's, and his arms grew numb from the impact, revealing signs of fatigue. Shattering mountain, Li Ranch roared, delivering another punch that forced the venomous snake elder back. This time, the elder could not stabilize himself and stumbled backward. Thunderflash step. Li Ranch vanished again, his fist poised before the elder, and the victor is Farmer's Three Fists. The referee declared. It was a close match, remarked the young man in black. Though I may not fully comprehend the intricacies, I am utterly astounded. Farmer's Three Fists, does he truly rely solely on those three techniques? The venomous snake elder shook his head, realizing his oversight. The reason for his name was tied to the smoking gun, which could emit a faint toxic mist, while the rules forbade lethal poisons. A substance to temporarily incapacitate opponents was permissible. He had initially deemed Li Ranch inexperienced, choosing not to utilize it. Once disarmed, he found himself with no opportunity to employ it. What a fortunate turn! Li Ranch clenched his fists, feeling the surge of vitality coursing through him. After taking a hearty sip of the boiling blood powder, he sensed his realm elevate slightly once more. If he continued this way, a breakthrough in bone forging would soon follow. Upon the conclusion of the match, Li Ranch did not leave but instead found a seat to diligently observe each subsequent battle. He endeavored to immerse himself in the experience, contemplating how he might respond as one of the combatants facing another's assault. As the day drew to a close, Li Ranch returned home, feeling mentally fatigued. After tending to Xingqian, he began to meditate and cultivate. In the days that followed, this pattern continued, with his life revolving between home and the martial arts tournament. 2 months later, at the martial arts tournament venue, the announcer proclaimed, "This match features Farmer's three fists against bloodied hands. Here he comes, the master of unique techniques, Farmer's three fists," shouted one audience member. "Wait, what does this master of unique techniques refer to? This is my first time here," another audience member inquired. "You've picked a great day to attend. Farmer's three fists lives up to his name, employing only those three techniques in every match, and his win rate is impressive, boasting 45 victories out of 60 matches over the past 2 months. That's indeed remarkable, but how do you remember all this so precisely?" Audience member A: "I have been a devoted fan for 10 years, never missing a single event." Audience member B: Li Ranchen stepped forward slowly, his demeanor having become increasingly composed after 2 months of martial combat. Habitually assessing his opponent, he noticed that the other was observing him as well. Those who frequently engage in battle exude an intangible aura, a manifestation of the spirit forged through prolonged fighting. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, the two men's energies clashed, with the one possessing the upper hand undoubtedly poised to seize the initiative in the ensuing confrontation. "Hey!" Bloodhand could not restrain himself and made the first strike, his calloused right hand lunging forward tentatively. Li Ranchen smiled slightly. To strike first often signifies a position of disadvantage. He sidestepped, refraining from counterattacking, instead evading Bloodhand's assaults with remarkable agility. As Bloodhand failed to land a hit, his frustration grew, and his attacks grew increasingly frantic. Audience member B: "Bro, why isn't this Farmer's three fists making a move? He is just dodging around." Audience member A: "You don't understand, the farmer is akin to a seasoned hunter, waiting for the moment when his prey is exhausted and reveals a flaw. That will be the instant he strikes, delivering a fatal blow." Li Ranchen indeed harbored such thoughts. There was no need for a strenuous confrontation when a more efficient solution was at hand. In terms of evasion, the current Li Ranchen stood in stark contrast to the inexperienced fighter he had been upon first encountering the Viper. Breathing heavily, Bloodhand was clearly fatigued from his failed attempts, having expended a considerable amount of energy. Li Ranchen nodded, sensing it was time. Shattering mountain fist, Li Ranchen exclaimed. Bloodhand immediately adopted a defensive stance, yet Li Ranchen was nowhere to be seen. "Behind you," Bloodhand suddenly realized. But it was too late for him to turn around. Returning Moon, Li Ranchen unleashed a powerful punch, sending Bloodhand sprawling out of the arena. "Victor, Farmer's three fists." The referee remained expressionless, thinking to himself that this kid consistently resorts to such underhanded tactics. Li Ranchen, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that he had not found the time to learn other martial skills. Relying solely on this trio of techniques left little room for innovation. Audience member B: "Impressive. That combat mentality truly showcases the prowess of the master." Audience member A: "You think so? Farmer's three fists forever." Grabbing his water cup, Li Ranchen made his way home. After 2 months of battles and consuming blood boil powder, he had reached the 10th layer of vitality and was ready to attempt a breakthrough. The Stardust Sword was also prepared. Once nourished with the essence of flowing sword intent, he would digest it and continue to consume more. Unbeknownst to him, the second transformation of patterns was nearing completion. Every day, after his training, Li Ranchen would calmly refine the flowing sword intent. He could not precisely gauge the strength of the sword energy it now manifested. It was time to prepare for a breakthrough. After finishing the last cup of blood boil powder infused water, a tremor coursed through his blood. Li Ranchen closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. The initial stages of body tempering, vitality enhancement, and bone forging for a martial apprentice were essentially a systematic training process, laying the groundwork for future realms. These 3 stages bore no significance regarding the speed of progress. Without a solid foundation, one could not hope to advance to the next level. Therefore, as long as a breakthrough was achievable, the speed of ascension mattered little. Feeling the tumultuous surge of blood vitality within him, Li Ranchen felt an immense relief that he had finally broken through, and with over a year remaining, reaching the martial apprentice realm should pose no problem. The second transformation of the flying sword was also within reach, giving him a substantial chance of entering the Qianlong Academy. It was also time to learn some other martial techniques. he must not neglect his sword skills. Li Ranchen pondered. Chapter 12, Cloud-pushing palm and hurricane leg. Li Ranchen's current shortcoming lay in the scarcity of his offensive techniques, rendering him inflexible when faced with opponents. The most common tactic was to find an opportunity to use the Thunder Flash step to position himself behind his adversary, delivering a single blow with the returning Moon Fist to conclude the battle. A rather underhanded approach. He decided to take a stroll, to unwind a bit and perhaps find some suitable martial techniques to purchase. Li Ranchen realized that since arriving in this world, he had never taken a moment to leisurely explore. He had been relentlessly training, and it was time to relax his body and mind. Era, let us go out for a walk. Li Ranchen nudged the sleeping Era at the foot of his bed, who had grown lethargic from a life of eating and sleeping. Era leapt up, perching itself on Li Ranchen's shoulder, now the size of a house cat, no longer fitting in his pocket. Li Ranchen had checked and discovered it was merely a common white tiger, but how could a white tiger lay eggs? He found himself puzzled. As he strolled down the street, Li Ranchen observed the various shops with keen interest. Perhaps due to the fact that the people here had already ventured into the cosmos, the technological advancement was markedly superior. He even spotted several airships flying overhead. Wow, what an adorable little cat! Can we pet it? Two girls approached, their eyes fixed on ERHA. Li Ranchen cast a glance at Era, who shook its head vigorously. I'm afraid not. It doesn't particularly like strangers, he replied. Oh, what a pity! I really wanted to pet it, the girls exclaimed, their disappointment palpable. As Li Ranchen attempted to walk past them, a hand landed on his shoulder. Bro, don't be so cold-hearted, give me a break, let them play with it for a bit. A voice called from behind. Li Ranchen smiled faintly. Of course, he had anticipated this, the classic protagonist aura, always attracting trouble. He turned around to find a boy of similar age, with long hair, glaring at him with a hostile expression. Is he your friend? Li Ranchen inquired, glancing at the two girls. They shook their heads, indicating they did not know him. They don't know me, but I can't stand someone making girls sad. It is just a pet, what is the harm in letting them have some fun? The boy retorted, raising an eyebrow at the girls. Wang Yang was quite exhilarated. He had been trailing these girls for some time, waiting for an opportune moment to introduce himself. Seeing them rejected by Li Ranchen, he seized the chance to make his presence known, hoping to win their favor. Li Ranchen was left speechless, initially expecting a formidable antagonist, only to find a petty troublemaker. Feeling a lack of interest, he brushed off the boy's hand, disinterested in engaging further. You dare to lay a hand on me? Wang Yang pressed on, emboldened. He was confident in his family's background and his current strength at the 8th layer of vitality. Considering himself superior among his peers, only the offspring of prominent families could hope to reach the bone-forging stage with sufficient resources. This peer before him was an easy target, and he relished the opportunity to display his strength in front of the two girls, hoping to win their hearts. It was indeed a fortuitous moment. Wang Yang was in high spirits, while Li Ranchen was decidedly displeased. It was a rare day off, and he did not wish to be provoked by an obviously dim-witted troublemaker. Keep your distance. I don't want to hurt you, Li Ranchen said curtly. Oh, you think you can hurt me? Wang Yang chuckled, surprised by Li Ranchen's audacity. There's an alley over there, let us have a chat. After gesturing, Li Ranchen walked ahead. Hey girls, wait for me a minute, I'll bring that cat back for you, Wang Yang called to the girls, cracking his knuckles as he followed Li Ranchen. The girls exchanged glances, ready to call for help once they entered the alley. 10 seconds later, Li Ranchen re-emerged. Seeing the girls holding their phones, he casually remarked, please call 120 if you, all my good cheer is gone. Li Ranchen felt a bit frustrated. He hadn't even struck hard, merely knocking that petty troublemaker unconscious. As he continued on, Li Ranchen spotted a shop selling martial techniques, the establishment exuding an ancient charm. Perhaps he could take a look. With that thought, he entered, discovering a middle-aged man reclining in a chair, seemingly in a meditative state. Upon Li Ranchen's entrance, the man merely cast a glance, showing no inclination to recommend any techniques. Instead, Li Ranchen grew intrigued and began to browse the store. The martial technique books were haphazardly arranged, as if the proprietor had little concern for their sale. Li Ranchen noted from the introduction that the first floor contained yellow and mysterious grade techniques, with earth-grade techniques located upstairs, and no heaven-grade offerings. He was quite envious of the earth-grade martial techniques, but they were far beyond his budget, often costing several million star coins. Picking up a random book titled Cloud-Pushing Palm, he flipped through it. The technique comprised 13 moves balancing strength and gentleness, ideal for grappling. Feeling a spark of interest, he decided to purchase it and held it in hand. As he prepared to search for a second technique, the man spoke up. That palm technique you're holding is quite good. There is a leg technique that pairs well with it, equally formidable. Li Ranchen's eyes lit up. Such a fortunate coincidence. May I ask which leg technique it is, esteemed proprietor? I've forgotten. You'll have to find it yourself. If you can't, consider it bad luck and a lack of faith, the man replied. Li Ranshin assessed the situation, realizing he might not win a confrontation, and thus headed over to the leg technique section. Since they could be practiced together, there must be a synergy in their cultivation. And Li Ranshin felt confident in locating it. Before long, he selected his choices and approached the man. I'll take these two. The man opened his eyes, remaining unmoved. Cloud pushing palm, hurricane leg. You're quite clever. Kiddo, how much? Li Ranshin inquired. 500,000. If I'm not mistaken, both of these are mid-level mysterious grade techniques, correct, proprietor? Li Ranshin could hardly believe his ears. A single mid-level mysterious grade technique typically cost no more than 150,000 star coins. 2 for 500,000, this proprietor was clearly trying to swindle him. The man replied nonchalantly, these are all premium martial techniques, not to mention, these two can be practiced in conjunction, their value is equivalent to high-level mysterious grade techniques. I've already priced them fairly. If you don't want them, just put them back. Recognizing the proprietor's indifferent attitude, Li Ranshin knew he couldn't haggle. Gritting his teeth, he made the purchase and left the shop. Stepping out, Li Ranshin felt fairly pleased. After all, mid-level mysterious grade techniques would serve him well for quite some time, likely until he reached the martial master level before needing to switch it with 60,000 left. He should be able to buy 2 suitable sword techniques, he mused. The store I visited earlier did not sell sword techniques. Even if they did, given the proprietor's temperament, Li Ranshin would hardly be able to afford them. After petting the husky on his shoulder, Li Ranshin felt quite pleased. Chapter 13, the 5-School Championship. After meandering through the mundane world until dusk, Li Ranshin still had not found the sword technique he desired. Upon returning home, he acknowledged that occasionally relaxing could indeed refresh one's spirit and clarify one's thoughts. After enjoying a bath, he stretched lazily, feeling utterly at ease. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Teacher Liang. How has your training been lately? The class division has concluded, and we've enrolled you in the martial arts class in the second year of high school. Students were divided into only 2 classes, literary and martial. In launching, the ratio of martial to literary students was approximately 1:50. It's going well, I've just broken through to the bone refinement stage. Wow, such rapid progress, should you come back to take a look? The school is hosting an event, the 5-School Championship. Teacher Liang was taken aback. He was aware that this young man had only reached the 5th level of body tempering a few months prior. The 5-School Championship was a martial arts competition jointly organized by 5 high schools in Jiangnan City, aimed at providing assistance to students in preparation for their upcoming college entrance examinations. With substantial rewards for those who ranked highly. Forget it, teacher. I would just be training against weaklings. There is no thrill in that, Li Ranshin scoffed. Don't be too arrogant. There are plenty of students this year who have reached the bone refinement stage. And other schools have students close to mastering it. Teacher Liang was exasperated. This young man was truly getting ahead of himself. Then what's the point of me going back? Am I supposed to seek a beating? Li Ranshin did not comprehend. Although he was certainly capable of holding his own, once his flying sword was unleashed, it was nothing short of a slaughter. His opponents had always been the top geniuses from various cities, all vying for a place in the Qianlong Academy. The first prize boasted a cash reward of 3 million, along with a choice of sword technique. Will you sign up? Teacher Liang, tired of banter, immediately presented his trump card to teacher. Please sign me up. I'll return tomorrow. Li Ranshin eagerly acquiesced. Who wouldn't want free money? Teacher Liang closed his phone, revealing a knowing smile. You think I can't handle you? This competition was essentially a show of strength. There was a sense of rivalry among the 5 schools, each eager to prove their students were the strongest. The more prestigious the school became, the more choices they would have in the following year's recruitment. Li Ranshin's school was Jiangnan No. 2 High School, but this year, both No. 1 and No. 3 high schools had students approaching the pinnacle of bone refinement. Whereas the highest level at No. 2 was merely the 7th layer, slim chances indeed. The school administration naturally thought of Li Ranshin. After all, possessing an exceptional flying sword could not be overlooked. Teacher Liang was aware of the dealings between the treasure pavilion and Li Ranshin. Perhaps the flying sword had yet to reach its second transformation, but it surely had attained its first. Having subtly tested Li Ranshin during their conversation, Teacher Liang noted his unyielding attitude and felt somewhat reassured. It was time to return to school. What was once lost he intended to reclaim. With a melodramatic thought in mind, Li Ranshin prepared to begin his training. In truth, he had no friends at school. The original's solitary nature left him with little presence. Taking out the serrated grass, which served as his auxiliary for bone refinement, he had already prepared an ample supply, estimating that he would reach full bone refinement in about 6 months. After consuming the serrated grass, Li Ranchen began to circulate his breathing technique, feeling an intense soreness and numbness throughout his bones, as if they were being honed by saw blades. Such remarkable effects. Instead of being alarmed, Li Ranchen felt elated. The more painful it was, the better the serrated grass refined his bones. Closing his eyes to sense the transformation, he relished the clear sensation of becoming stronger. All right, with a flick of his hand, a pile of material spread across his bed, and stardust immediately flew out, enthusiastically devouring the bounty. Li Ranchen chuckled and resumed his meditation. The night passed in silence. Li Ranchen arrived at the familiar yet foreign entrance of the school, adjusted his attire, held his head high, and stepped through the gates. Wait, which class are you in? Why aren't you in uniform? Come over to register, came the voice of the security guard. Li Ranchen's expression stiffened as he sensed the mocking gazes of the surrounding students. After explaining himself, he was finally allowed entry. Upon entering the classroom, his former classmates regarded him with peculiar expressions. Who is this? Did he walk into the wrong class? Is he a transfer student? He looks somewhat familiar, wasn't he? He called Li Ranchen. A boy with an unremarkable appearance hesitantly remarked. Li Ranchen recognized him as Teacher Liang's comedic partner. Is this the Li Ranchen who took the Stardust Flying Sword? Someone exclaimed. The others immediately began to whisper among themselves. Li Ranchen shook his head. His appearance had not changed much, but his aura had transformed completely, shifting from the original's weakness and gloom to one of sunshine and confidence. The distinction between those who practiced martial arts and those who did not was immediately evident in their demeanor. Li Ranchen returned to his seat, ignoring the hushed whispers and curious glances from his classmates. Supporting his head with his left hand, he waited patiently for Teacher Liang. Ding ding ding, the bell rang. Teacher Liang entered promptly, and upon spotting Li Ranchen in the corner, a smile broke across his face. Classmates, I have exciting news. Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Jiangnan No. 3 High School, Shanshui High School, Jiayang High School, and our own school are jointly hosting the 5-school championship. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the classroom. The 5-school championship. Can my hidden brilliance finally be unveiled? I will make the other 4 schools aware of my prowess. Please, you're just a lowly blood refinement stage student. What do you have to hide? I'm a perfected body tempering practitioner. I deserve my place here. Li Ranchen quietly observed the scenery outside the window, dismissing the remarks of his classmates. What is the purpose of this championship? What rewards are there? The unremarkable boy inquired again. Teacher Liang grinned. The first prize is 3 million in cash plus a choice of sword technique. The second prize is 1 million in cash and a choice of martial technique. The third prize allows for a selection of martial techniques. Additional cash rewards are available for subsequent positions. This announcement ignited a stir among the students. 3 million in cash sounds appealing, but the sword technique is of no use to me. I am not a sword cultivator. Are you foolish? You can sell it, just sell it to a sword cultivator. You're not that clever, are you? Why should two who haven't even reached bone refinement concern themselves with this? Li Ranchen nodded in satisfaction. Not all in his class were dim-witted, some exhibited a clear understanding of the situation. Cough cough, Teacher Liang sighed, somewhat exasperated with his exceptional students. Everyone, please act within your capabilities. Do not injure yourselves and jeopardize next year's college entrance examinations, just do your best. Li Ranchen, come to my office for a moment. The rest of you, self-study. After delivering his instructions, Teacher Liang exited the room. Li Ranchen stood and followed him. Once in the office, Teacher Liang got straight to the point. How many transformations has your flying sword undergone? It's nearing its second transformation, Li Ranchen replied. Teacher Liang appeared somewhat concerned upon hearing this. Achieving first place might be a challenge. Don't worry, teacher. I'm confident, Li Ranchen asserted with conviction. Teacher Liang shot him a disdainful glance. The competition is only a week away. I hope you can bring glory to the school. That if you secure first place, the school has additional rewards planned for you. Chapter 14. Second Divine Ability and Preliminary Rounds. The night before the preliminary rounds commenced, Li Ranchen excitedly observed the Stardust Flying Sword, for the second design etched onto its blade had fully materialized. The sword had reached its second transformation, its speed and power had escalated to an entirely new level. Even without utilizing the flowing sword intent, a martial apprentice would not stand a chance against him. Now I am absolutely certain of victory in this competition, Li Ranchen declared with exhilaration. Ding! Stardust spun rapidly, and an unfamiliar yet familiar sensation washed over him. Divine ability, extreme power, Stardust conveyed its intent, another divine ability, this time amplifying either his own or the sword's power twofold. Li Ranshin rejoiced. With his sword now at its second transformation, the combination of these two divine abilities would enable him to unleash a surge of power and speed thrice that of his original capability. Without any adverse effects, since these are divine abilities, awakening them is akin to acquiring innate skills, requiring no energy expenditure whatsoever. With these two divine abilities, even without the flying sword, he could contend with opponents at the bone refinement 8th layer. Li Ranshin contemplated this. It is wise to conceal some strength. No one would reveal all their cards at once, except for fools. Moreover, the potency of these divine abilities only magnified with time. For instance, a martial king's explosive power could easily obliterate another martial king in an instant. As he reflected on the terrifying nature of these divine abilities, Li Ranshin felt an increased sense of vigilance. He must be cautious when encountering sword cultivators with divine abilities. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, yet he pondered why fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to awaken divine abilities twice. Perhaps it was due to the flowing sword intent nurturing the flying sword. After all, Stardust had been steeped in the essence of sword intent within his body. He wondered just how formidable the flying sword would be when wielded to its full potential. Since the encounter in the Beast Forest, Li Ranshin had not tested it, but he sensed that the power of Stardust would be nothing short of terrifying, not wanting to dwell on it further. He rewarded himself with a bit of time on the forum before indulging in a rare and restful slumber. Sleeping is far more comfortable than training. Li Ranshin stretched, feeling invigorated as all fatigue dissipated. Glancing at the husky at the foot of his bed, he noticed it sprawled out, its limbs contorted in an odd fashion, resembling a house cat. Are all felines liquid creatures? After freshening up, Li Ranshin donned his school uniform for the first time in a while. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed, today marked the preliminary rounds of the 5-school championship, with eligibility for participation requiring a minimum of blood refinement at the 3rd layer, given the multitude of students from the 5 schools. Pairing them off 2 by 2 was simply impractical and immensely time-consuming. Of course, students who believed they could challenge those of higher tiers could apply for an alternative assessment, which was rather humane. Those with real strength need not fear being defeated in a single blow. As he entered the classroom, Li Ranshin was greeted by a myriad of expressions from his classmates, each reflecting the diverse paths they had taken. Life is often filled with disappointments, a reality that rings true for many. Perhaps I could dare to defy fate and seek a challenge beyond my current capabilities. Among the students of the 2nd tier, one must ponder, do they truly understand what it means to be a child of destiny? I embody the very essence of the rules. As for the fool of the 3rd tier, Li Ranshin merely finds amusement in witnessing his foolish peers display their antics. To be frank, this group possesses a certain flair for creating an atmosphere. Then, Liang Ting entered, collecting a registration form, instructing everyone to line up and proceed to the playground for a test of strength. Dismissing those beneath the 3rd tier as unworthy of further time. As anticipated, Li Ranshin smoothly passed the preliminary selection. The turnout was rather sparse. He cast a glance at those who had qualified. Indeed, the strength of the 2nd middle school was somewhat lacking. When did it begin to decline? Li Ranshin could not recall. Noticing the subtle worry etched on teacher Liang Ting's face, he called out to her. Liang, puzzled, turned to him as Li raised both hands, palms facing inward, then retracted all but his middle fingers, forming the shape of A2. Instantly, Liang's expression shifted to one of fury, ready to reprimand him, but then paused. Looking at him with confusion, mouthing, "Second transformation?" Li nodded in affirmation. Liang's face lit up with joy as she quickly registered the remaining students and dashed toward the office, likely to inform the principal. After all, the 2nd transformation of the Supreme Flying Sword was virtually guaranteed, and even if an unexpected martial artist appeared, Li Ranshin could still manage a few exchanges with his flying sword and intent. If a 2nd-year student of martial prowess were to emerge, the prestigious Qianlong University would surely come to claim them. In such a case, Li Ranshin would simply withdraw from the competition and report the cheating. How should he spend this 300,000? Li Ranshin found himself in a quandary. With an ample supply of serrated grass, he would need no further cultivation resources. He would deal with that later. Humming a tune, Li Ranshin decided to skip class and head home, for tomorrow marked the commencement of the competition. After a satisfying meal, he returned, ready to cultivate. Exiting the restaurant, he treated himself slightly in preparation for the next day's contest. He almost forgot about Era. He should pick up some cat food on the way back. It would surely enjoy that Era. Ultimately, a misplaced trust. Woof, meow. A familiar voice called out. Li Ranshin furrowed his brow. Turning toward the sound, a familiar face, Lan Shiyu appeared quite irate, having just accompanied her father on a business trip to Jiangnan City. She had barely stepped out to enjoy herself when she was accosted by the self-proclaimed Wang Yang, who incessantly boasted about his wealth. Lan Shiyu despised such second-generation rich kids. Her family was not lacking in funds. Wang Yang was buoyant, having recently been thwarted by an oblivious youth, which had led to his hospitalization. Although he had only been knocked unconscious, it was quite the embarrassment, causing him to miss out on two lovely girls. However, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Today, he encountered this girl, who was far more captivating than the previous two. Betting his reputation as the young master of Jiangnan, he was determined to win her over, just as Lan Shiyu could no longer tolerate him and was preparing to teach this brainless fool a lesson. An arm slung over Wang Yang's shoulder, and Li Rancheng exclaimed, "Isn't this the little ruffian? How did you get out of the hospital so quickly?" "You," Wang Yang gasped, startled. Why was this guy always around when he encountered beautiful women? Li Rancheng glanced at Lan Shiyu, giving her a score of 10. No wonder this fool had latched onto her. "Come on, let us find a place to bond," Li Rancheng said, pulling Wang Yang into an alley and gesturing for Lan Shiyu to leave first. Lan Shiyu looked at Li Rancheng with curiosity. She had planned to thrash this guy, but now it seemed unnecessary. "Let go, you scoundrel. Do you know who I am?" Wang Yang shouted, his bravado wavering as he sensed the impending doom. Li Rancheng merely smiled as they entered the shadowy alley. 5 seconds later, Li Rancheng emerged, dialing for emergency services. Despite everything, he still had a kind heart, worried that the lad might end up sleeping in the alley and catching a chill. After all, the hospital was warm, and the boy could certainly afford the medical expenses. Just as he prepared to leave inconspicuously, the girl called out to him. Chapter 15. Lan Shiyu. Li Rancheng turned in surprise. The girl hadn't left. Initially, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, but now that he focused, he realized just how beautiful she truly was. Her clear, bright eyes, gracefully arched brows, and long lashes fluttered gently. Her flawless skin bore a delicate blush, and her lips resembled tender rose petals, yet the focal point was her white hair. White hair, Li Rancheng had initially thought it was dyed, but upon closer inspection, it appeared completely natural. Perhaps it was a result of some cultivation technique. He felt an inexplicable connection. "What's the matter?" Li Rancheng asked, excitement bubbling within him. "Thank you for helping me. Do you know that person from earlier?" Lan Shiyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. She felt an inexplicable fondness for this boy, and strangely, her innate flying sword seemed eager to emerge, as if it sensed something about him that resonated. "Not really. I saw him pestering some girl last time and gave him a beating," Li Rancheng replied, shaking his head. "Well, he truly hasn't changed his ways." Lan Shiyu sighed, feeling unfortunate to have encountered such a person right after arriving in Jiangnan City without having a proper tour. "By the way, what is your name?" Li Rancheng. "And you?" he responded, somewhat bemused. Could it be that his charm was so potent? It was simply inevitable, given his striking appearance. "I'm Lan Shiyu. I'm here in Jiangnan City for some leisure." "Do you have time to show me around?" she asked, hoping to avoid any further incidents. This boy seemed rather agreeable, and certainly not because he was more handsome than that other fellow. "I'd be honored." Li Rancheng, a white-haired enthusiast, could hardly refuse. As they strolled along, he suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something important, yet it eluded him. Back home, the awakened Era searched for Li Rancheng in food. For bristling in anger, it let out a frustrated woof, glaring at the furniture, its true name being Great Karma. That night, Li Rancheng returned home, thoroughly satisfied, having even acquired Lan Shiyu's contact information. Upon opening the door, he exclaimed in shock. His home was in utter disarray, with hardly a single item intact. Had they been robbed? Furious, he was about to call the police when he spotted Era, fur fluffed up, meowing at him. Having grown too weak from hunger, realizing he had forgotten to buy food for it, Li Rancheng dashed to the 24-hour supermarket, purchasing 2 large packs of raw meat for Era, who then voraciously devoured its meal. Humming a tune, Li Rancheng tidied up the house, then lay on his bed, ready to meditate. Ding, a message arrived. "Shiyu, are you home? I had a wonderful time today." Lan Shiyu's online name was Shiyu. Li Rancheng stared blankly at his phone. Women only served to hinder the speed of his flying sword, but he possessed incredible speed, so it was of little concern. "I am the great sword Immortal. I'm home. I spent the whole day having fun. But my cat was starving. It just took its anger out on me and made a mess of the house." It was well known that Era was a white tiger, while Li Rancheng was a dog. In a 6-star hotel, Yunyan Building, a luxurious room, Lan Shiyu lay on the bed, her feet swinging playfully. Upon seeing Li Rancheng's message, she smiled, amused by his unique choice of name. "Shiyu, you have a cat? What breed is it? Can I meet it?" Lan Shiyu felt an urge to pet a cat. "I am the great sword Immortal. It's a white one, Shiyu. I forgot she has white hair too." Li Ranqing suddenly realized this meant double the pleasure. I am the great sword Immortal. It's a white one. He casually snapped a photo of Era, turning away while eating, and sent it Shiyu. So small. Why does it have tattoos, and its head is so big? Meanwhile Era, in the midst of its meal, was oblivious. At 2 in the morning, after replying with a good night, Li Ranqing began to take out the serrated grass for cultivation. Also feeding Xingqian, who was equally hungry. Li Ranqing couldn't help but sigh. Women were truly a man's taboo, like roses with thorns. Both Xingqian and Era had suffered greatly because of it. Alas, he would bear this burden alone. At Jiangnan Second Middle School, the school competition officially commenced today. The championship involved each school selecting its top 20 students, culminating in a 5-school contest at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Exchange Center. Li Ranqing strolled onto the playground, seeking a secluded spot to resume his training, determined to make up for lost cultivation time spent chatting with Shiyu, for after today's competition, he was obligated to spend time with her. Era and Xingqian, their essay dog. Soon, all the students had arrived. They lined up, gazing toward the podium. The principal delivered a half-hour discourse on life, followed by an hour-long address from the school leaders. Li Ranqing stomped his foot, not out of discomfort but simply habit. Finally the director announced the commencement of the competition. Li Ranqing faintly heard cheers erupting from the crowd. First match, Zhang San vs Li Si. 2 unremarkable boys emerged from the crowd. Second match, Wang Wu vs Zhao Lu. Again, 2 unremarkable boys stepped forward. Li Ranqing closed his eyes. 17th match, Li Ranqing vs Huang Yuan. Li Ranqing's spirit jolted awake. It was an ordinary boy, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stepped onto the stage, realizing the ordinary boy was at the 8th tier of vitality. Shaking his head, he thought this level of opponent could be easily dealt with using the cloud-piercing palm. As the match began, he observed Huang Yuan's naive attack style, clearly lacking practical experience, with glaring weaknesses evident all around. After casually practicing a few palm techniques, Li Ranqing swiftly dispatched his opponent. Before long, it was time for the 51st match, where Li Ranqing faced off against Xiao Yan. To his surprise, he discovered she was a girl. Thankfully, Li Ranqing couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar names people chose. However, this girl had already reached the bone refinement stage, placing her on par with Li Runashen. As the match commenced, Xiao Yan let out a delicate shout and launched a kick towards Li Ranqing, accompanied by a faint sound of slicing through the air. Instantly Li Ranqing's eyes brightened. To clarify, she was wearing long pants. He noticed that this girl seemed to have trained in leg techniques, perfectly timing his opportunity to test his hurricane leg. With a swift motion, Li Ranqing raised his leg to block Xiao Yan's attack, which brought her a moment of delight. The two immediately engaged in a spirited exchange of leg techniques. Ultimately, however, Li Ranqing's experience prevailed. With one decisive kick, he broke through Xiao Yan's defenses and deftly tripped her, causing her to fall to the ground. She shot him a resentful glance as she picked herself up, rubbing her backside, and signaled to the referee her concession. Li Ranqing touched his nose, feeling quite satisfied with the outcome. With the day's matches concluded, it was time to accompany Lan Shiyu. Wearing a smile, Li Ranqing exited the school gates in the presence of Liang Ting. Chapter 16, The Poor Little Thing. Yen rose soon after Li Ranqing arrived at the meeting point, where the white-haired girl was already waiting for him. Sorry, I'm late, he said apologetically. It's alright, I just arrived as well. Lan Shiyu waved her hand dismissively. Where shall we go today? The white-haired girl furrowed her brows, appearing somewhat conflicted. Li Ranqing's heart skipped a beat. AWSL, taking advantage of her distraction, he quickly averted his gaze. Momentarily stunned. There's an auction at the Baibao Pavilion today. Would you like to check it out? He inquired, pointing to a poster on the wall. Great, I've never been to an auction before. Let's go, Lan Shiyu exclaimed with delight. As they walked side by side, Li Ranqing could distinctly sense the jealous and resentful glances from passers-by. If looks could kill, he would have likely turned into a beehive by now. Upon arriving, they stood at the entrance. Ladies, please present your invitation letters. A polite hostess greeted them with a smile. We don't have an invitation, Lan Shiyu exclaimed in surprise. How about this? Li Ranqing produced a shimmering light, revealing a pale gold card. This was from the materials ring gifted by the burly man the other day. He suspected it was some sort of membership card. This is acceptable. It's the VIP card for Baibao Pavilion. With this card, you are entitled to a 2 million free quota. The hostess's demeanor changed, becoming even more respectful. Alright, shall we proceed inside? Yes, gentlemen, please enter. The hostess gestured, and another attendant came forward to escort Li Ranqing and Lan Shiyu to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the VIP room, Li Ranqing surveyed his surroundings. It was quite spacious, with transparent glass directly ahead allowing a view of the crowd and the auction stage below. You actually have a VIP card here. Do you come often? Lan Shiyu asked curiously. Occasionally. This card was also a gift from a friend, Li Ranchen replied calmly. Unbeknownst to him, he was exuding an air of nonchalance that was strikingly effective. By the way, you mentioned coming to Jiangnan City for fun. When are you heading back? Li Ranchen inquired. Probably after the 5-school championship concludes. My father is a judge for the competition, Lan Shiyu casually mentioned. Her gaze wandering around the room, still processing the fact that this was her first time alone with a boy. Li Ranchen was taken aback. Liang Ting had mentioned that prominent figures from Kyoto would be attending the competition in Jiangnan City and advised him to take it seriously. You re from Kyoto? Li Ranchen asked. Yes, from the Lan family in Kyoto, she responded. Li Ranchen placed a hand on his heart, relieved it was still beating. The Lan family, one of the 5 prominent families in Kyoto, indicated that this white-haired girl was indeed affluent. Forgive my earlier display, I feel like a fool, Li Ranchen admitted with a sense of shame. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Li Ranchen stood up to open it. Ah, it's you, Mr. Wu. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be training? Mr. Wu teased, surprised to see him at the Baibao Pavilion for the auction. Taking it easy, Li Ranchen replied with a chuckle. Upon entering, Mr. Wu noticed a white-haired girl seated on the sofa and shot Li Ranchen an understanding glance. Hello, my name is Wu Daod. Here is my business card, Mr. Wu said, handing a card to Lan Shiyu. She smiled politely and accepted it with a nod. Haha, old Wu. You've got a fine name. Li Ranchen laughed until his stomach hurt, hearing Mr. Wu's name for the first time. Wu Daod, no virtue. Mr. Wu wore a resigned expression, dealing with this kid. By the way, how many turns has your flying sword achieved? Mr. Wu changed the subject, inquiring. 2 turns, I suppose, Li Ranchen replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Mr. Wu was taken aback. This kid was progressing rapidly, but his calm demeanor was infuriating. Tomorrow, I will send someone to provide you with the materials for the 3rd turn. Mr. Wu stated. Okay, thanks for the trouble, Li Ranchen replied, still composed. This kid. Mr. Wu trembled with frustration. Could he not just drop the pretense? Angrily turning away, Mr. Wu intended to slam the door, but remembering the girl, gently closed it instead. After Mr. Wu left, Li Ranchen leaned back contentedly on the sofa. The materials for the 3rd turn were on their way. 2 words. Quite satisfactory, Lan Shiyu curiously asked. You are also a sword cultivator? Sort of. You are too, Li Ranchen responded with surprise. Lan Shiyu nodded with a smile. A wealthy girl, a sword cultivator, and with white hair, how could she be so perfect? Come out, Yen Ro, Lan Shiyu called out playfully. As a light green flying sword emerged from her chest. Li Ranchen's gaze fixated on the sword, her chest. Yen Ro, what a lovely name. As soon as Yen Ro appeared, she rushed toward Li Ranchen's embrace. Li Ranchen was momentarily bewildered. What are you doing? Shouldn't your master come instead? The Xingqian sword shot out automatically to intercept Yen Ro, circling around Li Ranchen twice as if asserting territorial dominance. Yen Ro's sword quivered in distress, wanting to approach but unable to do so. Meanwhile, Xingqian blissfully circled around Li Ranchen, unconcerned about Yen Ro's plight. What on earth is happening? Li Ranchen was momentarily at a loss. Lan Shiyu was equally puzzled. She hurriedly soothed Yen Ro, caressing the sword. Slowly, Yen Ro calmed down and suddenly emitted a sound akin to a sword's cry. Lan Shiyu connected to her sword with shared intent. Sensed Yen Ro's desire. You want to eat? She asked in confusion, quickly retrieving some materials. Yen Ro shook her sword body, pointing her tip toward Xingqian. Xingqian was merrily gliding around the room, enveloped in flowing sword intent. Oh, I see, Li Ranchen finally grasped the situation. Xingqian had chosen him due to its affinity for flowing sword intent. Exceptional flying swords would naturally desire the same. Recalling the territorial Xingqian, Li Ranchen beckoned Yen Ro closer. She promptly flew over. Li Ranchen gently stroked Yen Ro, causing Lan Shiyu's cheeks to flush. After all, this was her life-bound sword. The flowing sword intent radiated outward, enveloping Yen Ro, who responded with a joyful sword cry before gently flying back to Lan Shiyu. As Lan Shiyu retrieved Yen Ro, she felt a surge of curiosity about what could attract her sword so intensely. What was that just now? She asked inquisitively. That was sword intent. It can be used to nurture swords. My Xingqian particularly enjoys it, Li Ranchen replied with a grin. He couldn't help but entertain the thought that perhaps he could start a sword nurturing business in the future. It would undoubtedly be lucrative. Can you teach me? I'll pay, Lan Shiyu asked eagerly, thinking that if she learned she could nurture Yen Ro herself. Each person's sword intent might differ. I can teach you, but I can't guarantee you'll grasp it. Li Ranchen scratched his head, aware that his understanding had come about due to favorable circumstances. Lan Shiyu nodded, confident in her abilities. If she couldn't master it, she could always ask him for help with Yen Ro. After all, he seemed like a genuinely good person, she thought to herself. Chapter 17. The wealthy girl with white hair and the ancient sword technique. At this moment, Li Ranchen remained oblivious to the fact that he had been assigned a good person card. Inside his dantian, Qingchen was swirling around wildly, leaving Li Ranchen feeling restless. It took quite a while for him to calm the sword down. Suddenly a drumbeat sounded, and the raucous noise from downstairs fell silent. Li Ranchen stepped to the window, gazing down at the auction stage. The auction is about to begin, he announced. Lan Shiyu nodded excitedly, setting up a stool to sit comfortably. The two eagerly watched the proceedings below. On the auction stage, a voluptuous woman with a serpentine waist made her way up, adorned with a veil. Though her face remained obscured, her alluring figure was enough to captivate the audience. The men below collectively swallowed hard. And Li Ranchen found himself stealing a few glances. After all, he was a man who understood. Ahem. Lan Shiyu coughed heavily beside him. Li Ranchen quickly refocused, adopting an air of detachment from worldly affairs. Humph, Lan Shiyu huffed in response. Below, murmurs filled the air. It seems that Madame Su is hosting the auction this time. We are fortunate to feast our eyes on her, one man remarked. Is this the renowned second beauty of Baibao Pavilion? Madame Su, seeing her in person, she truly lives up to her reputation, another exclaimed, while one man drooled, lost in admiration. His companion quickly nudged him awake, warning, "What are you doing? She is not someone we can afford to offend, wake up." Madame Su, possessing considerable strength, overheard the whispers from the crowd. However, such was the nature of her profession. As long as no one provoked her, she would pretend not to hear. Anyone daring to act out would find that the Baibao Pavilion would swiftly take action to teach them a lesson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us commence today's auction. Madame Su's enticing voice resonated through the hall. The first item is the Battle Tiger Gloves, a yellow-grade superior spiritual artifact, with a starting price of 500,000 star coins. And each bid must exceed at least 10,000 star coins. 510,000 star coins, 520,000 star coins, 600,000 star coins. Suddenly, the crowd fell silent. Su Hong inquired, 600,000 star coins for the first time. Is there anyone else willing to bid? 600,000 star coins for the second time, 600,000 star coins for the third time, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. Please proceed to the back to collect your prize. The buyer was a lean, dark-skinned man who appeared somewhat simple but was, in reality, astute and observant. He could sell these gloves on the black market to a specific clientele and pocket a profit of at least 100,000 star coins. After all, few relied solely on their fists to fight, making the gloves difficult to sell. There were also very few bidders, so at this moment, if he raised his bid slightly and maintained an air of determination, no one would compete with him if they didn't particularly need it. If Li Ranchen were aware, he might commend him with the phrase old six. The auction continued. The second item, a three-ring sword of low-grade mystic quality, had a starting price of 1 million star coins, with each subsequent bid needing to exceed at least 50,000 star coins, 110,000 star coins, 115,000 star coins, 130,000 star coins. Ultimately it was claimed for 160,000 star coins. The third item, the fourth item, the 12th item, the Cheongyu condensation. Effective in enhancing the cultivation of martial apprentices and below while also providing skincare and whitening benefits, truly a boon for female martial artists, and male martial artists could purchase it for their wives. As for the effects, simply refer to me, Su Madam remarked with a smile covering her mouth. Li Ranchen caught a glimpse of Su Madam from the corner of his eye. Indeed, her complexion was fair. But looking further down, what was that glowing part? A dazzling white slime. The effect must be exceptionally good, Li Ranchen mused internally, filled with trust. He then glanced at Lan Shiyu, who also appeared quite fair. Lan Shiyu clenched her small fist, her eyes tightly fixed on the jar of Cheongyu condensation. The starting price was 2 million star coins, with each subsequent bid needing to exceed at least 100,000 star coins. A murmur spread through the crowd, as the majority of attendees were male, and such a high price deterred them from considering a purchase. After a while, no one had bid, just as Su Hong sighed. Preparing to let it go unsold, Lan Shiyu suddenly called out, 3 million. Li Ranchen was taken aback, turning to look at her in confusion. With no further bids, her call secured the item, little white hair. Did you not hear the minimum increment? The other buyers in the audience were equally perplexed. What just happened? Did someone bid that I missed? Congratulations to this buyer, Su Hong sighed in relief, quickly finalizing the transaction. Lan Shiyu's gaze shifted from the Cheongyu condensation back to Li Ranchen, who was looking at her with an odd expression. What's wrong? Lan Shiyu asked in confusion. Li Ranchen voiced his bewilderment, only to receive a shocking response that he had never experienced in his life. Isn't 2 million and 3 million almost the same? I didn't raise it by much, Lan Shiyu replied, not understanding. Her monthly allowance was in the tens of millions of star coins, and spending a small amount on skincare products felt trivial. Li Ranshin struck himself twice in realization, forgetting that she was a super rich lady from the capital. Someone from an entirely different world. That stings. Little white hair. The 13th item was an ancient sword manual, chronicling the insights of an old sword practitioner during the resurgence of spiritual energy tides regarding lightning. The starting price was 2 million star coins, with increments of no less than 50,000 star coins. Su Hong announced. On the auction stage lay a tattered, yellowed manuscript, and upon observing its thickness, it was clear it contained only a few dozen pages. Those initially interested suddenly found it unappealing. The difference between a fragment and a complete manuscript is like heaven and earth. A fragment can easily lead to misunderstandings and errors in cultivation, which can be catastrophic. If it were a complete manuscript, the starting price would surely be at least 10 million. Thus, this ancient sword manual had mostly collectible value left. Li Ranshin stared blankly at the ancient sword manual, a stream of sword intent flowing from him. As Stardust emerged to slowly absorb the sword intent, Lan Shiyu observed him curiously, while Yen Rou also darted out, albeit hesitantly, to absorb some of the overflowing sword intent without competing with Stardust. While others remained oblivious, Li Ranshin sensed the faint sword intent entwined around the ancient manuscript. It was akin to a chick yet to break free from its shell. No one noticed it until it did. If it were a little stronger, others would surely notice something amiss. I must acquire it. Li Ranshin licked his lips, realizing others also grasped the power of intent, which could greatly benefit his cultivation. He chose to remain patient, holding back for the moment. After a while, someone finally placed a bid. 210,000. Su Hong smiled. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Just as she prepared to bring down the gavel, Li Ranshin interjected. 250,000. His tone was filled with determination. The crowd was astonished and looked up. Oh, it's that foolish person from earlier who raised the bid by 1 million. That's no concern. Chapter 18, Thunderclap Sword Intent. This was Li Ranshin's ruse, leveraging the earlier extravagant behavior of the little white hair to intimidate others and dissuade them from bidding. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Su Hong inquired, then brought down the gavel. Sold. Li Ranshin leaned back in his chair, feeling elated. The VIP card had a limit of 2 million, and with his additional 50,000, he came out unscathed. You like such ancient texts? I have many at home. Would you like me to gift you a few? Lan Shiyu asked. Not particularly fond, but this one holds some temporary use for me. The rest may not be necessary. Li Ranshin waved his hand. This time, he indeed gained unexpected rewards. By the time the two emerged from the auction house, it was already noon, and they casually enjoyed lunch. Afterward, Lan Shiyu insisted on learning the flowing water sword intent from Li Ranshin. As Yen Rou continuously urged her. Li Ranshin proceeded to teach her the flowing water sword technique and shared his insights on it. However, no matter how Lan Shiyu practiced, she could not emit the flowing water sword intent. Am I lacking talent? The little white hair said, somewhat disheartened. My flowing water sword technique was created after years of sword practice. Teaching you is akin to you copying answers. You lack your own insights. Li Ranshin explained. Thus, you cannot produce the flowing water sword intent. Never mind, then please help me feed Yen Rou more. Lan Shiyu suddenly grinned playfully, having given up. Li Ranshin stared blankly, feeling that the phrase no color compared to the 6 palaces powder and blush was not an exaggeration. Her smile was truly captivating. Hey, Lan Shiyu noticed him staring at her blankly, her cheeks flushing red, and then she playfully punched him. Li Ranshin chuckled, awkwardly averting his gaze. The two continued their playful banter as they drifted further away. Upon returning home, he fed his husky, Stardust, as usual. Li Ranshin did not rush to cultivate but instead took out the ancient manuscript, allowing the flowing water sword intent to slowly radiate. The faint realm contained within the manuscript seemed to respond, emanating thin sword intent that enveloped it. Li Ranshin gently turned a page and felt as if a thunderous roar erupted beside him. Upon examining the text, it recorded the insights of the old sword practitioner during a stormy day when he developed a sword technique. The page detailing the sword technique had been torn away, leaving only the insights, but for Li Ranshin it was sufficient. By understanding these insights, he could absorb the faint thunder sword intent contained within the ancient manuscript, thus acquiring another form of sword intent. Yes, let us call it thunderclap sword intent. After closing his eyes to contemplate the thunderclap sword intent for a while, sensing that the day was not suitable for further cultivation, Li Ranshin extracted the serrated grass to begin his training. I must say, this day was quite fulfilling. 2 hours later, Li Ranshin opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. He had reached the second layer of bone forging. Ding! A message from Lan Shiyu came through. Shiyu, are you asleep? I am the great sword Immortal. Not yet, Shiyu. I sense that Yen Rou absorbed your flowing water sword intent and has become much stronger. I am the great sword Immortal. Naturally, no flying sword can resist the allure of sword intent. Li Ranchen lay on his bed, a proud expression on his face. The husky at the foot of the bed glanced back at Li Ranchen. Its gaze filled with disdain. Early the next morning, as Li Ranchen arrived at the training ground, he immediately sensed Liang Ting's unfriendly gaze, as he had brazenly slipped away the previous day. Today's competition would formally determine the top 20 students from the second high school, and afterward, they would be briefed on the competition's precautions and rules, which would likely take a long time to conclude. Hence Li Ranchen did not arrange to meet the little white hare today. In the first match Li Ranchen faced Wang Ming. Li Ranchen strolled onto the stage, surveying his opponent. Wang Ming wore an impatient expression. I remember you were at the first layer of bone forging, right? I'm at the 5th layer. Just get down and don't waste my time. Li Ranchen nodded. The strongest second-year students in the second high school only reached the 7th layer of bone forging. So Wang Ming did indeed have a chance to break into the top 20. I am already at the 2nd layer of bone forging, Li Ranchen slowly announced. What difference does that make? Wang Ming couldn't comprehend. Li Ranchen responded with a smile. No difference at all. I can still easily defeat you. Wang Ming's expression darkened. I hope your fists are as tough as your words. The referee glanced at both competitors and announced the match's commencement. Diamond Fist. Wang Ming assumed a stance, launching a powerful punch. Thunder Flash Step. Li Ranchen evaded to Wang Ming's rear and delivered a counterattack with the Crescent Moon Punch. Wang Ming reacted quickly, turning to block Li Ranchen's punch, only to be pushed back a few steps. Li Ranchen lamented the missed opportunity. Had Wang Ming not responded in time, the Crescent Moon Punch aimed at his kidney would have surely inflicted serious injury. Such a light punch. Did you skip breakfast this morning? Wang Ming mocked. Li Ranchen shook his head. The punches at the 2nd layer are light, so I must unleash my full potential, divine ability, extreme strength. Double. Li Ranchen silently activated his divine ability, a profound power surging through his body, and he instantly felt his strength double. Wang Ming advanced with a fierce strike, executing the second form of the Diamond Fist straight towards Li Ranchen. Unflinchingly met the blow head-on. Diamond Fist's second form, Mountain Shatter. The two fists collided, sending Li retreating 5 steps while Wang was forced back 8. How is this possible? My strength can't be weaker than yours. Wang exclaimed in disbelief. It seems you haven't had your meal. Li Ranchen replied with a sly grin as he swiftly closed the distance and unleashed the cloud-pushing palm. One palm after another. His power outmatched Wang's, leaving him defenseless and only able to raise his hands in a futile attempt to guard himself. After a relentless barrage of over 10 strikes, Wang was left dazed. And Li delivered a decisive kick that sent him off the stage. The match concluded with Li Ranchen emerging victorious. Li felt invigorated, while Wang was left in a dazed eye. In the second match, the 3rd, and even the 25th, Li faced Qindong, a formidable opponent at the 6th level of bone tempering. With effortless prowess, Li exhibited his divine abilities and secured victory without a hitch, leaving Liang Ting, who watched nearby, utterly astonished. Winning was expected, but this young man should have utilized his flying sword to triumph, yet defeating a 6th-level opponent with only 2nd-level skills seemed rather absurd. Ultimately, the list of 20 participants was announced, with Li Ranchen as the sole 2nd-level competitor among others ranging from the 5th to 7th levels. The school leaders cast knowing glances at Li, surely realizing that this 2nd-level novice had successfully transformed his flying sword, making the competition seem like a mere stroll in the park for him. Consequently, they briefly outlined the competition rules and dates before departing. Liang Ting, too, encouraged the others before asking Li to stay behind. The competition is almost guaranteed for you, right? Liang probed. Li nodded. The only uncertainty would be if someone were to cheat. With my newly upgraded flying sword, I can't imagine losing to a mere martial artist. After all, the realms above martial apprentices are significantly more challenging than the first 3 stages. Chapter 19. Entering the arena of schools. Upon returning home, Li Ranchen prepared to rest and recharge for the following day's inter-school tournament. Just as he closed his eyes, his phone buzzed. The golden retriever opened its eyes to find the source. Indeed, it was that troublesome woman. Shiryu. Tomorrow, I will be attending the inter-school tournament with my father. Will you come? I am the great sword Immortal. Of course, I will be there. I intend to be the most dazzling figure on the field. Shiryu. Which school do you think will win? Li smiled slightly. I am the great sword Immortal. Jiangnan No. 2 will triumph. Shiryu. Why? By Shiryu paused, recalling that she had seen some school profiles from her father. Jiangnan No. 2 was supposedly the weakest. Yet there was a young sword cultivator who had claimed an exquisite flying sword from Jiangnan City. What was it called again? The Stardust Sword. By sure you suddenly realized, recalling that Lee had mentioned his flying sword was indeed named Stardust. By sure you asked in astonishment, you are the student from number 2 who obtained the exquisite flying sword. I am the great sword Immortal. Yes, did my online name not make it clear? Sure you, humph, even with an exquisite flying sword, you mustn't become complacent. There are those who possess such swords yet fail to become sword immortals. One must remain humble. I am the great sword Immortal. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed one. Your kindness is beyond my ability to repay. I can only offer my unwavering devotion. Lee chuckled lewdly, causing the golden retriever to leap from the bed and scurry into the living room. By sure you felt her ears flush crimson. This fellow was utterly unrestrained, and she chose to ignore him. Lee, noticing By sure you's prolonged silence, surmised that the young lady was likely shy, having never encountered such banter before. He resolved to visit her more often until she became accustomed to it. As the saying goes, where there were no paths, roads would emerge with more traffic. He flipped through the ancient sword scripture, meditating on the thunderous sword intent, and was astonished to discover a thread of sword intent from the ancient text being absorbed into his body. In his dantian, the Stardust sword let out a resonant chime, rapidly enveloping that strand of thunderous sword intent, akin to a devoted admirer. It was ineffably delightful. If this continued, absorbing all the sword intent from the ancient scripture would enable him to master the thunderous sword intent. I'm off now, golden retriever. Don't wreak havoc, Lee admonished. Had the little cat reached the stage of sharpening its claws? The sofa had already suffered several large gashes. The golden retriever remained unfazed, as if oblivious to Lee's words. Arriving leisurely at the competition venue, Lee was taken aback by the grandeur of the inter-school tournament arena, which was likely as expansive as a top-tier football field from his past life. Surrounding the area were spectator seats for the citizens and parents attending. 5 platforms were set up for simultaneous contests. Li spotted his designated seating area and settled down, only to find that his teacher and the other 19 students had yet to arrive. Instead, he received a message from Liang Ting. Where are you, you rascal? Still in bed? I'm here. I've already reached the competition venue. Where are you all? Liang Ting was at a loss for words. Did you not hear me yesterday? We were supposed to gather at the school gate before heading to the venue together. We've been waiting for you for half an hour. Lee scratched his head, recalling that he had been too tired to pay attention yesterday, leading to a sleepwalk-like state. I didn't hear you. Whoops. Liang Ting felt a mix of exasperation and incredulity, taking a few deep breaths to stave off a potential heart explosion. He addressed the other 19 students. Yes, at the competition venue. Let us go. The 19 students wore expressions of frustration, having wasted half an hour under the sun. By the time Liang Ting and the students arrived, Lee was already dozing against his seat, while teachers and students from the other schools began to file in and get up. Stop sleeping, Liang Ting shouted, tugging at Lee's ear. How could this rascal sleep soundly after making his students wait so long? Good morning, Teacher Liang, Lee greeted with a cheeky grin, attempting to evade responsibility. Just you wait. If you don't secure first place in this competition, I'll make you pay. Liang Ting resolved to prioritize the greater good and tolerate this rascal for now. Then you might not get the chance, Lee replied with a smirk. Don't boast. The students from the other schools are no pushovers, and having an exquisite flying sword doesn't guarantee victory, interjected a classmate at the 7th level of bone tempering, who was irked at being made to wait at the school gate and disapproved of Liang Ting's leniency towards Lee. After all, they were the highest in cultivation, while Lee was merely a 2nd-level practitioner. Lee chose to ignore him. Actions speak louder than words, and securing first place would be his most powerful rebuttal. He began to survey his opponents from the other 4 schools. Jiangnan No. 1 wore white uniforms, and each student exuded confidence, proud to be from the city's top high school, which only accepted elites. Jiangnan No. 3 donned purple-black uniforms, their students lined up in an orderly fashion, clearly exhibiting strong obedience to commands. As for Sanshui High School and Jiayang High School, little need be said, very few were in uniform, as these private institutions were filled with Navi students with plenty of money, participating in the inter-school tournament primarily for sponsorship and fame, while their actual strength was mediocre. In summary, Lee Ranchen's opponents comprised the top students from No. 1 and No. 3. Stretching lazily, Lee slowly gathered his battle intent, a habit he had developed since participating in martial arts competitions, nurturing his momentum before a fight. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he last attended a martial arts event. He found himself missing it. As the whistle blew, silence enveloped the arena. The school principals and city officials were about to enter. Li craned his neck to catch a glimpse, expecting to see the little white-haired girl and his father-in-law. 5 portly, balding, middle-aged men entered first. No need for introductions, they were the principals. Following them were a thin man with round glasses and a short-haired woman, Jiangnan City's Vice Mayor Li Ming, and a female leader from the Education Bureau. Liang Ting whispered. Li nodded in acknowledgement. The last to enter was a tall, robust man in his 40s, clad in a suit that strained against his well-defined muscles, almost bursting at the seams, creating a comical effect. Liang Ting added, "This is a significant figure from the Lan family in Kyoto. Here is an invited guest. If he takes notice of you, your future prospects will be bright. No need, that is my father-in-law. He'll naturally look out for me," Li shamelessly declared. Liang Ting, infuriated, chose not to engage with Li any further. Li then scanned the area for the little white-haired girl and indeed found her seated beside the judges. Embodying the essence of a tranquil beauty. Li restrained his sword intent and gently poked at the little white-haired girl. "Who just attacked me?" she exclaimed. Soon after, she spotted Li, who was stifling laughter among the No. 2 team. Chapter 20. The competition commences. Upon seeing Li Ranchen, Bai Shiyu raised her delicate fist, attempting to intimidate him. "So adorable," Li chuckled. The 5 principals took their seats, while the other 3 settled at the judges' table, Vice Mayor Li Ming on the left, Lan Yufeng from the Lan family in the center, and Deputy Director Yang Yan from the Education Bureau on the right. What followed was a lengthy, uninspiring speech as the leaders spoke from the stage while the participating students began interacting with one another below. Students from Sanshui High and Jiayang High whispered amongst themselves, frequently glancing at Jiangnan number 1, number 2, and number 3. The top student from number 1, arrogant and aloof, completely ignored their provocations, rendering them akin to clowns. Meanwhile, number 3 maintained strict discipline, with students attentively listening to the speeches, leaving them at a loss for how to retaliate. Eventually, they turned their attention to number 2. Li, however, chose to disregard them, instead turning his head to quietly admire the stunning beauty of Bai Shiyu. The other students from number 2 did not share his sentiments. Upon witnessing the provocations from the 2 schools, they immediately began gesturing in response. The audience watched with great interest, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. The 2 parties were thoroughly engrossed in their playful skirmish, with 2 individuals becoming so animated that their faces flushed crimson as they simultaneously stood up to request a trip to the restroom. Leaving the ultimate outcome unknown. Li Ranchen merely felt that they were training their martial prowess without cultivating their intellect. Such juvenile antics were something he had indulged in during his high school years in a past life. But he had long since matured. Finally, as the speech concluded from the Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, the competition among the 5 schools officially commenced. The rules were as follows: 100 students from 5 schools would engage in a chaotic battle, with the first 50 students to be eliminated, followed by the remaining 50 competing in pairs. "All participating students, please come to the stage," announced the voice over the loudspeaker. Li Ranchen looked up to see that the 5 arenas had been moved and merged into an enormous stage, more than sufficient to accommodate 100 individuals. As Li Ranchen ascended the stage, the 2 absent classmates were deemed to have forfeited their right to compete. 98 students stood on the platform. "Arranged in a 5-pointed star formation, the competition begins," declared the referee. Li Ranchen noticed that the students from School 1 remained still, as did those from School 3. The remaining 18 students from his own school had already engaged in a fierce clash with their counterparts from Sanshui High and Chaoyang High. After a brief contemplation, Li Ranchen decided against intervening. After all, the highest level among his classmates was merely the 2nd tier of bone tempering, which meant they were unlikely to secure a prominent ranking. Thus, aiding them seemed rather futile. He preferred to let them unleash their inherent instincts and focus on securing victory in his own subsequent duel. Consequently, the situation on the field unfolded with students from schools 1 and 3 remaining inactive, while the rest engaged in a frenzied brawl. Some classmates even took a moment to question Li Ranchen about his lack of involvement, to which he responded with an eye roll. After a while, the students from schools 1 and 3 seemed to grow impatient with the slow progression of the match, prompting a handful to take action against the remaining students from the other 3 schools. Naturally, some sought Li Ranchen, questioning how he could stand idly by as a mere 2nd-tier bone tempering student, seemingly hoping to coast into the next round without effort. Li Ranchen, however, was quite cunning. When a student from School 3, who was at the 6th tier, approached, he lightly exerted himself, employing twice the force to keep the engagement going, biding his time until only 50 remained in the arena. The release of his flying sword was out of the question. Doing so would result in him being ganged up on by the students from schools 1 and 3. The 6th tier student, frustrated that he couldn't subdue this 2nd-tier Li Ranchen after a prolonged struggle, felt his pride wounded. When a nearby classmate inquired if he needed assistance, he snapped back, "Assistance? Can't you see I'm already engaging him? Mind your own business. Li Ranchen stifled a chuckle, relishing the very effect he sought. Ultimately, when only 50 remained, the student was unable to best Li Ranchen and cast him a bewildered and furious glance as he was announced off the stage. Li Ranchen paid little heed to it. As the final results were revealed, School 1 had 18 students remaining, School 3 had 19, School 2 had 2, Sanshui had 6, and Chaoyang had 5. The losses sustained by Schools 1 and 3 were due to their participation in the chaotic melee. While School 2 suffered the most, having started with a disadvantage of 18 against 39. Booing erupted from the audience. The results indicated that the victors would undoubtedly emerge from Schools 1 or 3. It wasn't that the disparity in strength between the schools was overwhelming. If the students had cooperated, there would have been plenty of spectacle to behold. This first round was also designed to test the organizational and cooperative abilities of the students from each school. Schools 1 and 3 performed as expected without faltering. In contrast, Schools 2, Sanshui, and Chaoyang seemed to have completely lost their focus, engaging in mindless brawls. Li Ranchen could discern this, yet he could not control his classmates. So he resigned himself to inaction. If the competition had been a team event, he would have certainly made an effort to provide assistance. Since it was not, he decided to let it be. At the seating of the principals, the leaders of Schools 1 and 3 appeared radiant, while the principal of School 2 wore a countenance as dark as coal, unable to fathom how his students could behave so foolishly. "Oh, don't be angry, Wool 2. It's merely the nature of students. Just don't scold them when you return," one of the principals remarked. Indeed, there are still 2 remaining," chimed in the principals of Schools 1 and 3. Offering sardonic commentary, the principal of School 2 remained silent, turning to observe the principals of Sanshui and Chaoyang, who bore expressions of indifference, as they were merely sponsors and would not concern themselves with how the students muddled through. Thus, a world where only the principal of School 2 felt the sting of defeat unfolded. Go ahead and laugh. In the end, it will be my School 2 that triumphs. Those who remain standing until the end are the true victors. The principal of School 2 silently swallowed his humiliation. He recalled that Li Ranchen, having already transcended to the realm of extraordinary flying swords, had ensured their victory was all but guaranteed. His mindset shifted. Yet he maintained an outward display of anger. At the referee's table, the scene was truly unprecedented. Such a ludicrous competition had never been witnessed before. Vice Mayor Li Ming shook his head in disbelief. "My apologies for the spectacle," Yang Yan addressed Lan Yufeng, preparing to take measures to rectify the school spirit of the participating institutions, as this embarrassment was monumental. "Not at all. That second-tier student from School 2 is rather intriguing," Lan Yufeng remarked with a smile. Given his status and position, the unfolding situation on stage was merely a minor scuffle, easily encapsulated by the term interesting. The only student who piqued his interest was that second-tier individual, who effortlessly toyed with a 6th-tier opponent. Lan Yufeng couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. How could this student so adeptly maneuver across 4 minor realms and maintain control over his adversary? Unbeknownst to him, he caught a glimpse of his daughter, who was also intently watching that very student. A wave of unease washed over him. Lan Shiyu sat behind, observing the match, fully aware of how Li Ranchen was stalling for time. She was eager to see just how powerful his flying sword was, as this group of students had yet to provoke its release. She sighed, feeling her dantian Yenro tremble slightly. All right, once the match concludes, I'll come and tend to you," Lan Shiyu comforted Yenro. Soon, the arena was divided back into 5 separate stages. Now commencing, students will battle in pairs. Please report to your designated platforms, the referee announced. On the first platform, Wang Ziki from School 1 faces Su Wuhua from School 3. On the second platform, on the third, on the fourth, and on the fifth, Li Ranchen sat below, observing potential opponents he might encounter later. It would be prudent to familiarize himself with them. On the first platform, Li Ranchen from School 2 faces Zhang Qin from School 3. Li Ranchen rose to approach platform 1, while Lan Shiyu immediately fixed her gaze upon him. Observing his daughter intently, Lan Yufeng thought to himself, "How curious, I've been watching so closely. When did this young man employ underhanded tactics? How fortuitous." "It's you again," Zhang Qin's voice, laced with gritted teeth, emanated from across the stage. Li Ranchen glanced up and indeed found it to be a fortuitous encounter. His opponent was that 6th-tier student from School 3. "This time, I will send you off the stage within a minute," Zhang Qin declared, cracking his knuckles. Li Ranchen smiled faintly. "Best of luck, young man." With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the match commenced. "Hey!" Zhang Qin surged forward, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Li Ranchen's face. Li Ranchen remained unfazed. In reality, he had already activated two techniques, tripling his strength and speed in an instant. He sidestepped the heavy blow, grasped Zhang Qin's outstretched arm with his right hand, and swiftly tripped Zhang Qin's right leg with his left foot. Zhang Qin lost his balance in an instant, and with a decisive exertion of force, Li Ranchen flung him off the platform. The entire exchange transpired within a mere 5 seconds, and the battle concluded. Zhang Qin's mind failed to register the defeat before he found himself on the ground. Li Ranchen from School 2 wins, the referee announced after a brief glance. Bravo, Lan Shiyu clapped softly. Excellent, Lan Yufeng exclaimed. Liang Ting rejoiced, noting that although one of their students had already been eliminated, it mattered little, for Li Ranchen would surely claim the championship. After a brief respite off the stage, Li Ranchen was called to compete once more. On the third platform, Li Ranchen from School 2 faces Wang Peng from School 1. In the audience, murmurs arose. Alas, it seems the competition for School 2 may soon conclude. That student from School 1 appears to be at the 8th tier of bone tempering. How can that second-tier student possibly contend? Don't be too hasty in your judgments. Did he not just defeat a 6th-tier opponent in a heartbeat? Nevertheless, the difference between 2nd and 8th tiers is considerable. He seems to be rather unfortunate. Mr. Lan, which side do you believe will prevail? Li Ming suddenly turned to Lan Yufeng, having sensed that he had been observing Li Ranchen intently. Under normal circumstances, the victory should go to that student from School 1. However, this second-tier student possesses some peculiar qualities. Despite his limited realm, his strength and speed exceed that of 6th-tier students. Lan Yufeng's discerning gaze had identified Li Ranchen's extraordinary attributes after just one match. Indeed, but his most formidable trait lies not there. Li Ming chuckled lightly. Oh, and what would that be? Lan Yufeng, now intrigued, followed the thread of Li Ming's words. He is a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are not uncommon. He could be considered a genius in his own right, Lan Yufeng replied, displaying little surprise, as he had encountered many such individuals, including his own daughter. Li Ming merely smiled and remained silent. Mr. Lan, this student's flying sword is not to be underestimated. Yang Yan interjected, aiming to alleviate the tension in the atmosphere. Is it of exceptional quality? Lan Yufeng inquired, puzzled. It is the Stardust sword from Jiangnan, a top-tier flying sword, Yang Yan affirmed with a smile. Top-tier flying sword. Lan Yufeng's expression grew serious, for the implications were vastly different. A sword cultivator wielding a top-tier sword could be heralded as a seat of a sword immortal, making them highly sought after by prestigious institutions. Should Li Ranchen choose to apply to the Qianlong Academy directly, he would likely be granted admission. Although the academy had no shortage of sword immortal seeds, they would not resist the opportunity for more. With renewed focus, Lan Yufeng regarded Li Ranchen with a newfound seriousness. To catch the attention of his daughter, mere talent would not suffice, sufficient strength was a prerequisite. You seem to possess some clever tricks. But now that you've crossed paths with me, your competition ends here. Wang Peng spoke coolly. Li Ranchen reiterated the words from the previous match. Good luck, young man. Humph. Wang Peng displayed a look of disdain. The match commenced. Wang Peng remained stationary. Though he outwardly dismissed Li Ranchen, he was nonetheless cautious, refusing to expose any vulnerabilities by making the first move. Hey, Li Ranchen unleashed his full power, advancing with a lightning step. Shattering mountain, he struck with a powerful fist. Wang Peng raised his arms to block, yet was still pushed back several steps, feeling a sharp pain radiating from his arms. Wang Peng's expression twisted. Is this the power of the second level of bone tempering? Wang Peng could not help but question him. Indeed, by common reasoning, I possess innate strength. Li Ranchen did not indulge in further conversation and continued his assault with a heavy blow. Wang Peng hurriedly dodged. Unwilling to absorb another punch from Li Ranchen, he could not withstand it. Cloud-dispelling palm, Li Ranchen transformed his fist into a palm, launching a relentless series of attacks, each palm following the last, denying Wang Peng even a moment to breathe. This Wang Peng has already lost. Li Ming shook his head. Indeed, his strength and speed do not compare to Li Ranchen's, and he is entirely at the mercy of the battle's rhythm. Defeat is merely a matter of time. Yang Yan concurred. Oh, who was it that said the second school was going to lose? It was you, wasn't it? Shouted audience member A. I report this as a fixed match, a student from the 8th level being dominated by a 2nd level student. Surely this is staged. Exclaimed audience member B. Li Ranchen doesn't even need a flying sword to be this formidable, exclaimed the white-haired youth, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Liang Ting was also flushed with excitement, while the remaining students from the 2nd school displayed looks of shame. They had not anticipated Li Ranchen's immense prowess. Previously, they had looked down upon him, thinking he was merely boasting without any real capability. Now, they could only rely on him to bring glory to the 2nd school. What's wrong, Pang Good? Dodging like this isn't like you. Where did the courage from the opening remarks go? Li Ranchen teased. Wang Peng's breath hitched, and as he faltered for just a moment, Li Ranchen closed in on him. Two palms struck directly against Wang Peng's chest. Li Ranchen was about to launch another attack when Wang Peng raised his hand, signaling his surrender. The match concluded with Li Ranchen from the second school emerging victorious. The referee promptly rendered the decision. Li Ranchen descended from the stage expressionless, leaving Wang Peng, who was still panting heavily, behind. Wow, that young man is quite handsome. I declare my support for you, a resounding female voice echoed from the audience. Li Ranchen's hair stood on end. He could hear the voice but not see its owner. He could easily imagine the weight of the voice's owner. I'm scared now, he thought as he hurriedly left the stage. Lan Shiyu was watching Li Ranchen intently. Upon seeing he did not glance back at the audience, she nodded in satisfaction before turning to steal a glance at the bold girl. She poses no threat at all. Lan Shiyu reassured herself. Chapter 22, The Battle of the Top 10. Upon returning to his seat, Li Ranchen distinctly felt a shift in the attitude of his classmates around him. This respect was earned through his strength. However, he was indifferent, as he had never shared a deep bond with these classmates. Instead of engaging with them, he preferred to observe the white-haired youth. Turning his head, he happened to catch Lan Shiyu looking at him, prompting him to pull out his phone. I am the great sword immortal. What do you think? Am I impressive, Shiyu? Mediocre, I supposed. I am the great sword immortal. Oh, your standards are quite high. Wait until I bring home first place, Shiyu. Go for it. My dad seems to have been watching you all along. Li Ranchen raised his head to glance at Lan Yufeng, who coincidentally turned his gaze towards him. They exchanged a knowing look. I am going to deceive his daughter, Li Ranchen thought. He intends to deceive my daughter. Lan Yufeng wiped his fists, unable to comprehend how he had brought his daughter out just once, only to have her whisked away by someone else. Li Ranchen wore an ingratiating smile, appearing to Lan Yufeng like a cunning pig attempting to snatch his cabbage. By 4 p.m., the top 10 had been determined. From the first school, Fu Cheng Wuqi, Wang Tian, Wang Ji Liang. From the second school, Li Ranchen. From the third school, Su Shuao Lu Hong, Pan Quan Zhenglong. From Sanshui, none. From Jiayang, none. Li 1 against 9 Ranchen. With the list of the top 10 now unveiled, the competition would continue tomorrow with arena battles. Li Ranchen raised his eyebrows at the white-haired youth. Just as he prepared to approach, Liang Ting grabbed him to head back to school together. I am the great sword immortal. Watch my performance tomorrow, Shiyu. Why are you rushing? I still wanted you to feed Yen Ro. I am the great sword immortal. I'll come early tomorrow. I was just caught by the homeroom teacher, Shiyu. Students from other schools are no simple matter. Be careful not to falter. Li Ranchen chuckled, his confidence stemming from his strength. Upon returning home, as usual, he fed his husky, Xingchen. Speaking of which, this husky was getting increasingly plump, truly treating itself as a pet. He opened the ancient sword manual to ponder its wisdom, realizing the sword intent inscribed within was becoming increasingly rare. All absorbed by Li Ranchen, subsequently, he closed his eyes to meditate, gathering energy for the top 10 battle the next day. The next day, Li Ranchen woke early, washed up, and arrived at the venue just in time to see the white-haired youth yawning as she entered. Li Ranchen promptly trotted over. Ding. Instead of encountering Lan Shiyu, he was greeted by Yen Ro. Yen Ro hurriedly approached, suppressing the agitation within her. Stardust. Li Ranchen caught her. You need to feed it quickly. It kept me up all night, Lan Shiyu complained. Alright. Li Ranchen waved his left hand over Yen Ro's sword, and the flowing sword intent coursed through the blade, eliciting a joyous ringing from Yen Ro's sword. As expected of me, the master of the sword realm, Li Ranchen mused silently. To win a woman's heart, one must first master her sword. After chatting for a while, the contestants gradually entered the arena. Li Ranchen hastily returned to his seat, wishing to avoid being caught by her father and receiving a sound beating. He discreetly took out the star-cutting grass and consumed it, feeling the distance to the third level growing ever closer. Perhaps he was only a couple of battles away from a breakthrough. After all, combat could hasten the absorption of the medicine. At precisely 9 a.m., all participants were present. Today marked the final day of the 5-school championship, where the top 10 would compete for the championship. Runner-up and third place, the victors would receive corresponding rewards, and everyone understood the stakes. For the sake of your futures, give it your all, Yang Yan announced. The first match would be between Fu Qing from the first school and Su Shui from the third school. Cheers erupted from the audience. The first match featured two beautiful women. Li Ranchen found himself intrigued, as both were his opponents, allowing him to watch with justifiable pride. Fu Qing and Su Shui ascended the stage, and before they could speak, the cheering male support team behind them erupted. Sister Fu is invincible. That girl from the third school should just concede. Exactly. Our sister Fu surpasses you in both beauty and strength. Why not surrender? the students cheering for the third school immediately protested. Oh, such arrogance, has a toad jumped into the sky? Is your sister Fu more beautiful than our sister Sue? Perhaps you should clean your eyes, Li Ranchen commented. Neither of them compares to my white-haired youth. The match commenced as the referee reluctantly blew the whistle. With a sharp cry, Fu Cheng lunged towards Su Shui like a swift leopard. Su Shui immediately retreated while activating her martial skill, Mystic Ice Armor. An ethereal armor composed of ice and snow enveloped her, significantly enhancing her defense. Li Ranchen's pupils constricted. The ability to materialize elements in martial skills was at least of the advanced mystic grade. Both women possess strength at the 9th level of bone tempering. As Fu Qing closed in, she delivered a powerful whip kick towards Su Shui, who stood resolutely, her ice armor absorbing Fu Qing's attack without a scratch. Fu Qing's calf tingled, and she stepped back, her expression growing grave. Are you planning to hide behind your armor indefinitely? Fu Qing asked. His sister is unable to break through my armor. Is she feeling anxious? Su Shui retorted with a smile. Fu Qing ceased speaking, her spiritual energy vibrating around her, phoenix wings ascending. Fu Qing gestured with both hands, channeling fire attribute spiritual energy to draw a fiery phoenix in the air. Li Ranchen was once again shocked. An advanced mystic martial skill. It seemed he was the only one without it. Su Shui's calm demeanor began to falter. Go, Sister Fu, strike her down with your bird, cheered the first school support team. The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Is that it? Can she really break through Sister Su's ice armor with a mere bird? The third school's cheering students jeered. Fu Qing ignored the voices from the stands, focusing intently on controlling the fiery phoenix. After soaring in a circle, it charged towards Su Shui. Naturally, Su Shui would not remain passive. She fully activated her ice armor and conjured ice needles to shoot at the phoenix. The fiery phoenix opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of flames, melting the incoming ice needles. A boom. Amidst the spectators' gaze, the phoenix collided with Su Shui. A cloud of dust erupted in the arena, but Fu Qing's expression shifted. She sensed that the phoenix had not struck a living target. With a powerful push from her right foot, she leapt into the dust cloud. When the dust settled, the scene before the audience was unveiled. Fu Qing remained motionless, ice needles hovering around her neck, while Su Shui grinned at her, her ice armor still intact. How is this possible? A student from the first school support team gasped. Is that it? You've lost. Sister Su is the best, the third school students immediately boasted. The match concluded with Su Shui from the third school victorious. Talismans, Li Ming interjected. Indeed, purchased weapon talismans cannot be used, but that child is a talisman master. She is permitted to use her own crafted talismans. Yang Yan added. Moments before the phoenix's assault, Su Shui had activated her self-drawn ice shield talisman, creating an ice barrier to block the fiery phoenix. The collision produced a cloud of smoke. Realizing something was amiss, Fu Qing jumped in for an attack, but her strike was thwarted by the ice armor, allowing Su Shui to seize the opportunity to conjure ice needles and secure victory. Chapter 23, The Flying Sword. She indeed possesses some skills. Lan Yufeng nodded, albeit somewhat disinterested. When will that kid take the stage? I wish to see his caliber. The second match pitted Li Ranchen from the second school against Wang Ji from the first school. Lan Yufeng instantly perked up, as if a pillow had been delivered during a moment of drowsiness. He was eager to discern whether this young man was indeed worth his salt. As Li Ranchen ascended the stage, a loud voice rang out once more. Go, handsome. I believe you will definitely win. Li Ranchen did not dare to turn back, fear gripping him. Wang Ji closely observed this second-year student from the second high school, anxious that he too might falter. What are you looking at, buddy? Jealous that I'm more handsome? Li Ranchen teased. Noticing Wang Ji's scrutiny, Wang Ji remained unfazed, aware that Li Ranchen was attempting to provoke him into revealing a weakness. The match begins. Diamond Body. Wang Ji immediately activated his spiritual power, his exposed skin taking on a bronze hue. This was his defensive martial skill, and combined with his 9th level strength, it placed him in a nearly invincible position. Li Ranchen frowned as he launched a punch, but Wang Ji stood his ground, feeling only a numbing shock in his fist. How about that? Can you break through? Wang Ji smiled, confident that since mastering his Diamond Body, no one had been able to breach it, giving him immense assurance. So sturdy, huh? Li Ranchen rubbed his fist, realizing that even triple the power was insufficient to overcome Wang Ji. Forget it, I can't hide it forever anyway. Li Ranchen pondered, coming to a decision. Stardust. With a flick of his mind, a sky-blue flying sword shot forth, aimed directly at Wang Ji. Wang Ji, startled, exclaimed, a flying sword. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy, the bronze sheen on his fists deepening to withstand the Stardust sword. Pfft. Wang Ji was sent flying, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The Stardust sword slowly returned, swirling around Li Ranchen, a floral pattern appearing around it, having only used the power of a single turn. That was the exquisite flying sword Stardust. Li Ming looked on with envy, thinking of how many dream of possessing such a sword. Yan Yan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lan Yufeng remained silent, simply watching, an unusual expression in his eyes. Wow, it's a flying sword, this kid from the second high is actually a sword cultivator, exclaimed audience member A. Bravo, give it to me, with a sword cultivator in the arena. Who can compete, cheered audience member B. You're amazing handsome, I want to marry you. Lan Shiyu watched Li Ranchen with gentle admiration from the stands. The other contestants also eyed him warily, realizing how deeply he had concealed his abilities. Being a sword cultivator nonetheless, Wang Ji wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly rose. Are you alright? I should have suppressed my third realm before stepping out, I didn't do well enough. Li Ranchen casually remarked, it was merely a first-turn flying sword. Wang Ji's expression hardened as he fully activated his diamond body, the bronze skin shimmering with a silver sheen. Previously, he had not exerted his full strength, which is why he had been shaken, and now, he refused to believe that a mere first-turn flying sword could breach his defenses. Li Ranchen remained undeterred, directing the flying sword to continuously thrust at Wang Ji. Sparks flying as the sword met Wang Ji's body. Wow, this Wang Ji is incredibly tough, gasped the audience. Wang Ji, enduring the onslaught of Stardust, charged towards Li Ranchen, knowing that if he could subdue him, the match would conclude. Li Ranchen grinned mischievously, summoning Stardust back to his hand. With the sword in his right hand, Li Ranchen advanced rather than retreated. The flowing sword technique was least afraid of brute force. Wang Ji, seeing this, was elated, arms wide open, thinking once he caught Li Ranchen, he could easily overpower him. Curved flow, the flowing sword technique unfolded, combined with his unique footwork, keeping Wang Ji spinning in circles, unable to close the distance. This is enough, I won't play with you anymore, Li Ranchen suddenly declared. Wang Ji was taken aback, then furious. What was this kid saying? Activating his swift divine ability, the speed and power of the Stardust sword doubled. Go! Li Ranchen hurled the flying sword. Wang Ji disdainfully watched, refusing to dodge, preparing to take it head dash on. Li Ranchen's gaze was filled with pity. The flying sword pierced directly into his arm. Wang Ji, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, attempted to move, but Stardust had already flown out, aimed at his throat. Match concluded. Li Ranchen from the second high wins. Go bandage that up, Li Ranchen reminded him as he stepped off the stage. What did I say? Sword cultivators are invincible. You're amazing. The exquisite flying sword is indeed worthy of its reputation. Liang Ting nodded in satisfaction. Its power is truly formidable, Li Ming praised, noting how effortlessly the flying sword breached Wang Ji's defenses. Returning to his seat, Li Ranchen noticed the little white-haired one winking at him. Shiyu, you're so impressive. I'm a great sword immortal. Keep it low-key, there's even more impressive stuff yet to reveal. Li Ranchen took out a serrated herb to consume, thinking he was already tired of the taste. In the third match, Wu Qi from the first high faced Lu Hong from the third high. As Li Ranchen refined the herbs, he observed the opponents. Both Wu Qi and Lu Hong were 10th level students, and the disparity in physical strength was something Li Ranchen could not bridge. If it came to it, he would have to rely on his flying sword. Ultimately, Wu Qi triumphed, showcasing superior skills. Time passed slowly, and the top 5 had been determined. Su Shui from the third high, Li Ranchen from the second high, Wu Qi from the first high, Pan Quan from the third high, and Li Yang from the first high. And next was the competition for the bottom 5 rankings, with the 6th victor allowed to challenge any of the top 5 students, aiming to replace their rank upon victory. Li Ranchen watched with keen interest, having just broken through to the 3rd level of body refinement, fully capable of contending with 9th level students. He casually assessed his opponents. Su Shui, the 9th level talisman master, Wu Qi, 10th level body refiner, Pan Quan, 10th level completion, and Li Yang, 10th level completion. They're all quite strong, Li Ranchen remarked cheerfully. The 6th contender was announced. Wang Tian from the first high. Which of the top 5 do you challenge? The referee inquired. I challenge Li Ranchen from the second high, Wang Tian declared. A murmur rippled through the audience. Wang Tian had his own plans. After fighting so many rounds, his stamina was depleted, and he felt uncertain about facing other students. However, Li Ranchen was different. At the 2nd level of body refinement, he saw a chance to win. Losing wouldn't be a loss, as he was a sword cultivator, but winning would bring him fame. Li Ranchen was momentarily taken aback, then elated, as he had been looking for someone to practice against. With Wang Tian fatigued and a 9th level body refiner, he was just the right opponent for a match. This is what it means to be a good person. This is what being a good person looks like. Li Ranchen grinned as he stepped onto the stage, thanking Wang Tian. Wang Tian, confused, had no idea what he was talking about. The match begins. Draw your sword, Wang Tian warned. No rush. Let us have a bit of fun first. Li Ranchan assumed a stance, looking as if he intended to engage in close combat. Wang Tian was momentarily stunned, even doubting whether Li Ranchan was trying to deceive him into a surprise attack. Seeing that Li Ranchan genuinely seemed disinclined to use his flying sword, Wang Tian felt a mix of joy and anger. Joyful that Li Ranchan's choice might allow him to win and attain a higher rank, but furious that he was being underestimated. With such a vast difference in realms, Li Ranchan dared to engage him in hand-to-hand combat. Humph, don't regret it when you lose, Wang Tian warned. Li Ranchan remained indifferent. This kid is getting too cocky. Liang Ting expressed concern, thinking it would have been much better for Li Ranchan to simply draw his flying sword and win. Crushing fist, Wang Tian exclaimed, gathering his breath as he charged at Li Ranchan, his fist cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. Li Ranchan remained calm, meeting it with his cloud-dispelling palm. The two collided, and both stepped back. Wang Tian was horrified, while Li Ranchan seized the opportunity to close in, executing the cloud-dispelling palm and gale leg repeatedly. The third level of body refinement can actually match up against the ninth level? The referee, Li Ming, voiced his confusion. Indeed, that is rather strange, Yang Yan echoed, equally bewildered. Lan Yufeng's eyes sparkled with insight, having seen much in his time. But if he has awakened a divine ability, it wouldn't be surprising. Li Ming and Yang Yan exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously exclaiming, "This child is truly a prodigy." Lan Yufeng, however, felt it was all quite normal. He hailed from the capital, a place overflowing with talent, a gathering of many of the most gifted individuals. Yet Li Ranchan, a sword immortal seed with awakened divine abilities, would not be easily dismissed even in the capital, but to think he could woo his daughter, he would need to do much more. Lan Yufeng cast a glance at the little white-haired one, who was fixated on Li Ranchan, his mind racing with thoughts. The more Li Ranchan fought, the more spirited he became, unleashing all the martial skills he had learned. Such a suitable opponent was hard to find. Wang Tian was drenched in cold sweat, having thought he had chosen the best opponent, only to find himself in such a difficult spot, even without using his flying sword. If this continued, losing would make him a laughingstock. Defeated by a sword cultivator who hadn't even drawn his sword, Wang Tian's expression twisted with rage. He steeled himself, abandoning defense, and prepared to trade blows with Li Ranchan. Li Ranchan sensed this and closed his eyes, the flowing sword intent enveloping his entire being, everything around him playing out in slow motion within his mind. Wang Tian's fierce expression was vividly clear to him. What is this about? Li Ranchan mused. This mysterious state he referred to as sword intent control was something he had first experienced when he grasped the flowing sword intent. Now he could barely manage to manifest it. In his mind, he slowed down the surrounding time, gaining control over everything. To onlookers, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The two continued their fight normally, yet Wang Tian could not land a single hit on Li Ranchan. Huff huff, Wang Tian gasped for air, having abandoned defense and taken many blows, yet he hadn't managed to hit Li Ranchan even once, who was still keeping his eyes shut. What was the point of giving up defense? Li Ranchan nimbly evaded Wang Tian's increasingly chaotic attacks, seizing the opportunity to extend his right hand, forming a sword finger imbued with a hint of sword intent. He pointed at Wang Tian's wide-open center, and a fine stream of sword energy penetrated his body, causing Wang Tian to feel a sudden surge of pain throughout, leaving him incapacitated as he collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. The referee glanced over and declared, "Li Ranchan from the second high wins. What happened to him?" The referee asked Li Ranchan, glancing at Wang Tian. "That he is fine. He just needs a moment to rest." Li Ranchan replied that he had carefully controlled the force, ensuring that Wang Tian would not suffer any serious harm, just a bit of pain for a while. It seems the second high has a shot at first place. This student is remarkably strong. Plus, that blue flying sword is quite impressive. I want one. What about those peaches? As the first 5 rounds of the competition commenced, Li Ranchan from the second group, who had just been challenged, was granted a bye. The voice of the referee resonated through the arena. No sooner had Li Ranchan returned to his seat than he was informed that he had effortlessly secured a place among the top 3. Liang Ting, beaming with delight, advised Li Ranchan to rest well and aim for first place later. Li Ranchan had no objections, and then exchanged meaningful glances with Lan Xiyu, prompting Lan Yufeng to clench his fists, the veins in his arms visibly tensing. In the first match, Su Shui from the third group faced off against Li Yang from the first group. Su Shui ascended the stage, her expression grave. Li Yang had attained the pinnacle of the bone-tempering stage, merely a step away from becoming a martial apprentice. This battle would not be easily won. A single misstep could lead to her defeat. Thus she needed to tread carefully. As the referee announced the start of the match, Su Shui immediately summoned an ice armor to shield herself, while Li Yang merely observed, making no move to obstruct her. "Feel free to unleash any tactics you wish," I shall thoroughly vanquish you, Li Yang declared, dismissing talismans as mere tricks, believing a true warrior relies solely on their own strength. Well, aren't you a cocky one? Su Shue's supporters could barely contain their indignation at such provocation, yet before they could retort, Su Shue silenced them with a glance, urging them to remain quiet. She produced 3 talismans, as a novice talisman master. Her success rate was low, and these were her last remaining talismans. Failing to subdue Li Yang would mean certain defeat. Channeling her spiritual energy, Su Shue cast a wooden talisman, invoking the wood binding technique. A verdant glow emanated from the talisman, sending forth vines to ensnare Li Yang. Li Yang, unperturbed, extended his hands, emanating a silvery light, swiftly slicing through the advancing vines to protect himself. A stalemate ensued. The vines failed to ensnare Li Yang, and he could not retaliate against Su Shue. However, the green glow from the talisman gradually dimmed, the speed of the vines waning as well. Li Yang understood that her talisman was on the verge of failure, and soon it would be his turn to counterattack. Su Shue's mind raced with strategies. Gritting her teeth, she decided to gamble everything. At the moment the binding technique dissipated, she launched her second talisman, the Earth Prison. A pale yellow light shimmered upon the talisman, which then vanished into the ground. Li Yang furrowed his brow, uncertain of the effect. Although he dismissed talismans, he had to acknowledge their nuisance and prepare accordingly. As Li Yang pondered, earthen walls suddenly surged up around him, enclosing him within. Only the top remained open, and instinctively Li Yang leapt upward, attempting to escape the confines. Yet, he was taken aback to find Su Shue standing atop the wall, her final talisman transforming in a flash of white light into an icebow, its arrow aimed directly at him in mid-air. Liang Ting turned his head, having heard Li Ranchang mutter a few exclamations like "What the heck? And this is insane." Su Shue smiled gracefully. "How will you evade in mid-air? You're merely a target." With her charge complete, the arrow flew towards Li Yang, and Su Shue seemed to foresee her victory. Boom! Upon striking Li Yang, the ice arrow erupted into a shower of crystal and dust, obscuring the view. The audience fixated on the arena, eager to discern the outcome. As the dust settled, Li Yang stood unscathed, calmly regarding Su Shue. "How is that possible?" Su Shue gasped, her mouth agape, disbelief etched across her face. She was all too aware of the final arrow's power. Even if Li Yang were at the peak of the 10th level, he should have sustained at least severe injuries, if not worse. "How did you manage that?" she inquired. Li Yang remained silent, merely channeling his spiritual energy, a faint red aura swirling around him. "Martial Tao's essence!" Su Shue exclaimed. "Is this a student at the martial apprentice level?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. "He has condensed his martial essence ahead of schedule. This kid from the first group seems poised to break through to martial apprentice status." Li Ming remarked with a chuckle. To condense martial essence ahead of time signifies remarkable talent in martial arts, Yang Yan praised. "It appears Jiangnan City will soon boast another martial artist." Yet, Lan Yufeng was indifferent, viewing him merely as a slightly better martial arts prodigy, one he had encountered many times before. Only those above the martial apprentice level could truly be called martial artists, distinguished by their martial essence. This essence varies by individual, either fierce and imposing or soft and entangled. Just moments ago Li Yang had utilized his martial essence to deflect that arrow, which Su Shue naturally could not penetrate. "I concede." Su Shue lowered her head, smiling ruefully. Having exhausted all her talismans, she lacked the means to confront Li Yang directly, opting instead to conserve her strength for subsequent rounds. "The victor is Li Yang from the first group." "First group is invincible. First group is invincible. How about it? Do you feel confident?" Liang Ting inquired, glancing sideways. Li Ranchong shot him a glance of disdain, too fatigued to respond. Liang, the teacher, seemed overly preoccupied with thoughts of first place, anxious at the slightest disturbance, as if he believed his second-tier flying sword was merely decorative. Even if a martial apprentice were to arrive, a second-tier flying sword could dispatch them in an instant. Not to mention it was a premium-grade sword. In truth, Li Ranchang had refrained from unleashing his full power, as it was too formidable and could easily cause harm or even death. Monsters were one thing, but this was a competition among people, therefore he had to temper the intensity of his strikes, unable to act freely. "I can only blame my own strength for surpassing the limits," Li Ranchang lamented. In the second match, Wu Qi from the first group faced off against Pan Quan from the third group. The two ascended the stage. "I'm betting on a victory for the third group. I'm even wagering on the first group." "Are you mad? The third group has the higher cultivation level." Wu Qi, exuding a fierce demeanor, wielded a wooden staff, while Pan Quan, tall and dark, brandished a wooden sword. As the competition permitted only wooden weapons, with the exception of one's primary flying sword, given the significant disparity in capability without one, such weapons fell outside their regulatory scope. The match commenced with Wu Qi launching an immediate assault. Advancing 2 steps and swinging his staff down with tremendous force, Pan Quan raised his wooden sword to parry, deflecting the staff before closing and seeking to exploit the advantages of close combat. Wu Qi, having discerned his intentions, retreated 2 steps, sweeping his staff horizontally to obstruct Pan Quan's advance. Li Ransheng watched with keen interest, appreciating the allure of weapon combat, a pleasure only the discerning could grasp. However, the staff's shifting techniques ultimately proved sluggish. Pan Quan seized the opportunity to close the distance, delivering 2 swift strikes that forced Wu Qi to retreat, his body stinging from the impacts. Wu Qi, undeterred, snapped the wooden staff, wielding half in each hand, and engaged Pan Quan in close quarters. However, this dual staff technique was not particularly effective. It was evident Wu Qi lacked practice, though his demeanor appeared fierce. His movements lacked finesse, and Pan Quan deftly countered with his wooden sword. Ultimately, the 2 wooden staffs shattered, and Pan Quan's sword rested against Wu Qi's throat. The victor is Pan Quan from the 3rd group. With the referee's announcement, the competition for the top 3 positions now rested upon Li Yang, Pan Quan, and Li Ransheng. Due to the bye, Li Ransheng was required to challenge one of the other 2 students. Winning both would secure him first place. As for losing, that was simply out of the question. Which one will you challenge first? The referee inquired. Pan Quan. Li Ransheng replied, please, both of you, to the stage. Pan Quan remained his usual silent self. Though he tightened his grip on the wooden sword. Li Ransheng did not dare to underestimate him, activating his abilities and summoning Stardust. The 2 locked eyes, each searching for the other's weakness. Suddenly Pan Quan's gaze flickered, and he swung his wooden sword at an unexpected angle. In an instant, Li Ransheng entered a state of sword intent mastery, clearly perceiving the trajectory of the wooden sword's strike. With a surge of power, Li Ransheng directed Stardust toward the vulnerable point of the wooden sword, and with a single exchange, the sword shattered. Pan Quan managed a faint wry smile but did not relent, discarding the broken blade and launching a punch. Yet, before he could close the gap, Stardust had already positioned itself against his throat. The outcome was clear. Li Ransheng shook his head, finding little enjoyment in the match, feeling as though he were merely participating in a children's competition. The victor is Li Ransheng from the 2nd group. The referee announced loudly. How did the students from the 2nd group suddenly become so formidable? Just before, they were trading blows with that 8th-tier student. Do you understand what it means to be a sword cultivator? The difference between having a sword and not having one is like night and day. Voices of debate arose from the audience. In truth, it was not so complicated. The power of sword intent mastery was simply too overwhelming. Within the range of his sword intent, Li Ransheng could completely anticipate his opponent's every movement. How could one possibly contend against that? With limitless premonitions, it was not merely a matter of strength. Speed could not breach this defense. Opponents with comparable strength would find themselves toyed with at his whim. To summarize, against higher-tier opponents, he could engage. Against those of equal tier, he would dominate. This kid seems to have grasped that kind of power, Lan Yufeng observed, his eyes narrowing, his expression grave. Do you need to rest? The referee glanced at Li Ransheng. No need, let's move on to the next match. Li Ransheng yawned, eager to finish early and return to chat with Xiao Bai Mao. This time, the referee need not call for it. Li Yang had already descended. Even as Li Yang had cultivated his martial essence, facing the incomprehensible might of Li Ransheng, his expression was markedly heavy. The 2 ascended the stage, Li Ransheng summoning his flying sword, while Li Yang's body shimmered with a faint red martial essence. Curious to test the defense of this martial essence, Li Ransheng vanished in a flash with his thunder flash step, reappearing behind Li Yang, the Stardust sword twisting to unleash its full power in a single slash. Li Yang reacted swiftly, unable to turn in time, redirecting most of his martial essence to his back to withstand the blow. Puff, the sky blue blade seamlessly tore through the martial essence. This took Li Ransheng by surprise. This seemingly formidable martial essence was shockingly fragile. Just as the blade was about to cleave into Li Yang's back, this premium-grade flying sword was no jest. It could easily sever Li Yang's body. Li Ransheng pivoted the sword hilt, striking Li Yang's back with the blade. Li Yang cried out, propelled away by the overwhelming force. Li Ransheng scratched his head, realizing he had been a bit too forceful. At the edge of the stage, Li Yang slowly rose, his gaze filled with trepidation as he stared at Li Ransheng's Stardust sword. For a brief moment, he had truly sensed the scent of death. Fortunately, Li Ransheng had shown restraint. I concede, Li Yang declared, utterly devoid of combat spirit. This was absurd. Was he seeking death? The referee stood in stunned silence, as did the audience. Chapter 26, The Sword Cultivation Technique and Meeting the Parents. Is this it? Just a matter of seconds? With a snap, it concluded before I even realized it. This guy is getting more outrageous with every fight. Was the earlier part just a performance, and now he is revealing his true self without pretense? The three judges were equally taken aback. This is simply too absurdly powerful. Li Ming barely managed to maintain his composure. Yang Yan was rendered speechless. With a third-tier bone refinement stage, what level of genius possesses such combat prowess? Lan Yufeng was also astonished, yet he felt that such capability was only fitting for someone worthy of his daughter. Next came the matches of the others. In the end, Li Rancheng secured first place. Li Yang took second, and Pan Quan came in third. Upon returning to the team, he was greeted by Liang Ting's beaming smile. The principal of Second High had also perked up, shaking off his earlier dejection. With one student left standing, what's the harm in that? And to think we still have a first place, isn't that infuriating? As the closing remarks were read, the Grand Championship concluded successfully. And Li Rancheng received his rewards, 3 million star coins and a sword technique. Thunderous 9 swords. Li Rancheng was quite pleased. With the assistance of the Thunder Sword intent, cultivating should be a breeze. Upon returning to school, there was an additional reward awaiting him, the freedom to choose any martial technique from the martial arts repository. Li Rancheng was already eager with anticipation, after coordinating a dinner time with the little white-haired girl. He decided to act swiftly and choose a martial technique. Liang Ting, unable to withstand his relentless persistence, had no choice but to take him there. Upon entering the repository, Li Rancheng adhered to a singular principle: do not select the strongest. Only the most expensive. He didn't even glance at anything below the mid-grade Shin level, and there were hardly any low-grade techniques to be seen. After perusing all the low-grade martial techniques, he found nothing that piqued his interest. He intended to randomly select one and leave. After all, it was a reward he hadn't earned. There was no way he could lose. At that moment, Xingchen flew out, poking at the shelves of the repository, as if sniffing around like a dog. Yes, that was the sensation. Then, Xingchen returned, proudly carrying a silver-white martial technique. Li Rancheng curiously glanced at the label, low-grade Shen level. Sword cultivation technique. Li Rancheng was taken aback. What on earth? How could you enjoy yourself so much? Isn't soaking in the sword intense spa enough for you? Puzzled, he was about to decline Xingchen's request. Intending to take a low-grade martial technique and leave, Xingchen emitted a ringing sound, the sword intent swirling, and opened the sword cultivation technique. Li Rancheng had no choice but to take a look, only to discover it was not the extravagant sword maintenance technique he had imagined. Rather, it was a martial technique designed to enhance the power of flying swords. By utilizing this secret method, one could nurture a sword within the dantian for several days, significantly increasing its power upon release. The longer the time, the stronger it became. Li Rancheng exclaimed in disbelief, with Xingchen already being so formidable. This enhancement was nothing short of heaven-defying. Was this truly just a low-grade Shen technique? Only when he read the note below did he understand. This secret method was extraordinarily powerful, requiring a top-grade flying sword for cultivation. Li Rancheng realized that the average person could not cultivate it. It was specifically prepared for him. Heaven provides, but if one does not seize it, they shall suffer its consequences. Thus, he took the sword cultivation technique and left the repository. Thoroughly satisfied, Liang Ting, upon seeing him register for the low-grade Shen martial technique, rubbed his eyes vigorously. This kid actually chose not to select a low-grade martial technique. Am I still dreaming? Li Rancheng felt a sense of lightness. His current task was to quickly break through to a martial apprentice and prepare for the college entrance examination in 6 months. He felt a surge of excitement, on such a grand stage as Blue Star. There would surely be no shortage of geniuses vying for admission to the Qianlong Academy. Having suppressed himself for so long, could he finally unleash his full potential, at 6:50 in the evening? Li Rancheng hummed a little tune as he strolled down the street, anticipating dinner with the little white-haired girl. If all went smoothly tonight, perhaps he could take the opportunity to hold her delicate hand. That feeling, he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Soon, he spotted Lan Shiyu. Just as a smile began to spread across his face, it froze. Standing beside her was a burly middle-aged man. Lan Yufeng, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Rancheng, exuding an air of vigilance. Lan Shiyu also caught sight of Li Rancheng and waved joyfully. Li Rancheng, over here. Feeling awkward, Li Rancheng approached, his demeanor akin to a thief caught in the act. Hello, uncle, I am Li Rancheng, he greeted, somewhat stiffly. I know, I've seen your prowess today. Truly, as Xiaoyu described, you are a remarkable young man, a dragon among men, Lan Yufeng responded, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Giving face to his daughter for the moment, planning to deal with this boy later. See, I told you he is impressive, Lan Shiyu declared, holding her head high like a proud little swan. Li Rancheng managed a nervous smile. Thank you, little white-haired girl. I told my dad you were amazing, and he didn't believe me, insisting on meeting you, so here we are, Lan Shiyu whispered to Li Rancheng, Lan Yufeng, with his formidable cultivation. Heard every word clearly. So, this is what it's come to. Before anything has even happened, his arm is already being twisted. His expression grew increasingly unfriendly as he fixed his gaze on Li Ranchang. The young man felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that this dinner might not end well. The two men entered the restaurant, enveloped in a tense atmosphere. Lan Yufeng summoned a waiter and requested a secluded private room. While Lan Shiyu stepped out to fetch drinks, Lan Yufeng began to subtly probe into Li Ranchang's background. He certainly didn't want any trouble near his daughter. Little Chang, I heard that your flying sword is a top-grade one. Quite impressive, Lan Yufeng said with a friendly expression. Just lucky, Li Ranchang replied, his bravado diminishing slightly. After all, this could very well be his future father-in-law, and it was no shame to back down. How many turns has your flying sword undergone? Barely 2 turns, Lan Yufeng's gaze sharpened. This kid had only displayed the strength of a single turn during the competition, indicating that his true capabilities were even greater than evaluated. The materials to sustain a flying sword aren't cheap. Can you afford it? Uncle could help you out a bit, he inquired with a smile. Should the boy agree to this small favor? Lan Yufeng would gladly offer him some money to send him on his way, ensuring he kept his distance from his daughter. Talent and ability are important, but character is even more crucial. No need to trouble you, Uncle Da, I can manage for now, Li Ranchang replied confidently, unimpressed by the offer. After all, he was already being sponsored by the Baibao Pavilion, so a little cash was nothing to worry about. Seeing Li Ranchang's sincere demeanor, Lan Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. His daughter didn't have many friends, and he hoped those close to her weren't merely after her wealth. The atmosphere lightened slightly. Lan Shiyu returned with drinks, relieved to find the two hadn't clashed. She had developed some fondness for Li Ranchang, which was why she had insisted her father accompany her to meet him. It seemed they were getting along well. Chapter 27, Promises and Aspirations. With Lan Shiyu back, Lan Yufeng reigned in his demeanor, showcasing the grace of an elder, and the atmosphere grew more harmonious. Filled with laughter and warmth in the private room, Lan Yufeng recounted some amusing stories from Shiyu's childhood, eliciting playful punches from the little white-haired girl, while Li Ranchang chuckled along, secretly relieved. Little Chang, which university do you plan to apply for next year? With your talent and strength, I imagine you have only a few prestigious institutions in mind, Lan Yufeng inquired. I intend to apply to Qianlong Academy. Li Ranchang replied candidly. A wonderful, Qianlong Academy is in the capital. I'll be applying there too, and then we can go to school together, Lan Shiyu exclaimed joyfully. Lan Yufeng subtly shook his head, realizing that his daughter would likely not remain at home much longer. Indeed, Qianlong Academy is the best in Xiagua, an excellent choice, he concurred, nodding in approval. If this boy could gain admission given his talent, he could very well become a sword immortal by graduation. By then, the elders of the clan would likely have little to say about his daughter's relationship. Lan Yufeng understood that those elders were particularly fond of Shiyu, treating her with utmost care, let alone the notion of her dating. The standards they held were exceedingly high, and few geniuses would catch their eye. This had resulted in Shiyu growing up without any male friends, and now, it seemed Li Ranchang had seized the opportunity. Lan Yufeng regarded Li Ranchang with a meaningful look. Whether he could win his daughter's hand ultimately depended on him. Li Ranchang, puzzled by Lan Yufeng's gaze, wondered what it meant. After finishing their meal, Lan Yufeng gestured for them to leave first, while he stayed behind to settle the bill. Li Ranchang and Lan Shiyu walked side by side down the street. The atmosphere somewhat delicate. Just as Li Ranchang was about to bring up a topic, Lan Shiyu spoke up. I'll be returning to the capital with my father tomorrow, she announced. Li Ranchang was taken aback. He knew this day would come, but not so soon. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lan Shiyu turned to face him, their eyes locking. Suddenly nervous, he found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly ask her to stay? What right did he have? A confession? Would it even succeed? A flurry of questions raced through his mind, and he found no answers. I will wait for you in the capital. You must come find me, Lan Shiyu declared, stepping forward to gently kiss Li Ranchang on the left cheek before flushing deeply and fleeing. Hidden in the shadows, Lan Yufeng's eyes widened in shock. Had he known, he wouldn't have hidden. This was a significant loss for him. Li Ranchang stood there dazed, his hand instinctively reaching up to touch the spot where the little white-haired girl had kissed him, feeling the lingering warmth. Did I just get kissed? A smile broke across his face. This sensation was rather delightful, with such a bold declaration from the girl he liked. If he didn't go, wouldn't that be too unmanly? Li Ranchang sighed, regretting not having mustered the courage to confess first. How embarrassing to let a girl take the initiative. A large hand suddenly rested upon Li Ranchang's shoulder, gradually applying pressure. Li Ranchang grimaced in pain, yet dared not resist. He knew without turning that it was. Fortunately, the hand eventually released its grip, rubbing his shoulder. Li Ranchen turned to find Lan Yufeng gazing at him with a serious expression. You may be unaware of the strength of the Lan family in Kyoto, and I do not intend to elaborate, but you must understand that to marry my daughter, you must demonstrate the potential of a sword immortal. Lan Yufeng stated he wished not to discourage the young man, yet the truth was inescapable. Li Ranchen offered a smile. I will become a sword immortal. When that day comes, I shall go to the Lan family to wed her. Lan Yufeng's fierce gaze scrutinized Li Ranchen, seeking to discern if he was merely posturing. Locking eyes with him, Li Ranchen's expression remained clear and unwavering. Let us hope so. Do not make Xiaoyu wait in vain. Lan Yufeng said before turning to leave. By the way, have you grasped the power of sword intent? Lan Yufeng paused abruptly, not looking back. Li Ranchen was taken aback. Yes, he had no intention of concealing this from Lan Yufeng. Do not squander it, study diligently, as it is an indispensable power for ascending to the rank of sword immortal. As Lan Yufeng gradually faded from view, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Concealed from Li Ranchen, the power of intent, something I have yet to master. Lan Yufeng sighed internally. Li Ranchen watched him depart, feeling remarkably calm, even a touch exhilarated. The path ahead was now clear. He must gain admission to the Qianlong Academy and ascend to the rank of sword immortal. Upon returning home, Li Ranchen spotted the still sleeping husky and scooped it into his arms, beginning to rub its fur. The husky, abruptly roused, wore an expression of utter discontent. After venting for a while, Li Ranchen commenced his daily practice. He had nearly absorbed all the sword intent from the ancient sword canon, and in just a few days, he would be able to truly condense his own thunder sword intent. It was time to contemplate where to train. Li Ranchen pondered deeply. The college entrance examination in Blue Star differed from his previous life. It required advanced preparation, as there would be a 3-month training session post-examination. Thus, although Li Ranchen had just entered his 3rd year of high school, the exam was only 4 months away. With a steady pace of cultivation, he estimated he could barely reach the rank of a martial apprentice and attain the 3rd transition of flying sword in that time. By his own standards, that would be quite formidable, yet Li Ranchen felt it was inadequate. If he was to take the exam, he aimed for 1st place. How else could he showcase his potential as a sword immortal? This necessitated even greater strength. Opening his phone to browse, Li Ranchen suddenly noticed a news notification. The Yunluo Realm's portal was about to open, and Su Qing, the head of the Su family in Jiangnan City, would recruit 100 martial artists to enter the Yunluo Realm to gather medicinal herbs, with strength ranging from martial apprentice to martial master. Those interested should contact him. Li Ranchen's heart stirred. The Yunluo realm must be another world, and he was eager to explore it. The top practitioners of Blue Star had long since ventured into the cosmos, establishing their presence. Naturally, this also opened pathways for interaction with other realms. Jiangnan City, where Li Ranchen resided, occasionally activated inter-realm teleportation arrays to enhance exchanges and allow local martial artists to gain experience. However, entering required a considerable fee. Not everyone could afford it, and upon return, a portion of the acquired items had to be surrendered. There were also restrictions on the cultivator's level. It was impossible to permit a high-ranking martial artist to rampage through a weaker world unchecked. The entry restrictions for the Yunluo realm likely apply to martial apprentices and martial masters. Li Ranchen stroked his chin, contemplating. I shall inquire with the Su family tomorrow using that contact information. Li Ranchen knew he could not afford such an expense, but he could join the Su family's ranks as an external aid. At the very least, travel expenses would be reimbursed. As for his strength, merely revealing his 2nd transition flying sword would suffice. Generally, sword cultivators enjoyed an advantage over martial artists. Chapter 28, The Yunluo Realm. Ding ding. As Li Ranchen was lost in thought, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw a message from Zayabemo. Shiyu, did my dad say anything to you? He seems quite happy since he returned. Li Ranchen recalled how Zayabemo had shyly fled earlier, unable to suppress a silly grin. I am the great sword immortal. Nothing much, father-in-law just discussed your future betrothal gifts with me, Shiyu. Shiyu, I don't believe it. I am the great sword immortal. Just ask my father-in-law. And you'll find out. Lan Shiyu's face flushed, her fingers furiously tapping the screen. Shiyu, I'm leaving tomorrow, so you better work hard on your cultivation. If you fail to get into the Qianlong Academy, I won't pay you any attention. I am the great sword immortal. No problem. By the way, I might not be on Blue Star for a while, so I won't be able to receive your messages. Li Ranchen had already resolved to go to the Yunluo realm, thus he needed to inform Zayabemo in advance. Shiyu, where are you going? I am the great sword immortal. Jiangnan City has opened the Yunluo realm teleportation array. I wish to enter for some experience. Lan Shiyu immediately appeared concerned. The circumstances in other realms were unpredictable. Even with the formidable deterrence of Blue Star, numerous martial artists had perished in foreign lands. Is it dangerous? Perhaps you should reconsider going. Li Ranchen felt a warmth in his heart. Apart from his late parents, it was the first time someone expressed concern for him. I am the great sword immortal. It's fine. Many people will enter together. It's just a routine herb gathering expedition. It's no big deal. Lan Shiyu continued to remind him to be cautious and to return early if it became dangerous. Suddenly Li Ranchen felt a sense of belonging. The following day, Li Ranchen arrived early at the Su family's recruitment site, only to discover a long line of individuals waiting. The recruitment process was straightforward. The martial artists merely needed to unleash their aura. Yet with so many people and limited spots, a second round of selection was required. Li Ranchen stood calmly at the back of the line, observing the vibrant hues of the auras before him. Feeling rather idle, after a lengthy wait, it was finally his turn. Please demonstrate your aura, the registrar said in a monotone voice, looking down to record. Upon raising his head, the registrar's pupils suddenly constricted as a sky-blue flying sword floated before Li Ranchen. Its blade adorned with two flowing patterns. A second transition sword cultivator, he exclaimed. The commotion behind him erupted. What's this? A sword cultivator is vying for a spot. Have all the sword cultivator slots been filled? Surely not. How could Jiangnan City have so many second and third transition sword cultivators? Is this for real? Let me take a look at that flying sword. Such a handsome young man. Care to go out? Li Ranchen was momentarily bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, each time the other realm opened, sword cultivators had a fixed quota, often left unfilled, allowing him to simply register at a designated location and gain immediate entry. The registrar's demeanor shifted to one of warmth. Hello, are you looking to join the Su family's external aid? Li Ranchen nodded. The registrar promptly retrieved a badge and handed it to him. Alright, please gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. This contains the basic information and map of the Yun Luo realm. Li Ranchen accepted it, scratching his head. Wasn't there supposed to be a second round of testing? The registrar smiled, saying, they require it. You do not. Li Ranchen understood. Sword cultivators truly had their privileges. Turning to leave, he felt the envious gazes of the martial artists behind him. On his way home, he purchased 2 large portions of monster meat. Before he even entered the door, he heard the husky pawing at the door lock. As soon as he stepped inside, the husky lunged toward the monster meat with an open mouth, but Li Ranchen paid it no mind. This little white tiger had grown quite plump. Lounging at home, he planned to take it into the Yun Luo realm for some training tomorrow, so letting it enjoy one last feast was no harm. Settling onto the sofa, Li Ranchen perused the materials on the Yun Luo realm. It was a world for martial artists, yet the practitioners there cultivated not spiritual energy, but rather the true chi found in martial arts novels. With underdeveloped technology, it resembled a conventional martial arts world. Those who reached the pinnacle could shatter the void and traverse the cosmos. However, due to the scarcity of strong individuals in the Yun Luo realm, they could be counted on one hand, making it susceptible to invasion by nefarious characters. Consequently, it reluctantly allied with Blue Star, now considered a vassal state. In the vast cosmos, myriad races coexisted, and practitioners of various cultivation systems banded together to share their strengths and enhance themselves. Blue Star had established itself as a formidable power in the martial arts realm, attracting small worlds seeking protection, not solely the Yun Luo realm. As Li Ranchen absorbed this information, he gleaned a general understanding of the Yun Luo realm. Its size was merely a quarter of Blue Star's. With a sparse population, a martial master could easily dominate. Nevertheless, the Yun Luo realm was rich in medicinal herbs beneficial for lower-tier martial artists, thus holding immense value for exploitation. This was also why Blue Star was willing to protect it. The Su family aimed to harvest the starfall fruit, a specialty of the Yun Luo realm. The starfall fruit accelerated a martial artist's cultivation, effective for those below the martial sovereign rank. Consequently, whenever the Yun Luo realm opened, Blue Star's martial artists clamored to enter. Li Ranchen continued to read, noting the precautions outlined in the materials. When harvesting starfall fruits, one must remain vigilant not only of fellow martial artists but also of the local practitioners of the Yun Luo realm. They too sought the starfall fruits, and Blue Star's martial artists were seen as easy prey. There would always be unscrupulous individuals eager to take advantage of the situation to hunt Blue Star's martial artists and seize their wealth. Li Ranchen's caution heightened. It seemed that harvesting the starfall fruits would not be straightforward. Entering alone, he could trust no one. The Su family's requirement for the quota was that each participant must submit 8 starfall fruits. Any additional gains were theirs to keep. Li Ranchen contemplated this. gathering more starfall fruits would greatly aid his breakthrough to martial apprentice. I should bring extra for Zyabamo as well. Li Ranshin felt a surge of anticipation for tomorrow's journey into the other realm. Rubbing the belly of the husky, which had just finished eating, he smiled. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a different world for some fun. The husky glanced back at him disdainfully, wagging its tail as it slowly climbed to the foot of the bed. Go out for fun, better to sleep. Li Ranshin paid it no mind. Come morning, it would be unable to resist the adventure. Summoning the Stardust, Li Ranshin retrieved the materials for the third transformation, which were fundamental to his strength and thus could not be neglected. The Stardust joyfully delved into the task, while Li Ranshin gently caressed the blade, the flowing sword intent shimmering across its surface. With Li Ranshin's tender touch, a faint thunderous sword intent entwined itself around the blade, causing the Stardust, engrossed in its work, to tremble with excitement. The delighted sword emitted a joyful chime, hastening its absorption of the materials, and the third pattern gradually began to emerge. Satisfied, Li Ranshin nodded. Having completed this, it was finally his turn. He took out a serrated grass, chewing it expressionlessly before closing his eyes to meditate. Chapter 29. Entering the Yunluo realm, Li Ranshin opened his eyes and glanced at the slumbering husky. He retrieved his spirit beast pouch, drawing the creature inside. After casually having a bite for breakfast, Li Ranshin eagerly ventured outside. Arriving at the spot where he had queued the previous day, he took out his phone to check in with Xiao Bai Mao before settling down to await assembly. At precisely 8 o'clock, all the martial artists gathered. 31 martial masters and 68 martial apprentices. Li Ranshin, a lone sword cultivator, stood out conspicuously among them. Representatives from the Su family had arrived, led by a woman clad in yellow, who held a list in her hand. After comparing it with the gathered individuals, she spoke slowly. We are delighted to welcome you to the Su family's external support for this excursion into the Yunluo realm. You should all have reviewed the materials we provided. The Su family's requirement is to submit 8 starfall fruits. Any additional gains are yours to keep. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. The time limit for the transportation to the Yunluo realm is 2 months. Once the time is up, if you have not returned to the assembly point, you will have to wait for the next transportation opportunity to return. This is something you all must remember. Li Ranshin took notes silently. Additionally, the Su family will provide you with specific signal flares. Should anyone finish collecting and wish to return early, simply ignite the flare, and someone will come to assist you. The woman in yellow gestured, and an aide stepped forward, presenting an oval object, activated with spiritual energy. That is all I wish to convey. I hope all martial artists will achieve satisfactory results. Please follow me to the transport array. After the woman finished speaking, she signaled for everyone to follow her. Li Ranshin joined the group and entered a spacious room. It was entirely empty save for a complex array etched into the ground in a faint green hue. We will first go to the assembly point in Jiangnan City, then from there, utilize the True Realm transport array to reach the Yunluo realm, the woman explained. She stepped onto the array, and 9 others followed. As the array could transport a maximum of 10 individuals at once, the 9 martial artists stepped forward, their expressions calm, suggesting they had experienced something similar before. Li Ranshin, however, felt a tinge of curiosity. As he had never tried a transport array. Observing from the side, a staff member produced a blue spirit stone the size of a basketball and placed it at the array's center. The array instantly glowed with a green light. In a flash, the individuals within the array vanished. The spirit stone shrank in size. At this rate, Li Ranshin estimated it could support 7 more transports. When it was his turn on the third run, standing in the array elicited no particular sensation. As the array activated, he felt momentarily dazed, but upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in a different location. Aside from a slight dizziness, he felt no discomfort. Surrounding him was a cacophony of noise, and as he looked around, he realized he stood within a vast circular structure, among the Su family's team. Additionally, there were a dozen other teams, totaling over 1,000 martial artists, all arranged in a circle, with a massive open space in the center, which also bore a complex array that made Li Ranshin feel lightheaded just by glancing at it. As the last of the participants arrived, 10 individuals clad in white uniforms entered the arena. They took their positions at 10 array centers, waving their hands, and each array center was graced with a 5-meter-long, 5-meter-wide, and 5-meter-high purple spirit stone, cut with precision. Such exquisite spirit stones were of the highest quality. A single stone of this size could purchase 10 houses in the capital, and its value surpassed mere star essence. Li Ranshin's eyelids twitched at the sight of the 10 immense stones. It seemed only the government could wield such power. He mused quietly. The array is now filled. All martial artists may enter, announced a voice over the loudspeaker. The densely packed crowd surged into the array, and Li Ranshin followed suit. As a flash of white light enveloped him, he found himself standing in a white corridor. The light beneath their feet propelled them forward. Outside the corridor lay a dazzling starry sky. The transport array spanned the cosmos, forming a bridge connecting two worlds. Li Ranchen's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What immense power was this? He could not help but gaze outside the corridor, witnessing the passage through numerous worlds. However, due to his low cultivation, he could not discern the beings residing on those distant planets. Most striking to him was a dark planet entwined by a colossal purple python, which coiled around it, its massive body encircling the world, its head resting upon the surface with its eyes half closed. "What a gigantic serpent!" Li Ranchen exclaimed in a WE'd, "Is this your first time seeing it?" A light chuckle came from beside him. Turning to look, he found a man in white athletic wear. Li Ranchen nodded, prompting the man to elaborate. "That is the Viper Python Star, home to the star-devouring python clan, a terrifying race capable of devouring stars at their peak." "And that enormous python?" Li Ranchen inquired. Still curious about the creature's gargantuan size, the man replied with a smile, "That is the existence above the pinnacle, the ancestor of the star-devouring python clan, the Lord of the Viper Realm." Li Ranchen furrowed his brow. "Lord of the Realm, are you unaware? It refers to a realm above the pinnacle," the man replied, bemused. "My subordinate informed me that a sword cultivator would be present on this journey. So I came to make your acquaintance." "Not informed." Li Ranchen shook his head. "Let me summarize briefly then. The warriors above the pinnacle are categorized into star-stepping realm lords, venerables, and emperor lords. The sword Immortal of our blue star is equivalent to a venerable. Though much stronger than the average venerable, the Emperor Lord, however, stands as the most formidable being beneath the stars. Our blue star is fortunate to have produced one, thus establishing our presence among the stars." The man explained, revealing himself as Su Tianming, the third son of the Su family. "I see, thank you for the information." Li Ranchen expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. My name is Su Tianming. This time, I must trouble you to assist the Su family in gathering medicinal herbs. Such information is trivial." Su Tianming waved his hand dismissively. As the two were about to continue their conversation, the flow of light reached its conclusion. "We have arrived at the Yunluo realm. The transport location is randomized. So it seems we must part ways here," Su Tianming stated. "Very well, let's converse again if the opportunity arises." Two streams of light enveloped both individuals, propelling them toward the new world. They found themselves on a deep green planet, which radiated a powerful vitality. Indeed, life in the Yunluo realm was abundant. Even ordinary individuals who did not practice martial arts enjoyed lifespans nearing 300 years. As for martial artists, achieving even modest success granted them thousands of years of life. Yet, the martial arts heritage was quite meager, prompting them to seek refuge in Blue Star to acquire more profound teachings. Blue Star, however, was not a naive benefactor. It did not simply offer its resources without consideration. The Yunluo realm's martial artists, lacking in martial traditions yet blessed with longevity, dedicated themselves to honing their skills. Blue Star, in turn, found itself in need of such expertise, leading to a mutually beneficial exchange between the two realms. To facilitate this, Blue Star established a military division in the Yunluo realm, both to prevent betrayal and to learn from the skills that the Yunluo martial artists had meticulously refined over time. Chapter 30, Collecting Starfall Fruits. Thus, they would return to Blue Star, enhancing the strength of their own realm's martial artists. Wrapped in the flow of light, Li Ranchen streaked across the sky like a meteor. Landing upon a patch of grass, gazing upward, he observed streams of light zipping past, all belonging to the martial artists of this journey. The indigenous martial artists of the Yunluo realm also looked skyward. Some filled with rage, others with joy, while some bore an ominous glint in their eyes. Li Ranchen retrieved a map, indeed, a smart holographic screen. "The Tianyan Star Alliance is pleased to provide navigation. You are currently located in the Yunluo realm." Connecting the map. Li Ranchen was pleasantly surprised. This was remarkably convenient, sparing him the need to inquire about directions. Connection to the Yunluo realm map successful. You are currently situated in North Qilin continent. At Wind Wolf Ridge. Upon hearing the name, Li Ranchen felt a sense of foreboding, faintly hearing wolf howls in the distance. "Can it provide navigation?" he inquired. "The Tianyan Star Alliance is at your service. Please input your keywords." Tentatively, Li Ranchen uttered, "Starfall Fruit," marking your location. The response came. Li Ranchen fixed his gaze on the holographic screen, which soon displayed a map of North Qilin continent, with a red dot marking his position and a blue circle indicating the location of the starfall fruits within the continent. Joy surged within him as he swiftly set off toward the nearest starfall fruit location, thinking to himself that all the martial artists who came here possessed maps, so he needed to act quickly. These details were recorded by martial artists who had previously come to the Yunluo realm for collection. Starfall fruits could regenerate, so harvested locations would yield new fruits. Li Ranchen activated his Thunder Flash Step. Darting through the forest like a bolt of lightning, simultaneously Blue Star's martial artists also hurried toward the nearest gathering place for starfall fruits. The local martial artists, having caught wind of the situation, sought to befriend Blue Star's warriors, hoping to gain favor, while others harbored ulterior motives, planning to kill and plunder. Li Ranshin pressed on, soon arriving at his destination. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed no one else present. He began searching for starfall fruits, which resembled strawberries, albeit in a vivid blue hue. Before long, he discovered 3 starfall fruits nestled within an odd-looking thicket. Collecting them into his storage ring, Li Ranshin felt a sense of auspicious beginnings. His mood greatly lifted. Having noted the shape of the thicket, he resumed his search for more starfall fruits, determined to explore the marked area within a 20-meter radius. He was swift, ensuring efficiency, just as Li Ranshin immersed himself in his diligent work. At another starfall fruit gathering point, Su Tianming, donned in athletic gear, held 2 starfall fruits in his hands, surrounded by 5 burly men clad in animal skins, weapons drawn, their eyes glinting with malice. Listen up. Those from Blue Star, if you have any valuables, hand them over and we, the brothers, may spare your life, the burly leader proclaimed. It was not necessary for them to kill the martial artist from Blue Star. They feared the repercussions from the Blue Star army station in Yunluo realm. Su Tianming chuckled softly. Do you not have any sense while robbing? Have you not assessed your opponent's strength? A nearby thug scoffed. We have come here many times. Who among our local martial artists does not know you? You are at best a martial master, perhaps even just a novice. I am indeed a martial master. And my brothers are all advanced martial apprentices. Do you think we cannot subdue you? I advise you to surrender all your possessions to preserve your pitiful life, the leader said, his patience wearing thin. Su Tianming shook his head. So there is nothing to discuss, then let us fight. With a thunderous roar, the burly man commanded his 4 subordinates to unleash their energy, all charging towards Su Tianming. With a calm smile, Su Tianming produced a fan and casually waved it. In an instant, the 4 thugs were hurled backward, crashing into distant trees, blood spewing from their mouths. The fan's surface shimmered with the ethereal image of a frost phoenix. The leader's pupils constricted, recognizing the Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Indeed, Su Tianming replied with a smile. It seems I have stumbled upon a sizable target. I cannot let you go. The leader licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. Red energy erupted from him, manifesting into armor, a true energy transformation, a hallmark of martial masters. Su Tianming waved his fan. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, yet the leader was merely pushed back a few steps, his energy armor absorbing most of the force. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Feel free to unleash them, the burly man taunted, leaping into the air with his cleaver, infused with formidable energy. Aimed at Su Tianming. Su Tianming's form became elusive. The leader's successive strikes all missed their mark. Is this all you can muster? How utterly disappointing. Su Tianming sighed. How dare you speak so boldly, coward, the leader bellowed. Launching another strike. Su Tianming summoned his spiritual energy. The frost phoenix from his fan soared out, dancing gracefully before snapping its wings shut, unleashing a torrent of icy breath. In an instant, the leader was frozen. His energy armor rendered useless. With a gentle flick of his fan, the ice shattered under the overwhelming wind pressure. The leader fell, lifeless, shaking his head. Su Tianming gradually departed. Li Ranshin, having completed his search, found 2 more items in his ring. It appeared that the requirements from the Su family were rather easily fulfilled. A smile graced his face as he pondered that he would likely meet the quota at the next location. Then it would be his time. Transforming into a flash of lightning, Li Ranshin sped towards his next destination. Meanwhile, who are you, and why have you attacked our Blue Star martial artists? Do you not fear being hunted down? Ha ha ha, as long as I eliminate them all, who will know it was I? The old man, clad in black robes, displayed remarkable audacity. 3 Blue Star martial artists formed a triangle around him. Nearby lay the bodies of 2 Blue Star martial artists, their corpses withered, blood completely drained under the moonlight. The old man's visage was revealed, his eyes sharp, his complexion rosy like that of a newborn. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Truly, the blood of martial artists from the great world is far sweeter than that of our kind, the old man mused in ecstasy. What a vile monster! Everyone attack together and slay this fiend, one martial artist shouted. The other 2 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Moments later, 3 more withered corpses lay on the ground. Such beauty, but still not enough. I crave more of this exquisite blood. The old man's voice grew increasingly frenzied as he vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, Su Tianming was searching for the starfall fruit and furrowed his brow as he pulled out a screen displaying 5 dimming lights. As the highest-ranking leader of the Su family's current operation, his map recorded the locations of the distributed maps. The disappearance of 5 lights indicated that 5 external martial artists from the Su family had perished. Such a death rate was abnormal. Typically, casualties during herb gathering were minimal, yet 5 had died in mere moments. Moreover, the fact that all 5 lights vanished in one location suggested foul play with nothing pressing at hand. He decided to investigate the area where the 5 lights had disappeared. Chapter 31. The encounter with Chen Luo. Li Ranchen remained blissfully unaware. Having arrived at the second marked location, however, he found no rewards. Evidence of previous harvesting suggested he had come too late. Li Ranchen was unconcerned. He still had ample time and decided to enjoy the scenery of this otherworldly realm. He even took out his phone to snap some photos to share with Xia Beimo upon his return. As night deepened, Li Ranchen followed the map's markings to a tavern. While I am unsure what currency they use, I brought some gold, which should suffice. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene steeped in martial arts ambience: wine jars, an innkeeper, waitstaff, and heroes. Li Ranchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, marveling at how he had entered a martial arts world in such a manner. The patrons dining in the tavern turned to look at him. Their expressions momentarily stunned. His attire starkly contrasted with theirs, marking him clearly as a martial artist from Blue Star. The expressions of the local martial artists shifted to one of intrigue, with whispers beginning to circulate. A waitstaff approached with a mix of respect and trepidation. "May I inquire if this esteemed guest seeks food or lodging?" Li Ranchen glanced around at the martial artists present, feeling no trepidation. "A room, and please bring some food and wine to my quarters. Can I settle the bill with gold?" "Of course, that is acceptable. This way, please," the waitstaff replied, his face lighting up with joy as he hurried to lead the way. Guests from Blue Star were known for their generosity, often paying in gold. Li Ranchen nodded, about to ascend the stairs when a voice called out, "Hold on, I have heard that martial artists from Blue Star possess extraordinary strength, cultivating spiritual energy, but I wonder how it differs from our true energy." A man clad in white, a long sword hanging at his waist, spoke up. "Might I ask this Blue Star martial artist to demonstrate?" Li Ranchen smiled slightly, feeling a sense of challenge. After traversing for so long without encountering any antagonists, he felt something was amiss. He even began to question whether he was the protagonist. The other martial artists were clearly eager for a spectacle. "What kind of demonstration do you wish to see?" Li Ranchen replied, turning to him with a smile. "I would like to inquire about my Biluojin," the man confidently stated, caressing the sword at his waist. Exuding an aura of formidable prowess, the nearby martial artists began to whisper among themselves. "Biluojin, could it be the famed young master Biluojin?" Indeed, with young master Biluojin's martial master level prowess, this Blue Star individual is likely to fare poorly. "Absolutely, let this Blue Star martial artist witness the might of our Yunluo martial artists." Realizing his opponent was a martial master, piqued Li Ranchen's interest. "Very well, let us step outside and avoid damaging the tavern." The white-clad man readily agreed, and the two exited, with other patrons peering through windows and doorways, eager to witness the confrontation. "Biluojin, Chen Luo," the white-clad man introduced himself. Li Ranchen found himself momentarily at a loss for how to introduce himself. Feeling a bit awkward, Li Xingchen, he replied with a fabricated name. "After all, who reveals their true identity in such circumstances? Is that so? Then allow me to showcase my sword," the white-clad man declared, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he drew his long sword. First form of Biluojin, chaotic shadows. Chen Luo's sword moved rapidly, creating several sword shadows that danced in harmony with his footwork, attacking Li Ranchen. Li Ranchen clicked his tongue. The swordplay was indeed exquisite, yet ultimately ineffective. Given his martial master level strength, it was time to unleash his Stardust second transformation, coupled with double the divine power to handle this. Summoning the Stardust sword, Li Ranchen activated his divine power, amplifying his strength and speed. Effortlessly, he deflected Chen Luo's attacks. Second form of Biluojin, raging waves. Seeing his first form blocked, Chen Luo swiftly transitioned to a new technique. Li Ranchen remained calm, employing the flowing water sword technique, perfectly defending against every strike. Successfully blocking all of Chen Luo's assaults. After 6 exchanges, Chen Luo taunted, "Could it be that you can only defend?" Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, he resorted to verbal provocation. Li Ranchen chuckled. "Not at all, I simply wanted you to make the first move. Soon, you will have no opportunity to strike." Chen Luo's anger flared. "How dare you speak so arrogantly?" His attacks grew more frantic. Yet they became increasingly disorganized, revealing numerous openings. Li Ranchen shook his head, realizing that while the Biluojin was commendable, Chen Luo had not fully grasped its essence, treating it as ordinary swordplay, thus failing to unleash its full potential. This opponent was rather unexciting. Li Ranchen mused, "Let us bring this to a close. I shall make my move now. I kindly inform you, Chen Luo," he remarked lightly. Chen Luo, unimpressed, retorted, "Use whatever tricks you possess." Li Ranchen chuckled softly. His sword's aura shifting from gentle to ferocious thunderous 9 swords. I have mastered 3 forms. Thunderclap. Li Ranchen raised the Stardust sword, employing the Thunder Flash step to close the distance to Chen Luo in an instant. Sweeping his sword horizontally, Chen Luo hurriedly raised his sword in defense. A faint thunderous sword intent enveloped the Stardust, enhancing the power of the thunderous 9 swords. With just this one strike, Li Ranchen severed Chen Luo's Biluojin. The Stardust now aimed at his throat. Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock, his throat swallowing hard, too afraid to move. What now? Li Ranchen inquired leisurely and naturally. I concede, you are indeed a martial artist from Blue Star. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly, Chen Luo responded without hesitation. After all, he had only unleashed one strike, yet his sword lay broken, leaving no room for bravado. I concede, Li Ranchen said, retracting the Stardust sword as he strode back to the tavern. Leaving Chen Luo to clutch his shattered Biluojin, a frown etched upon his face. Young Master Biluojin has actually lost. Indeed, with a single stroke, the renowned Bai Luo sword was severed, a weapon of the mid-grade Shen level. What do you all think of the martial prowess of the warriors from Blue Star? Surely, they must be high-ranking martial masters, perhaps on the verge of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm. After all, they are practitioners from a high-level world. They are not to be trifled with. Upon entering the inn, Li Ranchen immediately noticed that the discussions among the other martial artists abruptly ceased. As they pretended to drink and sip tea, avoiding his gaze, shaking his head, Li Ranchen paid them no mind. In this world, strength dictates authority. Yet he instructed the waiter to lead him to his room and asked for the dishes to be served promptly. Once inside, Li Ranchen surveyed the room. It was plain and unadorned, furnished with wooden furniture, and the bed was quite hard, offering little comfort. Lying on the bed, Li Ranchen began to contemplate. Ordinary martial masters were within his capability to handle. But those he would encounter in the upcoming examination would surely be extraordinary talents from various regions, unlike this so-called young master Bai Luo, who couldn't even master a proper sword technique. Alas, his martial prowess was still too low. Why, he pondered, had he been compelled to fight at such a disadvantage across so many levels? Li Ranchen found it perplexing. He was merely a third-layer body-tempering high school student. Why must he endure such tribulations? Chapter 32, Riding the Sword. Lost in thought, Li Ranchen suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something, yet he couldn't quite recall what it was. Esteemed guest. Your meal has arrived, announced the waiter as he entered with a platter. Upon seeing the beef on the plate, Li Ranchen realized with a start that he had forgotten to let his dog out for some fresh air. He had been leaving it at home so often that it had become quite unnoticeable. Wait a moment, do you have any raw meat here? Beef or lamb will do. Of course, esteemed guest, replied the waiter. Looking at Li Ranchen with curiosity, prepare 100 pounds for me. I shall collect it upon my departure. Li Ranchen ordered extra meat, as he intended to stay for a month, and needed to ensure he had sufficient food for his dog. Very well, though it struck him as odd, he followed the waiter's unspoken rule of minimizing questions. The waiter closed the door behind him. Li Ranchen took out his spirit beast pouch, and as soon as he opened it, his dog stumbled out, its legs wobbling. It opened its mouth to bite Li Ranchen's left hand, gazing at him fiercely, as if reproaching him for bringing it out. All it wanted was to lounge on the bed in peace. Observing the fierce demeanor of his little white tiger, Li Ranchen couldn't help but pat its large head. His left hand was unharmed. It was probably too weak from hunger. He casually tossed it onto the platter, and the dog immediately turned its head, eagerly devouring the meal. Li Ranchen took a few bites as well, but found it not to his liking. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Li Ranchen closed his eyes to meditate. A night passed, and he felt his cultivation nearing the 4th layer of body tempering. With a stroke of luck, he might break through in a day or two. However, frequent consumption of serrated grass had left his throat feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a scene of utter chaos in the room, a veritable disaster. The wooden furniture was covered in bite marks, and the culprit stood proudly before him. A testament to the wrathful revenge of his homebound dog. Grabbing his dog, he playfully ruffled its fur until it slumped down, emitting soft whimpers of surrender. With a sigh, he reminded himself that the dog, being so young, still possessed a juvenile nature. It would be a long journey to cultivate it into a majestic and powerful white tiger mount. After collecting the meat prepared by the waiter downstairs and paying the innkeeper a fair amount of gold, Li Ranchen stepped out of the inn. Taking out the map, he prepared to continue his quest for the starfall fruit. The next location was quite distant. However, there was no choice, he had to go. Just as he was about to activate his Thunder Flash step, Li Ranchen suddenly halted and slapped himself twice. Why run on foot when he had a sword? Surely he wasn't that foolish. Suddenly recalling that he was a sword practitioner, he wondered why he would use footwork to travel. perhaps being around his dog had dulled his wits. Li Ranchan glanced at the dog squatting on his shoulder and began to shift the blame. "Dog, where's your sense of decorum?" Summoning his sword, Li Ranchan leaped onto it, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. Riding the sword was indeed faster, in no time at all. He would reach the next marked point. Li Ranchan gazed down at the earth, feeling elated. The dog clung tightly to his shoulder, unable to open its eyes against the strong wind, observing its comical struggle. Li Ranchan erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Su Tianming had arrived at the scene of the incident. Gazing upon the 5 withered corpses of martial artists before him, he immediately realized the grave situation. There were evil practitioners hunting the warriors of Blue Star. Su Tianming furrowed his brow. Judging by the scene, these 5 martial artists had hardly resisted before being slain. The strength of the evil practitioner was certainly formidable. He could not afford to ignore this. Su Tianming thought to himself that he must act quickly to eliminate this threat before it escalated further. With his left hand outstretched, Su Tianming summoned a mechanical mouse. This was a mechanical treasure-seeking mouse. Often used to locate treasures rich in spiritual energy. It could also track enemies when necessary. The mechanical mouse jumped down, sniffing at the 5 corpses, discerning the scent of the same individual. After nodding in affirmation to Su Tianming, it swiftly darted off in a particular direction. Su Tianming followed the treasure-seeking mouse, eventually catching up with the evil practitioner, who was currently hunched over the corpse of a Blue Star warrior. His fangs sunk deep into its neck, drinking its blood. In just a few breaths, the body became desiccated. Witnessing this, Su Tianming's expression grew serious. The aura of this black-robed evil practitioner was quite potent, and he feared he lacked the strength to confront him directly. The black-robed elder stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned to Su Tianming, his piercing gaze locking onto him with a strange smile creeping across his face. "It seems I shall have a second course. Your blood is particularly savory." Su Tianming's hair stood on end, his body trembling. This was a martial artist's sixth sense. The evil practitioner before him posed a lethal threat. With no time to spare, he unleashed several high-level defensive talismans to protect himself, gripping a ground-level spiritual weapon tightly, keeping a wary eye on the evil practitioner. Merely childless play, the black-robed elder slowly approached Su Tianming. Emanating a powerful aura, this is a martial sovereign? Upon sensing the intensity of the aura, Su Tianming's heart sank. No, that couldn't be right. The elder's aura was unstable. He seemed to be barely holding on to a breakthrough through dark arts. Su Tianming recalled the elder's earlier blood-draining action. He had a martial sovereign at home, and he could distinctly feel that this black-robed elder was not as strong as those true martial sovereigns. As the evil practitioner drew nearer, Su Tianming resolved to take the initiative. With a flick of his folding fan, he summoned the Ice Phoenix, which surged forth, imbued with a chilling energy, attacking the black-robed evil practitioner. Taking advantage of the speed of his flying sword, Li Ranchan had already looted 5 marked locations, acquiring a total of 15 starfall fruits. Coupled with the 5 he had collected previously, he now possessed a total of 20 starfall fruits. This pace was impressive. Some martial artists hadn't managed to find even one. Along the way, he naturally encountered other Blue Star warriors, but since he had a flying sword, he swiftly collected the starfall fruits and made his escape. The warriors unable to fly could only watch helplessly as Li Ranchan departed with his bounty. Shortly thereafter, the sound of national essence resonated throughout the Yunluo realm. After handing over 8 fruits to the Su family, he found himself left with only 12, which was still far from sufficient. He needed to continue searching. Li Ranchan thought to himself, adhering to the principle of leaving no trace in his wake. He resolved to make the heavens of this Yunluo realm 3 feet higher and the earth sink a yard deeper. A blue sword light sliced through the sky, shooting into the distance. Su Tianming leaned against a tree, panting heavily. He was no match for the black-robed evil practitioner. The defensive talismans he had deployed were shattered in mere moments, and his Ice Phoenix spirit weapon failed to inflict any damage. Left with no choice, he summoned a life-saving spiritual tool to begin his retreat and buy time. The signal flare had already been sent out. If he could hold on a little longer, reinforcements would arrive, and together they could subdue the evil practitioner. Su Tianming calculated in his mind. The Su family's reinforcements were all at the peak of the martial master realm, deliberately suppressing their breakthroughs to martial sovereign. With a few of them, they could contend with this counterfeit martial sovereign. Chapter 33, Fierce Battle with the Evil Practitioner. "Why aren't you running, little mouse from Blue Star?" came a mocking voice, abruptly interrupting Su Tianming's thoughts. Su Tianming looked up to find the black-robed evil practitioner standing before him, his eyes gleaming with a red light. Reinforcements had yet to arrive. He needed to find a way to stall for more time. Su Tianming produced a square array disc, infusing it with spiritual energy. The disc glowed blue, and a 5-element formation materialized, encasing Su Tianming within its protective barrier. Quite a few life-saving methods you possess. But alas, your strength is too feeble. It's merely prolonging the inevitable. The black-robed evil practitioner extended his palms, red mist swirling about as he struck at the 5-element formation, sending ripples coursing through it. Trapped within the formation, Su Tianming found himself powerless, watching helplessly as the evil practitioner violently shattered the array. He hoped for the reinforcement's swift arrival, otherwise, he might truly perish here. Su Tianming bitterly mused, "Are you waiting for someone to rescue you?" The black-robed evil practitioner taunted, continuing his assault on the formation. Su Tianming's expression shifted, his thoughts racing. By all accounts, reinforcements should have arrived by now. Could it be, you won't be receiving any help, for they too are being hunted by my blood-devouring sect? The black-robed elder laughed heartily. His laughter was wild and unrestrained, relishing the despair that gradually appeared on Su Tianming's face. Tremble, quiver with fear. It is only fitting that your blood, once you are dead, shall taste even sweeter. The black-robed evil practitioner grew increasingly deranged, his attacks intensifying. Su Tianming could see a corner of the array disc shattering. The formation was on the verge of collapse. Crack, 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 the formation began to fracture. And Su Tianming, in utter despair, closed his eyes. The black-robed evil practitioner, sensing this, grew more agitated. He could hardly contain his anticipation to drink the blood of the man before him. At long last, the formation shattered completely. And the evil practitioner bared his fangs, lunging at Su Tianming. In that critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from the sky, echoing in Su Tianming's ears like heavenly music. "You old man. Have you brushed your teeth before biting? You act like a dog." The dark-robed evil cultivator looked up and saw a flying sword swiftly approaching. He hurriedly sidestepped to evade it, but was still caught off guard, resulting in his left arm being severed. "Who dares to ruin my plans?" he bellowed, consumed by the searing pain of his torn limb. "Me, when die." Following the sound, the evil cultivator gazed and noticed the very sword that had attacked him now hovering gracefully in mid-air. With a young man standing atop it, a white cat perched on his shoulder, surveying him with curiosity. The newcomer was none other than Li Ranchang, who had spotted the signal flare from afar. He had intended to deliver the Xinglua fruit, but upon discovering Su Tianming under assault from the unknown dark-robed figure, he realized the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, Li Ranchang activated the flying sword's triple power to strike at the old man. But alas, he could only sever an arm. Su Tianming, seeing Li Ranchang, felt a surge of joy and shouted, "Brother Ranchang, be careful. This evil cultivator possesses the strength of a martial sovereign and has already slain numerous warriors from our blue star." At these words, Li Ranchang's expression turned icy. "Such a foe warranted no mercy. A martial sovereign, you say? How fortuitous! A perfect opportunity to test my true strength without restraint." A fervent desire for battle ignited within him. Soaring to Su Tianming's side, Li Ranchang unceremoniously tossed the oblivious dog aside. "Could you kindly keep an eye on it for me, Su? I shall proceed to deal with that evil cultivator." Su Tianming, momentarily taken aback, urgently replied, "Brother, do not act recklessly. He is, after all, a martial sovereign. I still possess the strength to fight. Let us confront him together." Li Ranchang shook his head. "No need. Simply observe." With that, he advanced toward the evil cultivator, who, with a twisted visage, was attempting to staunch the relentless flow of blood from his severed arm. "You little brat, how dare you sever my limb? I shall drain your blood, piece by piece, and make you wish for death." The evil cultivator erupted in rage, his remaining right hand enveloped in crimson mist, channeling the power of a martial sovereign as he lunged at Li Ranchang. The latter's eyes flared with battle intent as he activated his triple strength and supreme techniques. Fully empowering the flying sword, the Stardust sword emitted an exhilarating cry. Finally liberated from restraint, feeling invigorated as never before, with the might of thunderous sword intent augmenting its power, the flying sword cleaved through the air. Echoing like rolling thunder, eventually, it collided with the evil cultivator's right hand. In disbelief, the evil cultivator watched as the sword effortlessly severed his remaining limb. Both Su Tianming, who had been about to intervene, and Li Ranchang stood stunned. "Is my flying sword truly this formidable?" The turn of events caught Li Ranchang unawares. The three men exchanged glances, and the evil cultivator's face morphed into one of terror as he turned to flee. The sight of him escaping without arms was absurdly comical. "What manner of monstrous sword cultivator is this? I must return to inform the sect," seething with a mix of fury and fear. The dark-robed cultivator dared not look back, yet Li Ranchang would not let him escape. Even without his command, the eager Stardust followed closely behind, occasionally emitting a warlike cry, as if urging him to hasten. Su Tianming stepped forward, his expression dazed. Are you truly a second transformation sword cultivator? Li Rancheng nodded silently, initially expecting a fierce battle, but finding it abruptly concluded. A twinge of disappointment washed over him, unable to endure the humiliation inflicted by Stardust. And perhaps sensing his impending doom, the evil cultivator halted, turned back, and leaped toward Stardust, welcoming death. Stardust, bewildered, pierced through the dark-robed cultivator, marking the end of this farce. Su Tianming let out a long sigh of relief. Finally at ease, turning to Li Rancheng, he earnestly expressed his desire to befriend this monstrous sword cultivator, who was simply terrifying. A second transformation flying sword slaying a martial sovereign, who would believe it? They would likely think I was inebriated. Thank you, brotherly, for saving me. Upon my return, I shall offer you ample gratitude. Su Tianming spoke with solemnity. Having exhausted his life-saving measures, he knew that without Li Rancheng's intervention, he would have perished at the hands of that evil cultivator. Such matters are trivial, no need for excessive gratitude. Consider it a return gift for enlightening me about the pinnacle realm. Li Rancheng replied with a dismissive wave. He sheathed the despondent Stardust sword and lifted the slumbering dog beside him. Li Rancheng intended to continue gathering the Xinglua fruit. No, his ambitions had expanded. He sought to harvest all the spiritual herbs within sight. Noticing Li Rancheng's intention to depart, Su Tianming hastily called out, "Brotherly, please do not leave just yet. Could you assist me with one last favor?" "What is it?" Li Rancheng inquired, intrigued. If it were not too troublesome, he saw no harm in lending a hand. The evil cultivator you just defeated seems to be part of a sect that hunts Blue Star warriors. My previous signal for reinforcements went unanswered, and I fear they may have already been targeted. Su Tianming implored, if you have the means, could you check on the safety of the external allies of my Su family? We are willing to offer you appropriate compensation. Li Rancheng furrowed his brow. Chapter 34, Rescue. Su Tianming, observing his expression, immediately sought to ease the tension. Is there anything inconvenient for you, brotherly? I did not mean to be abrupt. No, as a warrior of Blue Star, it is my duty. However, I am unaware of their locations. Searching aimlessly would be a waste of time. Li Rancheng expressed his concerns. Hearing this, Su Tianming let out a sigh of relief, realizing the misunderstanding. Brotherly, I possess a map that marks the locations of my Su family's external allies. You can use it to find them. Su Tianming produced the map. Li Rancheng accepted it, noticing several glowing points dimmed. These represent warriors who have perished, Su Tianming explained, his face grim. A surge of anger welled up in Li Rancheng's heart as he surveyed the map. Over 100 external allies from the Su family, and now barely half remain. I shudder to think about the fate of the others. What audacity, though I do not know these warriors personally. They are still our kin. To think that what began as a mere herb-gathering expedition would turn into a malicious hunt by local sects dying far from home. I shall take this upon myself, no need to mention compensation. It is unnecessary. With that declaration, Li Rancheng transformed into a streak of sword light and sped away. Su Tianming nodded, contemplating, this individual is worthy of forging a deep bond with. He quickly sat down to consume herbs for healing. Hoping to regroup with Li Rancheng and confront these Yunluo evil cultivators together, urgency coursed through Li Rancheng as he abandoned any thoughts of the dog, swiftly securing it in his spiritual beast pouch and advancing at full speed. Lu Shua was fleeing, his body stained with blood, not only his own but also that of his fellow warriors, with two dark figures relentlessly pursuing him. Lu Shua could not help but shout, "Do you evil cultivators not fear retribution for your rampant slaughter of Blue Star warriors? The annihilation of your entire sect awaits." The two dark figures cackled. "Blue Star warriors, we seek to slay precisely your kind." Another added, "Blue Star always presents itself as superior. Have you considered your current plight at our hands?" Lu Shua dared not look back. They had initially traveled in a group, confident against fellow Yunluo cultivators. Unfortunately, with a martial sovereign among them, he was the sole survivor, now being hunted down. It seemed escape was futile. Curse it. The Blue Star forces stationed in Yunluo are too far away, spanning two nations. How can I relay a message? Lu Shua seethed inwardly, knowing the army was within the Yunluo realm yet unable to notify them for aid. "Come here and die," the pursuing evil cultivator roared. Two long blades descended in a flurry. Leaving Lu Shua with no option to evade, heightening his senses to their utmost, he tapped into his latent potential, vanishing in an instant, reappearing some distance away, only to collapse, utterly drained, with their attack thwarted. The two evil cultivators approached Lu Shua, twisted smiles creeping upon their faces. "Out of energy, are we? Any last words before we feast? Shall we begin with which part?" As they drew closer, revealing their vicious fangs. Lu Shua struggled to rise but suddenly noticed a streak of blue light streaking through the sky. Stunned, he watched, and upon realization, joy overwhelmed him, prompting him to shout excitedly. The two evil cultivators, perplexed, assumed he had lost his wits. Is he really that scared? What a waste of space. Perhaps he has never encountered such a scene before. Fear not, we shall grant you release. A deafening sound of air splitting filled the atmosphere. And the two evil cultivators sensed something amiss. Turning abruptly, a flying sword hurtled toward them, piercing through both their hearts in an instant. This is, clutching their chests, the two evil cultivators collapsed, their words faltering. Lu Shua, witnessing this scene, felt a tremendous weight lift from his chest as he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Li Ranchang regarded the two corpses with indifference, striding toward Lu Shua. How do you feel? Thank you, brother. I have overexerted myself and cannot move for the time being. I need to recuperate. Li Ranchang nodded. There should be no other evil cultivators around. Rest here. Once you recover, proceed to gather at Wind Wolf Ridge. Gather at Wind Wolf Ridge? Lu Shua asked, puzzled. Indeed, Blue Star warriors are being hunted, and being alone is perilous. Li Ranchang's gaze deepened. At that time, the roles of hunter and prey shall be reversed. On the Chichi mountain range, at the blood-devouring sect, two figures stood atop the peak, gazing into the distance. Brother, is it not unwise for us to recklessly assault Blue Star warriors? Wugo, the second elder of the blood-devouring sect, voiced his concern. Unwise? What is unwise about it? The man beside him chuckled. The Blue Star is far too powerful. Should they become aware, our blood-devouring sect would be obliterated in an instant, Wugo warned. And so what? A month's time is sufficient to eradicate them all. Who would even know it was us? The man's tone suddenly grew fierce, his eyes glimmering with hatred. Junior brother Wu, my time is running short. Wugo was taken aback. What do you mean? In my fervent pursuit of mastery, I unwittingly allowed my vital energy to flow backward, resulting in the blood I consumed failing to merge with my own. Now, it incessantly wreaks havoc upon my meridians. Is there any remedy for my plight? Wugo inquired urgently. The man shook his head, stating, we are practitioners of the demonic sect. How could those righteous individuals be willing to lend their aid? Moreover, our blood-devouring sect is currently engaged in a ruthless hunt against the martial artists of Blue Star, and they are keen to avoid us at all costs. I have cast aside concerns for my life and death. Fixated solely on vengeance, even if it is not him, I shall not spare a single martial artist from Blue Star. Wugo fell silent, knowing the history of his senior brother, unsure how to dissuade him. Should this matter come to light, if Blue Star were to learn of it, you would dissolve the sect and vanish like fish into the sea. After slaying several more wicked practitioners, Li Ranjan's expression remained impassive. Blood energy swirling around him. He had roughly gauged his own strength. With full force, he could wield his flying sword in conjunction with a threefold divine ability, enabling him to contend with ordinary low-level martial sect members. Should he further infuse his sword intent, he could effortlessly breach the defenses of a martial artist's physical form, and the unleashed sword energy could pierce through the martial artist's true energy protection. This could be considered a modest achievement. Li Ranjan sighed. Throughout this journey, aside from the assistance from the Su family, he had witnessed the slaughter of other martial artists from Blue Star and naturally offered his aid. Among them were seasoned experts who not only turned the tables on the attacking wicked practitioners but also extracted information regarding the whereabouts of other wicked practitioners and the blood-devouring sect. Li Ranjan silently perused this information. The blood-devouring sect is a demonic sect of the Yunluo realm, featuring 9 elders, all of whom possess the strength of martial sect members, while the sect leader, Wang Hu, has reached the pinnacle of martial sect mastery, just a step away from breaking into the martial king realm. With such power, we cannot confront them head-on. Li Ranjan understood that he was only capable of contending with those of 2 or 3 levels of martial sect strength. Anything beyond that would be exceedingly difficult to handle. Chapter 35, Counterattack. Li Ranjan had already slain 3 of the 9 martial sect elders. Beyond that, the battle would become challenging. He pondered his strategy. First, he would eliminate those dispatched, and then he would consider the next steps. After fruitless contemplation, Li Ranjan decided not to dwell on it. At worst, he could soar across 2 countries on his sword to seek assistance. And a swift round trip would suffice within a day. At that point, would the blood-devouring sect still be able to withstand his wrath? Li Ranjan truly could not fathom what these wicked practitioners were after. Was it the blood of Blue Star's martial artists? It hardly seemed worth such perilous risks, considering their sect was so weak that even a small contingent of Blue Star's stationed forces in Yunluo could obliterate them, with Li Ranjan's assistance. More and more martial artists from Blue Star were rescued, converging at Wind Wolf Ridge to discuss strategies. After surveying all the markers from the Su family on the map, Li Ranjan promptly returned to Wind Wolf Ridge. By the time he arrived, most of the martial artists had gathered, with Su Tianming prominently among them, temporarily leading them due to the Su family's standing. Su Tianming immediately spotted the incoming blue streak and waved to indicate his presence. Li Ranjin descended slowly, retracting his stardust. The multitude of martial artists cast grateful glances at him. Were it not for Li Ranjin, they would likely have perished here. Su Tianming rushed forward, asking, "Brotherly, how goes the situation?" "All those I could find have been saved. The remaining teams of martial artists are unreachable," Li Ranjin replied with regret. This time, over 1,000 martial artists had entered Yunluo, and if they could all converge here, they could easily overpower the blood-devouring sect with sheer numbers. Although the highest among Blue Star was only at the martial master pinnacle, the disparity in strength only manifested at the utmost peak. Previously, such differences in realms could be offset by numbers. The Tiger Army of Blue Star exemplified this, renowned as an invincible force beneath the peak. No matter, brotherly, you have done your utmost. It seems we must rely on us martial artists. Su Tianming stated. Do you have any plans? Li Ranjin inquired. We have nearly 100 martial artists here, intending to divide into 10 small teams, with a configuration of 4 martial masters and 6 martial disciples, to assault the strongholds of those wicked practitioners. Su Tianming explained. Those elders possess martial sect strength and are not to be trifled with. Such a team may not suffice should you encounter them. Li Ranjin cautioned. Do not underestimate us, sword cultivator. A burly man laughed heartily. Indeed, previously we were scattered while gathering starfall fruits, unprepared for these wicked practitioners, which led to our heavy casualties. Now, with preparation and companions to assist, as long as we carefully avoid the martial sect members among the wicked, they shall pose no threat to us. Others assured they had survived in this world for years and were not naive souls. After being so ruthlessly targeted, they were determined to retaliate, leaving no room for mercy. Su Tianming added, I will signal them with flares. Should we encounter any martial sect members among the wicked, we will retreat and ignite the signal, and the nearest teams will immediately rush to our aid. Once we have sufficient numbers, we will surround and annihilate the martial sect members. Li Ranjin nodded. This plan seemed feasible. However, the leader of the blood-devouring sect is at the pinnacle of martial sect mastery, and there must be wicked practitioners stationed within the sect. This is not a challenge we can surmount with merely 100 men. Li Ranjin recalled something. Su Tianming smiled, saying, This is precisely what we wish to entrust to you. Li Ranjin's heart stirred as he grasped the implication. Brotherly, you are a sword cultivator, capable of traversing great distances with ease. We hope you can seek reinforcements to come here and obliterate the blood-devouring sect. Before your return, we will hold off these wicked practitioners. Su Tianming spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Ranjin's expression fell. So his entire purpose in coming to Yunluo was merely to scout. However, upon reflection, there seemed to be no alternative, and hunting Blue Star's martial artists was no trivial matter. At this moment, martial artist factions from all corners of the Yunluo realm were observing. If Blue Star did not demonstrate formidable strength, it could embolden this malevolence. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Ranjin refrained from further words and, after nodding to the martial artists, departed on his sword. Unfolding the map, he gazed at the distant marker, letting out a silent sigh. Perhaps the happiest were the Stardust and the second dog. One was enjoying himself while the other slumbered peacefully. Su Tianming withdrew his gaze and addressed the others. Now it is our turn to take revenge. Are we all prepared? The martial artists cracked their knuckles, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Of course, we can hardly wait to make our move. Let them understand what it means to be a martial artist from Blue Star. Indeed, let us return their malice in kind, Su Tianming affirmed, gesturing grandly. Then let us set forth. According to the designated teams, seek out the strongholds of the wicked practitioners. If we encounter any martial sect powerhouses, retreat immediately. Preserving our lives is paramount. The group promptly set off, dividing into 10 small teams and dispersing in various directions. At this moment, the hunters had transformed into prey. 3 wicked practitioners roamed the forest, searching for traces of Blue Star's martial artists. 1 suddenly spoke. Where do you think these Blue Star martial artists have vanished? It has been so long without encountering a single one. Could it be we have exterminated them all? Who knows, but they are truly weak. The sight of their terror while being pursued by us was utterly amusing. Another wicked practitioner mocked. They are merely fortunate to have been born on Blue Star. If it came down to a true comparison, they would not hold a candle to us, the final wicked practitioner concluded, dripping with disdain and envy for the martial artists of Blue Star. He added as an afterthought, had I been born on Blue Star, I would undoubtedly be 10-fold, 100-fold stronger than they, the martial artists from Blue Star, who had long been lurking in the shadows. could no longer contain themselves. A furious shout erupted. "You dare speak so boldly, looking for death?" The three wicked practitioners immediately turned to face the source of the voice. A blue star martial artist charged toward them with a blade raised. Seeing that there was only one opponent, the wicked practitioners relaxed their guard, even taking the liberty to mock him. "What's this? Have we struck a nerve? You dare come here to die alone? Why not run away? 3 against 1, what do you intend to fight us with? Have you lost your mind?" The wicked practitioners jeered. The blue star martial artist revealed a congenial smile. "Take a closer look." Just as the 3 wicked practitioners were about to unleash another round of taunts, 9 blue star martial artists appeared beside them, encircling one practitioner. The wicked practitioners halted their words, trembling within the encirclement. "This is what you desired, a 3-on-1. Are you satisfied now?" The blue star martial artist spread his hands. In less than half a minute, the 3 wicked practitioners lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. Chapter 36. The battle begins. May they have the chance to be reborn on Blue Star in their next lives. Fulfilling their dreams. A similar scene unfolded across various regions of the North Qilin Prefecture as the wicked practitioners of the blood-devouring sect continuously faced ambushes from the martial artists of Blue Star. With several strongholds being completely eradicated. 1 Elder of the blood-devouring sect, at the 6th level of martial sect mastery, was besieged and ultimately fell to the onslaught of 3 martial artist teams. News of the wicked practitioners being hunted in retaliation reached the blood-devouring sect. Within the blood-devouring sect, Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief upon receiving this news, and he laughed maniacally. Well done, truly worthy of the martial artists from Blue Star." Wugo, the second elder, Wugo, stepped forward. "I am here, senior brother. Notify all disciples within the sect to assemble. Let us mobilize the full might of the blood-devouring sect to exterminate these Blue Star pests." Wugo furrowed his brow but ultimately complied, slowly retreating. Wang Hu remained seated on the sect leader's throne, his visage twisted with madness as fervor surged within his eyes. Wugo meandered to a secluded bamboo grove. Observing his surroundings before calling out, "Elder brother, I implore you to step forth for a discussion." A moment later, a man with white hair and a youthful appearance stepped lightly upon the bamboo leaves. Upon seeing him, Wugo bowed respectfully. "Wugo pays his respects to elder brother." This individual was the long-retired Grand Elder of the blood-devouring sect, Yun Heng. Yun Heng waved his hand dismissively, signaling that formalities were unnecessary. "I have been in seclusion for many years. What brings you to disturb me?" Wugo recounted in detail the incident involving the sect leader Wang Hu's slaughter of the martial artists from Blue Star. After a prolonged silence, Yun Heng finally spoke. "You must understand that since Wang Hu ascended to the position of sect leader, I have ceased to involve myself in the affairs of the sect." Wugo replied helplessly, "But the sect leader, my senior brother, has been blinded by past grievances and is now intent on a life-or-death struggle with Blue Star." Yun Heng scoffed at the remark. "Does he even deserve such a thought? Truly, anger has clouded his judgment. Even I, in my current state, would not dare to utter such words." Wugo's eyes brightened. "Could it be that you have broken through to the martial king realm?" "Senior brother," Yun Heng nodded but sighed. "And yet, what of it? In the face of the formidable Blue Star, I am but a slightly larger ant." The flicker of hope that had ignited within Wugo was swiftly extinguished as he inquired. "Given that the sect leader is determined to mobilize the entire sect against Blue Star, what guidance can you offer us on how we should proceed?" After pondering for a moment, Yun Heng advised. "Seek out some talented individuals, let them bear the sect's legacy, and flee far away from this place, as far as possible. At least we may preserve a flicker of hope." Wugo, perplexed, asked, "Why, senior brother, can we not prevent the sect leader's actions?" Yun Heng shook his head. "What good would it do to halt now? You have not encountered the leaders of Blue Star's army. You do not understand them. They operate under a set of rules, yet are inherently tyrannical. It matters not that Wang Hu has slain so many Blue Star martial artists. Even if he were to kill but one, our blood-devouring sect could very well face annihilation at their hands." Hearing this, Wugo was rendered speechless. "Are they truly that ruthless? Is there no room for negotiation?" Yun Heng shot him a glance and offered an analogy. "Imagine a bothersome mosquito that has drawn your blood, resting right within your palm. Would you choose to negotiate with it, or would you simply swat it dead?" Wugo understood and expressed his gratitude to his senior brother, stating, "I shall seek out some promising individuals to inherit our blood-devouring sect's legacy." Yun Heng nodded and looked skyward, lamenting, "Do so swiftly. I can sense that they are approaching. Alas, our century-old foundation is destined to crumble at Wang Hu's hands, under the command of sect leader Wang Hu." The malevolent cultivators mobilized en masse to hunt down the martial artists of Blue Star. The martial artists of Blue Star, however, were not foolish. They donned the attire of the locals, blending in seamlessly as ordinary citizens. Provided they refrained from using spiritual energy, they waited in the shadows, seizing opportunities to ambush the malevolent cultivators. For a time, they gained the upper hand, prompting sect leader Wang Hu to personally lead a retaliatory strike. Yet, many martial artists from Blue Star remained unaware of the unfolding chaos in other regions. As Wang Hu's forces ventured farther afield, these martial artists were soon discovered. With a savage expression, Wang Hu wasted no time, ruthlessly tearing apart these martial artists' bodies. In their bewilderment, those martial artists lost their lives, reduced to mere fragments. Watching this gruesome scene from the shadows, a martial artist from Blue Star gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound. He had no chance to warn his comrades, nor the ability to save them. All he could do was silently record the events on his phone, vowing, "Wait for it, malevolent cultivators, when our army arrives, you shall meet a grim fate." Meanwhile, Li Ranchen, after a swift journey on his sword spanning 2 nations, could faintly see the military camp of Blue Star's Xia Kingdom. The imposing golden dragon statue served as the most prominent landmark. Within the Xia military camp, soldiers on duty spotted Li Ranchen and quickly sounded the alarm. As the alarm echoed, the soldiers in training ceased their activities and formed ranks to gather their gear. An officer appearing from an unknown tent swiftly approached the sentry, his tone brisk and to the point. "What prompted the alarm?" "Report, Team Leader Chen. A sword cultivator is approaching the military camp at high speed." The sentry stood at attention. A sword cultivator, the officer, referred to as Team Leader Chen, furrowed his brow and scanned the distance. "From the Tiger Camp, assemble a small team to accompany me." "Yes." A fully equipped squad quickly assembled. As Li Ranchen neared the camp, he unconsciously quickened his pace. In a fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. The Stardust sword abruptly slowed, coming to a halt. Li Ranchen felt a powerful aura locking onto him, making it clear that any hint of movement would lead to catastrophic consequences. He gently descended, conjecturing that it must be a formidable warrior from the military. This oppressive sensation indicated that his opponent was at least of the martial king realm. He waited in silence, and soon a squad emerged before him. The leading officer was the source of the suffocating pressure he had felt. "Who dares intrude upon the Xia military camp?" Chen Dong demanded sternly. Fixing his gaze on the young man before him, Li Ranchen remained silent, presenting his student ID and identification card in front of him. A martial artist possesses keen insight. Chen Dong swiftly discerned the details inscribed upon it. "A second-year student from Jiangnan. What brings you here?" Chen Dong's tone softened, sensing the oppressive aura dissipate. Li Ranchen finally spoke. "I come seeking assistance. The martial artists from Blue Star who entered the Yunluo realm are currently being hunted by the malevolent cultivators of the blood-devouring sect, suffering heavy casualties." At this, Chen Dong initially bore an expression of disbelief, but upon observing Li Ranchen's serious demeanor, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Do you have any evidence?" Chen Dong inquired. He could not simply trust Li Ranchen's word and lead a team into action without proof. Li Ranchen produced the holographic map that Su Tianming had given him. It contained recordings of the deaths of martial artists carrying Su's family's map. This material, collected during their strategic discussions, served as irrefutable evidence. Presenting the holographic display to Chen Dong, who casually flipped through it, his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of fury. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, nearly blinding Li Ranchen. "Such audacity! Truly, you are courting death." Chen Dong turned to his squad members, barking orders. "One of you, return to the camp and report to the superiors. The rest, come with me to eliminate this blood-devouring sect." Li Ranchen was taken aback, asking, "Will such a small force suffice?" Chen Dong declared with conviction, "To annihilate a third-rate sect, it will be more than enough. You shall lead the way." Li Ranchen nodded without further ado, taking to the skies on his sword. Chen Dong retrieved a square box from his storage ring, opening it to unveil a model of a warplane. In Li Ranchen's astonished gaze, the model swiftly enlarged and transformed into a real aircraft within seconds. Chen Dong hurriedly led his soldiers aboard. Li Ranchen regained his focus, accelerating back toward the battlefield. "Wang Hu, your end is nigh," he exhaled, relieved to set aside some of his worries, knowing he would leave the matter to the military upon his return. However, as Li Ranchen returned with reinforcements, circumstances shifted once more. Wang Hu seemed to have grown cunning. Upon finding the martial artists from Blue Star, he refrained from immediate execution. Instead, he imprisoned them, transporting them back to the blood-devouring sect. As the number of captives swelled to 50, Wang Hu announced, 3 hours hence Wang Hu shall behead these Blue Star martial artists at the blood-devouring sect and drink their blood, welcoming all martial artists to witness the event. This announcement sent ripples through the undercurrents of the Yunluo martial world as various factions struggled to believe their ears. The 7 Kills sect remarked, "Wang Hu has truly lost his mind." The Joyous Union sect cautioned, "Such audacity, let us not provoke Blue Star's wrath and bring disaster upon ourselves." The royal family of Chu lamented, "A mere third-rate sect daring to do what even our royal house would not? They seek their own demise." Spread the word, "Keep your distance from the blood-devouring sect, lest you be ensnared." Su Tianming naturally received word of this development and promptly summoned 10 small teams back. Addressing the assembled group, he stated, "The actions of the blood-devouring sect are forcing us into a confrontation. We cannot stand idly by while our Blue Star martial artists are slaughtered. Allowing this to happen would tarnish our reputation." Immediately, a martial artist interjected, "Then let us fight. How dare these Yunluo natives target us so brazenly?" The crowd erupted in righteous indignation, recalling their journeys through various worlds, with the might of Blue Star behind them. They had never faced such treatment. While they were eager to engage in battle, they recognized that the malevolent sect was more powerful than they. An outright assault would be akin to throwing eggs against rocks. "We must avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Our primary objective is to buy time." Su Tianming emphasized the crux of the matter. "We can employ various tactics to harass and obstruct the movements of the malevolent sect. With brotherly speed, he is surely on his way back. Once reinforcements arrive, victory will be ours." Su Tianming articulated the situation succinctly, instilling confidence in the group. "Indeed, as expected of the Su family as scion. We shall heed your strategy. When our Xia army arrives, we will ensure these malevolent cultivators pay a heavy price." Su Tianming nodded, though a flicker of anxiety lingered in his eyes as he pondered how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive. 3 hours swiftly passed, and the martial artists from Blue Star mingled among the Yunluo warriors gathered to spectate, infiltrating the blood-devouring sect. Truly a malevolent sect. The air is thick with the scent of blood. One martial artist remarked, pinching his nose, "Keep your voice down, do not expose us." Another warned. Su Tianming's gaze fixated on the high platform, where 50 captured martial artists from Blue Star were bound like criminals. Kneeling on display, whispers from the Yunluo warriors filled the air. These are the martial artists from Blue Star. They seem rather unimpressive indeed. How could they allow themselves to be humiliated by a third-rate sect? Is there no one from Blue Star to save them? I fear it may be unlikely. Blue Star is merely a name now. Su Tianming's countenance darkened, silently committing to memory the appearances of those engaged in conversation. Preparing for a reckoning later. Amidst the exchanges, a man with a distorted expression emerged, emanating a formidable aura that rendered the crowd momentarily subdued. "Here comes the sect leader," Wang Hu remarked to companion. Su Tianming's gaze sharpened as he discreetly signaled with his hand. Just as Wang Hu was about to speak, the cliffs on either side stirred with tremors. Wang Hu, with a furrowed brow, looked up to behold a cascade of stone spheres plummeting towards the blood-devouring sect. "Just some petty tricks," Wang Hu scoffed, his crimson true energy surging forth like a long whip to shatter the descending stones. "Disciples of the blood-devouring sect, regardless of what transpires, ensure these Blue Star martial artists do not escape." Wang Hu commanded fiercely. With a mighty leap, he single-handedly intercepted the falling stones from the right. As for the left, he bellowed, Wu go, resigned, stepped forward to intercept. Su Tianming and the others seized the opportunity to rescue their compatriots. Yet were firmly watched by the malevolent cultivators present, leaving them no chance to act. Once the debris was cleared, Wang Hu sneered, "Is this all the Blue Star martial artists can muster? How utterly disgraceful!" Standing beside him, Wu Go gazed at the familiar sect, harboring deep resentment towards Wang Hu, lamenting the century-old sect brought low by his hands. However, knowing the seeds he had sown had distanced themselves from the sect and could evade this calamity provided some solace. Yet it was not over. Su Tianming signaled anew, and the distant Blue Star martial artists immediately ignited sparks. Explosions erupted within the blood-devouring sect, shaking the very ground. The faces of the malevolent disciples paled as they prepared to scatter and assess the situation. Wang Hu's voice thundered, "Do not move. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth splits, you are to remain here." The disciples, paralyzed by fear, could only stand trembling in place. Wu Go closed his eyes, recognizing that Wang Hu had succumbed too deeply to darkness, no longer resembling the brother he once knew. "Now the execution begins." Wang Hu's visage twisted, revealing his fangs as he slowly approached the Blue Star martial artists on the platform. The kneeling Blue Star martial artists quivered in terror, unable to remain passive any longer. Su Tianming and his companions erupted in fury, striking down the nearest malevolent cultivators. Wang Hu turned, displaying a terrifying grin, his gaze menacing. "Disciples, hear my command. Not a single martial artist who has come today shall be spared. If we cannot discern which are Blue Star martial artists, then we shall eliminate them all." The onlooking Yunluo martial artists were taken aback, astonished and enraged. Was this madman truly prepared to slaughter even the Yunluo martial artists? Chapter 38. the conclusion, but the malevolent cultivators had already pounced. Leaving them no choice but to defend themselves, Wang Hu trembled with excitement, turning his gaze to the captured Blue Star martial artists. "Let the slaughter begin with you." The martial artists he fixed his gaze upon were stricken with dread. Writhing in futile attempts to escape their bindings, as Wang Hu approached, baring his fangs and poised to strike, he suddenly found himself locked onto by an overwhelming aura, causing his entire being to tremble. The sharp sound of air being sliced through filled the air, and all engaged in battle instinctively halted their actions. Looking up, they beheld a youthful sword cultivator gazing down upon them with indifference, accompanied by a military aircraft behind him. Upon witnessing this, Su Tianming and the other Blue Star martial artists erupted in joy, raising their arms in celebration, while the Yun Luo martial artists recoiled in fear. Retreating cautiously, the malevolent cultivators, however, were ashen-faced, paralyzed with terror. Wang Hu, upon seeing the aircraft, became increasingly deranged, leaping into the air, unleashing all his true energy to charge at the plane and die. "Accursed Blue Star people!" Bang! The aircraft's door swung open. Chen Dong regarded the oncoming Wang Hu with a detached expression, merely extending a finger, which pierced Wang Hu's forehead, causing his body to crash down violently. All present were stunned. The fully realized martial sovereign Wang Hu had been dispatched in an instant. A sight that was nothing short of horrifying. Wugo bellowed, "All disciples, flee immediately!" Chen Dong's gaze swept over Wugo, and with another pointed gesture, Wugo too was pierced and fell lifelessly. "A master uncles, I fail to stop. Brother Wang Hu, I have brought shame upon the sect," Wugo muttered with his last breath, succumbing to despair. After delivering his fatal strike, Chen Dong did not spare Wugo a glance, turning instead to issue commands to his soldiers. "Squad 3, leave no malevolent cultivator alive, capture them if possible or kill them if not." "Understood." 10 soldiers leaped from the aircraft, donning tracking goggles to lock onto the fleeing malevolent cultivators. The spectators among the Yun Luo martial artists had already fled, leaving them momentarily unobserved. Li Ranch fell upon the high platform, deftly slicing through the ropes binding the captured martial artists. His approach was so vigorous that he feared injuring them in the process. Chen Dong soon appeared upon the high platform, and Su Tianming and the other martial artists immediately recounted the events that had transpired. "What audacity! Has it been too long since my Xia kingdom asserted its might? Even such third-rate scum dares to lay hands on my Blue Star people," Chen Dong declared furiously. Li Ranch glanced towards the direction of Wang Hu's fall, sensing that he still drew breath. The crowd advanced, casting furious glances at him, eager to end Wang Hu's life on the spot. Wang Hu fixed his gaze upon Chen Dong, his expression twisted with rage. "Damn Blue Star people, you all wear the same expression. I can only wish to eradicate you all." Chen Dong looked down at him coldly. Who are you?" Wang Hu was reminded of a man and could not help but slip into memories of the past. He had been but a child, living in a small mountain village. Though not affluent, the villagers always managed to procure meat for the children. Life had been tranquil until one fateful day when a group of soldiers from the Blue Star surrounded the village. Without a word, they commenced to massacre. Wang Hu, his father, possessing some martial skill, hurriedly fled with him. In his haze, he spotted a man observing the slaughter with an impassive face, someone they referred to as Captain Xia Yuan. Ultimately, his father concealed him in a hidden cave, blocking the entrance with stones, leaving only a small gap through which he could see, before vanishing into the night. 2 days later, young Wang Hu could no longer endure the hunger and stealthily crawled out through the gap. Following his memories back to the village, he found it in ruins, a charred landscape. Wang Hu stared in shock, weeping as he searched, and eventually uncovered the charred remains of his parents, their features unrecognizable. Wang Hu howled to the heavens, bewildered as to why these people had slain his parents and razed his village. Instinctively, hatred ignited within him. Just as Wang Hu was engulfed in sorrow, an elderly man approached, gently stroking his forehead. "Child, remember, it was the Blue Star army that destroyed your village, led by one named Xia Yuan." Wang Hu raised his head, his youthful face contorted with rage. "Blue Star? Xia Yuan, come with me. I will teach you martial arts, that you may take your revenge." Wang Hu wiped away his tears, and after burying his parents and fellow villagers, followed the old man away. The old man was, of course, his master, the former leader of the blood-devouring sect, yet until now, he had never encountered the man named Xia Yuan. Reflecting on this, the gravely injured and dying Wang Hu expended his last breath, suddenly shouting, "Xia Yuan of the Blue Star, you destroyed my entire village, this grudge shall be repaid in the next life," and with that, he breathed his last. Chen Dong paused in surprise. This malevolent cultivator had connections to General Xia Yuan? The others were equally taken aback by Wang Hu's dying words, claiming that Xia Yuan of the Blue Star had destroyed his entire village. Was this truly the reason behind his hunt for Blue Star martial artists? Although the Blue Star martial artists found it hard to believe that the Blue Star army would engage in such unwarranted slaughter, the lack of specific information led them to cast peculiar glances at Qin Dong. Qin Dong weighed the situation. If this matter remained unresolved, the martial artists present would likely hold the Blue Star army accountable for the deaths of their fallen comrades, a negative impact that could not be overlooked. I shall inquire with General Xiaoyuan regarding the specifics of this affair and will ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation. Until then, I ask that you refrain from spreading this matter widely. Qin Dong addressed the assembly. The crowd readily nodded in agreement. After all, what could they do if Qin Dong chose not to clarify? None present were fools. They were merely grateful for his willingness to provide an explanation. With Wang Hu dead, the sect was no more. Yun Hong sighed, reflecting on the years spent within the sect and the bonds formed therein. Qin Dong gazed into the distance, having sensed a watchful gaze upon them since his arrival. Suddenly alarmed, Yun Hong realized that despite believing he had distanced himself sufficiently, he had still been detected by the leading figure. Is this the Blue Star Army? Just 11 men capable of subduing my blood-devouring sect. A sense of dread enveloped Yun Hong, feeling the danger emanating from the man's mere gaze. Acting swiftly, he withdrew, sensing the aura retreating. Qin Dong chose not to pursue, recognizing it as merely a freshly ascended martial king. Perhaps a scout from one of the Yun Luo clans, and thus dismissed it. At that moment, Su Tianming approached Li Ranch, eager to foster a closer relationship. Thank goodness you returned in time, brotherly, or the consequences would have been dire. Li Ranch waved his hand dismissively. I merely did what any Blue Star should do. There is nothing more to say. Su Tianming, however, was not inclined to let the matter rest. As this expedition concludes, I hope brotherly will honor me with a meal to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. After a moment's consideration, Li Ranch agreed. Chapter 39, The Winds of Yun Luo. After all, a free meal was a tempting offer, especially when the son of the Su family was treating. The delicacies would undoubtedly be of significant value. By the way, this is my portion, Li Ranch said, producing 8 starfall fruits. Su Tianming chuckled softly upon seeing this. Brotherly, you saved my life. Do you truly think I would care about such things? Keep it for yourself. Li Ranch pondered for a moment. Realizing that the Su family heir would not lack for such items, having been unable to act as planned due to the malevolent cultivators, he decided to keep them. After Qin Dong and his soldiers dealt with the malevolent cultivators, leaving a few alive as witnesses, he approached Li Ranch and Su Tianming. I must return to the military camp to report this matter, and by the way, I will inquire whether General Xiaoyuan is acquainted with this malevolent practitioner. Li Ranchen and Su Tianming nodded in understanding. You may continue your activities without concern. We will soon issue a warning to the Yun Luo royal family, urging them to manage the martial artists within their territory properly. Should any further insolence occur, Qin Dong did not finish his sentence, but the two understood. As they watched the warplane gradually fade into the distance, the martial artists dispersed in their own directions. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Tianming, Li Ranchen took to the skies on his sword, resuming his exploration of the Yun Luo realm while opportunistically reaping some benefits. Days later, the royal families of the various Yun Luo nations received a warning from the Blue Star Xia Kingdom. Recently, the malevolent practitioners of the Yun Luo Chu Kingdom have been ruthlessly hunting our Blue Star martial artists, resulting in significant casualties and displaying atrocious behavior, while the Chu royal family has turned a blind eye to their rampage, doing nothing to intervene. Therefore, tomorrow, our Blue Star Xia Kingdom will officially launch an attack against the Chu Kingdom. We hope that the other royal families will take heed and manage the malevolent practitioners within their domains. Upon hearing this proclamation, the world was taken aback. How could this be? Would an entire nation be brought to ruin over a third-rate malevolent sect? Such reasoning is utterly preposterous. I am aware that Blue Star has always been domineering, but I never anticipated it would be so brazen. Incomprehensible, incomprehensible. Scholars from various nations began to murmur, expressing their dissatisfaction and condemning Blue Star's tyranny. The martial artists, however, remained silent. The Tingtiang, a man clad in purple, observed the news with a silent chuckle. Had these corrupt scholars become foolish from their incessant reading? Blue Star has maintained a low profile for so long that its deterrent power has diminished. They had originally intended to seek an opportunity to reveal their martial prowess, and this time, they have conveniently been afforded that chance. Blue Star, do not engage in a head-on confrontation. The purple-clad man sighed. As one of the few peak martial artists in the Yun Luo realm, he understood Blue Star's standing among the myriad worlds of the cosmos. He had witnessed the terrifying martial prowess of Blue Star during its conquests in other realms. Those renowned Blue Star sword immortals could likely shatter the very essence of this Yun Luo star with a single strike. While he and a few other peak martial artists might survive, none of the Yunluo realm's martial artists would endure, thus he had allied himself with several other peak martial artists early on. Aligning with Blue Star not only for self-preservation but also to learn their martial arts, yearning for the strength of their mother star. Alas, little Wu, a dignified middle-aged man, appeared by his side. Convey to those royal families that they should behave themselves and refrain from interfering in tomorrow's expedition. This matter is indeed our Yunluo's fault, understood. The man vanished. Li Ranchin changed his attire and blended in among the Yunluo martial artists. Naturally, hearing of these developments, a profound sense of pride surged within him. Such actions backed by one's nation provided ample reassurance. Fortunately, my country is sufficiently powerful, Li Ranchin mused, otherwise I too might suddenly face the threat of national annihilation. Akin to the citizens of the Chu kingdom, though they were merely collateral damage, Blue Star required an explanation. Those martial artists from the Xia kingdom could not have died in vain. Upon receiving this news, the Chu royal family was thrown into a panic, hastily mobilizing their forces to protect the capital. Emperor Chu Xiangba roared at the court officials, "The Blue Star Xia kingdom has declared war on US. Do any of you have a strategy?" The Minister of War, Yang Tian, stepped forward and said, "Our Chu kingdom is vastly outmatched by the Blue Star Xia kingdom. We are no match for them. For now, we can only seek a way to appease their anger." Chu Xiangba, enraged by this response, demanded, "Even with all our troops, can we not fight back?" Yang Tian trembled as he replied, "Perhaps we can buy some time." By time until when? Naturally, until the time of the Chu kingdom's demise. Chu Xiangba slumped onto the dragon throne, fully aware of the situation yet feeling powerless to express his frustration, observing the court officials. Each with their own thoughts. Chu Xiangba's fury intensified. According to his informants, as soon as the news of the Xia kingdom's declaration of war reached them, these officials began to pack their belongings and sought connections with other nations to secure an escape route. Fearing that by tomorrow there would be scarcely anyone left in this court, suppressing his rage, Chu Xiangba inquired, "What do you propose we do now? Speak up," he urged. "Are you not also eloquent at other times? Why are you silent now?" The officials bowed their heads, prostrating themselves in silence. Chu Xiangba leaned back in the dragon throne, lost in thought. The next day, Li Ranchin accompanied local martial artists to witness the spectacle near the Chu kingdom, only to find the area already brimming with spectators. Among them were spies from various nations. Should the Chu kingdom fall, the Xia kingdom would certainly not claim its territory, leading to inevitable infighting among them. Soon, a blue military vessel appeared in the sky, brimming with soldiers, numbering around 100. Witnessing this, the martial artists present were taken aback. Is it possible that the Blue Star Xia kingdom believes it can conquer the Chu kingdom with merely 100 men? They must underestimate Chu kingdom greatly. It boasts an army of 300,000, 100 against 300,000. How can one person take on 3,000? An elderly man with white hair cast a disdainful glance at them. "What do you youngsters know?" "Hey, you old man!" The burly man who had spoken earlier raised his fist, ready to charge at him. His companion quickly restrained him. "Hold on, let him explain himself first." The old man stroked his beard and said, "Do you see that ship flying in the sky?" The burly man crossed his arms, returning a scornful gaze to the elder. "It's just a strangely shaped ship. What is so remarkable about that?" "Indeed, old man, get to the point. Don't dawdle." "Huh," the elder chuckled lightly. "Do you know how the Yin kingdom was destroyed 50 years ago? Wasn't it said that they offended the Blue Star Xia kingdom? And then a meteor fell and obliterated the Yin kingdom." "Yes, that massive pit still exists, but what does that have to do with this?" "Everyone, I say we should just beat him up," the burly man suggested. "The Yin kingdom was not destroyed by a meteor." The elder's voice rang out slowly, silencing the crowd. After a moment, a martial artist laughed. "Old man, have you lost your wits? The historical texts all record it that way. If it wasn't meteor-related, then what else could it be?" The elder replied with a smile. "Do the historical texts record where that meteor fell?" Chapter 40, the finale. Everyone was taken aback and began to recall. Indeed, the historical texts did not document where the meteor fell. The elder continued, "The territory of the Yin kingdom was vast. How could a meteor capable of annihilating it leave no trace whatsoever? Thus, it is evident that no such meteor ever fell." Among the crowd, Li Ranchin listened with great interest to the elder's discourse, already having guessed the answer. Looking up, "What is this so-called military vessel?" One must remember that before the revival of martial arts in Blue Star, they had been steadily progressing in technology. Even now, during this flourishing era of martial arts, the people of Blue Star have not abandoned their technological pursuits. They have even fused technology with martial arts, utilizing the spiritual energy of martial artists as fuel to extend various terrifying weaponry, especially after making contact with the myriad races of the cosmos and learning more advanced techniques. Blue Star's technological armament has gained a reputation in the starry skies, rivaling its martial prowess. Old man, how do you say the Yin Kingdom was destroyed? The crowd was intrigued. The elder turned and pointed at the approaching military vessel from the Xia Kingdom. His voice quivering slightly as he said, it was this oddly shaped ship that dropped a peculiar, flat, round object, which, upon landing in the capital of the Yin Kingdom, immediately triggered a cataclysmic explosion that shook the heavens and earth, causing the very skies to change color and sandstorms to rise, blotting out the sun. The crowd was captivated, holding their breath in anticipation. The elder swallowed hard and continued, when the dust settled and the world returned to calm. The vast land of the Yin Kingdom and its hundreds of thousands of citizens had vanished, leaving only that immense pit that endures to this day. Silence fell over the gathering, as everyone was stunned by the elder's words. After a long pause, the burly man finally spoke. Old man, do you have any evidence to support your claim? The elder turned his back and shook his head. The burly man scoffed, preparing to strike. But the elder's voice came again. I have no evidence, but I witnessed it with my own eyes. As the elder slowly walked away, the crowd regained their senses, looking at the Xia Kingdom's military vessel now. Fear crept onto their faces. I believe it would be wise for us to keep our distance. Unbeknownst to who initiated it, the crowd began to retreat. Only Li Ranchen remained unfazed, standing his ground. He had his flying sword and could escape the battlefield in mere moments, rendering him unperturbed. As long as the military vessel showed signs of dropping ordnance, he would make his exit. The Xia Kingdom's military vessel finally hovered above the Chu Kingdom, where Qindong stood gazing down at the capital. His voice resonated throughout the heavens. Chu royal family, are you prepared for battle? Qindong suddenly frowned. This capital bore only a single presence. Chu Xiangba emerged slowly from the palace, meeting Qindong's gaze. As his vital energy surged, Chu Xiangba's voice echoed, respected general of the Xia Kingdom, I am the king of Chu. I have dismissed the army and the citizens within this city, and I have executed all members of the Chu royal family. I hope the Xia Kingdom will show mercy, quell its fury, and not hold the innocent citizens of Chu accountable for our sins. My royal family shall bear this guilt. If the Xia Kingdom is willing to spare their lives, I am willing to pay the price with my own life. Thereafter, the Yunluo realm shall have no Chu kingdom. The martial artists watching from a distance were stunned. What just transpired? Li Ranchen couldn't help but cast a few more glances at King Chu. This man possessed remarkable resolve, befitting a ruler of a nation. Qindong regarded him coldly. After all, Chu Xiangba was a powerful martial artist at the martial king level, yet he now appeared drenched in cold sweat. Martial artists from various factions held their breath, awaiting the Xia Kingdom's response. Naturally, they hoped the Xia Kingdom would acquiesce to King Chu's request. Otherwise, a colossal pit was not something they wished to inherit. Agreed. As Qindong's voice echoed, he faced the Chu Kingdom, which displayed not a shred of fighting spirit. They were unlikely to truly slaughter innocent civilians. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangba visibly relaxed, a look of profound relief washing over his features. So be it. So be it, he declared, drawing the sword at his waist and taking his own life before the throne. Li Ranchen, observing this scene, could not help but lament internally, strength is the very foundation of everything. A king of Chu, before the might of the Xia Kingdom, could only sacrifice himself to ensure the safety of his people. Of course, Li Ranchen felt no pity for him, otherwise how would one regard the fallen warriors of Xia who perished far from home? When the malevolent cultivators relentlessly hunted the martial artists of Blue Star, the Chu king, who was meant to govern them, did nothing to halt their rampage. Such negligence is a fault, and when retribution came knocking, one cannot blame others. With the demise of the Chu king, the once mighty Chu kingdom, which had stood for a century, came to a close, its past reduced to mere wisps of smoke. Qindong turned his gaze towards the distant crowd and spoke, the Chu kingdom has fallen. Its lands and citizens are to be equally divided among the nations. I hope you will treat them with fairness and refrain from any acts of humiliation or oppression, lest you become the next Chu kingdom. The representatives of each nation quickly nodded, their faces lighting up with joy. After all, this was land and manpower gained without cost, and they needed to return promptly to report this development. Qindong also noticed Li Ranchen standing among the crowd, gave a nod of acknowledgement, and led his fleet back to the military camp. Once the ships had completely vanished from sight, the onlookers finally dared to speak. It is finally over. I had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet the Chu kingdom surrendered without a fight, and their king even took his own life before the throne. Who in this world would dare claim they can confront the Xia kingdom head-on? If that old man's words were true, it was merely a matter of digging a few more graves. A group of Yunluo martial artists, witnessing the terrifying deterrent of Blue Star alongside the cataclysmic ship, could not help but feel disheartened. Li Ranchen paid them no mind, soaring away on his sword, leaving the crowd in a daze. That person was a Blue Star swordsman. In the ensuing days, Li Ranchen traversed much of Yunluo, gathering a plethora of spiritual herbs. With the aid of his flying sword, there were few places he could not reach. He also engaged in battles with numerous martial artists, gleaning their combat experiences. Though their strengths might be modest, their refinement and mastery of techniques were remarkably profound, often leaving Li Ranchen pleasantly surprised. I have reached the 7th level of bone tempering, he exclaimed excitedly after assessing his progress. Through the consumption of various spiritual herbs he had found, coupled with relentless combat training, his rate of improvement soared. At this pace, he would soon break through to the martial apprentice stage. The sustenance for the Stardust sword had not faltered. Currently, the patterns of its third transformation had emerged prominently. As for Erha, Li Ranchen often left him behind in the forest, allowing him to hunt for his own meat. Erha had grown somewhat larger, shedding his previous corpulence, and now bore a fierce demeanor. Yet, with only 3 days left before his return, he found himself yearning to converse with his little white-haired companion, wondering if she missed him. Just as he was lost in thought, the stardust beneath his feet suddenly emitted a sharp clang, startling Li Ranchen back to reality. Before him stood a man clad in purple, smiling as he regarded him. Chapter 41, The Dragon of Martial Arts and the Territory. Li Ranchen was taken aback. The purple-clad man appeared to have materialized out of thin air had it not been for the warning from Stardust. He might not have noticed the presence of another. Then it dawned on him that he was flying on his sword. This man stood suspended in midair. Could he be a pinnacle expert? As Li Ranchen scrutinized him further, he noticed the man radiated an aura of calmness, as if he existed in a realm of his own. Despite his smile, a weighty presence enveloped Li Ranchen, a pressure that stemmed from a higher plane of existence. Martial artists who reach the pinnacle undergo transformations in their flesh and bones, transcending the mundane to become saints, thus enjoying lifespans of 5,000 years. This state is often referred to as the martial saint realm. The stranger before him was indeed a martial saint from the Tongtian Pavilion. While Li Ranchen assessed him, the man was also scrutinizing him, particularly the flying sword beneath Li Ranchen's feet, having encountered a martial saint. "May I inquire why you have chosen to obstruct my path?" Li Ranchen asked. The man smiled gently. "I am Wu Zhilong. You may call me Uncle Long. I heard from my subordinates that a Blue Star swordsman had been discovered, and my curiosity led me to investigate. Little did I expect to encounter such a treasure." Encountering treasure? Li Ranchen inquired, sensing no malice in Wu Zhilong's demeanor. He did not hurry to take his leave. "Indeed, young man, are you aware that you possess the potential to become a sword immortal?" Wu Zhilong stated slowly, his gaze fixed on the youth before him, hoping to see a look of astonishment on his face. Instead, Li Ranchen calmly nodded and replied, "I am aware. I shall undoubtedly become a sword immortal in the future." Wu Zhilong was rendered speechless, the carefully prepared words evaporating into thin air. Wu Zhilong stammered, at a loss for how to respond, finding himself unable to continue the conversation. Then, with a mere thought, Wu Zhilong darkened the skies. The surrounding area was abruptly cloaked in a shroud of darkness. "With such potential, are you not afraid I might take action against you?" he inquired, his eyes fixed on Li Ranchen. Li Ranchen smiled. "Elder, you are a perceptive individual. If I were truly without support, I would have fled by now." He recalled a statement made by an official prior to his teleportation: "Blue Star will forever be your steadfast support." "Your composure is commendable," Wu Zhilong remarked, waving his hand, causing the ominous phenomenon to dissipate in an instant. "Uncle Long has something to discuss. Please speak plainly." Li Ranchen thought to himself, amused. Wu Zhilong occasionally glanced at Stardust. If there was nothing of significance, Li Ranchen found it hard to believe. "I initially intended to casually observe a swordsman, but upon recognizing your potential as a sword immortal, a thought has crossed my mind. Would you care to hear it?" Wu Zhilong circled around Li Ranchen, his gaze fixated on the Stardust flying sword. With his experience, he naturally understood that it was a top-tier flying sword with the potential to achieve the sword immortal realm. "Of course, I would be interested. Please elaborate." "Uncle Long," Li Ranchen replied, reclining comfortably, ready to listen to what this martial saint had to offer. "You must be aware that our Yunluo star is a vassal of Blue Star, under its protection, yet this protection has its limits." Wu Zhilong began, his tone deliberate. "Having seen your potential, I wish to take a step further." "Take a step further?" Li Ranchen mulled over Wu Zhilong's words. They were already a vassal, yet he sought to advance further. Was it to become a part of Blue Star? A sudden thought flashed through Li Ranchen's mind, a mix of anticipation and surprise as he asked, "Uncle Long, are you suggesting the territory of the Sword Immortal, the Sword Immortals of Blue Star? Unmatched in the cosmos, stand as the strongest beings beneath the Emperor. Each possesses their own domain, whether it be a vast meteorite or planets bestowed by Blue Star, all tailored to their preferences." If Yun Luo Star were to become the territory of a sword immortal, it would naturally belong to Blue Star. Wu Zhilong nodded. You are quite astute. I hope that once you become a sword immortal, you will choose Yun Luo Star as your domain. Li Ranshan regained his composure and licked his lips. Should I become a sword immortal, my options will extend beyond Yun Luo Star. There are numerous planets in the universe eager to join Blue Star. Why should I choose you and your kin, Uncle Long? Wu Zhilong observed the cunning youth before him, recognizing that he was testing what benefits Yun Luo would offer. There is a term, as you might say, called investment. Before you ascend to the sword immortal realm, our Yun Luo Star will devote its entire strength to assist your rapid growth. Wu Zhilong spoke without overthinking, his authority allowing him to make such a decisive offer. The resources he proposed were negligible compared to the entirety of Yun Luo, yet the prospect of gaining the protection of a sword immortal who could traverse the stars was worth immeasurable returns. It must be said that Wu Zhilong's terms were audacious and enticing, stirring Li Ranshan's interest. While there were certainly better planets to choose from, few could match Yun Luo's generosity, especially when they were willing to invest in him at such an early stage of his development. There was no way he could approach each one individually, they would view him as a fool. At present Yun Luo offered the greatest support. Uncle Long, you are indeed a martial saint, possessing keen insight and great resolve. I admire that. Have you reached a decision? Wu Zhilong inquired. Li Ranshan nodded. Who would refuse such a fortunate opportunity? Were it not for Wu Zhilong's ambitions to have Yun Luo join Blue Star, he might not have paid Li Ranshan a second glance. After all, he was merely a seed with the potential to become a sword immortal. As a martial saint, he had no need to speak so kindly to a junior. We are not adept in matters of flying swords, but we will do our utmost to procure what you need. However, in terms of martial arts, we can provide you with the utmost assistance, Wu Zhilong declared, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Exuding pride and confidence, this statement held truth. To become a martial saint, one must excel in their craft, reaching the pinnacle of a particular skill before transcending the mundane. Will you remain in Yun Luo for a few more days? Wu Zhilong asked. For 3 days, Li Ranshan replied. That should suffice. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, Li Ranshan felt a force enveloping him, rendering him immobile. The scenery around him rapidly retreated, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing within a towering pavilion. Let us test your strength, starting with martial arts. Since he intended to nurture this potential sword immortal, Wu Zhilong naturally needed to gauge Li Ranshan's abilities. If he proved to be utterly inept, then the promises made earlier would be meaningless. After all, he was not a benevolent figure. Very well, Li Ranshan understood where his strengths lay. What they valued was his flying sword. While martial arts were of little importance, thus, in this martial contest, he refrained from using his divine abilities, and the outcome was predictable. Without employing his divine powers, he was merely at the level of a typical 7th-stage body-tempering martial artist. Even slightly inferior, given that he had devoted little time to martial arts. Wuzalong furrowed his brow. From his perspective, Li Ranshan's prowess in martial arts was nothing more than a heap of useless mud. In Chapter 42, breaking before establishing, any talented disciple within the sect could easily overpower him. Wuzalong felt a tinge of disappointment, yet the most crucial aspect remained the flying sword. Use your sword, Wuzalong instructed. Harboring a glimmer of anticipation within, with a subtle shift of his will, Li Ranshan summoned the Stardust Sword, which shot forth and stood poised at his side. Wuzalong's gaze fixed intently on the stardust, and upon careful observation, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Indeed, it was an exquisite flying sword, a sword befitting a sword immortal. Strike. Li Ranshan did not hesitate, for this individual before him was a martial saint. Even his utmost effort could not harm him. Thunderous sword intent enveloped the blade, and the stardust emitted an excited chime as it lunged toward Wuzalong. Immediately, Wuzalong's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of joy within, the essence of thunder. This young man had actually comprehended the power of intent. What a prodigy! He effortlessly caught the Stardust Sword. Its force was insufficient to injure him, and he casually tossed it aside. Li Ranshan commanded the Stardust to persist in its attack, while Wuzalong meticulously gauged the sword's speed and strength. It was significantly more powerful than an ordinary second transformation flying sword, particularly when enhanced by the essence of thunder, possibly rivaling the might of a third transformation sword. Wuzalong nodded in satisfaction. Alright, cease your attack, Uncle Long. I haven't even begun to exert my strength, Li Ranshan replied. Wuzalong was taken aback, then chuckled. If that is the case, do not hold back. Unleash your abilities. Li Ranshan activated his power, invoking 2 divine abilities, causing the speed and strength of the Stardust Sword to triple instantaneously. Again, Li Ranshan called out, entering the mastery of sword intent. He meticulously searched for Wuzalong's vulnerabilities. However, the latter's entire being resembled a sealed sphere. leaving the Stardust with no openings to exploit. Noticing this, Wuzalong felt a jolt of astonishment. This young man could adeptly enter the state of intent. With the thought, Wuzalong revealed a slight crack in his otherwise sealed aura. With no time to ponder, Li Rancheng directed the Stardust sword towards that opening. Wuzalong was momentarily startled by the sword's sudden surge in speed, but his strength was sufficient to withstand it. Extending a finger, he met the Stardust in a clash, and upon feeling the force transmitted from the sword, Wuzalong was once again astonished. The power and speed had instantly tripled, now matching that of a peak third transformation sword. Could this be the legendary, divine ability? Contemplating this possibility, an expression of excitement finally graced Wuzalong's face. Gazing at Li Rancheng as if he were a precious gem, eager to confirm his suspicions, Wuzalong reached out to grasp the Stardust sword. Intending to conclude the duel, just as he was about to seize it, a gentle aura unexpectedly emerged, utilizing the force of Wuzalong's grasp to send the Stardust sword flying back to Li Rancheng's hand. Wuzalong stared in bewilderment at his right hand before suddenly awakening. Another form of intent? And the earlier was a divine ability? In the midst of Wuzalong's overwhelming astonishment, Li Rancheng nodded slightly. He had not deliberately concealed his capabilities. Now that they had forged a partnership, exhibiting greater potential would yield greater investment. The better the trump card, the bolder the bet. In that moment, Wuzalong was consumed with excitement. Murmuring incessantly, two forms of intent, divine ability, exquisite flying sword, sword immortal. You shall undoubtedly become a sword immortal in the future. Li Rancheng silently observed the martial saint enraptured, even contemplating recording the moment to show him later. Entirely devoid of the composure he had exhibited upon their initial meeting, after a considerable time, Wuzalong finally regained his composure and became increasingly warm towards Li Rancheng. Your talent in the path of swordsmanship is remarkable. It stands in stark contrast to the martial arts realm. Wuzalong lamented. What had initially been a spontaneous decision had unexpectedly led him to discover a genius in swordsmanship. If this young man were to succeed, perhaps matters regarding territory could indeed be resolved. He resolved to invest more substantially. Li Rancheng, upon hearing this, shook his head, acknowledging his diligent training, yet lamenting the time wasted by his previous incarnation, which hindered his progress. What could he possibly do? With your talent, your focus should be on swordsmanship. Do not expend excessive thought on martial arts. I shall handle your training in martial arts. Simply follow my guidance. Please advise me. Uncle Long, Li Rancheng replied, somewhat perplexed, unsure of what this martial saint intended. You are at the body refinement stage. If you become a martial disciple, I will find it challenging to assist you, Wuzalong remarked with a smile. Li Rancheng felt a surge of anxiety. Uncle Long's gaze felt amiss. What does Uncle Long intend to do? Speak plainly. Your current martial arts level is woefully inadequate, a mere heap of useless mud. Utterly unpresentable. I shall aid you in constructing a perfect martial foundation. Wuzalong spoke slowly, his words shocking. Li Rancheng's heart leaped with joy. Such a favor, I implore you, Uncle Long, assist me, of course, but brace yourself, do not scream in pain. His expression stiffened. Li Rancheng inquired, how do you plan to assist me, Uncle Long? Wuzalong revealed a devilish smile. Your cultivation is fraught with obstacles, and excessive use of medicine has left your spiritual power unstable. As such, you cannot reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Next, I shall shatter your current cultivation and, using my martial saint's power, aid you in reconstructing your foundation. In one day, you shall break through 3 realms. And upon completion, you will directly ascend to the status of martial disciple. What do you think? Quite convenient, isn't it? Li Rancheng's mouth watered at the thought. Shatter my cultivation, will it hurt? Wuzalong chuckled. Apologies, but you have no choice. In the next instant, Li Rancheng soared into the air on his sword, but before he could break through the door, he was ensnared and fell from the flying sword. Why are you running? This is a rare opportunity that countless individuals would kneel and beg for. Uncle Long, I simply wish to return in a few days. Joking aside, this endeavor truly demands considerable effort and cultivation. In the vast cosmos, only those born of superior lineage can enjoy such treatment. The talents nurtured in such circumstances are undoubtedly formidable. Wuzalong valued this young man highly, which drove his decision to extend assistance. He enveloped the Stardust sword in golden martial saint's power, temporarily severing its connection to Li Rancheng to prevent any backlash during the process of dismantling the young man's cultivation. In Wuzalong's eyes, this exquisite flying sword held far greater worth than Li Rancheng. Moreover, he swiftly muted Li Rancheng to spare him from any painful cries. Holding his breath and focusing, Wuzalong commenced the reconstruction of Li Rancheng's foundation. With both hands pressed against Li Rancheng's back, golden martial saint's power surged forth into his body. Curious, Li Rancheng began to introspect, eager to witness how this power would refine his foundation in the next moment. He regretted it. As the golden martial saint's power entered his body, it delved deep, enveloping every bone within Li Rancheng. Then, to his horror, it slowly ground his bones to dust. Yes, utterly pulverized into powder. Unbearable agony instantly enveloped him. Li Rancheng longed to twist his body but found himself immobilized. He wished to scream but was silenced. All he could do was silently endure the pain, his contorted facial expression betraying the turmoil within. "Endure, having my assistance is your fortune," Wuzalong said slowly, his mood exceedingly pleasant. If Li Rancheng could have spoken at that moment, he might have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Uncle Long after a while. Li Rancheng's expression returned to calmness. It was not that he had grown accustomed to the pain, rather, he had reached a state of numbness, the agony far exceeding his capacity for sensation, under Li Rancheng's tranquil gaze. The martial saint's power crushed the last remnant of his bones. Had it not been for Wuzalong's sustaining force, Li Rancheng would have truly been reduced to a puddle of flesh. "Alright, now we shall begin reconstructing your skeletal structure." Wuzalong exhaled slowly, recognizing that he could not afford to be distracted. Utmost concentration was required. The martial artist undergoes 3 stages of body refinement: body tempering, blood activation, and bone forging, progressing from the exterior to the interior. However, a peak expert's assistance operates in reverse, from the interior to the exterior. More martial saint's power flowed into Li Rancheng's body, reforming the bone powder into a new skeletal structure. At this moment, the newly formed bones gleamed a pale gold. A sheen of perspiration appeared on Wuzalong's brow. This exertion was no small task for him. Soon, the bones had reshaped themselves. The martial saint's power then flowed to the heart, penetrating deeply, rapidly generating new blood and replacing the old. A new blood, tinged with gold, surged in, replacing the old blood that flowed out through the pores. Before long, Li Rancheng was drenched in blood, his appearance ghastly. Surprisingly, this process felt rather pleasant. Li Rancheng felt as though his body had come alive, as if he had shed a layer of armor. The bone forging and blood activation were complete, only the body tempering remained. The remaining martial saint's power continued to transform Li Rancheng's physique, expelling a myriad of impurities through his pores. Upon completion of the body tempering, Li Rancheng was left covered in blood and filth, emitting a foul stench. Mission accomplished, a perfect foundation established, Wuzalong concluded, releasing his hold on Li Rancheng. Clenching his fists, Li Rancheng savored the surging power within him, a smile breaking forth. "While you're reveling in this, shouldn't you go wash up?" Wuzalong could no longer contain himself, waving his hand to toss Li Rancheng into the lake. Li Rancheng swiftly rinsed away the grime and blood, revealing defined muscle contours. Satisfied, he nodded. After expelling the impurities, his skin had become fairer and his appearance had ascended to a new echelon. Surely, he could easily captivate Xiao Bai Mao now. After changing into fresh attire, Li Rancheng was once again hoisted back by Wuzalong. "Thank you, Uncle Long," Li Rancheng expressed sincerely as he retrieved the stardust sword. Wuzalong waved his hand, his expression earnest. "You merely stand on the same starting line as those celestial prodigies. There is nothing to be proud of. Remember, your talent lies in the swordsmanship. Before reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, I can guide you." Li Rancheng nodded vigorously. The absence of effort on his part was quite comforting. "Now, you can break through to become a martial apprentice. I shall keep watch over you." "Alright." With his mind sinking into his dantian, Li Rancheng began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To forge his bones and ascend to martial apprentice, he needed to condense the martial seed within his dantian. Thanks to Uncle Long's impeccable foundation, he found it an effortless task. The martial seed, full and lustrous, floated serenely in his dantian. Li Rancheng beamed at his martial seed, while the resting Xingqian curiously circled around it, seemingly observing its new neighbor. Noticing the martial seed remained utterly still, Xingqian tentatively poked it a couple of times, causing Li Rancheng's eyelids to twitch. Fortunately, nothing happened. Subsequently, Xingqian began to channel a portion of her flowing sword intent and thunderous sword intent towards the martial seed. Li Rancheng couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, Xingqian had bared her teeth at the soft smoke sword of the little white-haired one, yet now she understood the value of sharing. However, what use would the sword intent be to the martial seed? Just as Li Rancheng was about to withdraw his consciousness from the dantian, his eyes widened in astonishment. The martial seed abruptly began to spin, absorbing the 2 types of sword intent nearby. Once the sword intent was entirely consumed, the round, pale golden martial seed bore the imprints of flowing water and thunder. Li Rancheng was bewildered. What was happening? He quickly snapped out of his meditative state and glanced at Wuzalong. Was that a success? Wu Zhilong, who was tidying up some books, casually inquired. Yes, but there was a slight unexpected turn of events, Li Ranjin replied. Oh, what sort of unexpected turn? Wu Zhilong's curiosity was piqued, given that he had expended half of his martial saint power to lay this foundation. How could there possibly be an issue? Li Ranjin recounted the scene he had witnessed. After listening, Wu Zhilong expressed his astonishment. Do not worry, this is a fortuitous occurrence. The inception of the martial seed. It is pure, like a blank canvas. It will choose to devour the powers that interest it. As you described, it absorbed the flowing water and thunder sword intent, which will subsequently nourish you endlessly. Li Ranjin was left in a daze. It would nourish me. The two types of sword intent would ultimately benefit Xingqian. Could it be that Xingqian had found herself a permanent source of sustenance? So that was why she suddenly became so generous. Li Ranjin silently scoffed. However, since it was a good thing, he decided not to dwell on it. Wu Zhilong gathered a pile of books and placed them before Li Ranjin. These are the key points for martial cultivation, along with some insights of mine. After you return, read through them several times and engrave them in your heart. You should have no issues when facing the martial saint. Li Ranjin eagerly collected them into his storage ring. He was quite adept at memorization, and here are various spiritual herbs from our Yunluo realm, Wu Zhilong added, producing a storage bag and handing it to Li Ranjin. Thank you, Uncle Long. Li Ranjin was not one to be overly courteous. His best way to repay Wu Zhilong was to become a sword immortal and fulfill his wishes. In the next 2 days. I will teach you some martial techniques. Discard all those flashy and superficial moves of yours. They are simply disheartening to behold, Wu Zhilong remarked with disdain. Li Ranjin felt helpless. There was no way around it. Wu Zhilong's standards were exceedingly high. Yet how could he refuse a chance to learn a set of martial techniques for free? This was an epic enhancement. 2 days later, Li Ranjin soared back to the gathering place on his sword, idly toying with the spherical object in his hand. According to Uncle Long, this was a fragment of the primordial essence he had requested from Yunluo Star, which he subsequently crafted into a boundary-breaking pearl. If Li Ranjin were to encounter an unavoidable danger, he could shatter it to be instantly transported to Yunluo Star. And now I possess a life-saving artifact. Chapter 44. Preparing for the exam. After playing with the boundary-breaking pearl for a while, Li Ranjin returned it to his storage ring. He looked down at the gathering place, now bustling with people. As he gently descended, many familiar martial artists cast kind glances at him, all of whom he had previously rescued. Su Tianming approached, his eyes sweeping over Li Ranjin in astonishment. Though Li Ranjin bore no sword, he radiated an overwhelming sense of danger. Brotherly, it seems you have changed after just a few days. Have I become more handsome? Li Ranjin replied, feeling rather pleased. It seemed he would need to keep a lower profile upon returning. Su Tianming chuckled awkwardly. By the way, Officer Chen Dongjun explained the recent events regarding the evil cultivators to us. Oh, what transpired? Li Ranjin inquired, intrigued. It is said that General Shaiyuan, in his youth, led a troop to the Yunluo realm to scout for opportunities to establish a foothold for our Xia kingdom. During one mission, 2 injured soldiers went missing, and when they were discovered, they had already been devoured by the locals. Li Ranjin gasped in shock. Devoured? Su Tianming nodded, his face twisted in disgust. Yes, it was in the village of that Wang Hu, a place where evil cultivators raised flesh-eating villagers, specifically to select children with potential for evil cultivation. When General Shaiyuan and his team arrived, all that remained of the 2 soldiers were piles of bones. Hearing this, Li Ranjin felt a chill run down his spine, as if he could visualize the horrific scene. You know what happened next? General Shaiyuan ordered a search of the entire village, and it turned out that beneath that village lay countless human remains. Li Ranjin listened in horror, feeling as though he had witnessed the tragedy firsthand. Afterward, General Shaiyuan led his troops to eliminate everyone in the village and set it ablaze. Wang Hu narrowly escaped and subsequently harbored a grudge against our Blue Star. Understood. I presume everyone has no complaints now? Li Ranjin asked. Su Tianming smiled. Naturally. Soon after, the remaining members of their group arrived. Li Ranjin glanced around. From the original 1,000+, only around 700 remained. Even ordinary trials suffered such heavy casualties. Li Ranjin felt a stirring in his heart. After all, this was a world of martial artists. He needed to acclimate to the reality of death. Come on, brotherly, you must treat us when we return. I've been waiting to take you out for a meal, Su Tianming called out. Li Ranjin followed the main group, suddenly feeling a sense of intuition and turning back for a moment. A figure in purple floated in the air. This lad truly is a peculiar one, Wu Zhilong mused, stroking his chin. Despite his low aptitude for martial arts, he has genuinely learned some of my most cherished techniques. I hope he grows swiftly. A great transformation in the universe is imminent. If he does not truly become one of us from Blue Star, we may not receive full protection from Yun Luo, with a sigh left in the air. Wo Zhilong vanished from sight. Once more embarking on the journey of transmission, Li Ranjin was in high spirits. Setting aside the distressing incident with the evil cultivators, his encounter with Uncle Long had elevated him to new heights. With a perfect foundation in martial arts and a breakthrough to martial apprentice, alongside learning several of Uncle Long's unparalleled techniques, his success exceeded all expectations, although the Xingqian sword saw no significant enhancement. Its third transition progressed more swiftly, and he had also found a permanent source of sustenance in his martial seed. I can't wait to return, little white-haired one, Li Ranjin thought, lost in reverie. With 3 months remaining, he would diligently cultivate and conquer the Qianlong Academy before reuniting with the little white-haired one. As he passed the Viper Python star, Li Ranjin scrutinized the Lord of the Viper Python realm. To his surprise, it seemed the Lord had sensed his presence, slightly opening its enormous vertical pupil to gaze in Li Ranjin's direction. In an instant Li Ranjin felt as though his soul had been locked. And in a daze, he saw a massive python lunging towards him, trembling in fear and unable to move. Fortunately, the Lord of the Viper Python recognized this as a passageway to Blue Star and promptly closed its eyes to resume its slumber. As the gaze faded, Li Ranjin felt as though he had come back to life, though an unsettling feeling lingered. Is this the power of a realm lord? Once I become a sword immortal, I shall be even stronger, Li Ranjin vowed silently. Soon enough, he beheld the familiar blue planet. Brothers, we are home. Indeed, it has finally come to an end. The surrounding martial artists cheered exuberantly, celebrating the conclusion of their journey. And Li Ranjin couldn't help but smile. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he found a squad of police officers waiting outside. Given the recent large-scale incident involving evil cultivators in Yun Luo, the martial artists naturally could not escape the fate of giving statements. Li Ranjin was no exception. However, after understanding the circumstances, the police officer's demeanor towards him became friendly, even promising to secure a third-level bronze medal as a reward for him. Li Ranjin exited the police station with a smile. Harboring little hope, medals were typically awarded to Blue Star citizens who made significant contributions to Blue Star. They were categorized into gold, silver, and bronze, with levels 1, 2, and 3. These medals held considerable utility, offering various benefits regardless of where one lived. Serving as a symbol of status, most influential and wealthy martial artists sought ways to obtain one. The third-level bronze medal was the lowest tier but not easily acquired. Li Ranjin had seen news reports of a wealthy individual who had built several schools without charging commoners tuition. Earning a third-level bronze medal through such contributions, considering what he had done, there was little to anticipate. Quickly unlocking his phone and connecting to the internet, Li Ranjin was inundated with over 99 messages from Lan Shiyu. Have you made it back? Be sure to stay safe. I've returned to Kyoto. School is so boring. I want to go out and play with you. Have you arrived at the Yun Luo realm? How does it feel? I heard that evil cultivators are hunting Blue Star martial artists. Are you alright? You're so clever. You must be fine. Come back soon. I'll be waiting for you in Kyoto. As he scrolled through the messages, Li Ranjin smiled. Being worried about by someone while in a foreign land felt wonderful. I am the Great Sword Immortal. Li the Great Sword Immortal has returned. Little white-haired one, why aren't you rushing to welcome me? Far away in Kyoto, Lan Shiyu's phone rang with a special tone. Startled awake from her slumber, she grabbed her phone and, upon seeing Li Ranjin's reply, finally felt at ease. Sure, you have returned. I trust you are unharmed. I am De Jianxian. How could I possibly be injured? My journey to Yun Luo was immensely fruitful. I am almost certain to gain admission to the Qianlong Academy. And soon I shall have the pleasure of meeting you and my future father-in-law. Upon reading the message, a blush appeared on Lan Shiyu's face. Shiryu, let's see you say that after you are accepted. Li Ranchen chuckled and continued to deepen his bond with the little white-haired creature. Upon returning home, Li Ranchen collapsed onto the sofa and retrieved the spirit beast pouch to release the husky. The husky cast a disdainful glance his way before promptly sprinting to its usual resting spot. Home is indeed comfortable. Li Ranchen reclined on the sofa, mentally replaying his experiences in Yun Luo. The next step is to prepare for the college entrance examination. Chapter 45. The essence of intent. As he pondered, Li Ranchen gradually succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already the following afternoon. Raising his head, he observed that Xingqian was flying around the room with a piece of material as sustenance. The husky was squatting in front of the refrigerator, its head buried inside. Leaving most of its body exposed. Li Ranchen got up and approached the refrigerator, lifting the husky to discover that it was nearly empty, with the husky clutching the last piece of meat in its mouth. Noticing Li Ranqian's disapproving gaze fixed on the meat, the husky hastily took a couple of bites and swallowed, then defiantly met Li Ranqian's stare. "Look at your demeanor." Li Ranqian casually tossed the husky onto the sofa. He opened his phone, intending to order some delectable food as a treat for himself. Suddenly, he noticed a friend request with the note, Su Tianming. Upon accepting, Su Tianming promptly sent a message. "What do you say, Li brother? Are you free today? Let's go out for a meal tonight. I'll bring some friends along for everyone to get acquainted." Li Ranqian pondered for a moment. Realizing he was indeed free today, thus he decided to go, saving himself the trouble of finding time later. "Sure, just let me know the location once it's arranged." Done. After washing his face to refresh himself, Li Ranqian began organizing his study plan for the college entrance examination. With 3 months at his disposal, the current training pace of the Xingqian sword would be sufficient for a breakthrough to the third transformation. During this time, I must thoroughly memorize the books provided by Uncle Long and also delve into sword techniques and sword intent. In the final 2 days, with Uncle Long's guidance, Li Ranqian realized that the path of the sword was not as simple as he once thought. Merely cultivating the flying sword was insufficient. The sword cultivator must also possess a solid foundation in swordsmanship to fully unleash the sword's power. The reason being, Uncle Long had the fortune of attending a class taught by a sword immortal from the Blue Star. The most profound statement he recalled was, "While an exceptional flying sword is indeed crucial, serving as the cornerstone for becoming a sword immortal, even without such a sword, I still am a sword immortal wielding merely a wooden sword." Do not solely focus on the flying sword. Those with a narrow vision are destined to never become sword immortals. To this end, Uncle Long gathered an array of sword techniques, sword methods, and insights on sword practice, all of which he entrusted to Li Ranqian. Harboring high hopes for him, the martial path must not be neglected. The several martial arts taught by Uncle Long require constant honing. Li Ranqian remained optimistic about martial arts. As his innate talent was not exceptionally high, he merely aimed to keep pace with the majority. Extending his hands, the thunderous sword intent and flowing water sword intent gradually unfurled. Li Ranqian recalled his dialogue with Wu Zhilong. Essentially, these two were the intent of thunder and the intent of flowing water, merely manifested through Li Ranqian's flying sword, thus termed sword intent. Intent is a power of a higher echelon. And to possess two such intents at your age is nothing short of astonishing. Wu Zhilong wore an expression of disbelief, as he himself had yet to comprehend intent. What exactly constitutes high-level power? Li Ranqian inquired curiously. The pinnacle realm you should be familiar with includes treading stars, realm master, venerable, and emperor. The power of intent is something that martial practitioners begin to explore only upon reaching the treading stars level. Treading stars level warriors traverse the starry skies and myriad realms, fully comprehending the power of a single intent, enabling them to condense a star within their body and attain the realm master level. Condensing a star within the body, Li Ranqian was taken aback, immediately recalling the dark planet enveloped within the body of the Viper Lord. Wu Zhilong cast a sidelong glance at him. "It is certainly not a genuine star, rather, it is a miniature world condensed from your comprehended intent. For you, it should be a world filled with flowing water and thunder." Li Ranqian began to understand. Thus, he had preemptively grasped intent. Wu Zhilong sipped his tea and continued, "Since you possess such a talent, should the opportunity arise, you might attempt to comprehend several more. The more intense you grasp, the stronger the world you can condense." Wu Zhilong nodded approvingly. Indeed, however, this starry expanse imposes limitations on martial practitioners. 9 is the maximum. A martial practitioner may comprehend at most 9 distinct intents. Only upon condensing the star after reaching the maximum number of intents can one hope to glimpse the threshold of the Emperor. Astounding, Li Ranqian exclaimed. That Emperor from the Blue Star must have comprehended 9 different intents to achieve such status. Precisely, thus many ambitious martial practitioners traverse countless realms to grasp an additional intent, only choosing to condense a star at the very end of their lives. Li Ranqian silently noted this invaluable knowledge. "However, you, my friend, are fortunate, having already comprehended 2 intents. In the future, you might indeed strive for the maximum." Wu Zhilong jested. Li Ranqian smiled. Since the Emperor surpasses the sword immortal, he would not easily concede and would strive to attain it. As for how to comprehend other intents, he had not the slightest clue. Emerging from his reverie, Li Ranqian sighed and began to close his eyes, contemplating the flowing water and thunder intents. Mastering what he already knew was essential before considering anything else. As night fell, Li Ranqian awoke from his meditative state, checking his phone to find that Su Tianming had already sent the location. There was still an hour left, more than sufficient. Retrieving the Xingqian sword from the ice pile, Li Ranqian roused the husky, who was sprawled out, by shaking it vigorously. The awakened husky, fur bristling, glared at Li Ranchen, huffing in annoyance. "We're going out for meat," Li Ranchen said nonchalantly. The husky immediately transformed into a well-behaved creature, leaping up to perch on Li Ranchen's shoulder. Standing by the roadside, Li Ranchen waved to hail a taxi driver. Although he could fly on his sword and the city had no explicit prohibitions, Li Ranchen opted for a more low-key approach. After all, riding in a car was far more comfortable than flying on a sword. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hotel Su Tianming had booked. After tidying his appearance, perfectly polished, Li Ranchen approached the entrance but was halted. "Excuse me, sir, bringing a spirit beast inside requires prior reservation. May I ask if you have made one?" The attendant spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Li Ranchen's face. "No," Li Ranchen replied awkwardly. Glancing at the husky on his shoulder, he intended to find an unoccupied space to stow it in the spirit beast pouch. Suddenly, he spotted Su Tianming speaking in the lobby and called out to him. Su Tianming hurried over, addressing the attendant. "This is my guest. He can come in without a reservation." After dismissing the attendant, Su Tianming smiled at Li Ranchen, saying, "This hotel is owned by my Su family. Feel free to indulge, no need to be polite." Li Ranchen scratched the husky, saying, "Did you hear that? There will be plenty of meat today." The husky excitedly barked twice, its large head scanning the surroundings. Su Tianming's gaze shifted to the husky, and after sizing it up, he couldn't help but praise, "This must be a rare spirit beast, resembling a white tiger cub. It seems quite spirited." Li Ranchen laughed lightly. "It's just a glutton, of no real use, merely a pet for amusement." The husky, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at him, turning its head away. "Li brother, you jest, please follow me. I shall introduce you to my friends, each of whom is a luminary in Jiangnan City." Su Tianming led the way. The two stood in the elevator, the transparent glass behind them allowing a panoramic view of Jiangnan City's nightscape as the elevator ascended. "Ding, Li brother, we have arrived." Li Ranchen turned and followed Su Tianming out of the elevator. As they walked and chatted, a young man approached, flanked by two bodyguards. Upon seeing this individual, Su Tianming's expression instantly turned frosty. Li Ranchen sensed the animosity between them. The young man, upon noticing Su Tianming, also smiled coldly and halted. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ranchen observed closely. The young man appeared pale, with dark circles under his eyes, and his steps were slightly unsteady, indicating he was not a martial practitioner. "Wang Yun, your Wang family has no enterprises. What business do you have at my Su family's hotel?" Su Tianming demanded sternly. "What are you implying, Su? Is it not the purpose of a hotel to welcome guests?" Wang Yun replied with a smirk, then shifted his gaze to Li Ranchen upon noticing the husky on Li Ranchen's shoulder. Wang Yun's pupils constricted, and his face lit up with surprise. "At last, I have found you." Li Ranchen was taken aback. "What was this fellow going on about? Kid, that white tiger on you is mine." Wang Yun glared at Li Ranchen with ill intent. Su Tianming glanced at Li Ranchen, who in turn looked at the husky, which scratched its head and then barked angrily at Wang Yun. Apparently it did not recognize him. Li Ranchen shrugged. Wang Yun's expression soured as he fixed his gaze on the husky. "Wang Yun, do you have no shame, if you fancy my brother's white tiger cub? Just say so, no need for these baseless claims." Su Tianming retorted with irritation, "That white tiger is indeed mine. I have searched for it for ages, and you had better return it to me." Wang Yun exhaled slowly, speaking in a measured tone. The husky disdainfully sneezed. Li Ranchen shrugged. "I refuse." "Very well, number one and number two, seize him." Wang Yun bellowed furiously. The two bodyguards behind him immediately vanished. Li Ranchen was preparing to take action when he noticed that the two bodyguards appeared to possess considerable strength. Just then, he heard Su Tianming call out from nearby, "Uncle Yang, come quickly, someone is causing trouble." In the next moment, a middle-aged man with a jovial demeanor appeared, grasping the necks of the two bodyguards in his hands. "You from the Wang family? Are you certain you wish to stir up trouble here?" The middle-aged man said with a smile, though his words carried a menacing undertone. "I will remember you. Just wait," Wang Yun replied darkly, casting a stern glance at Li Ranchen before striding into the elevator. Indifferent to the fate of the two bodyguards, Uncle Yang casually waved his hand, tossing the two bodyguards into the elevator as well. Seeing Wang Yun leave, Su Tianming smiled at Uncle Yang and said, "Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Yang, otherwise, we would have been in quite a predicament." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "It's part of my duty, just advise your friend to be cautious, that Wang kid is not someone to be trifled with." He then turned to leave. Once the others had departed, Su Tianming leaned in closer to Li Ranchen and whispered, "Brotherly, what about this white tiger cub? I found it during my training. There was no one else around at the time." Li Ranchen replied. Su Tianming sighed in relief. "As long as it's yours, that's fine, but I wonder why Wang Yun has set his sights on you." Li Ranchen, feeling equally perplexed, asked Su Tianming, "What is Wang Yun's background?" He is the eldest son of the Wang family, whose influence is comparable to that of my Su family. Wang Yun is notoriously vindictive and narrow-minded, given the harsh words he left with. He will undoubtedly seek trouble with you. If you require assistance, brotherly, do not hesitate to approach me. I have some grievances with him as well, Su Tianming cautioned. Understood, I will be vigilant, Li Ranchen replied. Dismissing the matter lightly, curious about how Wang Yun would choose to trouble him. After all, he was alone and felt unafraid of a man who was merely wearing shoes. What bad luck running into this scoundrel as soon as I arrive. Su Tianming lamented, his previously good mood soured by Wang Yun's presence. Let us set that aside, brotherly. Tonight, we shall indulge until inebriation. Su Tianming led Li Ranchen into an opulent private room where 3 men and 2 women were seated. Their eyes lighting up upon seeing Li Ranchen, they had heard from Su Tianming that he was an exceptionally talented swordsman eager to make his acquaintance, thus avoiding any pretentious airs. After feasting and mingling with his newfound friends, Li Ranchen picked up a plump Siberian husky resting nearby and strolled out of the hotel. The cool breeze greeted him, gradually clearing his mind. Su Tianming's friends were all scions of prominent families in Jiangnan City. Upon hearing of Wang Yun's harassment, 2 of them immediately offered to help deal with him, but Li Ranchen politely declined. They had only just met, and he did not wish to impose upon anyone. Furthermore, he did not regard Wang Yun as a worthy opponent. If trouble did arise, he would simply engage him as a means of honing his skills. As he walked, Li Ranchen's gaze sharpened. He sensed he was being followed. So he truly is vengeful. Revenge indeed does not wait for nightfall. He chuckled softly, steering toward a secluded area. Coming to a halt, he turned around, only to see 2 men in gray uniforms slowly approaching. Leave the white tiger cub behind, and you may go, one of them stated. What if I refuse? Li Ranchen retorted. Then we shall incapacitate you and take it anyway. The 2 men swiftly advanced, surrounding Li Ranchen. However, times had changed. After rigorous training under Wu Zhilong, Li Ranchen's close combat skills had significantly improved. He quickly deflected their attacks, assessing their strength, and his eyes flickered. Point 2 Advanced martial apprentices, no need for a flying sword. I can handle this. With a resolute determination, Li Ranchen initiated his assault. As the 2 men, realizing their attacks were futile, summoned a dark green martial aura for protection. Li Ranchen responded by unleashing a golden martial aura. Exuding a hint of martial saint's might. As he closed in, the moment the golden and dark green auras clashed, the latter melted away as if confronted by searing flames, witnessing their protective auras shatter. Li Ranchen brought his index and middle fingers together, summoning a ball of lightning energy. Thunderclap piercing general. He thrust his fingers forward, and the lightning ball surged into the bodies of the 2 men, wreaking havoc within their meridians and obstructing the flow of spiritual energy. Both men collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Li Ranchen had held back, as this particular lightning ball would only damage a portion of their meridians. With the aid of healing herbs and prolonged rest, they could eventually recover. Chapter 47. The purple-eyed entity. Seeing the 2 men convulsing and unconscious on the ground, Li Ranchen felt a pang of sympathy and could not bear to let them lie there. What if they caught a cold? Thus, he kindly tossed them into a nearby trash bin and closed the lid, ensuring they would not suffer from the chill. Repaying kindness with kindness, indeed that is my philosophy. Humming a tune, Li Ranchen strolled away leisurely. At the Wang family villa, the pallid Wang Yun entered the bathroom, opting not to turn on the lights as he sank into the bathtub. He turned on the faucet, allowing cold water to gradually envelop his body. After some time, the sound of splashing echoed from the bathtub. Wang Yun pulled apart the bathroom curtains to let the moonlight in, revealing dozens of indistinct black creatures swimming within the tub. How much longer do you intend to cling to me? Wang Yun inquired, his tone dripping with impatience. The myriad black entities slowly coalesced, merging into a single being measuring 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, adorned with a solitary eye that glimmered with an eerie purple light under the moon's glow. A raspy, otherworldly voice emerged. Did I not already tell you? Hand over that white tiger cub, and you shall be free. Although rare, I could acquire a few ordinary white tiger spirit beasts. Why are you so fixated on that particular one? Wang Yun probed cautiously. Oh, it matters not to divulge, retorted the purple-eyed entity disdainfully. An ordinary white tiger spirit beast peaks at the martial sovereign realm upon maturity and is unlikely to transcend to the martial king realm without extraordinary fortune. However, that white tiger cub possesses a mother who is a martial king. Before her demise, she sacrificed her flesh and blood to enhance its potential. Should it fall into my hands, I could occupy its body and ascend unimpeded to the martial king realm, with opportunities to reach the pinnacle of power in the future. Wang Yun's heart raced at the prospect. He had never trained in martial arts, but with a martial king spirit beast by his side, yet the purple-eyed entity seemed to sense his thoughts and warned him. You would do well not to entertain any nefarious ideas. Your life is in my grasp. At a mere whim, I could extinguish your existence. Wang Yun's expression darkened at this declaration. He was acutely aware that within him resided a fragment of the purple-eyed entity, capable of ending his life in an instant. Cursed starry realm beings, how dare they threaten me? Wang Yun seethed inwardly. Had he known better, he would have never ventured into that beast-infested forest, nor would he have encountered this wretched purple-eyed entity. And that brat who was with Su Tianming, he must have been the one who secretly took the cub's egg, wasting so much of his time. This prolonged existence of the purple-eyed entity within him had been siphoning his essence, rendering his already frail body even weaker. Cursed, they all deserve to die, Wang Yun muttered in silent fury, feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa, Li Ranchen, who was busy bonding with the little white fur ball, suddenly sneezed. I feel as if someone is talking about me, he mumbled. The exceptional husky lay sprawled at the foot of the bed, sound asleep. I need to return to school tomorrow. Teacher Liang has been urging me to come back for a visit. Li Ranchen mused to himself. Suddenly, he recalled the sword cultivation manual he had borrowed from school and realized he had yet to read it. How could he have forgotten this? However, at that moment, Li Ranchen felt too lazy to move and decided to sleep instead, planning to begin his studies the following day. That night, he dreamed of a dark creature that rushed toward him with an insatiable urgency, repeatedly chanting something about a perfect body. It was quite a fright, causing Li Ranchen to leap back in surprise as he instinctively thrust his sword into its most prominent purple eye. What a bizarre dream. Upon waking, Li Ranchen scratched his head, not giving it much thought. After a quick wash, he made his way to school, being the only student at Erzhong with hopes of being accepted into the Qianlong Academy. The school naturally held high expectations for him. Teacher Liang, too, did not dare to let Li Ranchen train unsupervised, so if he showed no progress upon returning to school, he intended to revoke Li Ranchen's leave, compelling him to follow closely behind for training. As he approached the school gate, Li Ranchen suddenly froze, realizing he had once again forgotten to wear his uniform. However, the security guard recognized him and waved him through without hesitation. Oh, good morning, Teacher Liang. Not long after Li Ranchen caught sight of Teacher Liang's reflective bald head. I hope you've made significant progress, otherwise you may be in for a rough time, Teacher Liang ominously threatened. Not at all, Teacher Liang, my training has skyrocketed. You'll be astonished, Li Ranchen replied cheerfully. How far along are you in your physical training? Teacher Liang inquired. I'm at the second level of martial apprentices. Oh, second level of physical training, martial apprentice? Teacher Liang's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of those around them. Teacher Liang, could you refrain from making such a scene? Others will see us and I'll be embarrassed alongside you. Li Ranchen complained. No way, is this for real? You've become a martial apprentice? Teacher Liang exclaimed, incredulous. With no choice left, Li Ranchen spread his palm, and a wave of golden martial aura began to emanate. Teacher Liang couldn't help but lean in closer, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, finally convinced that this was indeed genuine martial aura. How is it possible? In just a month, you've jumped an entire realm, Teacher Liang asked, utterly flabbergasted. Li Ranchen calmly shook his finger, stating that a genius cannot be measured by common standards. Teacher Liang, are you satisfied with my cultivation speed? Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied. I'll grant you another 3 months of leave. Do you think you can break through to the martial master level? Liang Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Ranchen shot him a glance, remaining silent. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Liang Ting hurriedly grabbed him, saying, wait, today, another school is visiting for exchanges, and I suspect their intentions aren't entirely benevolent. You should teach them a lesson. Li Ranchen glanced at Liang Ting and asked, is there no other student worthy of note in the second high school besides me? Liang Ting sighed, in comparison to you, it is true we have no one else of merit. Well, since it's rare for me to come back, I'd like to see the caliber of students from other schools. Come sit in my office. I'll call for you if anything arises. Li Ranchen nodded, strolling leisurely through the campus. Watching his departing figure, Liang Ting couldn't help but exclaim, has this kid secretly found some cheat? That golden martial aura emanates a sense of intimidation that certainly surpasses what someone his age should be able to cultivate. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, Liang Ting decided to abandon the thought, reasoning that the more formidable Li Ranchen became, the more illustrious the reputation of the second high school would be. He had almost forgotten to inquire about the young man's flying sword. It must be nearing its third transformation. With Jiangnan City's top spot at stake, he would have a chance to compete. Liang Ting weighed his thoughts as he made his way to the principal's office. Chapter 48. Overwhelming the same level. Seated in Liang Ting's reclining chair, Li Ranchen took out the sword cultivation technique to peruse. Meanwhile, the stardust within his dantian revolved around his martial essence, occasionally emitting threads of thunder and the essence of flowing water. Consequently, the thunder and watermarks on his martial essence grew increasingly vibrant. Ever since acquiring these two marks, Li Ranchen had a vague sense that he could control a modicum of thunder and water. While practicing the thunder finger technique, he effortlessly coalesced thunder as if it were second nature. Leaving the guiding Wu Zhilong beside him questioning his own existence, with his left index finger raised, spiritual energy flowed within him, gradually forming a water sphere at his fingertip, which then dissipated into a sphere of lightning. Once the marks on my martial essence and my understanding of thunder grow stronger, perhaps I can control even more lightning, Li Ranchen thought, excitement coursing through him. Who could resist becoming a harbinger of thunder that shatters darkness? With a flick of his fingertips' spiritual energy, Li Ranchen began to immerse himself in the study of the sword cultivation technique. Just as he was halfway through, a message from teacher Liang arrived. North Sports Field. Hurry! Reluctantly putting away the sword cultivation technique, Li Ranchen rose and headed out. At the North Sports Field of the second high school, a frail male teacher derisively taunted Liang Ting. Surely your students from the second high school can't all be of such a low caliber? This is a disservice to the youth. How can they possibly gain admission to a good university? Beside him stood several unruly-looking students, who were scoffing at their counterparts from the second high school. They had already knocked down a dozen or so students and now believed that none from the second high school could hold their own. Liang Ting, not one to back down, retorted, "Skinny monkey. Don't be so cocky. One of my students can take on 10 of yours, then let him come out. Stop talking nonsense. I'm here waiting for you to embarrass yourself," the so-called skinny monkey teacher challenged. Just as Liang Ting was about to respond, a hand pulled him back. Turning, he saw it was Li Ranchen. "I'll handle this, teacher Liang." Liang Ting's face lit up with joy as he called out to the opposing side. "Skinny monkey, my student has arrived. Let your students prepare to be taught a lesson." Li Ranchen stepped forward, surveying the students opposite him. Rather unremarkable, nothing special at all. The skinny monkey teacher shot a glance. "Son Hu, go give him a beating, and put some effort into it." "Don't worry, teacher." As the student approached, Li Ranchen felt no inclination to fight. The ninth layer of bone forging might be commendable among peers, but to Li Ranchen now, it was utterly insufficient. "You'd best concede voluntarily. At least it will spare you a beating." Son Hu sneered. Li Ranchen ignored him and turned to the referee, who signaled for the match to commence. In an instant, Li Ranchen vanished, reappearing before Sun Hu. Sun Hu's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his arms for defense, but his body could not keep pace with Li Ranchen's speed. He was sent flying, crashing beside the skinny monkey teacher. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd as Li Ranchen spoke. "Truly pathetic, skinny monkey, why don't you let your students come at me all at once? It'll save everyone some time." The skinny monkey's expression darkened as he realized the implications of Li Ranchen's words. "Ha, skinny monkey, I suggest you heed my student's advice, it might give you a glimmer of hope." Liang Ting chimed in, now emboldened. "Since you insist, let them all come at once. I want to see just how formidable this kid really is," the skinny monkey declared fiercely. The remaining 5 students surged forward, surrounding Li Ranchen. Observing this, the students from the second high school began to murmur among themselves. "How shameless, the so-called monkey teacher really has no shame," insisting they all attack at once, though Li Ranchen is impressive. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to take on 5 at once? What do you know, he is a sword cultivator. He hasn't even drawn his sword yet." Li Ranchen glanced at the 5 opponents. 2 were martial apprentices at the first level, and 3 had completed bone forging. It was no wonder they felt bold enough to challenge the second high school. Apart from Li Ranchen, there wasn't even a single martial apprentice among them. "I thought we were arrogant enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more so," the leader of the group sneered. To speak frankly, you're all exceedingly weak. You should return home before you embarrass yourselves." Li Ranchen advised kindly. "Let us all attack together and strike him in the face." "Agreed. I've disliked that pretty boy for a while. Let us turn him into a pig's head." Li Ranchen's expression turned cold. Such words could not be ignored. The 5 rushed forward, but it was apparent they had no training in coordinated attacks. Their assault was disorganized. Li Ranchen deftly evaded their onslaught, even managing to deliver a slap to one of them. After several exchanges, not only had the 5 failed to land a hit on Li Ranchen, but they also sported several red handprints on their faces. As the 5 students retreated in disarray, the skinny monkey's expression soured further. Meanwhile, the students from the second high school erupted in cheers. "Is dodging all you can do? Can't you fight like a man? One student yelled. Li Ranshan nodded, "Of course I can." And upon hearing this, the two martial apprentice students immediately activated their martial auras, charging at Li Ranshan without fear. Li Ranshan stood his ground, clenching his right fist. A pale golden martial aura manifesting, the crowd gasped. Li Ranshan is also a martial apprentice? Great, our second high school finally has a martial apprentice. Let us crush them. The students from the second high school were in an uproar. Many having participated in the 5-school championship, and they knew that Li Ranshan's previous cultivation was nowhere near his current level, yet, to elevate his prowess so significantly in just a month seemed utterly absurd. So what if he is a martial apprentice? We have two on our side. The skinny monkey scoffed disdainfully at the two martial apprentices charging forward, showed no signs of fear, aiming directly for Li Ranshan's face. In the next moment, they were sent flying, each bearing a distinct imprint of a fist on their faces. The remaining 3 students, having just arrived, halted awkwardly before Li Ranshan, unsure of how to proceed. Without hesitation, Li Ranshan sent each of them flying with a punch. Thus, beside the skinny monkey, 5 new craters appeared. Looking up, the skinny monkey's chest heaved with rage, his expression contorted, as if he were ready to explode at any moment. "Ah, little monkey, my students are usually quite exemplary. They likely didn't anticipate just how weak yours were, and momentarily failed to hold back. Please don't hold it against him," Liang Ting chimed in. A mocking tone evident as he toyed with a magenta flying sword. Seeing the sword, the skinny monkey's heart trembled, and his anger dissipated swiftly. He realized he could not contend with Liang Ting. This visit to the second high school had turned into a self-inflicted humiliation. Watching Liang Ting's smug expression, the skinny monkey felt a sharp pang of frustration. Chapter 49, A Chance Encounter with the Fisherman. Don't get too complacent. The students who came this time are not our school's top tier, the skinny monkey retorted coldly, his frustration palpable. Oh, what a pity that the top students escaped unscathed. Liang Ting lamented mockingly. A loss for words, the skinny monkey led his injured students away in defeat. Teacher, which school were they from? Li Ranshan inquired. Ninth Li High School, located in the suburbs. It's a school that practices closed education. So we don't interact much, Liang Ting replied. What was their purpose today? They came to vie for guaranteed admission slots, hoping to establish dominance over us. Unfortunately for them, they ended up with egg on their faces. Liang Ting chuckled darkly. Li Ranshan pondered for a moment. Guaranteed university slots. Indeed, there are 5 guaranteed slots for Jiangnan City, and these high schools are fighting tooth and nail for them, given our weaker standing. We were the first to be trampled, but this has nothing to do with you. The guaranteed slots are for Tingsha Academy. Your goal is Qianlong, so don't concern yourself with this, and our second high school has no intention of contesting. Upon hearing Tingsha, Li Ranshan immediately lost interest. While it was a commendable institution, it was not his target. I'll take my leave now. See you in 3 months. Hey, you brat, if you're flying sword isn't at the 3rd transformation in 3 months. Don't bother coming to see me. Li Ranshan dismissed this with a wave. Striding confidently out of the school gates, not rushing home, he began to wander leisurely, realizing that a little relaxation was also essential. Young master, the target has appeared. A man in a gray uniform, monitoring Li Ranshan's movements, promptly contacted Wang Yan. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Very well, keep a close watch on him. Since the martial disciples cannot subdue him, we shall summon 2 martial masters. Once he is alone, we shall capture him and make him experience the torment I currently endure. On the other end of the phone, Wang Yan's visage was twisted in rage, devoid of any trace of color. As he walked, Li Ranshan suddenly halted before a peculiar shop. The storefront was modest, even to the point of being cramped. If one did not pay particular attention, it would be easily overlooked. Yet, as if guided by an unseen force, Li Ranshan came to a stop. He glanced upward to read the shop's name, Starlit Fishing House. Intrigued, a profound curiosity welled within him as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by 3 rows of fishing rods. The rods displayed not only a splendid array of colors but also varied in shape and style. After searching the vicinity, Li Ranshan found no attendant, yet 4 large characters adorned the wall. Fate awaits the seeker. Scanning the display, he fixed his gaze upon a blue rod, its body embellished with yellow starlight. As he casually picked it up, the environment around him transformed dramatically. In an instant, he found himself standing in the cosmos, rod in hand, with his feet suspended in the void, surrounded by countless celestial bodies. Just as he began to doubt whether he had fallen under some illusion, an elderly voice resonated from behind him. A fellow destined one, come join this old man in a cast. Li Ranshan turned to discover an elder clad in a brown hat. Seated cross-legged in the void, the wooden rod in his hands hung low, ripples subtly flowing beneath its tip. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? Li Ranch asked, immediately recognizing the elder's formidable presence. One capable of effortlessly overpowering him, prompting a naturally respectful demeanor. I have long forgotten my name, but they all refer to me as the fishing sage, the elder replied with a faint smile. Ah, it is indeed the renowned fishing sage of the cosmos, young one. I have heard tales of your illustrious name for quite some time, yet never did I imagine I would be fortunate enough to meet you today. Li Ranch exclaimed, showering the elder with flattery. Although he had not previously heard of this name, the elder's extraordinary abilities indicated he was undoubtedly a formidable figure, thus Li Ranch chose to show his respect. Ha, you are quite clever, young one, the fishing sage remarked, clearly perceiving Li Ranch's flattery. However, given his age, he saw no reason to engage in a dispute with a younger generation. Come, cast a line, the fishing sage beckoned him with a wave of his hand. Li Ranch hesitated. Everything here was shrouded in mystery, and hasty actions were ill-advised, yet, considering that if the elder harbored malicious intent, escape would be futile, he boldly strode over, imitating the elder's posture as he sat cross-legged. Forcefully casting the blue rod. He lacked fishing skills, relying solely on brute strength to yield miraculous results. As he watched the fishing line vanish into the void, Li Ranch initiated conversation. Esteemed sage, what are we fishing for? Anything and everything is possible, it all depends on your fate, the elder replied, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the line. Why have you brought me here? Li Ranch inquired with curiosity. It is not I who brought you here. Rather, you walked in of your own volition, the fishing sage corrected him. Li Ranch pondered this and realized it was indeed true. From start to finish, he had been the one who approached. Do not overthink it. The mere act of entering my fishing house is your opportunity. Seize it well, the elder advised, noticing Li Ranch's restless mind, lost in thought and unable to concentrate on fishing. Had it been anyone else who truly knew my name, each would be clamoring to join me in fishing, the fishing sage continued. Thank you, esteemed elder, for granting me this opportunity. With the elder's reassurance, Li Ranch calmed himself and began to closely observe the rod in his hand. Feeling his spirit drawn into it through the rod, he glimpsed the myriad worlds of the cosmos, each line branching off into countless realms. My rods can fish for treasures across countless worlds. Any treasure unclaimed that resonates with you shall inevitably be hooked. The fishing sage's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Li Ranch's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fishing for treasures from myriad realms, what a remarkable skill. He resolved to apprentice under this fishing sage and master this art. How could he ever worry about sustenance? Even if he could not learn, merely leaving with a fishing rod would suffice. The prospect of becoming a power in the cosmos made Li Ranch unable to suppress a foolish grin. Understanding Li Ranch's thoughts, the fishing sage contemplated casting him out. Countless treasures floated before Li Ranch's eyes, tree-shaped gems radiating white light, auspicious Chilan beasts surrounded by rainbow clouds, and breathtakingly beautiful women. Among others, have I unwittingly stumbled into something peculiar? I certainly do not share the surname Chow. He mused silently, wondering which of these treasures might be his fate. Suddenly Xingqian flew forth from his dantian, pointing at the fishing rod in Li Ranch's hand and emitting a sword-like seer. Li Ranch, attuned to its thoughts, understood its intention. Away with you, what fish can you catch with just a flying sword? He replied, bemused. Xingqian, the sword, inexplicably wished to join him in fishing. The image was simply unimaginable. His fishing companion might not even be human. The fishing sage, influenced by Xingqian's commotion, turned to glance at it. A fine sword. A sword of the sword Immortal. Even the fishing sage, accustomed to treasures, could not help but praise. With his discerning eye, he recognized that this flying sword had awakened two divine abilities, with a third one currently coalescing. The blade concealed two profound essences, thunder and flowing water. What an extraordinary configuration. One would think it belongs to a sword immortal. Initially, upon witnessing Li Ranch's perfect foundational cultivation at the third level, the elder assumed he was a martial seed nurtured by some prestigious clan, but he never imagined he was a prodigy of swordsmanship. With such a flying sword in his possession, how could he not become a sword immortal? Esteemed elder, you flatter me. It is still but a child in nature, Li Ranch explained, concerned that Xingqian's incessant sword cries might annoy the elder. He added, there is no need for worry, its presence is inconsequential. After all, your fortunes are sufficient. The fishing sage dismissed the concern and produced another rod, handing it to Xingqian, which was half the length of Li Ranch's. Xingqian let out a joyful sword cry, raising the rod's tip, and with a surge of spiritual energy, cast it with great force. Li Ranch felt as though he were observing his own reflection. What do you mean by saying our fortunes are sufficient? Esteemed elder, he keenly inquired. The fishing sage regarded Li Ranch with a look of incredulity. You don't genuinely believe that merely catching a treasure means it belongs to you, do you? Although unclaimed, seizing such treasures through sheer force is ultimately against the natural order. requiring a certain amount of fortune to acquire it. You and that flying sword possess ample fortune. Securing a few treasures should be a certainty. Will a decrease in fortune have any impact on a person? Li Ranch remembered tales of those burdened by ill fortune, who encountered misfortunes at every turn, even stumbling on mere water. He had no desire to become like that. As long as your fortune does not turn negative, there will be no significant effect. Fortune merely dictates opportunity. You might still miss out, but here, you can reliably exchange for treasures. Others would kneel in supplication for the opportunity, yet you fret over this and that. The fishing sage scoffed at feeling embarrassed. Li Ranch scratched his head. Suddenly, a delightful sound rang out from Xingqian, who had felt a vigorous tug on its line. Amid their casual conversation, Xingqian had indeed caught a treasure. Li Ranch rushed over to see what his young companion had reeled in. Given its youth, it was only natural for him to help safeguard its catch if it could not manage. With a wave of his hand, the fishing sage released a stream of white energy from the sword, flowing along the fishing rod and line into the void. Is that white energy what you refer to as fortune? Li Ranch's pupils contracted. As the fishing sage diminished Xingqian's fortune, Li Ranch also perceived the total amount of Xingqian's fortune. Just now, the amount that flowed out was roughly 1/10 of the total, a wholly acceptable figure. As the white energy cascaded, the treasure ceased its tremors and gradually revealed its true form. A skull. Li Ranch's mouth fell agape. What use is this? It resembles a snake yet bears horns. Xingqian, unable to contain its excitement, lunged toward the object it had caught. A true dragon's skull. Indeed, it possesses tremendous fortune. The fishing sage nodded, presenting the skull before Xingqian. The next moment, Xingqian commenced sharpening its blade against the skull. Witnessing this scene, Li Ranch was left speechless. He had initially thought Xingqian had deemed the skull a treasure, only to realize it was merely being used as a sharpening stone. What purpose does a true dragon's skull serve? Li Ranch inquired of the fishing sage, noting the elder's tone suggested this skull was quite suitable for Xingqian. How could you not know this? Did none of your clan's elders impart such knowledge? The fishing sage was perplexed. Such common knowledge is something younglings from prominent families should memorize by heart. He presumed Li Ranch was a genius cultivated by some esteemed clan. I have no such background. I am merely the nephew of a dragon, and I practice martial arts, Li Ranch admitted, scratching his head. With no other option, the fishing sage began to explain. A flying sword undergoes 9 transformations. The 3rd transformation nurtures the sword's aura. The 5th sharpens the sword's edge, the 7th imbues the sword with spirit, the 9th reveals the sword's domain, leading to the realm of the sword Immortal. The 5th transformation requires a sharpening stone, such as various divine metals or the true bones of mythical beasts. Your flying sword is of exceptional quality. If you wish to unlock its full potential, obtaining a sharpening medium is of utmost importance. And this true dragon's skull is the finest among the finest. When your sword reaches its 5th transformation, you will no longer need to seek out sharpening stones. Observing Xingqian joyfully honing its blade against the skull, Li Ranch felt a sense of relief. The child had grown and learned to alleviate his burdens, which was indeed commendable. What do nurturing sword aura, imbuing sword spirit, and revealing sword domain entail? I humbly request your guidance. Esteemed elder, Li Ranch implored with an eagerness to learn. Although the dragon of martial arts had imparted much to him, his knowledge of swordsmanship was still limited. The old fisherman set aside his rod and produced a flask of liquor. Taking a couple of sips before he spoke slowly, with 3 transitions, you are poised to cultivate your sword energy, yet, I observe that you seem capable of releasing sword energy already. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, was fixed upon the stardust sword. Li Ranjan summoned the stardust with a gesture, unleashing 2 strands of sword energy, one fierce as thunder, the other gentle as flowing water. The old fisherman nodded thoughtfully. Acknowledging the duality of your intentions, your flying sword has indeed nurtured these 2 forms of sword energy. For you, the 3rd transition will merely be a formality, devoid of challenge. Li Ranjan's heart stirred with realization. No wonder the stardust had been steeped in those 2 realms. It was preparing sword energy in advance. As for the 7th transition, which harbors sword spirits, it emerges from the vivacity of the flying sword. Providing no cause for concern, the old fisherman cast a glance at the stardust, now engrossed in sharpening itself, and felt a twinge of envy. What a splendid flying sword! It had perfected its sword energy by the 2nd transition and even found a 5th transition sharpening stone. The 7th transition posed no threat. This lad was practically coasting on effortless victories. Naturally, Li Ranjan shared this sentiment, his smile radiating unabashed delight. Noticing the old fisherman's piercing gaze, he quickly reined in his expression and shifted the topic. And what of the 9th transition sword domain? The old fisherman took another sip of his liquor, his eyes glazing as if lost in reminiscence. When the 9th transition flying sword is unleashed, The sword domain manifests. Within this domain, sword cultivators reign supreme, wielding immense destructive power, he articulated slowly. Ranjan felt a surge of excitement. The emergence of the sword domain was exceedingly captivating, just as he was about to delve deeper into the topic. His long-neglected fishing rod began to stir, gripping the rod tightly. Ranjan burst into laughter. At last, it has come, my treasured prize. The old fisherman remained stoic, casually gesturing. A fraction of the fortune above Ranjan dissipated into the void. When he finally grasped the prize with eager hands, he discovered it to be a device akin to a smartphone. Habitually, he turned to the old fisherman, awaiting an explanation. What is this? The old fisherman eyed the device with keen interest. This is the Star Alliance's membership token, he explained. Ranjan fiddled with the device, yet it displayed no reaction. Stop fidgeting. It requires a drop of blood to recognize its master, the old fisherman advised impatiently. Following his suggestion, Ranjan pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to touch the screen. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted, and instinctively he shut his eyes. Upon reopening them, the screen had returned to its original form, merely glowing faintly akin to a smartphone rebooting. Moments later, a line of text appeared. Welcome to the Star Alliance, please register your identity. Star Alliance, register. Ranjan was taken aback. The old fisherman lifted his rod, elucidating, this is the token for joining the Star Alliance. Once registered, you will be a member. What exactly is the Star Alliance? Can I join? Ranjan inquired with curiosity. The old fisherman replied, there are 5 dominant powers in the universe: the Destiny Tower, the End of Tribulation Society, the Demon Court, the Star Alliance, and the Sword Pavilion. What you possess is merely the membership token of the Star Alliance. Luck is average. This item is not particularly valuable. What does the Star Alliance do? Am I eligible to join? Ranjan pressed further. The old fisherman, now focused on fishing, responded indifferently, it's up to you. The Star Alliance has powerful individuals from your blue star backing it. Joining poses no detriment, however. With your limited knowledge, it would be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons. Ranjan said, promptly completing the registration is prompted by the device. At the moment of registration's conclusion, the screen transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into his eyes. He soon realized that with a mere thought, the screen would materialize before him, invisible to others. How fascinating, he marveled, beginning to explore his personal information. Name, Ranjan. Gender, male. Affiliated planet, blue star. Strength, martial disciple level 2. Note, perfect foundation. Identity number, Huang 99999. Why is there no information about my flying sword? Is it undetectable? Ranjan pondered silently. Just as he intended to analyze further, the old fisherman urged him to leave. Finish up and be on your way. I need some peace and quiet. To Ranjan's astonishment, the stardust, accompanied by a dragon's skull, dove into his dantian. Why do you bring everything home? He exclaimed. The old fisherman flicked his rod, and in a flash, the surroundings shifted. When Ranjan regained his senses, he found himself on the street, the celestial fishing hut nowhere in sight. Coming to terms with his predicament, he felt a pang of regret. He hadn't had the chance to pay his respects and had failed to acquire even a single fishing rod. What a loss! His plans for effortless victories had been thwarted. The old fisherman, casting a lingering glance at the spot, mused, well, today's haul was decent. Time to reward myself. He suddenly recalled forgetting to bring his dog. If it had been present, it might have unearthed a treasure as well. Ranjan, on the other hand, realized he had effectively lost a precious item and felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. The celebratory mood dissipated entirely. I suppose I'll return to feed it some cat food. It's just the right time for a diet. As he walked, he sensed 2 presences locking onto him. Their strength at the martial master level, having been trained by Wu Zhilong in this regard. Ranjan was especially attuned to such sensations. I've been targeted. My only adversary should be Wang Yun. Is he still so persistent? A cold smile crept across Ranjan's face, the earlier loss of a treasure fueling his ire. I shall vent my frustrations on you. He strolled into a small grove, the presence drawing ever closer. Kid, I advise you, a voice warned from behind. Before the speaker could finish, Ranjan had already struck. After all, with 2 martial masters approaching, it was best to strike first, before the 2 assailing martial masters could complete their warning. Ranjan vanished from their sight. Behind you, one of them shouted in alarm, yet it was too late. Ranjan unleashed a thunderstrike, directly targeting the spine of the other martial master, caught off guard and lacking protective martial vigor. The struck martial master collapsed, rendered unconscious. You have quite the audacity. The remaining martial master seated in fury, his companion already incapacitated. Is this brat truly a martial disciple? On guard now, Ranjan found it challenging to breach the defenses of this martial master. The 2 soon engaged in a fierce struggle. The Wang family's martial master grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. Is this truly a martial disciple? Why do I find myself evenly matched? Am I too weak? Or is he too strong? In truth, Li Ranjin had activated his divine powers, doubling his strength and speed. With his perfect foundation, he was capable of contending with martial master level adversaries, though this particular martial master was exceedingly ordinary. Li Ranjin found himself invigorated by the experience. The techniques imparted by Wu Zhilong flowed seamlessly into practice. Seizing an opportunity, Li Ranjin channeled the power of a martial saint, shattering the defenses of the martial master. Spring breeze palm, Li Ranjin's fingers transformed into palms, the force gentle as spring winds enveloping the Wang family martial master entirely. The Wang martial master spat a mouthful of foul blood and staggered back. His internal energy thrown into disarray, unable to stabilize. Recognizing the chance, Li Ranjin felt a surge of lightning coalesce at his fingertips. In the martial master's horrified gaze, he unleashed a thunderstrike, rendering both him and his companion unconscious. After hastily tidying the scene, Li Ranjin departed, plotting to deal with Wang Yun at a later time. Otherwise, with his relentless provocations, it would become unbearable. He still needed to prepare for the college entrance examination and had no time to remain on guard. The following day, a news report from Jiangnan City surfaced detailing two Wang family martial masters found in a grove, their bodies bare, embracing one another for warmth, a sight utterly unsightly. Scoundrel, he is merely a martial disciple. How could two martial masters fail to subdue him? Useless, a bunch of useless fools, eating at my Wang family's expense yet failing to handle a trivial matter. You've brought disgrace upon the Wang family. In the Wang family villa, Wang Yun erupted in a tirade after witnessing the news. His agitation caused his body to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. He had been nearly drained by the purple-eyed creature and dared not inform his father. Otherwise, he would meet an immediate demise. The purple-eyed creature emerged slowly from the bathroom, its singular eye gleaming with a violet hue. Why not recruit more individuals? The Wang family boasts a vast enterprise. Surely manpower is not lacking. Wang Yun felt as though his time was running out, prompting a shift in his demeanor. It is you who forbade me from informing my father. Otherwise, summoning a martial zone would easily capture him. If you possess such power, why not apprehend him yourself? The purple-eyed creature's single eye fixated on Wang Yun, its gaze menacing. Wang Yun, refusing to back down, stared defiantly. A battle of wills, one eye against two. Yet, the purple-eyed creature was utterly vanquished. Wang Yun smirked. You need not threaten me. In my current state, if I die, you will undoubtedly perish as well. Faced with Wang Yun's unyielding stance, even the purple-eyed creature found itself at a loss. Realizing that if Wang Yun no longer feared death, what else could possibly intimidate him? Chapter 52. Entering the Star Alliance world. Very well, I shall capture that brat, but I will need to borrow your body. The purple-eyed creature finally declared after careful consideration. Wang Yun exhaled in relief. After all, if he were to act independently and enlist martial artists, his father would undoubtedly question him when confronted with his current state. There would be no way to conceal the truth. Why must you use my body? What can such weakness accomplish? Wang Yun queried, perplexed. The purple-eyed creature scoffed. Do you think I sought you out for no reason? Your Wang family possesses a heavily eye-shielding device. The eyes of Xia country cannot perceive me. Once outside the Wang family, the heavenly eyes of Xia country would instantly detect that he was not a blue star being. If he remained unregistered, martial artists would swiftly come to apprehend him. By utilizing your body, I can act without detection. Wang Yun's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. The violet-eyed being observed the situation closely, then spoke soothingly. Behave yourself, capture that white tiger cub, and our debts will be settled. Let your father procure some spiritual herbs for nourishment. The loss of vitality is of little concern. Wang Yun remained silent, each harbored ulterior motives. And the room fell into a tranquil stillness. Li Ranjin was blissfully unaware of their scheming. Had he known, he would have applauded, for it would have spared him the time of seeking out Wang Yun. Upon returning home, Li Ranjin, despite his sharp tongue, had a soft heart, and ended up purchasing raw meat for his husky, only to receive a disdainful glance in return. During this time, he had been unable to contact Bai Mao, who had left a message stating she was in the family's secret realm, engaged in closed-door cultivation, striving to join the Qianlong Academy. Li Ranjin sat cross-legged on the sofa, his mind sinking into his dantian. He observed the wuzhong obediently spinning in place, intermittently emanating profound intent, serving as sustenance for the stardust, entwined with two sword intents, rubbed against the true dragon's skull like a saw against wood. As stardust continued its relentless cutting, the essence of the true dragon within the skull gradually dispersed. Part was absorbed by stardust, while another portion flowed into the wuzhong, which subsequently bore a faint dragon-shaped mark. Upon witnessing this, Li Ranchen withdrew from his dantian, rendered speechless for an extended period. What more did he need to do? The Flying Sword and Wu Zhong were already putting forth such effort. Wasn't he that sufficient? He now had the leisure to examine the Star Alliance token. With a thought, a luminous screen appeared before him. Member information: name, Li Ranchen; gender, male; affiliated planet, blue star; strength, martial disciple level 2, note, perfect foundation; identity number, Huang 99999. Beside this, there was a button labeled Enter the Star Alliance World. Without hesitation, Li Ranchen clicked ITI, and the next moment, he vanished from the sofa, leaving the husky staring blankly at the empty seat. As the white light faded from his vision, Li Ranchen gradually discerned his surroundings. He found himself in a world of advanced technology, with various flying vessels visible overhead. The architecture was eclectic, featuring towering skyscrapers alongside ancient edifices. The pedestrians wore an array of clothing and gear, none of which Li Ranchen recognized. Looking down, he noticed the floor reflecting his face like glass. Greetings, esteemed member Huang 99999. I am your Star Alliance guide, Huang. A sweet voice reached his ears, and Li Ranchen turned to find a diminutive fairy with pale green eyes, pointy downward ears, and 2 pairs of yellow wings fluttering excitedly. He gazed at her in awe, instantly struck by the desire to take her home as a pet, for she was irresistibly adorable. Second only to Bai Mao. What was that husky to him? Hurry up, he thought. Hello. The little fairy tilted her head. Li Ranchen quickly responded, greetings, guide, just call me Huang. I am here to help you understand the Star Alliance, the fairy said with a sweet smile. Li Ranchen mused, AWSL, alright, Huang, could you enlighten me about the Star Alliance? Of course. The little fairy puffed out her chest and fluttered excitedly. Li Ranchen discreetly glanced at her, listening intently. The Star Alliance is one of the 5 dominant powers in the universe, supported by top-tier forces from various factions. Your homeland, Blue Star, is included among them. A hint of envy flickered in Huang's eyes as she mentioned Blue Star. Unlike the other 4 dominant powers, the Star Alliance was established to maintain order and peace in the universe, preventing the strong from wantonly slaughtering weaker lives. This requires formidable martial strength, which is why top powers from all corners united to create the Star Alliance. Li Ranchen nodded, likening it to a security force. Members of the Star Alliance hail from different planets, and here you can encounter a myriad of lifeforms. However, you must possess a membership token to join. Li Ranchen nodded again, curiosity piqued. What is this world then? It is the Star Alliance world, created by the powerful Emperor. As a member of the Star Alliance, martial prowess is crucial, otherwise how could one apprehend criminals? This is a place for you to grow stronger, the little fairy exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Am I here in my true form or merely in spirit? Li Ranchen inquired. I in your true form. The transportation is facilitated by the Star Alliance token. Not by the way, now that you've just joined the Star Alliance, you need to join a team. The little fairy suddenly remembered something. A team? Li Ranchen asked, puzzled. Yes, the Star Alliance operates in teams for capturing criminals. Moreover, your number, Huang 99999, indicates your low strength. You will need to join another team to undertake missions, the little fairy explained. How is this numbering system determined? Li Ranchen's interest was piqued. Ordinary members are divided into 4 tiers, Tian Di Shen, and Huangyi core members are classified as white robe, black robe, and purple robe, with 5 managers overseeing the daily operations and actions of the Star Alliance. I am the weakest, then, Li Ranchen chuckled. Huang believes you can grow strong. The little fairy encouraged him eagerly. Thank you. How do I select my team? Li Ranchen inquired. The Star Alliance will automatically assign you to a team. Considering the time, it should have been decided by now. You can check your inbox, the fairy advised. Li Ranchen opened the luminous screen and indeed spotted a red circle on his inbox. Upon clicking it, he read, Greetings, esteemed member Huang 99999. Your enforcement team is the Anti-Sword Cultivation Association, stationed at Feiyu Tower. Please proceed promptly to join and complete your registration. Li Ranchen's expression froze. Anti-Sword Cultivation Association? What a peculiar team. Are they targeting me before I even join? I shall not join such a group. Can I change the assigned team? Li Ranchen asked. Yes, but you must submit an application stating your reasons for refusal. If your reasons are deemed insufficient, you will lose your membership in the Star Alliance, the little fairy explained. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ranchen decided against it. It seemed too troublesome. Once I join, I'll just refrain from mentioning that I'm a sword cultivator. Chapter 53, Anti-Sword Cultivation Association. Following Huang's guidance, Li Ranchen arrived at Feiyu Tower. The tower stood 3 stories tall, its design reminiscent of ancient styles, appearing somewhat out of place next to 2 modern skyscrapers. He approached and lightly knocked on the door, while Huang perched on his shoulder, swinging her little legs leisurely inside. A cacophony erupted. Who is there? disturbing my beauty sleep in broad daylight? Knock again and I'll chop you." A gruff voice boomed, "Shut up, Shatter. We have a newcomer joining our team today. It must be them outside." A cool female voice responded, "Hey, a newcomer. Let us have a look," chimed two youthful voices. "Everyone, quiet down. Let us leave a good impression on the newcomer. At least get through the transitional period, so they can't back out later," a seemingly composed male voice advised. "Wise Captain," echoed four voices in unison. Standing outside, Li Ranshin broke into a cold sweat. Contemplating how to fill out a team change application, the door swung open. A man clad in a green robe, appearing to be in his 30s, stood before him, a smile illuminating his face as he scrutinized Li Ranshin. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "You're a perfect foundation cultivator." Li Ranshin was taken aback. He had been recognized so easily. This green-robed man was somewhat intimidating. "Please come in, young brother. You must be Huang 99999. "Right, I am the captain of the Anti-Sword Cultivation Association, and I welcome you to our team." The green-robed man grasped Li Ranshin's arm, pulling him inside with an urgency that suggested he feared he might flee. He then guided him through a series of incomprehensible procedures, ultimately pressing a handprint. Before Li Ranshin could voice his objections, he found himself bewilderingly completing the joining ceremony. "All done. The newcomer has been officially added. Everyone come out and greet him. From now on, no bullying the newcomer," the green-robed man declared with satisfaction, clapping his hands. Li Ranshin was soon introduced to the voices he had heard earlier. The gruff voice belonged to a gray stone figure, about half a person's height, with a stone knife slung over its shoulder. The cool voice was from a stunning woman in red, whose passionate appearance contrasted sharply with her aloof demeanor. The youthful voices belonged to twin beast-eared boys, barely reaching Li Ranshin's thighs. Li Ranshin mused inwardly, "I have no complaints. I just suddenly feel like starting over. Is it you who disturbed my sleep?" The gray stone shouted, lunging forward to strike, only to be sent flying by a kick from the red-clad woman. "That's Yentuan, made of stone. It lacks intelligence. Don't bother with it," she explained. "I am Ruan Hongi. Welcome to our team." The twin beast-eared boys lifted the fallen Yentuan and began tossing it back and forth playfully. "And we are here too. I'm Xiongde. I'm Xiong'er." Hua Ying stood up, leaning close to Li Ranshin's ear. "Your teammates are quite lively. You're really lucky to be assigned to this team." Li Ranshin turned his expressionless gaze to the captain, the green-robed man. "Now it's my turn. I am your captain, Feng Qingyu." The green-robed man smiled brightly. "From now on, we shall be comrades through thick and thin." "What is your name?" "Li Ranshin." "Great name. Now that you've joined my team, let me explain our rules." Feng Qingyu waved his left hand, and a banner unfurled from the ceiling. Li Ranshin looked up at the banner. "No association with Blue Star Sword Cultivators. This is the sole rule of our Anti-Sword Cultivation Association." "Little Chen, you re from Blue Star, so you are an Sword Cultivator, right?" Feng Qingyu's tone turned serious, and the other four members fixated their gazes on Li Ranshin. Seeing this, Li Ranshin snorted coldly and laughed heartily. "How could that be? I am a true martial arts genius." With that, a surge of pale golden martial aura erupted from him, and sensing the power of the martial saint within, the five members of the team gradually revealed smiles. Li Ranshin also wore a meaningful grin. Li Ranshin appeared out of nowhere, plopping down onto the sofa. "Ouch, what did I just sit on?" He felt something hard pressing beneath him. Upon lifting himself slightly, he discovered it was Airha, the dog. The creature jumped up, shook itself off, and ambled towards the room upon seeing Li Ranshin's return. How amusing, reflecting on the events that transpired in the Star Alliance. A smile crept upon Li Ranshin's lips. Alas, he couldn't bring Hua Ying back. Even if he couldn't play with her, simply watching her every day would certainly soothe his spirit. He mused that he had inquired about her before, but the fairies of Hua Ying's kind were all bound to the Star Alliance, and the price to redeem one was exorbitant, at least beyond his current means. Then, recalling that Anti-Sword Cultivation Association team, his spirits dampened. Captain Feng Qingyu had sent him back after providing a set of basic equipment, stating that to partake in their missions, one must at least attain the rank of Martial Master. Li Ranshin had cast a skeptical glance at the others, only to receive satisfactory replies. Yen Tan was at the second level of Martial Sovereign, Ruan Hongi at the fifth, and the duo Xiongde and Xiong'er at the eighth level, while Feng Qingyu himself was at the third level of Martial King. Li Ranshin's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. These two youngest beast-eared boys were astonishingly formidable. Truly, there are always greater beings beyond our understanding, he lamented, opening the notebook gifted by Longshu. Li Ranshin resolved to strive for improvement. He set a modest goal, to defeat that stone giant, then gradually grow stronger, eventually rising to the position of captain and removing the anti from the team's name. Days later, why has this rascal not stepped outside? Is he dead at home? Wang Yun muttered under his breath. After days of lurking, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of Li Ranchang, and his patience was dwindling. The purple-eyed creature concealed within him was poised to strike the moment Li Ranchang appeared. Ready to seize the white tiger cub, just as Wang Yun prepared to retreat, he spotted Li Ranchang emerging, the white tiger cub trailing at his heels. Fortune truly favors the determined, it's that white tiger. Let us make our move, the purple-eyed creature exclaimed, its gaze locked onto the cub.no rush. There are too many people around, and surprises may occur. Let him venture further before we act, Wang Yun advised. Surprisingly composed. Li Ranchang, feeling vexed, was deeply engrossed in the notes of Wu Zhilong and was reluctantly urged by Erha to come out for a meal. The household's provisions had been entirely consumed by Erha, and he intended to stock up more this time in his storage ring. Not long after leaving, Li Ranchang sensed an unwelcome presence tailing him. Truly unending, he thought, perhaps today would present an opportunity to deal with Wang Yun. Unbeknownst to him, it was indeed Wang Yun following closely behind. As Li Ranchang walked further, the purple-eyed creature grew impatient, incessantly urging, make your move, switch. Wang Yun, unable to contain himself, relinquished control of his body. Wang Yun cackled, darting towards Li Ranchang. Chapter 54. The curtain of rain. Sensing the rush of air behind him, Li Ranchang transformed into a wisp of smoke, dissipating into the wind. Where did that kid go? How did he vanish so suddenly? The purple-eyed creature, inhabiting Wang Yun, pondered, perplexed. Suddenly, it spun around to defend itself but was kicked back 2 meters. So it's you, Wang Yun, Li Ranchang remarked, surprised to see the original owner of the body. Hand over that white tiger, and I might let you go. Wang Yun licked his lips. Li Ranchang smiled, a tempting offer, but I must decline. Very well. The purple energy enveloping Wang Yun surged, augmenting his speed and strength as he lunged at Li Ranchang's face. What incredible speed! Li Ranchang's pupils constricted, activating his divine abilities instantly. He retaliated with a powerful punch, the clash reverberating as he was forcefully knocked back, leaving scratches on the tiles. You possess some skill. No wonder those fools couldn't capture you, Wang Yun sneered. Advancing, this strength, he's at the peak of martial master. Li Ranchang's right hand tingled at his physique, bore no signs of martial training. How could he possess such formidable power? Confusion clouded his mind, but before he could ponder further, Wang Yun charged at him once more, quickly executing the cloud and smoke maneuver. Li Ranchang transformed into smoke once again, evading the claw. Impressive martial technique. But how long can you evade? Wang Yun growled, slowly turning his head. Li Ranchang reappeared not far away, a light golden martial aura enveloping him, his divine abilities at their peak, the essence of thunder swirling about him. Care to try again? Li Ranchang taunted, utterly foolish. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, the tiles beneath them cracking incessantly. A mere martial disciple can contend with me. Wang Yun's consciousness faltered at the sight. You think you can take me on? The purple-eyed creature retorted, exasperated. Your body is too weak. If I unleashed my martial sovereign strength, it wouldn't be this taxing. Your weakness is all you're doing. Wang Yun silently cursed. Our commotion is too loud. We cannot linger. The purple-eyed creature declared. What shall we do then? Next I will forcibly elevate to martial sovereign strength, which will harm your body. You'll have to find a way to recover afterward. The purple-eyed creature stated coldly. Wang Yun wished to refuse but found himself powerless to stop. Li Ranchang observed Wang Yun suddenly retreating, the purple energy coalescing within him, his aura becoming terrifying. In a moment of clarity, Li Ranchang discerned the purple-eyed creature's true form. This is not Wang Yun, kid, your life is forfeit. Wang Yun thrust forth a purple arm, conjuring a massive claw aimed at Li Ranchang. Realizing escape was impossible, Li Ranchang channeled his martial aura for defense, only to be sent flying, crashing into an adjacent building and stirring up a cloud of dust. Quickly subdue him, Wang Yun shouted in exhilaration. Just as Wang Yun advanced, a blue flying sword erupted from the dust, speeding toward him. A sword cultivator's sword. Wang Yun reacted swiftly, raising his arms to shield himself, but was pierced through by the Stardust sword. A blade embedding itself in his chest, staggering out, Li Ranchang summoned the Stardust sword into his grasp. Who are you really? Wang Yun remained silent, gazing at his gaping chest wound, sighing, this body is no longer usable. He then raised his head to meet Li Ranchang's gaze, grinning wickedly. With such a solid foundation in martial arts, and a sword cultivator to boot, you are the perfect vessel. Stop your sorcery, Li Ranchang scoffed. Wang Yun stood still as numerous black entities erupted from his body, cascading to the ground and gradually coalescing into a purple-eyed creature. Upon seeing its form, Li Ranchang froze, recognizing it as the monster from his earlier dreams. The real Wang Yun lay collapsed on the ground, gravely injured and on the brink of death. There was no choice. This would attract the attention of the Heavenly Eye, so it had to be a swift resolution. In an instant, the purple-eyed creature vanished. Li Ranchang activated his sword intent, discovering the purple-eyed creature was now mere inches away. Raising his sword, he unleashed 2 streams of sword energy laced with thunder, severing a portion of the purple-eyed creature. You've even grasped sword energy, impressive, I desire you even more, the purple-eyed creature exclaimed, now fervently charging at Li Ranchang, intent on merging with his body. You repulsive creature, Li Ranchang grimaced. Evading, once I enter your body, you won't find it so disgusting, the purple-eyed creature cackled. No longer fixated on the white tiger cub, it realized that becoming human was far more appealing, especially since this boy was a sword cultivator, making him the ideal choice. By occupying his body, who knows, perhaps one day I too could ascend to become a sword immortal. With this thought, the purple-eyed creature grew even more frenzied. Suddenly, it exploded, splitting into dozens of small black creatures, all charging at Li Ranchang. If just one of them managed to invade his body, it would be victorious. Li Ranchang took a deep breath, his right hand gripping his sword, assuming a defensive stance. This is called the rainfall curtain. The essence of flowing water surged forth, a technique he had developed from his understanding of the flow of water. A torrent of water manifested, swirling around him as he danced with the stardust sword, forming a colossal water sphere that enveloped him. The sphere spun continuously, blocking all incoming black entities. One small creature with purple eyes, witnessing this, fumed. Let us see how long you can withstand this. Li Ranchang's gaze locked onto it. I am coming for you. A portion of the water sphere separated, forming a water sword that swiftly plunged into the purple-eyed creature. It howled in agony, momentarily blinded, yet the onslaught of black entities grew more fervent. What a troublesome foe! What on earth is this creature? Li Ranchang's head throbbed. If this drags on, I will exhaust my spiritual energy. After all, I am merely a martial disciple, and maintaining this many water currents is a significant drain. It seems I've arrived just in time. A young sword cultivator battling an extraterrestrial being. Tomorrow will surely make for a captivating news story. A warm voice resonated from above, prompting both Li Ranchang and the purple-eyed creature to look up. They beheld a man clad in a black uniform with golden trim, hovering in mid-air, watching them with an amused expression. The Summer Kingdom's inspection team, have they come to apprehend me so swiftly? The purple-eyed creature gasped, without sparing a glance at Li Ranchang. It commanded its myriad black entities to scatter, fleeing in various directions. Capture them, not a single one must escape. Li Ranchang urgently dissipated the rainfall curtain, warning the man. Naturally, it cannot escape. The man, dressed in black, grasped his left hand, summoning a crimson array that instantly manifested, ensnaring all the escaping black entities within it. Damn it, the black entities converged, reforming into the purple-eyed creature. But the singular purple eye now split down the middle, forming 2. Now you have 2 eyes. Chapter 55, The Bronze Medal and the College Entrance Examination. Li Ranchang genuinely felt a sense of joy for it. After all, it would no longer be discriminated against for having a single eye. You ought to thank me. Upon hearing the words, the violet-eyed being cast an indignant glare at Li Ranchang, its 2 purple irises subtly tinged with crimson. A man clad in black descended from the sky and approached Li Ranchang with measured steps, initiating a conversation. This was a member of the Yellowa tribe from the cosmos, endowed with the innate ability of plunder. Due to the arduous nature of their own cultivation, they could only advance by seizing the bodies of others for their training. Li Ranchang felt a surge of curiosity. Such a gifted ability meant that occupying the body of a top-tier powerhouse would render cultivation unnecessary. Wouldn't it? He voiced his confusion. The man in black chuckled silently, while the violet-eyed creature disdainfully scoffed. It could only occupy the bodies of beings weaker than itself. For instance, if I were to stand here and allow it to invade without resistance, it would be subdued by the spiritual power within me. The violet-eyed being rolled its eyes in response. Li Ranchang nodded in understanding and then gestured for the man in black to take it down. Now it is your turn. How did you enter Blue Star without registration? How did you manage to come to my Xia country? In stark contrast to his previous amiability towards Li Ranchang, the man's demeanor shifted to one of sternness. The violet-eyed creature sneered. Do you think I would willingly divulge that information? The man in black smiled warmly, yet Li Ranchang felt a chill. It's of no consequence if you choose not to speak. Once we reach the Inspection Institute, we have ways to extract the truth from you. If all else fails, we possess the inhumane soul-searching secret technique as well. The man in black delivered this statement with a gentle tone. Li Ranchang observed the violet-eyed being tremble, producing a glass jar. The man in black captured the violet-eyed creature within, then turned his gaze toward Li Ranchang. The Yellowa tribe entered my Xia country without permission. This is a grave matter. I must take it away for questioning. Naturally, Li Ranchang wholeheartedly agreed, raising both hands in support. Feel free, esteemed one. The man in black nodded with satisfaction. This matter must not be disclosed. I will instruct my subordinates to reward you. Li Ranjin found no objection to this. After watching the man in black depart, he approached Wang Yun. At this moment, Wang Yun was merely gasping for breath. The injuries from the stardust, combined with his weakened state, left him barely alive, which exceeded Li Ranjin's expectations. Save me, I don't want to die. Wang Yun clutched Li Ranjin's hand tightly, his eyes filled with a desperate longing for life. Li Ranjin sighed, retrieving a life-saving pill and placing it into Wang Yun's mouth. Wang Yun hastily swallowed it, gazing at Li Ranjin with gratitude. I will take you to the hospital, if you die on the way. It won't be my concern. Wang Yun nodded, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Given Xia country's medical standards, even a commoner like Wang Yun, who had never cultivated, could be revived even after half an hour of death. If Wang Yun held any grudges against Li Ranjin in the future and sought revenge, Li Ranjin would show no mercy. After leaving the hospital and ensuring he had ample supplies of food, Li Ranjin faced no further concerns. For 3 months, he immersed himself in studying these texts and honing Uncle Long's martial skills, gazing at the pile of ancient books and notes cluttering his desk. Li Ranjin boldly proclaimed, in 3 months, the highly anticipated college entrance examination will commence. Finally, it was over. Li Ranjin stretched, having transformed significantly over the past 3 months. He could now ruthlessly trample over his former self in terms of knowledge. Casting a glance at the plump hound at the foot of his bed, he noted its considerable weight gain over the same period. Grabbing his phone, a message from Liang Ting arrived promptly. Hurry back to fill in your application. If you haven't reached the 3rd rank, there's no need to come. Li Ranjin perused the message, a smile breaking across his face. Sure, I have emerged from seclusion. Why has a little Chinzi come to welcome me? I miss you dearly. Did you miss me? I am the great sword Immortal. I missed you terribly, longing to see you at once. I in the capital. Lan Shiyu quickly picked up her phone, her cheeks flushed. The elderly man in brown robes across from her noticed her reaction, his eyelids twitching as he suppressed the urge to snatch the phone away. With a smile, he inquired, Little you, whose message has brought you such joy? Lan Shiyu quickly covered her phone, her eyes darting as she acted flustered. Oh, nothing, Grandpa. Just a message from an ordinary friend. Observing Lan Shiyu's youthful demeanor and her reference to a normal friend, the astute elderly man instantly understood. I see. Next time, bring him home for me to meet. Lan Shiyu nodded before rushing out to respond to Li Ranjin's message. Let me not discover which family's boy it is. He better be worthy of Little you. The elderly man stroked the orb in his hand, his gaze sharp. After taking a shower, Li Ranjin donned a white outfit, tying back his increasingly long hair, and set off for school with the hound. Throughout the journey, he turned heads to the maximum extent. There was no helping it, he was simply too handsome. The hound, now resembling a pig due to its weight, appeared impatient, wishing only to lounge on the bed rather than exercise. You've grown this fat, you must train. Li Ranjin was determined not to indulge it further, fearing it would become utterly lethargic upon reaching the school entrance. He stored the hound in the spirit beast pouch, greeted the security guard, and strode into the school. Not wearing the school uniform feels so liberating. After wandering about without spotting any familiar faces, Li Ranjin made a beeline for Liang Ting's office. Sure enough, Liang Ting was reclining in a lounge chair, resting with his eyes closed. Knocking on the door, Liang Ting glanced up and immediately sprang to his feet. Have you reached the 3rd rank? Liang Ting's eyes glared fiercely. Li Ranjin obediently nodded. That's good. Time to fill out your application. Liang Ting sighed in relief, producing the application form and handing it to Li Ranjin. Li Ranjin swiftly filled it out and returned it to Liang Ting. Out of habit, he stole a glance, causing Liang Ting to freeze. Why have you only applied to Qianlong Academy? I must attend Qianlong Academy. Why would I apply elsewhere? Li Ranjin replied with a confident smile. Good lad, truly my student, Liang Ting exclaimed with newfound exuberance. Li Ranjin rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that Liang Ting hadn't taught him much at all. Chapter 56, The college entrance examination commences. Returning to the classroom after a long absence, Li Ranjin surveyed his familiar yet strange classmates, feeling a touch of unease. The students, too, regarded him with curiosity. Who is this guy? Is he in our class? I don't know, but he is incredibly handsome. Ladies, I think I might be in love. Me too. That seat, I remember it should belong to Li Ranjin. Li Ranjin turned his head. And indeed, there was an unremarkable-looking boy. Everyone quiet down. Liang Ting strode to the podium, rapping his knuckles on the desk. Once silence enveloped the room, Liang Ting began. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the college entrance examination. I believe everyone has prepared diligently for this moment. There is no need for me to offer words of encouragement. I hope each of you can give your utmost effort and gain admission to your desired institution. If you do not succeed, do not lose heart. There are many ways to become stronger, the students below responded with a round of applause. Following this, Liang Ting explained the examination process, while Li Ranjun leaned against the window, struggling to stay awake. Although they were martial arts students, they still needed to take written tests, with passing grades being the only requirement. The martial arts examination spanned 3 days. The first day was for cultivation assessment, and any student who had not broken through to the martial disciple level would be eliminated the following day. The second day involved a test in the monster beast secret realm, where students would hunt monsters for points, and rankings would be determined accordingly. On the final day, the top 50 students would be allowed to choose opponents to challenge, vying for each other's ranks. Jiangnan City was a second-tier city, with only 3 spots available for Qianlong Academy. If Li Ranjun placed in the top 3, his admission would be nearly guaranteed. Top 3, if he didn't claim first place, he would feel embarrassed to face the white-haired girl. A fire ignited within Li Ranjun, intensifying his anticipation for the upcoming examination. The next day, Li Ranjun arrived leisurely at the assessment site, greeted by the sight of a classic endless line of students. How careless of me! I should have come earlier. He lamented as he took his place at the end of the line after standing in line until 2 in the afternoon. It finally became Li Ranjun's turn. Please present your examination permit, the examination officer stated coldly. Li Ranjun showed it briefly, confirming there were no issues. He then approached a massive red crystal, following the instructions from the staff nearby to channel his spiritual energy into it. The crystal displayed the information: Martial Disciple Level 5. Congratulations, you have qualified. The staff member stepped forward to hand him a voucher. Please return here tomorrow at 9 in the morning for the secret realm trial. Li Ranjun nodded and turned to leave. On the first day of the college entrance examination, 40% of the students were eliminated. Many of them came from impoverished backgrounds. Not everyone was as talented or fortunate as Li Ranjun. Most students from low-income families were still in the blood circulation phase, and the disparity was unimaginable. After a night of meditation and recuperation, Li Ranjun's spirit reached its peak, arriving at the assessment site. He noticed significantly fewer students present. Everyone was sizing each other up as they would soon be competitors in the secret realm. Some students whispered amongst themselves, exchanging information. Did you see that girl in yellow? She's Su Lingyin from the Su family. I heard she's already broken through to the martial master level. We should steer clear of her in the secret realm. And over there, the girl in red is He Jiasun. She's also a martial master. Her whip skills are mesmerizing. I wish I could be her boyfriend. Let her whip me every day. You seem to be suffering from a severe case of brain rot. What are those two worth? The most formidable among us is Luin. His broad blade has repelled numerous martial masters. I believe he is the strongest contender in this examination, a student exclaimed passionately. Saliva flying high in the distance, He Jiasun and Su Lingyin exchanged a glance, silently committing his appearance to memory. It is rumored that a student from our cohort has acquired the exquisite Stardust flying sword. Yet I have heard nothing about this individual. Perhaps they have been recruited by some powerful faction. After all, joining them is not inferior to enrolling in the academy. Li Ranjun was somewhat surprised to overhear discussions about himself. As the time approached, the examination area was swiftly sealed off. A woman clad in leather ascended the platform to elucidate the examination rules. This round entails hunting mystical beasts within the secret realm. The higher the beast's rank, the more points awarded. Underlings yield 1 point, soldiers grant 10 points, generals bestow 100 points, and lords confer 1,000 points. The students immediately began to murmur among themselves. A lord, that is on par with a martial sect master. One swipe could obliterate me. Indeed, it's outrageous. Should we encounter one inside, would I not simply perish? Students with lower cultivation levels grew increasingly anxious. You need not worry. Should you encounter a situation that guarantees death in the secret realm, you will be forcibly removed and the examination will conclude. The woman promptly assuaged their fears, yet her next statement thickened the tension. Thus, you may engage one another, if your points fail to surpass another's. Eliminating them is not without merit. Must we guard against our fellow students while hunting mystical beasts? Quite intriguing, though it poses no threat to me. Li Ranjun remained unperturbed. After all, he would enter the fray targeting at least the generals. With a stroke of luck, he might even slay a lord. Ensuring his position at the top of the lesser beasts can be left for you. I shall handle the dangers. The rules have been outlined. The time limit is until 5 in the afternoon. You may now enter the secret realm. With the examiner's command, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky, enveloping the students in golden light as they were whisked away. The quality of this batch of examinees appears rather low. You catch my EYE. An elderly voice resounded unexpectedly behind her. The leather-clad examiner chuckled in response. There are indeed a few promising candidates. including the boy who retrieved the Stardust Sword. I eagerly anticipate his performance. It has been a long time since a true powerhouse emerged from Jiangnan City. The voice faded into the distance, leaving the female examiner silent, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. As the light dissipated, Li Ranchen calmly surveyed his surroundings. It is no exaggeration to say that he has grown immune to teleportation, having endured much. It begins, the hunting hour. Li Ranchen transformed into a wisp of smoke, scouring for traces of mystical beasts. He chose Uncle Long's technique not for any other reason but its elegance, swiftly traversing the winds. Li Ranchen observed many students already engaged in combat, though they were merely low-tier beasts, unworthy of his interest. Given his prowess, the most advantageous targets were the generals. With his flying sword, he could even contend with a lord. Soon, Li Ranchen identified his quarry, a general-level rock rhinoceros, its offensive capabilities modest, yet its defenses formidable. An ideal candidate for warming up, he revealed himself and beckoned. Provoked, the rock rhinoceros charged without hesitation, and the skirmish commenced. He just delivered a whip strike, ending the life of the general-level beast. This round's victor shall undoubtedly be me. He Jessen, Su Lingyin and Luyin. Take note. Chapter 57, Hunting the Lord. Su Lingyin, stepping upon the corpse of the general, chuckled softly. I wonder who this Li Ranchen is that my cousin Tianming mentioned. A swordsman. I yearn to duel with him. Luyin sheathed his broad blade, turning away, leaving behind several general corpses. Phew, this hide is indeed tough. After concluding his assault on the rock rhinoceros, Li Ranchen felt invigorated. He glanced up at the leaderboard suspended in the air. Luyin, 300 points. He Jessen, 100 points. Su Lingyin, 100 points. Li Ranchen, 100 points. Quite interesting. It appears I must hasten my pace, he mused. Who is this Li Ranchen? Never mind, he is certainly no match for me, an unknown junior. He Jessen dismissed the thought and continued her search for beasts. Indeed, if my cousin Tianming has not deceived me, he is stronger than Luyin. Su Lingyin grinned, excitement evident in his demeanor. Luyin, without raising his gaze, pressed forward, a pure warrior who trusted only the broad blade in his hand. As time passed, the leaderboard's scores shifted once more. Li Ranchen, 1,200 points. Luyin, 1,000 points. Su Lingyin, 800 points. He Jessen, 700 points. How infuriating. Where did that Li Ranchen come from, surpassing even Luyin? I am relegated to 4th place. He Jessen ground her teeth in frustration. Luyin glanced up momentarily before resuming his advance. Have these four gone mad? Are we truly in the same secret realm for the examination? They gain points at a rate of 100, while we barely scrape together 10, or even 1. Should we not band together to ambush them? If you wish to seek death, be my guest. I shall not accompany you. Meanwhile, Li Ranchen scratched his head in confusion. Why can I not locate any lords? Where could they be hiding? As for why he outpaced Luyin, that was simply due to his utilization of the flying sword. With the Stardust technique, slaying these generals was but a single strike, yet the disparity in points between him and Luyin was not vast. The quickest way to secure his lead was to hunt a lord, though he had yet to find one after so long. Alas, could it be that my overwhelming presence has frightened them away? Li Ranchen lamented, unable to proceed. He would have to commence with the generals. While he struggled to find a lord, He Jessen struck gold. 2 lords. How am I to confront them? He Jessen gazed despairingly at the 2 lord-level black-striped tigers before her. Initially, she had tracked a general-level cub, but without a second thought she pursued it, only to now confront the abyss of their gaze. Had she known such formidable parents awaited her, were she to have received a warning, she would have fled without a backward glance. Roar! The male lord black-striped tiger locked its gaze upon He Jessen, lifting its paws, poised to strike. The cub cowered beneath its mother, softly growling at He Jessen. This wretched black tiger, He Jessen brandished her whip, taunting. Come, let us see how formidable you truly are. The male black-striped tiger hesitated, shaking its head in confusion. It had never encountered such a challenge before. With a single swipe, it sent He Jessen flying, crashing into a pile of stones, her fate uncertain. Roar! The male black-striped tiger exhibited disdain in its eyes, advancing to crush this challenger. A broad blade sliced through the air. The black-striped tiger raised its right paw in defense, deflecting the blow. Luyin approached deliberately, catching the blade, his gaze fixed intently on the black-striped tiger. The tiger roared, charging Luyin as its colossal paw loomed larger in his vision. With a thunderous shout, Luyin swung his broad blade toward the tiger's paw. At the moment of impact, Luyin was jolted backward several meters, his hands gripping the hilt, trembling uncontrollably. Truly, a lord possesses immense strength. Feeling the force transmitted through the blade, Luyin's fighting spirit surged. The black-striped tiger lowered its gaze to its paw, now marked with a small trail of blood, upon raising its head again. Its eyes blazed crimson. This tiny insect has wounded it. Roar! the male black-striped tiger's aura swelled, its lordly power laid bare the charge of the mad bull. Luwing promptly summoned his secret technique, an illusory image of a mad bull materializing around him, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the martial sect realm. Without this, he would likely be unable to withstand the black-striped tiger's strike. Both combatants unleashed their assaults simultaneously, bolstered by the martial sect's power. Luwing temporarily withstood the tiger's onslaught, yet this could not be a long-term solution. When the technique expired, only the conclusion of the trial awaited him. "You wretched beast, I shall sever your claws." The stones erupted as Jisun unleashed her spiritual energy, her whip dancing like a frenzied serpent. "Luwing, create an opportunity for me. Can you not slay it? Perhaps it's worth a try." Luwing hesitated to speak fully, for he truly lacked confidence. Jisun swiftly closed the distance to the battlefield, her whip extending to ensnare the black-striped tiger's limbs. The tiger turned to glare at Jisun, thrashing against its bonds. "Hurry, I can only hold for 5 seconds. Jisun urged, her red spiritual energy flooding into the whip, restraining the black-striped tiger. Luwing withdrew his broad blade, bending into a defensive stance. At the moment the black-striped tiger broke free of the whip, Luwing leaped, delivering a sudden powerful strike to its head. The accumulated force of the blow. Upon hearing this phrase, Jisun's expression shifted to one of incredulity, her face a canvas of questions. The black-striped tiger let out a pained roar, flinging Luwing aside. Jisun immediately inquired, "Did you succeed?" Luwing shook his head, his expression grave. He had split the tiger's skin with his blade but was thwarted by its formidable skull. The male black-striped tiger approached, revealing its forehead marred with a deep gash that exposed bone. Blood streamed down, staining its face and enhancing its ferocity. At this moment, the mother black-striped tiger, who had remained to protect the cub, began to rise, pacing nearby as if preparing to join the fray. Jisun's complexion grew increasingly grim. She could scarcely contend with one, let alone two. "What to do? Should we flee?" Jisun asked. Luwing shook his head in refusal. Escape was futile, and he had no desire to flee. Since the trial would preserve his life, he wished to endure a while longer. Jisun, feeling helpless, was proud. She could not bear to retreat alone. The male black-striped tiger vanished in an instant, and Luwing's eyelids twitched as he dashed behind Jisun, blade drawn for defense. The male black-striped tiger appeared, its claws thrusting toward Jisun with alarming speed. Despite the broadsword intended for defense, the overwhelming force surged through, sending both individuals hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and tumbling uncontrollably. In swift pursuit, the male black-striped tiger opened its massive jaws to strike. Just as the two were on the brink of meeting their doom, a sudden gust of wind swept in, whisking them away and evading the tiger's gaping maw. It seemed I arrived just in time, Su Lingyin remarked, gently fanning himself with a folding fan and smiling languorously. "Apa, how can you still find amusement in this? Have you not seen those two demon lords, the black-striped tigers? We should be contemplating our next move." Jisun retorted, struggling to her feet, her expression fraught with irritation. "What can we do? We either flee or fight." Su Lingyin rolled his eyes. "A fight? Do you question that?" Jisun shot back, with Luwing holding the line ahead. "We could offer support from the sidelines, but if the female black-striped tiger intervenes, we won't stand a chance," Su Lingyin stated, his gaze fixed on the female black-striped tiger prowling the battlefield's periphery. As the two conversed, the male black-striped tiger suddenly unleashed a fearsome roar, its jaws wide open. Roar. The powerful soundwave sent debris soaring. "Soundwave attack, quickly, cover your ears," Su Lingyin shouted. The trio hastily covered their ears, yet were still left dizzy and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the male black-striped tiger lunged toward them. Luwing steeled himself, brandishing the broadsword to meet the oncoming assault. There was no choice, he was the only one capable of facing it head-on. Meanwhile, Su Lingyin was not idle. He silently recited incantations, his folding fan waving gently as a colossal icy python gradually took shape. "Go," Su Lingyin commanded softly. The icy serpent surged forth, barreling toward the black-striped tiger. Observing the combined assault of Luwing and the icy python, the male black-striped tiger's eyes glinted with disdain. With a swift motion, it swatted Luwing aside, then sank its teeth into the icy python's body, tearing at it mercilessly. Seeing this, Jisun lashed out with her whip, but it proved ineffective, merely irritating the beast. The black-striped tiger cast her a fleeting glance before returning to its brutal assault on the icy python. How infuriating, to be so utterly disregarded. The proud Jisun could not bear such indignity and was ready to explode. Luwing, meanwhile, sought to exploit the moment when the black-striped tiger was preoccupied with the icy python, launching a series of attacks, but to little effect. Feeling his spiritual energy wane, Luwing's heart sank. Even as Jisun unleashed her full might, the male black-striped tiger continued to ignore her, inciting her frustration. Turning to Su Lingyin, who had done nothing since summoning the python, she scoffed, "While we are fighting for our lives, you merely watch the spectacle," adding, "My efforts would yield no difference, but with all this commotion." "He should be on his way," Su Lingyin replied, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. That Li Ranjin, do you know him?" He just inquired. Su Lingyin narrowed his gaze, choosing not to respond. The icy python was soon shredded, leaving only shards of ice scattered about. Luin faced the male black-striped tiger alone, but suddenly felt his energy plummet, reverting back to the martial artist realm as the effects of the savage bull combat technique wore off. Seizing the opportunity, the male black-striped tiger lunged, its paw aimed directly at Lu Yin's chest. He attempted to block with his sword, but it shattered into two pieces, the residual force sending him flying. Su Lingyin and He Jiasen rushed forward to restrain the male black-striped tiger. Blood trickled from Lu Yin's mouth as he struggled to rise, but his insides churned violently, rendering him powerless. "Luin, be careful," He Jiasen cried out. The male black-striped tiger easily swatted the two aside, barreling toward Luin. For the beast, Luin posed the greatest threat, and thus it aimed to eliminate him first. As Luin watched the tiger's paw grow ever larger in his vision, he closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable transport away. "Is this the end? Next time I shall not falter." Suddenly the piercing sound of a sword echoed, and Luin opened his eyes. A cerulean flying sword imbued with the force of thunder swept through the air, effortlessly severing the male black-striped tiger's paw. A clear, youthful voice rang out, "More food for thought. More food for thought. By the way, can we take that paw with us?" The newcomer was none other than Li Ranjin, who had hurriedly arrived upon hearing the tiger's roar, just in time to save Luin. "It's him," Su Lingyin exclaimed, thrilled, "just as my cousin Tianming described, a cerulean flying sword. So he is Li Ranjin, a sword cultivator no less," He Jiasen remarked, somewhat taken aback. The male black-striped tiger, having lost a paw, staggered back, letting out a low, mournful howl. The female black-striped tiger, no longer lurking, approached with a menacing gait, gazing at the two demon lord-level tigers. Li Ranjin summoned his sword back to him. "What do you say? Can you handle this? If not, I shall take over." And naturally, the points will also be mine, he declared, adopting a diplomatic yet assertive stance. Luin lay on the ground in silence, and Li Ranjin interpreted his silence as consent. "And you too?" he asked, turning to Su Lingyin and He Jiasen. They exchanged glances, and in unison agreed, "We consent." Both were eager to witness Li Ranjin's prowess. Satisfied, Li Ranjin approached the two black-striped tigers. Extreme power, extreme speed, extreme control. Without hesitation, he activated the three divine abilities. The third-tier divine abilities, as expected, were defensive in nature. His strength, speed, and defense quadrupled simultaneously. Li Ranjin felt that after 9 turns, he would become a formidable hexagonal warrior. However, with his current prowess at the 5th level of martial apprenticeship, even a 4-fold increase would not suffice against a demon lord-level black-striped tiger. Yet, the Stardust sword could contend. A 4-fold third-tier premium flying sword could indeed pose a threat to a demon lord. Dazzling shadow, Li Ranjin advanced, his form suddenly becoming ethereal, and when clarity returned, there were 4 Li Ranjins. This was one of Uncle Long's signature techniques, capable of conjuring multiple illusions, with the strength of each clone diminishing with their number. 3 of the clones engaged the female black-striped tiger while Li Ranjin focused on dispatching the injured male black-striped tiger. Sensing danger, the male black-striped tiger glared furiously at Li Ranjin, yet it took a step back. Chaotic wind. With a swift motion of the Stardust sword, dozens of sword energies surged toward the male black-striped tiger. Roar. The male black-striped tiger attempted to evade, but such a large target was akin to a stationary bullseye. Li Ranjin unleashed a flurry of sword energies, each strike blossoming into crimson sprays upon the tiger's flesh. The female black-striped tiger let out a long howl and crushed one of Li Ranjin's clones. "This cannot go on." Li Ranjin's expression turned serious. "Call upon thunder." He unleashed another barrage of sword energies, vanishing from sight while the sword began to gather lightning. The male black-striped tiger absorbed all the sword energies, letting out a defiant roar. Yet Li Ranjin had disappeared. Thunder rumbled overhead as the male black-striped tiger suddenly looked up. Li Ranjin, gripping the Stardust sword, plunged downward, the sword piercing into the wound Luin had inflicted, embedding deep within the tiger's skull. While lightning coursed through the blade, the male black-striped tiger howled in agony, thrashing its remaining paw against its own head in a futile attempt to alleviate its suffering. Li Ranjin, however, relinquished his grip and leaped away, allowing the Stardust sword to remain embedded within the tiger's head, releasing a torrent of lightning. 10 seconds later, the male black-striped tiger collapsed, its head charred. Li Ranjin's points increased by 1,000. Turning to assess the situation, he found that all clones had been crushed, and the female black-striped tiger appeared even more fearsome than her fallen counterpart. Indeed, this female is the stronger of the two. Li Ranjin mused, having sensed this earlier. He had strategically eliminated the injured male black-striped tiger first, otherwise, facing both would have been insurmountable. Let us test just how formidable I am now, summoning the Stardust sword back. Li Ranjin locked eyes with the female black-striped tiger, determination coursing through him. Roar! The female black-striped tiger charged first, its claws swiping through the air, a flurry of claw shadows descending upon Li Ranjin. Rainfall. Li Ranjin conjured a water sphere for defense, but the power of those claw shadows far exceeded that of any purple-eyed creature. Chapter 59. One sword to vanquish a demon lord. The water sphere endured only a few seconds before it shattered under the onslaught of claw shadows. Li Ranjin utilized cloud and smoke to disperse, reappearing some distance away. He Jiasun and Su Lingyin, who had been watching from the sidelines, gaped in astonishment. How can this female black-striped tiger be so much stronger than the male? If it had been her earlier, we likely would not have lasted this long. Lu Ying grunted, struggling to prop himself against a pile of rubble, his gaze fixed on the battle unfolding between Li Ranjin and the tiger. Lost in thought, seeing that ranged attacks were ineffective, the female black-striped tiger charged straight for Li Ranjin. Sword rain. Li Ranjin raised the Stardust sword, and countless droplets began to form around him, gradually elongating into sharp needles. Fall! With a gentle command from Li Ranjin, a multitude of long needles shot toward the charging female black-striped tiger. Unfazed, the female black-striped tiger barreled through, relying on its formidable physique to withstand the water needles. Snapping its jaws at Li Ranjin, bravo! Li Ranjin couldn't help but cheer for its audacity. If you were so fearless, I suppose I must resort to dirty tactics, he lamented with a sigh, with a flick of the Stardust sword. Li Ranjin leaped into the air, hovering on his sword. He taunted the bewildered female black-striped tiger below. I'm up here, come bite me, you fool. The three observers were taken aback. Lu Ying, Su Lingyin, He Jiasun. The ensuing scene was rather comical. The female black-striped tiger repeatedly charged and leaped, attempting to bite Li Ranjin, appearing somewhat foolish. Meanwhile, Li Ranjin floated leisurely, simultaneously summoning water needles to pierce it, exhausting its stamina while tormenting its psyche. Was truly a twofold victory. Li Ranjin shook his head, reveling in the chaos covered in countless needles. The female black-striped tiger seemed to gain clarity, suddenly halting and turning its gaze toward the other three. They looked up at Li Ranjin. Realizing his playful antics had backfired, and he awkwardly chuckled. My medical skills are quite impressive, aren't they? After being pricked, it became smarter. Roar! The female black-striped tiger pivoted and charged at the three. You hold it off for 10 seconds. And I will take it down, Li Ranjin bellowed, then, disregarding their reactions, closed his eyes and withdrew the Stardust sword into his dantian. He Jiasun and Su Lingyin exchanged a glance. Should we listen to him? Do you have a better plan? Don't hold back, give it your all, Su Lingyin urged, his spiritual energy surging forth as he summoned 4 icy pythons to charge at the female black-striped tiger. He Jiasun gritted her teeth, retrieved a pill, swallowed it, and extended her whip once more to ensnare the female black-striped tiger, both resolved to buy time. In the fleeting moment of collision, for frigid ice serpents ensnared the limbs of the mother black-striped tiger. While a long whip constricted its neck, rendering the creature immobile. Hurry, Li Ranch! He Jiasun exclaimed, her grip on the whip trembling as she struggled against the tiger's formidable strength. 10 seconds elapsed, and at last, the mother black-striped tiger broke free from its bindings. Li Ranch exhaled deeply, drawing forth Stardust, its blade now enveloped in a radiant white glow. Heavens opening, Li Ranch bellowed. The three companions looked up to behold the dazzling light flooding their vision. Once their eyesight adjusted, they beheld the mother black-striped tiger cleaved in twain. Li Ranch's score increased by 1,000. What kind of sword technique is this? He Jiasun gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. It's truly as formidable as my cousin described. Su Lingyin marveled, yearning to attain such strength. Lu Ying cast a glance at the severed broadsword, his eyes betraying a sense of discontent. As he descended slowly, he noticed a small tiger cub fleeing in panic. And Li Ranch chose not to pursue. The earlier invocation of heaven's opening had been an impulsive utterance. In truth, it was the result of his sword cultivation over 3 months, culminating in that singular strike that vanquished the demon lord. Observing the astonishment in Su Lingyin and He Jiasun's eyes, Li Ranch felt a sense of satisfaction. The moment of ostentation must always have an audience. As the second round of trials concluded, a voice from the female examiner announced, in 5 seconds, please prepare to exit. Realizing time had slipped away, Li Ranch glanced at the leaderboard. Li Ranch, 3,400 points, Lu Ying, 1,000 points. Su Lingyin, 800 points. He Jiasun, 700 points, solidly in first place. The additional 200 points had been accrued from his hunts prior to arriving. Enveloped in a golden light, Li Ranch exited the secret realm amidst the peculiar gazes of the three onlookers. Upon emerging, he overheard fellow candidates exchanging insights to "I barely made it, I was chased by a demon general level beast and ended up with just 5 points. Ha, you managed 5, I landed straight in a demon lord's lair. My trial ended the moment I opened my eyes. Ha, you have it rough, I scored 21 points, brothers, I scored 53, slaying demon soldiers as if they were mere livestock." A voice interrupted, "Shall we take a look at the leaderboard?" The group glanced upward, instantly struck as if by lightning. The first speaker stammered, What is this? 3,400 points. Did he slay 340 demon soldiers? Did he perhaps kill 3 demon lords?" Immediately another candidate retorted loudly, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The strongest among us are merely martial masters. How could anyone possibly slay a demon lord?" Others chimed in, "Indeed, if it were 34 demon generals, that might be understandable, but still impressive. But who is this Li Ranch? Capable of surpassing Luing, Sulingin, and Hejiasen, have you heard of him?" The crowd shook their heads. Li Ranch stood among them, quietly savoring the accolades. "All right, silence please." The leather-clad female examiner stepped forward. And the examination hall fell silent. Though many did not achieve ideal results, overall, I am quite satisfied. The examiner surveyed the candidates, and Li Ranch felt her gaze linger on him for a moment. "Especially you, Li Ranch, who has slain 2 demon lord-level beasts." This declaration stirred a wave of astonishment among the crowd, who immediately turned their attention to the candidate who had vehemently denied the possibility. His face flushed crimson, embarrassment causing him to lower his gaze, wishing for a crevice to hide in Luing, Sulingin, and Hejiasen also performed admirably, managing to preserve their lives under the threat of a demon lord. The spectators exchanged glances, the disparity evident. The first had slain 2 demon lords, while the others had banded together for survival. Hejiasen scoffed, Sulingin chuckled nonchalantly, and Luing held his broken sword. His resolve unwavering. Regardless, the examination had concluded for the day, with the final rankings to be announced tomorrow. The top 50 candidates should rest well in preparation for tomorrow's challenges. Hejiasen, Sulingin, and Luing fixed their gazes on Li Ranch, their eyes aflame with competitive spirit. Li Ranch smiled, then let the challenge commence. However, he lamented the hasty conclusion of the trial, as he had failed to procure any choice ingredients, indicating a lack of feasting that evening. Chapter 60, the challenge begins. Yet perhaps it was for the best, sparing the 2-horned creatures from needless conflict, as they too were tigers. As for tomorrow's challenge, Li Ranch felt little trepidation. Each city conducted independent examinations, and he had encountered those who posed a threat to him within Jiangnan City. Having already devised strategies in his mind, humming a cheerful tune, Li Ranch made his way home, pondering the delightful news he would share with the little white-haired one. Surely she would be overjoyed. The thought of her adorable, jubilant expression caused an involuntary smile to grace Li Ranch's lips. After the leather-clad female examiner concluded the scoring, she gazed intently at Li Ranch's name. Lost in contemplation, could you be the one that Elder Qin has awaited? On the second day, with the dawn barely breaking, eager students congregated outside the examination hall, brimming with anticipation to witness their results. As the clock struck 8, the large screen in the center of the hall began to display the rankings. 1. Li Ranch 3402. Luing 1003. Sulingin 804. Hejiasen 705. Yang Qin 432. I rank 213th. I can get into a decent academy. I place 1024th. It seems I'll have to settle for my last choice option. I'm 50th. Everyone don't leave, watch me surge into the top 3 and claim first place. Wake up, can you even defeat a demon lord? You're 50th, I'm 51th. Let's have a friendly bout. The crowd looked on with pity at the latter, as being 51st meant he lacked the qualification to challenge anyone, a frustrating predicament indeed. Suddenly, the doors of the examination hall swung open, and the female examiner's voice rang out, "Students ranked in the top 50, please enter. All others, kindly vacate the premises. Can't we go in to watch the challenges? Unfortunately, there are too many people. Let's go. There should be a replay available later. What a shame. You won't be able to witness the legend firsthand," remarked the student ranked 50th. Just then, the student ranked 51st clenched his fists, ready to confront him, but was gently restrained by 2 well-meaning peers who pulled him away. The top 50 students began to enter. Li Ranch modestly followed at the back of the line, when suddenly his steps faltered. Turning around, he found Luing brandishing a new broadsword, his aura brimming with combativeness. No need to rush. One bite at a time, one opponent at a time, Li Ranch encouraged, patting Lu Yin's shoulder before rejoining the queue. Lu Yin remained rooted in place, his expression one of confusion. At that moment, Sulingin and Hejiasen arrived, witnessing the exchange. "Are you going to challenge him?" He Jason asked Su Lingyin. Of course, though he is strong, I need to personally gauge the gap between us, Su Lingyin replied, his eyes fixed on Li Ranch's retreating figure, his folding fan slightly warped in his grip. As the 50 students entered the examination hall, they discovered prearranged seating and took their places accordingly. Once seated, all eyes fixated on the first seat, eager to discern the identity of this Li Ranch. Soon a youth clad in white with his hair tied back confidently took his place. Is this Li Ranch, the one who has slain demon lords? He seems rather unremarkable apart from being exceptionally handsome. Ha, is being exceptionally handsome not enough? His prowess could surpass your wildest dreams. Humph, you think you're any different? Of course I'm different. He could at most surpass me by half a street. The surrounding students fell silent. Applauding in their minds, Luin strode directly to the second seat, his gaze fixed intently on the back of Li Ranch's head. Li Ranch, lost in thought, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. The female examiner approached, confirming the number of students before announcing the commencement of the examination. From the 51st student onward, challenges will commence in ascending order, with the option to challenge or forfeit. The 51st student stood up immediately, his gaze directed at Li Ranch. The crowd recalled his earlier bravado outside the hall. Li Ranch prepared to rise when the student declared, I challenge the 49th place. The boy seated before him was taken aback, then rose with a goofy grin. Alright buddy, you think you're something special? The 51st student chuckled. To be safe, I plan to challenge one at a time. Ha, make it quick, your journey ends here. The two ascended the challenge stage, and at the referee's signal, the battle commenced. 3 minutes later, the 49th student descended the stage, his face swollen like a pig's head, as the surrounding applause thundered. And next, the 49th student proceeded with challenges upward, showcasing commendable skill, ultimately securing 38th place. As challenges continued, Li Ranch yawned in boredom, closing his eyes to rest. Unless someone challenged him, he wouldn't need to step onto the stage until the examination concluded. Time passed slowly, and no one dared to challenge Li Ranch. At 5th place, Yang Qin, please select your opponent. Yang Qin stood, slowly declaring, I challenge the 1st place, Li Ranch. At this announcement, all eyes in the hall were drawn to the two. Luin, Su Lingyin, and He Jason were particularly alert, eagerly anticipating the impending clash. Li Ranch opened his eyes and smiled. Is it finally my turn? He felt a surge of joy, knowing the competition was drawing to a close. The two ascended the stage, and Li Ranch began to assess Yang Qin. Notably, Yang Qin bore no weapon, suggesting he was adept in hand-to-hand combat. In the realm of martial arts, the pinnacle of mastery is achieved, and with the opening of dual divine abilities, one is sufficiently equipped to confront any challenge. Within Li Ranch's mind, a strategy began to take shape. The competition commenced. Yang Qin was the first to initiate an attack, stepping forward with 2 strides and delivering a probing punch. Li Ranch met the strike with a punch of his own. Although Yang Qin staggered back 2 steps, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. This exchange revealed to him that Li Ranch's strength was not formidable, and perhaps he had a chance of victory. The double serpent fist, Yang Qin positioned his fists in an unusual manner, channeling martial vigor in a unique flow. Observing this, Li Ranch raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, Yang Qin launched another assault, his fists intertwining like serpents, coiling toward Li Ranch. In response, Li Ranch danced lightly upon the ground, his movements akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, perfectly evading the intricate punches woven by Yang Qin. Sharp eyes, Yang Qin could not help but exclaim in admiration, but what good is it to merely evade? Li Ranch smiled in silence. Yang Qin scoffed and continued to strike, determined to fill the arena with his attacks, eager to see how Li Ranch would evade them. He Jason, watching Li Ranch refrain from counterattacking, questioned, why isn't he fighting back? With his flying sword, shouldn't he easily defeat Yang Qin? Su Lingyin, fixated on Li Ranch's eyes, casually replied, he is searching for flaws in Yang Qin's strikes. Luin suddenly interjected, it's over. He Jason quickly turned her gaze to the stage, where she saw Li Ranch's figure dissipate like smoke, precisely the technique known as cloud and mist drift. Chapter 61, Continuous Challenges. Upon witnessing Li Ranch's ethereal form, Yang Qin was momentarily stunned, then guarded his chest with his fists, scanning for Li Ranch's whereabouts. The wraith-like Li Ranch slipped through the gaps in the invisible barrage of punches and appeared behind Yang Qin. With a thunderous crack, Yang Qin reacted just in time to whirl around a thunderclap finger, breaking the army. Li Ranch had already thrust a finger forward, striking Yang Qin in the side. The lightning surged into Yang Qin's body, disrupting his flow of spirit energy. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and rise, Li Ranch followed up with a powerful kick that sent him flying. When Yang Qin finally crawled to his feet, clutching his side, he realized he had been thrown off the stage. Li Ranch wins, announced the referee. A splendid, that kick was magnificent, nearly rivaling my own prowess. Brother, did you see that flying cow up in the sky? That was your boast, someone remarked. Why use a cannon to shoot a mosquito? Su Lingyin chuckled in response. Fourth place, He Jiasun, please choose your opponent. He Jiasun leaped onto the stage, pointing at Li Ranchen, declaring, I challenge him. Just as Li Ranchen was about to step down, he glanced at Su Lingyin and Lu Yin, who were poised to compete, realizing he would remain on stage until the end, after Li Ranchen expressed no objections. The referee announced the start of the match. He Jiasun swung her long whip, striking the ground with force. Bring out your flying sword. Don't think you can defeat me without it. Upon hearing the term flying sword, the students below began to murmur among themselves. Did she say flying sword? Could Li Ranchen be a sword cultivator? Wow, to be so cool and yet a sword cultivator. Can we give the brothers a fighting chance? Comrades, I suddenly have a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Li Ranchen is the master of that legendary supreme flying sword? If that's the case, it's not far-fetched for him to have slain a demon lord-level beast, after careful consideration. The students concluded that this speculation might indeed hold merit. Consequently, they cast envious glances at Li Ranchen. In the face of He Jiasun's taunts, Li Ranchen merely shook his head with a light smile, stating, I'll naturally use it when the time comes. He then silently elevated his divine abilities to fourfold. Humph, you'll only know the pain when the whip strikes you, He Jiasun scoffed, swinging her long whip. The whip crackled through the air as it lashed towards Li Ranchen. In the eyes of the astonished crowd, Li Ranchen reached out and seized the whip. He Jiasun was taken aback. Had Li Ranchen possessed such strength? Lu Yin's expression turned grave, sensing that Li Ranchen had indeed grown stronger. Perhaps he was holding back earlier. Su Lingyin remarked. What, did you skip breakfast this morning? Use a bit of strength, Li Ranchen taunted. He Jiasun gritted her teeth, attempting to retract the whip, only to find it firmly held by Li Ranchen. Unmoving. Let go, she demanded angrily. Li Ranchen looked bewildered, thinking, why would I release the whip so you can strike me? Your reasoning is somewhat terrifying. Suddenly, he felt that fighting her was pointless. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a tremendous force that surged along the whip's length. He Jiasun's grip was shattered as she stared in terror. In an instant, Li Ranchen used the whip to bind her, tossing both her and the whip off the stage. Match concluded. Li Ranchen wins. This girl is unfortunate, tossed out like that. Indeed, losing so swiftly, it feels even faster than Yang Qin. A ruthless hand indeed. Li Ranchen is truly an exemplar for our generation. Third place, Su Lingyin, please choose your opponent. It's my turn. Su Lingyin slowly rose, directing his gaze at Li Ranchen. Without further ado, everyone understood whom he had chosen. The referee inquired whether Li Ranchen needed a break, to which he replied that the previous victories had required little effort. Upon returning to her seat, He Jiasun tugged at her whip, gritting her teeth in frustration. The two stood on stage, locking eyes, when Su Lingyin suddenly spoke. I have often heard my cousin Tianming speak of you, and now that I see you, I realize you surpass his praises by far. Li Ranchen was taken aback, realizing that Su Lingyin was indeed Tianming's cousin. What a small world it was. Since you are Tianming's cousin, I shall take the opportunity to refine you. A jade without polish cannot become a gem. Su Lingyin confidently raised his hand. I welcome your guidance. Retracting his folding fan, Su Lingyin dashed towards Li Ranchen with speed. No need for the fan. You wish to engage in close combat? Li Ranchen laughed. You may not know, but my sparring partner is Uncle Long. Li Ranchen did not evade but met the challenge head-on. After enduring the training of the martial sage, Wu Long, his close combat skills had far surpassed his peers. Though he seldom needed to utilize them in daily life, however, since Su Lingyin was Tianming's cousin, Li Ranchen was more than willing to indulge him. Thus began a fierce exchange of blows, the students below erupting in excitement. Declaring this to be a true contest of manhood, how exhilarating. I rate this intense experience a solid 18 out of 20, delivered in a 666 format, with the remaining 82 points contingent upon the situation for the cosmetic hospital. Isn't anyone feeling sorry for Su Lingyin? He's getting utterly battered. That was a female student. The two combatants on stage finally separated. Su Lingyin bore bruises and wounds, his composure lost. Li Ranchen, aside from a slightly disheveled hairstyle, appeared relatively unscathed. Oh, save for a torn piece of clothing. A few. Su Lingyin gasped for breath. Su Lingyin, will you admit defeat? Li Ranchen observed him with a leisurely demeanor. In close combat, you bested me, Su Lingyin acknowledged, producing his folding fan. But I still have this. Li Ranchen recalled the 4 colossal ice pythons. Without his flying sword, it would indeed be challenging to resolve that. Wait a moment, Li Ranchen suddenly realized. Why should he wait for him to summon those 4 ice pythons? He could simply eliminate Su Lingyin first. It would save both time and effort. Su Lingyin, allow me to impart another lesson. He thought once you leave school, the world can be quite perilous. As Su Lingyin began to channel spirit energy into his folding fan to summon the ice pythons, he suddenly noticed that Li Ranchen had vanished. Oh no, behind me! Having witnessed Yang Qin's match, Su Lingyin quickly grasped the situation, yet how could he react in time? Maneuvering from the front to strike from behind was Li Ranchen's specialty. This was a certainty one could always rely upon. With a swift chop of his palm, Su Lingyin collapsed to the ground. He Jiasun below spat in disdain, retorting, "You clearly possess strength yet resort to such petty sneak attacks." Immediately a student countered, "Weren't you tossed out from the front?" He Jiasun sprang up, her face flushed with embarrassment. Who said that? Step forward if you have the courage." The long whip danced wildly as the students averted their gaze in silence. Match concluded, Li Ranchen wins. This lad is indeed remarkable. He has triumphed over 3 opponents consecutively. It seems Luyin is next in line. Could it be that he might face a fourth? I find that quite plausible. Especially since he hasn't even drawn his sword yet. Chapter 62. Overwhelming first place. Hearing you say that makes it seem quite likely. Luyin should be able to compel him to draw his flying sword. Right? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. Without needing a reminder from the referee, Luyin strode confidently onto the stage, wielding a broadsword, his gaze fixed intently on Li Ranchen, eyes ablaze with fervor. Li Ranchen felt a chill run down his spine under Luyin's gaze, inwardly questioning the young man's inclinations. The referee assessed both competitors, confirming no issues before announcing begin. Luyin's aura surged dramatically. A phantom of a wild bull flashing past him. He had initiated the wild bull combat technique right from the outset, his presence now akin to that of a martial sect master. "I know I am not your equal, but at the very least, I wish to see you draw your flying sword," Luyin declared solemnly. As you wish. Faced with Luyin's martial prowess, Li Ranchen did not overestimate himself. With a mere thought, the Stardust sword shot forth, joyously soaring around the arena before returning to Li Ranchen's grasp. The students below erupted in excitement. "Wow, is that a supreme flying sword? So impressive. Why is it that I possess such talent yet lack a flying sword to accompany me? This isn't fair. Some things are simply not meant to be. If you weren't born with it, you may never possess it." "That hits hard, my friend." Hearing the student's admiration, the Stardust sword emitted a pleased hum. Upon seeing Li Ranchen brandishing the flying sword, Luyin wasted no time. Aware that the technique's duration was limited, he resolved to end the match swiftly, unleashing his most powerful strike. Luyin bent low, gripping his sword tightly as he prepared to unleash his might. Upon witnessing the familiar motion, he Jiasun was suddenly reminded of some unpleasant memories. Gathering strength for a heavy strike, Luyin shouted. Subsequently, he leaped into the air, aiming a slash at Li Ranchen. The students below murmured, "Li Ranchen, although it is awkward, the power behind this strike is no mere bluster. After all, even a demon lord-level black-striped tiger was wounded by this very blow." Clang! The Stardust sword vibrated wildly, sensing the excitement emanating from Stardust, and Li Ranchen smiled faintly. "Let them witness your might." Die in the face of Luyin's formidable strike, akin to a mountain pressing down. Li Ranchen stood still, unyielding. The students below were puzzled. Is he really going to take it head-on? How audacious! One couldn't help but admire that calm, confident demeanor, which mirrored his own. Who the hell just farted? It reeks. As the blade neared, Li Ranchen raised Stardust, striking first, with a horizontal slash from below. The moment the blade and sword clashed, everyone held their breath. They beheld the Stardust sword slicing effortlessly through the broad blade, without the slightest pause, ultimately pointing at Luyin's throat. To describe it in 2 words, it was seamless. Luyin landed steadily, gazing at the flying sword halted before his throat, and he let out a wry smile. "I concede." Hearing this, Li Ranchen retracted Stardust and replied with a nonchalant smile, "Next time, try using a better sword." Although it wouldn't have mattered much, for Stardust was an exceptional flying sword, honed with the essence of a true dragon's skull. Its sharpness at this stage was simply incalculable. To call it a divine weapon would not be an exaggeration. The outcome would have been the same regardless of what sword Luyin wielded. Thus Li Ranchen effortlessly severed Luyin's broad blade with a single stroke, securing victory in the match. The students below were left in a stupor, as was the referee. The second challenger, with just one clash, had determined the victor. What a vast disparity! Their strengths were not even from the same realm. They were unaware that the Li Ranchen with a sword and the one without were worlds apart. "Now, I declare the 3rd round of evaluations concluded." The female examiner, who had been observing for a considerable time, slowly stepped forward. Her gaze lingered on Li Ranchen for a moment before she turned to address the crowd. "Congratulations, your examinations are over. You may now return and await your acceptance letters." The students, still reeling from the earlier shock, numbly nodded in response. As Li Ranchen descended from the stage, he thought to himself that he could finally rest and recharge his spirit. As soon as the acceptance letter arrived, he would head to the capital to meet Zaya Bamo. The students gradually departed. Li Ranjan, please stay. The female examiner's voice suddenly rang out. Li Ranjan halted, turning with a puzzled expression. What is it, examiner? You ranked first. You are now the top scholar of Jiangnan City. The country has policies in place to reward this achievement, and we require your acknowledgement. Very well, Li Ranjan responded with enthusiasm. As free rewards were always the most delightful, after a series of tedious registrations, Li Ranjan finally received the support granted by the state, a sealed silver square iron box, just as he was about to open it. The female examiner intervened, advising, this reward from the state should be examined at home. Remember, do not boast about it publicly. Li Ranjan nodded in understanding. Understood, go now, and may you continue to grow stronger. Thank you for your kind words. Beautiful examiner, Li Ranjan waved before turning to leave. What a charming tongue. The female examiner smiled softly. Did you truly give it to him? An aged voice inquired from behind. I did. Old Chin, are you truly willing? The female examiner suddenly asked. I'm old. Keeping it serves no purpose, perhaps giving it to the youth will yield greater rewards. After speaking, Old Chin slowly walked away, leaving the female examiner standing in place. Lost in thought, what an unexpected delight, Li Ranjan, in high spirits, made his way home, pondering what treasures lay within the silver box, martial techniques, elixirs, cultivation methods, spirit artifacts. With eager anticipation, he moved swiftly. Upon reaching home, Li Ranjan could hardly contain himself. Plopping down on the sofa to retrieve the silver box, the moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. May the esteemed by Senior bless me with fortune, he prayed fervently, summoning the Stardust Sword. He opened the box. As the Stardust Sword effortlessly pried open the protective iron casing, Li Ranjan finally beheld the coveted treasure. Inside lay a silver tome. After 3 months of intense study, Li Ranjan's brow furrowed, revealing a look of disdain. Well, I might as well take a look, considering it was a free gift. One more book, one tea hurt. Despite his complaints, Li Ranjan's hands moved swiftly to grasp the book. Lowering his gaze to the title, he read aloud, True Sealing Unraveled. What is this? Li Ranjan suddenly felt intrigued. However, upon flipping to the first page, his consciousness erupted in a maelstrom. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, Li Ranjan gradually regained awareness. It appeared as if he had traversed the rivers of time and space, arriving in an unfamiliar realm. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but desolation, devoid of any sign of life. The ground beneath him was parched and brittle, fissures stretching endlessly, and the air held not a trace of moisture. What a dreadful environment! Do they not care for the ecology? Li Ranjan lamented. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a tempest surged forth, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring thunder, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. Li Ranjan frowned slightly, calling for Stardust, yet received no reply. Reflecting on his prior actions, he realized he had merely turned a page in the tome to arrive in this mysterious place. A thought crossed his mind. Could this be the imprint transfer? Perhaps these images were remnants of events that had transpired. With that in mind, Li Ranjan resolved to test his hypothesis. As the gale howled toward him, he boldly faced it. Indeed, the wind could not harm him. Relieved, he took the opportunity to admire this apocalyptic landscape. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he spotted a white figure materializing in the air, standing proudly against the raging winds, utterly unmoved. With the appearance of this white figure, the world around him seemed to dim further. The winds howled louder, and lightning danced across the sky like serpents, causing the earth to crack inch by inch. Glancing down, Li Ranjan noticed he stood upon nothingness. Remaining composed, he faced the chaos with elegance. And what of the heavens? A brazen voice rang out. Li Ranjan looked up. Though the white figure was obscured, he was certain those words had come from it. After all, there was no one else present besides the two of them. This realm appeared to possess consciousness, for upon hearing the white figure's audacious proclamation, a colossal hand descended from the unseen heights, reaching for it. Li Ranjan's eyes widened in anticipation as he eagerly observed the unfolding drama. Knowing that the main event was about to commence, true unraveling, seal the heavens, the white figure bellowed. Instantly, countless white chains erupted around it, swirling and shooting toward the colossal hand above. Li Ranjan was left in awe. Instructor, I wish to learn this technique. The myriad white chains ensnared the immense hand, pulsating with energy as if siphoning its power. The white figure laughed heartily, proclaiming, The world views my sealing lineage as a mere sideline, incapable of great use. It is simply an excuse for their ineptitude. True sealing unraveled. Seal objects, seal people, seal land, seal the heavens. The world is vast, and nothing is beyond sealing. Is this a lesser path? How utterly laughable! Such a display of grandeur left Li Ranjan astounded. and he couldn't help but admire the audacity of this figure. Those who follow my true unraveling in later generations shall ensure the name of Sealing resounds throughout the ages. After uttering this, the white figure vanished, and Li Ranjin was expelled from that realm. When he regained his senses, he found himself still seated on the sofa, the tome True Sealing unraveled open in his hands. The first page revealing a depiction of the white figure alongside a colossal hand bound by countless chains. What a tremendous windfall! Li Ranjin could scarcely believe that the treasure awarded by the state was this. Such an extravagant gesture. If this continues, I might just sacrifice myself for my country. Overwhelmed with emotion, he reached for the second page, eager to discover what scene awaited him. However, as soon as he turned it, Li Ranjin completely lost consciousness, collapsing on the sofa. This time, he truly fainted, without traversing into the imprint scene. After all, receiving the imprint transfer was a demanding endeavor for one's mental fortitude, and Li Ranjin had perhaps been a bit too greedy. When he awoke again, it was already 2 a.m. The family dog was gnawing at the sofa, evidently famished. After tossing it some food, Li Ranjin picked up the fallen tome, carefully stowing it away. He decided to wait until he felt more refreshed before attempting to read further. Overall, the day had yielded fruitful results. Not only had he secured the top position in Jiangnan City, but he had also acquired the remarkable True Sealing unraveled imprint transfer. Glancing at his phone, Li Ranjin instantly felt a wave of despair. Over 99 unread messages from Xia Beimo awaited him. So, the examinations are finally over, right? No response. Are you busy? It's already 7. You must have finished the exams. Why are you ignoring me? Did you not perform well? It's alright, just tell me. Why aren't you responding? Have you encountered some trouble? You little rascal, you little rascal, you little rascal. Li Ranjin could almost envision Xia Beimo grinding her teeth in frustration. After quickly scanning through all the messages, he sheepishly scratched his head and tentatively replied with a silly emoji. Why did you only respond to me now? Lan Shiyu replied almost instantly. Aren't you asleep? Of course not, I kept waiting for your reply. Rubbing his nose, Li Ranjin realized he had been caught off guard by Xia Beimo. You better give me a satisfactory explanation, or you won't be allowed to see me. Xia Beimo threatened. Li Ranjin chuckled softly. Xia Beimo was as adorable as ever. He patiently recounted the day's events to her, finally earning her forgiveness. Since that's the case, I shall let you off this time, Xiao Bai Mao. With an air of nonchalance, remarked, having secured the top position in Jiangnan City, you are surely destined for admission to Qianlong Academy. When do you plan to come to Kyoto? Why are you so eager to see me? Li Ranjin replied with a mischievous grin. PFF, who wants to see you? It's my great-grandfather who, for reasons unknown, has discovered I have a boyfriend and is impatiently urging me to bring him home for a meeting. Xiao Bai Mao hurriedly defended herself. Your great-grandfather is probably just itching to give me a thrashing, then offer me some money to keep my distance from you. Li Ranjin thought to himself. After I receive the admission letter, I will come to Kyoto to find you. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. She truly understood men well. Li Ranjin suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Now eager to confront that great-grandfather, after bidding each other goodnight, Li Ranjin peacefully drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Li Ranjin was awakened by several phone calls from Liang Ting. Look at you. You little rascal, actually becoming the top scholar of Jiangnan City. You've truly brought honor to the school. Li Ranjin yawned, responding somewhat apathetically. Hey, you've become quite the braggart. Come to school today. The principal has something special for you. Teacher Liang, if you mention that, I might just shake off my drowsiness. Li Ranjin replied, instantly alert. The true freeloader would never miss an opportunity for a freebie. Alright, Teacher Liang, please make sure it's ready. I will definitely come today. Li Ranjin urged eagerly. On the other end, Liang Ting suddenly fell silent before abruptly hanging up. A Teacher Liang's tolerance for pressure is quite low. I need to find opportunities to practice with him. Li Ranjin mused. By the way, I also need to collect the materials for the Stardust's 4th transformation from the treasure pavilion. I'll take care of that today as well. After completing his morning routine, Li Ranjin headed straight to the treasure pavilion. Upon arriving at the entrance, he skillfully produced his VIP card for the security guard, gaining unfettered access. As he approached a familiar office, he knocked on the door. Come in. Li Ranjin entered, smiling. Long time no see. Mr. Wu Dao, donning gold-rimmed glasses, looked up in surprise. You've arrived so quickly. Is your 3rd transformation complete? Li Ranjin nodded. Wu Dao waved his hand, producing a pile of rare materials. I prepared these for you long ago. Chapter 64. Starry Sky. Margin Stone. Suppressing the urge to leap from his dantian, Li Ranjin grinned. Uncle Wu, you are as dependable as ever. Wu Dao shot him a disapproving glance. The only time this brat remembered to call him Uncle Wu was when he came to collect materials. Suddenly recalling something, Wu Dao inquired, "The college entrance examination ended yesterday, how did you fare? Will you be able to get into Qinlong Academy?" Upon hearing this, Li Ranchen stood tall and proud. "Of course, I effortlessly claimed first place. I am the top scholar of Jiangnan City, keep boasting," Wu Dao replied skeptically. "Just wait until the rankings are published. You might be in for a shock," Li Ranchen kindly warned. "Get lost, I have things to attend to," Wu Dao said, starting to usher him out. Seeing this, Li Ranchen couldn't help but sigh dramatically. In this day and age, no one believes in honesty anymore. The world has truly declined. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Li Ranchen's mind was still on the treasures Liang Ting had mentioned, so he hurried toward the school. As soon as he stepped into the office, he saw Liang Ting reclining in a chair, eyes closed, enjoying a moment of peace. With the chair gently swaying, Liang Ting let out a satisfied hum. Clearly relishing the moment, Li Ranchen knocked on the door to indicate his arrival. "Who is it?" Liang Ting said irritably, disrupted from his reverie. Upon seeing it was Li Ranchen, his expression quickly shifted. "I thought it was someone else. It turns out our top scholar from number 2 high school has arrived." Liang Ting feigned surprise. Li Ranchen offered a modest smile, rubbing his hands together. "Teacher Liang mentioned that the principal has prepared a prize for me? I thought I couldn't let the principal's goodwill go unacknowledged, so I hurried over." Hearing this, Liang Ting smiled, though internally he was rolling his eyes. "You're not concerned about disappointing the principal, you're just captivated by the treasures. Of course, there are prizes. Follow me," Liang Ting said, leading the way. Li Ranchen followed, his heart filled with anticipation for what he might gain. After traversing a quiet corridor, Liang Ting halted in front of a slightly worn door. "Here we are. This is the school's treasure vault. You can choose any one item, but remember, only one." Understood. "I won't take more than that." Li Ranchen thought it odd that Teacher Liang felt the need to guard against him. Considering how honest he was. As he stepped into the school's treasure vault, Li Ranchen frowned. Scanning the shelves, he found that most items were common martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs, and a few low-level spiritual artifacts. It was no wonder the students of number 2 high school were so weak. The school had little to offer in terms of resources for their development, Li Ranchen silently concluded, with a mindset of merely browsing. Li Ranchen began to wander aimlessly. After examining every item, he found nothing worthy of note and sighed in disappointment. "I might as well grab a valuable spiritual artifact to take with me." Just as he was about to pick up a long sword, he suddenly noticed a black round stone beside it. "What is this?" Li Ranchen wondered aloud, intrigued. The black stone was sandwiched between 2 spiritual artifacts, and he had somehow overlooked it until now. Instinctively reaching out to grasp it, he was taken aback. "I can't lift it." Li Ranchen was stunned. With his strength, he shouldn't be unable to pick up a stone. And then joy surged within him. "It must be a treasure. I almost missed it," he exclaimed excitedly. Reprisal. Golden light flickered in Li Ranchen's eyes as it illuminated the black round stone. This was a feature of the Star Alliance token. Capable of identifying most treasures, over the past 3 months, he had not only been studying books but had also diligently researched the Star Alliance token. As the golden light faded, a screen appeared before Li Ranchen. Starry Sky Margin Stone, a rare treasure from the universe. When forged into a weapon, possesses infinite growth potential, exchangeable for Star Alliance points. 1000000. Would you like to redeem? Decline. Without hesitation, Li Ranchen rejected the offer. Infinite growth potential. Li Ranchen's gaze fixated on those words. Had he not acquired the True Seal resolution yesterday, he might have chosen to redeem it without a second thought. After all, he possessed the Stardust Sword and had no need to consider forging another weapon. However, with the True Seal resolution in hand, he still needed a weapon. It was precisely the powerful white chains that could bind the heavens and absorb their energy utilized by that white figure. If he were to forge this stone with infinite growth potential into chains, it would undoubtedly be equally formidable in the future, Li Ranchen envisioned. "This is it." Leaning against the doorframe, Liang Ting yawned out of boredom. "What did you choose, top scholar?" Li Ranchen slowly walked out, his expression sour. "Oh, let me see what the top scholar has selected," Liang Ting said curiously. "What a treasure vault this is. It's filled with nothing but junk." "I randomly picked up a stone," Li Ranchen replied indignantly, opening his palm to reveal the black round stone. Liang Ting glanced at it and quickly averted his gaze. Li Ranchen promptly stowed the stone away in his storage ring. Closing off his spiritual powers, even with his strength quadrupled, he found it still quite taxing to hold the stone. Sigh, number 2 high school does indeed have its shortcomings. Liang Ting was at a loss for words. "Forget it, I'll head back now." Li Ranchen waved his hand and hurriedly made his exit. Once outside the school gates, he could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into joyous guffaws as passers-by regarded him with a mix of curiosity and concern. What a handsome boy, but what a fool, indeed. One wonders what transpired, but he is so handsome, even if he is a fool, I wouldn't mind. A girl exclaimed excitedly. The crowd immediately turned their attention to her. Their gazes filled with sympathy. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ranchen activated his cloud smoke escape, nearly experiencing social death. Upon returning home and researching the margin stone on the Star Alliance, Li Ranchen pondered this starry sky margin stone was not easy to handle. Only a master-level forger could work with it. I'll wait for the admission letter to arrive. Kyoto has plenty of master-level forgers, Li Ranchen thought, remaining unhurried. 3 days later, the rankings for the Jiangnan City College entrance examination were released. In a single day, Li Ranchen's name echoed throughout the entire city. This kid didn't deceive me. He truly is the top scholar of Jiangnan City, Wu Dao said, removing his glasses to wipe them. Still somewhat incredulous, as expected of Brother Li, how was the encounter with Su Lingyin? Did he get beaten up badly? Su Tianming laughed heartily, glancing at Su Lingyin. That he had witnessed Su Lingyin return home that day, bruised and battered, clearly having been given a thorough thrashing, yet Su Lingyin did not seem embarrassed or angry. Instead, he smiled calmly. He is indeed formidable. I am far inferior. After such self-inflicted humiliation, Su Tianming fell silent. This guy loves to launch sneak attacks. He just gazed at Li Ranchen's name, biting her silver teeth. You were truly strong, but I will strive to catch up to you. Lu Ming raised his broad blade and continued his training. Chapter 65, The Cat-Loving Theatrical Senior Sister. Meanwhile, Li Ranchen sat cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed in concentration. The True Seal resolution lay open to the second page before him, after 3 days of effort. He had finally absorbed the inheritance of this page. Unlike the apocalyptic scenes of the previous page, this time, Li Ranchen experienced the initial moments of the white figure learning about seals. Exiting the imprint inheritance. Li Ranchen stretched his neck. Sitting cross-legged for 3 days made him feel as if he were rusting. Woof woof. The moment Li Ranchen awakened, the two-hued dog rushed over a freeze. Li Ranchen formed a hand seal with his right hand. Blue spiritual energy swirling slowly, then coalescing into an odd symbol that he pressed onto the rushing dog's head. The dog's body stiffened as if struck by lightning, plummeting straight down onto the sofa. Its eyes rolled wildly, gazing pleadingly at Li Ranchen. Hey, this freezing technique is quite effective. Did you see that? If you cause trouble again next time, I will make you stand for an entire day. Unseal the enchantment, Li Ranchen admonished Erha to behave himself from now on. Erha rolled his eyes, his form resembling that of a small cat, slowly making his way to Li Ranchen's side. Nuzzling against him with an oily expression, shoo, quickly pushing Erha away. Li Ranchen felt a shiver run down his spine. Who taught it to behave like this? Just as he was frolicking with Erha. The doorbell rang. Here it comes. Li Ranchen called out, retracting the unsealed enchantment and rising to open the door. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. He had few friends, and Su Tianming could be considered one. But he wouldn't just show up unannounced. Who are you? Upon opening the door, Li Ranchen was momentarily taken aback. Standing before him was a girl of similar age, her form undeniably captivating even beneath the loose white Longway school uniform, which did little to conceal her alluring curves. She was currently appraising Li Ranchen as well. Upon noticing the dragon emblem on her uniform, Li Ranchen suddenly understood that the girl spoke up. You are Li Ranchen, the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City, the sword cultivator? Yes, that's me. Are you from Qianlong Academy? Li Ranchen inquired. The girl nodded. You're quite clever. Let's discuss this inside. Saying this, she strode straight into Li Ranchen's home. Disregarding whether he consented or not, Li Ranchen stood there bewildered. Was this girl so familiar? Fortunately, he was a person of integrity with nothing to hide in his home, otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer social embarrassment on the spot. Shaking his head, Li Ranchen closed the door. Before he could even reach the living room, he heard the girl's delighted voice. Wow, what an adorable little piggy. Let me hug you, dear sister. Li Ranchen rolled his eyes. This girl was actually a cat lover. However, with Erha's robust weight, if she could lift him, it would be quite an impressive feat of strength. Upon entering the living room, Li Ranchen was astonished to find that Erha was not resisting as he had imagined. Instead, he was snugly pressed against the girl, his eyes half closed, his paws gently rising and falling against her bosom. Li Ranchen's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you doing? You're a white tiger, not a kitty. What are you stepping on? But seeing the girl burying her face in Erha's fur, a satisfied expression on her face, Li Ranchen chose to remain silent and turned to sit on the sofa. After a while, Erha had fallen asleep, and the girl stood up, turning to look at Li Ranchen. Don't worry about me. You can continue. Li Ranchen kept his gaze straight ahead, focusing on the air before him. Let's talk business first before any entertainment. The girl took out a golden sheet of paper. Hearing this, Li Ranchen turned to look at her and reached out to take the sheet, bringing it closer. He was astonished to find that it was his admission letter from Qianlong Academy, surprisingly thinned. I am a freshman at Qianlong Academy. No, now I am a sophomore. The girl's expression suddenly brightened. My name is Yen Yada. And I am your senior. You can call me Sister Yada. Yen Yada lifted her head, indicating for Li Ranchen to call her that, glancing at her height of 1.50 meters, which barely reached his shoulders. Li Ranchen remained non-committal. So, Yen Yada, are you here to deliver the admission notice? You're really dull, Yen Yada huffed, flopping down onto the sofa. Li Ranchen shot her a glance and shifted away. Why are you avoiding me? Am I that ugly? Yen Yada exclaimed angrily. After all, she was the belle of her department, so why was this guy looking at her with disdain? No, you're quite beautiful, but I'm afraid of what the little white-haired one might think. Li Ranchen thought, you still haven't answered my question. Li Ranchen reminded her. Of course not. You know, new students need to undergo 3 months of training before the semester starts. Yen Yaya lay down in a relatively comfortable position and spoke slowly. Li Ranchen nodded. He was aware of this. However, you don't know where the training will take place. We sophomores need to guide you there. Moreover, we sophomores are required to assist you during the training. As it is linked to our credits, therefore, the better you perform, the more credits I will earn. My good performance means more credits for you. Li Ranchen suddenly had an ominous thought. Yes, the guidance is one-on-one. So, Yen Yama grinned mischievously, pointing to herself. Your instructor will be me. Li Ranchen's expression immediately turned serious as he earnestly inquired, is it possible to change this instructor? Do you believe I would kill you? Right here, right now. Yen Yada instantly exploded with rage. Li Ranchen waved his hand. Sister Yaya, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Upon hearing him address her as Sister Yaya, Yen Yaya's demeanor shifted entirely. What do you mean serious? I was just joking with you. Yen Yada giggled. Indeed, I believe you, especially if your hands aren't resting on your storage ring. So when do we start the training? Is the location in Kyoto? Li Ranchen asked, voicing his greatest concern. If it were in Kyoto, he could see the little white-haired one. The academy is in Kyoto, but the training site is not. Yen Yaya shook her head. As for the timing, it starts in 10 days, then why are you here so early? Li Ranchen was speechless. Yen Yaya pouted, I just wanted to meet the new students I will be guiding sooner. What if you are really dense? I could teach you in advance. I see, you think I'm a burden. I traveled all the way from Kyoto, and before I could even eat a bite, I was already looked down upon by a junior. I'm so pitiful, I might as well not live anymore. Yen Yaya began to see her white. Li Ranchen watched coldly, unfazed, after fake crying for a while. Seeing that Li Ranchen did not react, Yen Yaya simply stopped pretending. What kind of person are you? You don't show any sympathy. You should cooperate with my performance. Li Ranchen replied indifferently, seeing a girl crying in front of you and not knowing how to comfort her. How will you find a girlfriend in the future? You might as well be single for life. Yen Yaya scolded. Li Ranchen shrugged indifferently. Chapter 66. The formidable senior. He thought to himself, why should I worry? I already have the little white-haired one. Not if she cries, I will comfort her, but you crying, sorry, that almost made me laugh. I don't care, I'll be staying here for the next few days. Although I am young, beautiful, and in great shape, if you can't control yourself and have any improper thoughts, Sister M. Yen Yaya's gaze forcibly shifted away from Li Ranchen's handsome face, her voice gradually fading to an almost inaudible whisper. I want to go easy on you, Li Ranchen thought. When making threats, you should at least sound more resolute. Your tone makes me quite concerned for my safety. Don't worry, that will never happen. Li Ranchen spoke calmly, instilling a strong sense of confidence. What do you mean? Do I have no appeal at all? Upon hearing this, Yen Yaya became furious. Li Ranchen was at a loss for words. What exactly did you want? Fortunately, at that moment Herha woke up and was immediately snatched up by Yen Yaya for some playful torment, diverting her attention from Li Ranchen, watching Yen Yaya play with Herha for a while. Li Ranchen felt she had calmed down sufficiently, so he asked Sister Yaya, what level are the sophomore students usually at? Peak martial master, I suppose. There are only a few martial sovereigns, and I am one of them. So defeating you would only take a few hits, therefore, you should behave and not harbor any ill intentions, Yen Yaya teased, appearing to have returned to her usual self. Li Ranchen, however, furrowed his brow. This was not what he had imagined. Seeing his expression, Yen Yaya immediately asked, what's wrong? Is it not as strong as you imagined? Li Ranchen nodded. He was indeed a bit surprised. Take Luin and the others from the college entrance examination. For instance, they were all at the martial master level and not low in rank. Once they entered the academy, their progress and strength would likely accelerate rapidly. Breaking through to martial sovereign within a year would be as easy as eating and drinking. Students accepted into Qianlong Academy might be weaker than Luin, but they wouldn't be far off among the sophomores. There should be martial sovereigns everywhere. Noticing Li Ranchen's silence, Yan Yaya could roughly guess what he was thinking. It's not as simple as you imagine. You must understand that these students at the peak martial master level can break through to martial sovereign at any moment if they wish. But why? Li Ranchen was puzzled. What benefit is there to remaining at the martial master level? Fool, of course, the academy doesn't allow them to break through. Yan Yaya laughed heartily. Li Ranchen was left utterly bewildered. Is there really an academy that doesn't want its students to reach higher realms? Let me explain it to you. You'll find out once the semester starts anyway. Yan Yaya sat upright, holding Erha in her arms, resting her head on his, and began to explain to Li Ranchen. Erha, don't mind me, Li Ranchen. After new students enroll, they will face a choice of departments such as swordsmanship, martial arts, alchemy, formations, spirit tools, and spirit plants. For instance, I chose the martial arts department. Once in class, I can select one top-tier technique and two top-tier martial skills to cultivate from the Qianlong Academy library. The courses will also be taught by corresponding martial skill instructors. Subsequent midterm and final assessments will evaluate my progress in cultivating these techniques and martial skills. If I fail to meet the required standards, I will not be allowed to break through. Why? What does breaking through have to do with cultivating martial skills? Can't I just continue my training after breaking through? Li Ranchen couldn't understand. You don't see it. So you don't understand. Top-tier techniques and martial skills have very stringent requirements for their respective realms. If one forcibly breaks through without achieving the requisite depth in techniques and martial skills, they will be unable to continue their training thereafter. This is also why Qianlong Academy prohibits it. If any student forcefully breaks through without meeting the standards, they will be expelled. There are no exceptions. Yan Yaya stated blandly. Li Ranchen understood. He just didn't know what sort of power such difficult-to-master martial skills would possess. He subtly expressed his thoughts. Yan Yaya chuckled. Do not underestimate the Qianlong Academy. Those students at the pinnacle of martial arts can easily contend with those below the 5th level of martial sovereign, even if their skills are not fully refined. She turned to Li Ranchen with a raised brow. And you, having broken through to martial sovereign, your strength must be even greater, right? Li Ranchen's excitement was palpable. Indeed, I can say without exaggeration that unless I encounter a martial sovereign who has mastered top-tier techniques, I am invincible against anyone below Martial King. Yan Yaya stood tall, exuding a commanding presence. Li Ranchen glanced at the dog, whose head was pushed forward by a sharp object, yet wore a look of enjoyment. You silly creature, he muttered under his breath. Seeing you so eager, are you looking to test your skills? Yan Yaya asked, a playful smile on her lips. Li Ranchen feigned modesty and nodded slowly, unwittingly aligning with her intent. I've been waiting for you, you troublesome rascal. Come forth, and I shall enlighten you on the proper attitude one should adopt when facing a charming senior. Suddenly, Yan Yaya revealed her true nature, bursting into boisterous laughter. With a delicate hand, she casually pushed forward, and Li Ranchen felt as if his spirit had been ensnared, leaving him no room to evade. Although Yan Yaya bore no ill intent, the force of her palm emanated a profound sense of danger. Just as it was about to connect, she intended to withdraw her hand, but in a moment of reflex, Xingqian shot forth, unleashing a sword she imbued with lightning towards her approaching hand. Is that your flying sword? Yan Yaya mused curiously, continuing her advance. The sword she collided with her hand, generating a violent gust that sent objects within the room scattering chaotically. The dog clung desperately to Yan Yaya's leg, narrowly avoiding being blown away. Li Ranchen took a step back, reclaiming Xingqian into his grasp. The instant Xingqian emerged, the feeling of being trapped dissipated. Yan Yaya retracted her hand, revealing a small cut that oozed a few drops of blood. Interesting, my chosen junior seems quite formidable, she thought with a hint of delight. How does it feel? I only used 30% of my strength just now, she taunted, tilting her head in mockery. Li Ranchen surveyed the disarray of the room and, with a hint of resignation, replied, I understand, Sister Yaya, you are indeed powerful. Perhaps it is time to tidy up this mess. Yan Yaya reclined on the sofa, picking up the dog. Whoever's room it is should be the one to clean. Right, little Jumi, the dog nodded, displaying a simple-minded grin. You ungrateful wretch, Li Ranchen mentally noted. After a considerable effort, he finally restored order to the room. Before he could rest, Yan Yaya exclaimed, I'm starving, Xiao Chen. Hurry and prepare something to eat. The dog echoed her sentiments. Li Ranchen's expression darkened as he was about to reprimand the two freeloaders when he noticed Yan Yaya waving her delicate hand, seemingly admiring non-existent nail art. He couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Yaya, you must be exhausted from your journey. Allow me to whip up something delicious to reward you. Chapter 67, regarding training. Quite impressive. I had no idea you possessed such culinary skills, Junior, Yan Yaya remarked, satisfied as she leaned back in her chair after a hearty meal. The dog lay at her feet, resembling a loyal pet. Li Ranjin, washing the dishes, let out a few cold chuckles. Are you planning to stay here and enjoy my hospitality for 10 days? Of course not. I am here to guide your training, Yan Yaya retorted. Li Ranjin's eyes lit up. Top-tier techniques, perhaps? Not quite. Those can only be learned after entering the academy and selecting a specialization. She shot him a sidelong glance. Then what can you teach me? He asked dismissively. I can teach you how to excel in the training sessions, she replied with a light laugh. Curiosity piqued, he asked, what exactly is a training session? Yan Yaya gathered her thoughts before explaining, in simple terms. It involves gathering talented individuals from across the country, placing them in a competitive environment, and conducting training evaluations. Based on the final results, they are classified into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with access to different schools within Qianlong Academy. After the classification, we enter different schools, Li Ranjin echoed. Yes, even among geniuses, disparities exist. The higher the school tier, the greater the resources and teachings available, making competition within the academy quite fierce. During the training sessions, do not conceal your strength. The more low-key you are, the less attention you will receive, she advised soberly, her expression serious. Resources and opportunities must be fought for and seized. Li Ranjin was somewhat surprised yet not entirely taken aback. Survival of the fittest was an age-old principle. I see your cultivation is only at the 5th level of martial apprentice. Your strength is rather lacking, however. That flying sword of yours is commendable. Yan Yaya remarked. Li Ranjin fell silent, unable to refute her observation. I will assist you in your training over the next 10 days. At the very least, you should break through 2 levels. I asked that for real? He asked skeptically. Just wait and see my methods, she replied confidently. That evening, Yan Yaya was unceremoniously sent away by Li Ranjin. He had Su Tianming prepare a luxurious hotel suite for her, and she happily scurried off to enjoy her stay. Now I can focus on dealing with you, Li Ranjin grinned menacingly as he approached the dog, forming a gesture with his hand. The dog immediately bristled and scurried beneath the sofa, observing the dog's half-exposed body. Li Ranjin couldn't help but laugh. Reclining on the sofa, he began to report his day's events to his superior. I am the great sword Immortal, calling Xiao Bai Mao. Today a senior visited me, claiming she is here to guide my training. Sure you, senior? Is she beautiful? I am the great sword Immortal. Not beautiful. I've already sent her packing. Sure you? Well, that wasn't necessary. She should be from Qianlong Academy. I am the great sword Immortal. You have one there too. Sure you? Yes, but a senior there has been pestering me, which is quite bothersome. I had my brother deal with him. Now he is the one guiding my training. I am the great sword Immortal. What is that senior's name? Li Ranjin's expression darkened. How dare someone pester his Xiao Bai Mao? Just wait until I get to Qianlong Academy. I'll settle the score. Sure you, I forgot. I think his name is you something Shuei. Li Ranjin silently noted this down, intending to inquire with Yaya the next day about this fellow's background. I am the great sword Immortal, by the way. Who is your brother? Sure you. He is also a second-year student at Qianlong Academy. His name is Lan Zhan. After a moment's thought, Lan Shiryu added, my brother knows about you and said he wants to give you a good thrashing to test your mettle. If you're not strong enough, he'll make you leave. Ha ha ha. Li Ranjin felt helpless. Even before entering the academy, he was already faced with 2 formidable opponents, one of whom was his future brother-in-law. I am looking forward to it. Qianlong Academy. He closed his eyes to practice, needing to strengthen his abilities. Early the next morning, before Li Ranjin even opened his eyes, a loud knocking echoed at the door. Without a second thought, he knew it was Yan Yaya. The dog, having heard the noise, emerged from under the sofa, oblivious to Li Ranjin as it bobbed its head and trotted over to open the door. Li Ranjin observed coldly, regretting his leniency towards the creature the previous night. Oh, my little Jumi, you actually know how to open the door for me now, unlike some people who won't even lift a finger. Yan Yaya scooped up the dog and strolled in. Why is Sister Yaya here so early? He asked. Of course, I am here to help you train. After all, 10 days is a tight schedule, Yan Yaya replied. Pulling out a crystal ball. Li Ranjin looked down and his eyes widened momentarily. Spirit Chi Accelerator. For those below Martial Master, holding this item while training can enhance speed by 5 times. Lasting for 3 days. Li Ranjin was astonished. Such a valuable item was indeed rare. This is a Spirit Chi Accelerator. With it, your training speed will increase 5-fold. Breaking through 2 levels in 10 days will be a breeze. Yan Yaya said, handing him the crystal ball. Upon receiving it, Li Ranjin did not begin to train immediately. Instead, he smiled to Sister Yaya. You're just giving me such a treasure. What, are you worried I have ulterior motives? she retorted, slightly annoyed. Li Ranjan remained silent, merely gazing at her. There are indeed matters I need your assistance with, but discussing them now would be futile. We can talk about it when we reach the training site. Yen Yaya responded, a trace of exasperation in her tone, not wishing to dwell on the topic any longer. Li Ranjan shifted the conversation. Sister Yaya, I'd like to inquire about two individuals. One goes by you something Shui, and the other is Lan Zhan, both second-year students. Yen Yaya was taken aback by the mention of these names. How do you know them? You haven't even entered Shenlong Academy yet. Do you have a grudge with them? Not exactly, but I might end up fighting one of them. Be cautious. Yu Tianshui is fairly easy to handle, an unremarkable individual who hasn't even broken through to martial sovereign. However, Lan Zhan is quite formidable. How strong is he compared to you? Li Ranjan inquired, intrigued. Yen Yaya shot him an annoyed glance. You certainly know how to pick your battles. It's about a 2-to-8 split. I am 2, and he is 8. If you have any conflicts with him, it's best to avoid him, at least until you can defeat me. Li Ranjan nodded with a smile. I want to seek him out. He'll come looking for me. What happened? Perhaps I can help you defuse the situation, Yen Yaya said, stroking the dog while her eyes flickered with curiosity. Li Ranjan chuckled lightly. It's nothing. I merely eloped with his sister, and he wants to give me a thrashing. Yen Yaya paused, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is that true? You have the audacity to steal the little princess of the Lan family. Chapter 68. The training commences. Of course, you will meet her during the training. She is quite beautiful, Li Ranjan remarked with a smile. Hey, I'm still here, Yen Yaya loudly reminded them. This lad seems oblivious to the rudeness of praising another girl in front of a girl. Li Ranjan paid her no heed, instead gripping his crystal ball and beginning to meditate with his eyes closed. Yen Yaya gently rubbed the large head of her husky, her gaze distant as if deep in thought. 10 days later. Li Ranjan found himself navigating through a forest of colossal trees, wielding stardust to clear a path. Yen Yaya followed closely behind, cradling her husky while occasionally tilting her head to admire the scenery along the way. Yeah, wouldn't it be better to fly over on our swords instead of trudging along this miserable path? Li Ranjan complained. Had it not been for this delay, they would have reached the training ground 2 days ago. Of course we could, but don't you find this more enjoyable? Yen Yaya's voice floated back to him. The competition at the academy is fierce. I've longed for moments like this. Strolling leisurely while holding my cat and soaking in the surroundings to relieve stress. Li Ranjan couldn't help but mentally scoff. Indeed, it's me who is exhausted, while you're comfortable. And that's my cat. No, wait, it's a white tiger. After walking a bit further, Li Ranjan inquired, how much longer? Yeah, almost there. 2 hours later. Yeah, almost there. 3 hours later. Yeah, almost there. 5 hours later. Gazing at the marks he had left on the trees, Li Ranjan suddenly realized, you're leading me in circles, aren't you? Li Ranjan exploded with frustration. Oops, you caught me. Yen Yaya giggled, covering her mouth, her expression innocent. Li Ranjan shrugged, feeling helpless against her. Don't worry. I'll take you there now, Yen Yaya assured him with a laugh. Skeptical, Li Ranjan watched as Yen Yaya turned to survey her surroundings, approaching a tree and touching it a few times. Instantly, several massive trees around them vanished, transforming into luminous circles. A formation, Li Ranjan realized with understanding. He turned to glare at Yen Yaya, who seemed oblivious to his ire, stepping into the glowing circle. Come on in. Li Ranjan withdrew stardust and adjusted his attire. Little white fur, I'm coming. Stepping into the circle, Li Ranjan slowly opened his eyes, only to be astounded by the scene before him. What is happening? Before him lay not the training grounds he had anticipated, but rather hundreds of demon general-level beasts, all glaring at him with predatory intent, as if poised to pounce and tear him to shreds at any moment. Yen Yaya's voice echoed, though she remained unseen. The moment you entered, the training commenced. This is the first trial. Hunt the beasts. The more you slay, the higher your score. Li Ranjan cursed inwardly. Aren't you my instructor? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Yen Yaya, as if anticipating his thoughts, replied, don't blame me for not warning you. The academy forbids us from leaking information. As her voice faded, the beasts began to stir restlessly, preparing to charge. Li Ranjan smiled wryly, thinking, perfect, I'll use you as a welcoming gift, so all the trainees will know that the man of little white fur is the best. Roar. With the furious roar of a beast, all the creatures lunged at Li Ranjan. Unperturbed, he summoned the Stardust Sword, allowing it to unleash its full potential. Stardust responded with an excited cry, darting swiftly into the throng of beasts. Once amidst them, Stardust danced wildly, occasionally sending forth slashes of sword energy, cleaving through flesh and blood with ease. For Stardust, dispatching these demon generals was as simple as chopping vegetables. However, overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, it could not finish them all at once. Just right, I'll use you for practice. Butterfly Shadow, dividing himself into 4 clones. Li Ranjin felt adequately prepared. Rubbing his hands together, he unleashed his powers, moving like a specter toward the oncoming beasts. Thunderstrike, 7 kills. His fingers darted out rapidly, unleashing bolts of lightning that pierced the foreheads of the beasts. Roar. Instead of retreating in fear, the beasts only grew more excited, charging forward relentlessly, evading the encircling beasts like smoke. Li Ranjin's martial aura surged, enveloping him in a golden light. Fist of the Falling Star. This was the signature technique of the dragon of martial arts. Li Ranjin's fists fell like a meteor shower, sending the beasts flying in all directions. Glancing at his 4 clones, he saw they had formed a 5-point encirclement around the beasts. With a surge of martial energy, Li Ranjin blasted the surrounding beasts away. Seal the 5 senses. The 5 gathered their spiritual energies, forming a blue circle in the air that cast a soft glow, enveloping the beasts within. The beasts caught within the circle immediately lost their senses, flailing about like headless flies. Taking advantage of the chaos, Stardust wreaked havoc throughout. It's over. Watching Stardust's arrogant demeanor, Li Ranjin produced a pill and swallowed it, nodding in satisfaction. The sealing technique was indeed powerful, yet it consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Having exerted himself for just a brief moment, Li Ranjin felt his martial disciple level energy nearing depletion, hastily consuming more pills to maintain the seal. Restoring his energy to its peak, he glanced at Stardust, which was now toying with the last 2 demon generals, clearly enjoying itself. Wrap it up, Li Ranjin called out. In an instant, Stardust dispatched the remaining 2 demon generals and flew back to Li Ranjin's hand. This should be the end. I must have scored full marks. Li Ranjin felt a swell of pride. Yeah, I'm done, he called out, raising his head. Yin Yaya's voice drifted from some unseen location. Not bad, you're quick, but it's not over yet. Li Ranjin turned to see several demon lord level beasts emerging ahead. Keep at it. The longer you last, the higher your rank, Yin Yaya encouraged, grateful that he had just replenished his energy. Li Ranjin shuddered at the thought of what might have happened otherwise. Yin Yaya was all talk and no help. Before he could ponder further, the 3 demon lord beasts had already begun their assault. One snake-like demon lord slithered low to the ground, moving with incredible speed, closing the distance to Li Ranjin in just 2 breaths. Hissing, the snake-like demon lord opened its mouth, revealing 2 gleaming, venomous fangs. At such close range, Li Ranjin could even smell the foul odor emanating from its maw. Get lost, Li Ranjin shouted angrily. With a heavy stomp, he leaped into the air, wielding the Stardust sword in a sweeping arc. Clang! Acquired healthy venomous fangs. With a pain scream, the snake-like demon lord collapsed, crashing violently on the ground, inadvertently obstructing the 2 other demon lords attempting to charge. Thank you for your assistance, Li Ranjin quipped. The other 2 demon lords, undeterred, trampled over the fallen snake-like beast as they rushed toward him. Chapter 69. The Howling Sky Eagle Demon King. Seeing the 2 furious demon lords charging toward him, Li Ranjin dismissed the 5 senses sealing technique. With his current energy, he couldn't maintain the seal against demon lord level beasts. He also dispelled the 3 clones, leaving one to distract the lizard-like demon lord while he faced the other elephant-like demon lord himself. Rain of swords, a flurry of needle-like swords coalesced, shooting toward the charging elephant demon lord. With a resounding cry, the elephant demon lord revealed layers of scales that appeared on its previously bare skin, blocking all incoming sword needles. It then raised its trunk, covered in scales, and swung it at Li Ranjin with ferocious intent. Sensing the tremendous force behind the attack, Li Ranjin knew he could not withstand it head-on. Just what I was hoping for. He leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike. The elephant demon lord's eyes glinted with mockery as it swung its trunk again, with no leverage in the air. Li Ranjin braced for impact when suddenly he grinned mischievously, adjusting the position of the Stardust sword just enough to evade the attack. Turning back, he slashed down at the trunk with his sword, eliciting a mournful cry from the elephant demon lord. Acquired long elephant trunk 1.as the severed trunk fell to the ground. The elephant demon lord's eyes turned crimson with rage, stomping the ground fiercely and charging at Li Ranjin with its yellow tusks raised. How could you possibly hit me? Li Ranjin, showing no inclination to evade, let Stardust dance around him as he dodged left and right, creating a comical scene. Sensing that one of his clones was about to vanish, Li Ranjin decided to act. Blade cultivation technique. The Stardust sword erupted in blinding white light, its power reaching its zenith as Li Ranjin swung it down. With a flash of white, the elephant demon lord collapsed, shock etched across its features. Meanwhile, the lizard demon lord, witnessing the demise of its companion, felt a surge of trepidation. It unleashed waves of light, forcing Li Ranjin's clone to retreat before attempting to escape. Quickly Li Ranjin unleashed several sword energies to block its path of retreat. The lizard demon lord halted abruptly, turning to flee again, only to find itself cornered by Li Ranjin and his clone. Realizing escape was futile, the lizard demon lord let out a low growl, ready to make a desperate stand. 5 minutes later, the lizard demon lord collapsed, following in the footsteps of the elephant demon lord. Gazing at the 3 demon lord corpses neatly laid out on the ground, Li Ranjin burst into laughter. Yaya, this must be the end, right? Are you really going to summon a demon king now? Yen Yaya's voice floated back. That could be arranged, Li Ranjin? Before he could respond, a deafening eagle cry echoed through the skies. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, causing Li Ranjin to grip Stardust firmly into the ground for support. As he struggled to make out the figure soaring above, it was none other than a Demon King-level howling sky eagle. Li Ranjin was left dumbfounded. Yaya, do you truly wish to see me perish? If you can't handle it, just admit defeat. Of course, the first round of assessments will end then. Just a friendly reminder, a new student has injured a Demon King-level beast, if you aspire to claim first place. Well, you understand, right? Yen Yaya's voice suddenly lowered, and Li Ranjin vaguely heard a cold snort, but he raised his head to meet the gaze of the Hawk Demon King, who was looking down at him. Its sharp claws twitching as if contemplating how to seize him. I will fight for it. The first place is mine, and no one can take it away. Li Ranjin's expression turned fierce, his divine powers surged to their utmost limit as he wielded his sword. The momentum around him escalating dramatically, the flowing sword intent intertwined with the thunderous sword intent wrapped around the sword's body, an invisible force erupting forth. A wisp of true dragon essence suddenly emerged from the true dragon skull in his dantian. Swirling around the Stardust sword, and Li Ranjin seemed to see a small golden dragon frolicking upon the blade. With quadruple divine powers and fully stacked buffs, the hexagonal warrior Li Ranjin once again turned his gaze to the Hawk Demon King. At this moment, the Hawk Demon King's expression grew notably grave, its pupils locking onto Li Ranjin as its wings beat furiously, gathering strength. Both man and beast awaited the moment when their momentum would peak. In a fleeting instant, the world fell silent. Li Ranjin suddenly vanished, with only a flickering silhouette of gold and blue piercing through the sky, hurtling towards the Hawk Demon King. The Hawk Demon King suddenly let out an ecstatic shriek, its wings striking the void with ferocity as it dove down to meet the golden blue light head-on. Will there be any trouble, Chen Shi? Yen Yada watched the scene anxiously. You with me here, what is there to fear? Even if he were to lose an arm or a leg, I could bring him back. The man beside her, clad in teacher's attire, replied dismissively. However, this lad does possess some remarkable talent. I estimate this strike is even stronger than that of the Wang family's young master. Having completed the assessment and resting at the training ground, the small white-haired creature sensed something and lifted its head towards the golden blue light in the sky. At last, the two forces collided. Under the gaze of the small white-haired creature, the golden blue light pierced through the Hawk Demon King. Hooray, Chen Shi, did you see? He won, Yen Yaha exclaimed with excitement. Chen Shi snorted coldly. Indeed, he has won, but if you keep watching, he will die. Suddenly, the golden blue light that penetrated the Hawk Demon King vanished. Li Ranjin plummeted straight towards the ground, having exhausted all his strength in that strike. Even the Stardust sword lacked the power to fly at that moment. Wait for me, Yen Yaya shot forth, racing towards Li Ranjin. Caw. The cry of the eagle rang out suddenly as the Hawk Demon King, with half of its body torn apart, exposed its writhing innards. Yet its formidable life force allowed it to still launch a deadly strike. Its gaze icy, the Hawk Demon King descended, targeting none other than Li Ranjin. How dare you? Yen Yada, rushing towards him, shouted furiously. Her speed suddenly increasing, the Hawk Demon King drew nearer to Li Ranjin, and at last, it extended its sharp claws. Get away! Yen Yada arrived just in time, unleashing a powerful palm strike without reservation. The already half-dead Hawk Demon King was immediately sent flying into the woods, its fate unknown. Yen Yada swiftly turned to catch Li Ranjin, but a graceful figure reached him first, embracing Li Ranjin. Who are you? Yen Yaya was taken aback, suddenly noticing the girl with long, snow-white hair. She instantly understood. Lan Shiyu adjusted Li Ranjin's position, only to see the large claw mark on his chest. Lan Shiyu's eyes turned red in an instant as she glanced anxiously at Yen Yaya. Follow me, there are teachers from the academy. Yen Yada furrowed her brow tightly and immediately led the way. She had not anticipated that Li Ranjin would sustain such severe injuries. If Li Ranjin were to regain consciousness, he would undoubtedly spray her with complaints. A martial apprentice slaying a demon king, yet hoping to remain unscathed. What kind of cheat is that? Suddenly sensing a powerful aura approaching, Yen Yaha turned to glance back. And sure enough, it was him. As the figure drew closer, his true form slowly emerged, resembling a slightly smaller version of Lan Yufeng. Lan Shiyu called out urgently, Brother, he is injured. quickly bring out some medicine. Lan Zhan glanced at Li Ranchen lying in her arms and with a sour tone said, I'm not blind, there is no medicine. Chapter 70, First place. Lan Shiyu exclaimed angrily, hurry up. Otherwise, I'll have second uncle and third uncle beat you up when I get back. Hearing this, Lan Zhan pouted, pulling out a red pill and handing it to her, mumbling under his breath. If second uncle and third uncle knew I was saving him, they probably wouldn't let me give it. Lan Shiyu rolled her eyes at him and quickly brought the medicine to Li Ranchen's lips. However, Li Ranchen, still unconscious, could not swallow it. Lan Zhan watched this scene with a bemused expression, just about to remind his sister to channel her spiritual energy into the pill, when his expression suddenly darkened. Yen Yaya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lan Shiyu had kissed him directly. In truth, Li Ranchen had awakened just a second before the small white-haired creatures kissed. However, now, squinting at Lan Zhan's face, which was as dark as ink, Li Ranchen chose to remain unconscious. As he savored the delightful sensation in his mouth, he maintained a stoic expression, yet as the pill settled in his stomach, the small tongue gradually retreated, leaving Li Ranchen with some reluctance. Lan Shiyu, blushing, lifted her head, while the two others nearby, one with a dark face and the other flushed, observed the scene. Lan Zhan glared at the feigning Li Ranchen, wishing he could punch him right in the chest. Yen Yada, her face flushed, struggled to contain her laughter as she said, let us hurry and let Qinsher take a look at him. The four of them, wrapped in an awkward atmosphere, approached the man dressed in teacher's attire. Qinsher, he was injured by the Hawk Demon King. Please help him. Yen Yaya spoke up. Lan Shiyu appeared anxious, while Lan Zhan's demeanor was better left unmentioned. Isn't this lad awake? Why are you still holding him? Qinsher inquired, puzzled. At these words, Lan Zhan immediately turned to Li Ranchen, his fists clenched, ready to step forward, but was stopped by Yen Yaya, who was struggling to suppress her laughter. Otherwise, Li Ranchen might have met his end right there. Lan Shiyu's face turned beet red as she nervously glanced at Li Ranchen in her arms. Realizing he could no longer hide, Li Ranchen slowly opened his eyes, looking at Lan Shiyu with a dazed expression. What are you pretending for? Look at your spirit. You must have been awake for quite a while. Qinsher added with a sharp remark. Lan Zhan could no longer contain himself. His spiritual energy erupted, pushing Yen Yaya aside, but Qinsher flicked a finger, sending him out of the room. Yen Yaya finally burst into laughter, while Lan Shiyu silently set Li Ranchen down, covering her face with her hands, retreating to a corner. Li Ranchen silently cursed, are you trying to kill me for your amusement? Qinsher, I will remember this. Come, let me see the injury. Qinsher waved him closer. Li Ranchen stepped forward, revealing his injured chest. The claw mark was deep, yet fortunately, the dragon of martial arts had provided Li Ranchen with a perfect foundation. The faint golden bones were stained with the claw mark but had not shattered. Not bad. For a sword cultivator, you've managed to establish a perfect foundation. It seems you have some background. Qinsher scrutinized him closely. Your recovery speed indicates you just took a pill. In that case, you should be fine. There are still training assessments to follow, so I'll help you recover even faster. Qinsher smiled lightly. Thank you, Chen-shi. Li Ranchen's eyes lit up, and a sudden thought emerged in his mind. This person is actually quite decent. The next moment, bang, Li Ranchen was forcefully embedded into the wall, and Lan Shiyu hurriedly rushed over. Yen Yaya, however, was already unfazed. Qinsher retracted his hand and laughed. So how does it feel to heal faster? With Lan Shiyu's support, Li Ranchen emerged from the wall, gazing at his nearly fully healed chest, gritting his teeth. Thank you, Qinsher. No need to be polite. You're welcome to come back anytime. Qinsher waved his hand dismissively. Come back, as if I'm seeking a faster death. Li Ranchen silently scoffed, not wanting to engage further. He turned to Yen Yaya's sister. Yaya, how did I do in the assessment? Of course, you came in first. I didn't expect that last strike to be so powerful, even injuring a demon king. Yen Yaya marveled. Li Ranchen's expression swelled with pride, just as he was about to brag in front of the small white-haired creature when Qinsher interjected, once you're healed, hurry to the training ground to register. Don't waste time. Li Ranchen ground his teeth in silence, deciding it was better not to provoke the person before him for now. However, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. You'd better not fall into my hands. Pretending to be weak while leaning against the small white-haired creature, Li Ranchen could distinctly feel her body tense up. Yen Yaya caught on and covered her mouth, smirking. The moment the three stepped out of the room, a figure immediately approached. The instant Li Ranchen laid eyes on Lan Zhan, he recognized him as the small white-haired creature's brother, with no doubt, as he was a carbon copy of their father. Good morning, brother-in-law. Li Ranchen decided to take the initiative. Yen Yaya turned away, stifling her laughter. Lan Zhan's expression darkened even further, just as he was about to approach. He noticed the small white-haired creature glaring at him. Ultimately, he could only mutter in a low voice, no need to rush. you might not always be able to call me that. What kind of talk is this? Li Ranchen thought to himself, speechless. The small white-haired creature immediately unleashed a flurry of punches, giving Lan Zhan an all-encompassing massage. Unfazed, Lan Zhan turned away and began to depart slowly. That last strike was quite impressive. Once you're healed, I'll come find you again. You've got some skills. Daring to provoke even Lan Zhan, Yen Yaha teased. Li Ranchen leaned against the small white-haired creature, his complexion rosy, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Naturally, but Sister Yaya, don't you have matters to attend to? Li Ranchen raised an eyebrow, hinting. The small white-haired creature lightly pinched him a few times. Oh, now that you've met your girlfriend, you ought to get rid of your senior sister. Chinchin, you really are heartless. Yen Yada suddenly began to speak in a teasing tone. Li Ranchen, small white-haired creature. Fortunately, Yen Yaya finally took the hint and left, allowing Li Ranchen to pour his heart out to the small white-haired creature. The two chatted leisurely as they made their way to the training ground. After their conversation, Li Ranchen learned that many new students had arrived early and completed the first round of assessments. As for why the first round of assessment involved hunting demon beasts, it was because this training ground was established right in the center of a region frequented by high-level demon beasts. The high-level demon beast that Li Ranchen encountered earlier was precisely used by the academy to test the strength of the new students. Certainly, in the face of imminent peril, there will always be someone willing to save your life. As Li Ranchen traversed the expansive tunnel, he finally beheld the grand visage of the training ground. In 2 words, it was magnificent. Towering before him were 2 colossal stone pillars, upon which were intricately carved golden dragons coiling around them. The distant edifices varied in design, yet each exuded an air of opulence and grandeur. Come, allow me to guide you through the registration process. I hope we can be placed in the same class. Little White Hair urged as she pulled Li Ranchen forward. Along the way, Li Ranchen sensed a palpable aura of danger surrounding them. Many newcomers, upon catching sight of Little White Hair, exhibited a glimmer of interest in their eyes, which shifted to a menacing glare when they turned their gaze upon Li Ranchen. Chapter 71, Lu Jiansan. Li Ranchen paid no heed to the scrutinizing glances of those individuals, as long as he demonstrated formidable strength. They would naturally abandon any unrealistic notions. After completing the registration and receiving his student ID, Little White Hair led Li Ranchen to the second assessment location, which was a towering spire. My brother mentioned that this training session comprises 3 rounds of assessments. Those who fail to be rescued or rank low in points during the first round will be relegated to the Yellow Level Academy. Little White Hair explained softly. Successfully passing the first round qualifies one for the Shen Level Academy. Should one advance beyond the second round, they may ascend to the Earth Level Academy. Li Ranchen nodded slightly, realizing that to gain entry into the prestigious Heaven Level Academy, one must successfully navigate all 3 assessments, a daunting challenge indeed. However, the second round of assessments was already proving to be quite formidable, as only 1 student had passed thus far. Little White Hair sighed, her concern evident. Li Ranchen suddenly pointed towards a nearby crystal tower. Yes, that appears to be the Tower of Illusions, though I'm not quite sure what the assessment entails, she replied. No worries, we shall discover it soon enough. The 2 walked side by side and soon arrived before the Tower of Illusions. Please present your student IDs, commanded the 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the tower. Li Ranchen promptly handed over his newly acquired student ID. Once verified, the guards advised, this round of assessment has no limit on attempts. As long as you succeed within the stipulated timeframe, you may proceed. Li Ranchen and Little White Hair nodded, both curious about the nature of this trial. As the crystal doors swung open, they stepped inside. Are all these students undergoing assessments? Little White Hair whispered. The hall on the first floor was adorned with hundreds of meditation cushions, with many students seated in silence, the entire space emanating an unusual tranquility. It seems so. Let us also try to meditate, Li Ranchen suggested. They quickly found a secluded corner and began their own attempt at entering a meditative state. Merely moments later, Li Ranchen felt his consciousness slowly detach from his body, drifting upwards without direction. After some futile attempts to maneuver, he realized he had no control over his consciousness and could only await the change to conclude. Lost in a trance, Li Ranchen found himself at the highest level of the Tower of Illusions. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, and his consciousness floated aimlessly. After a considerable time, a languid male voice broke the silence. You've arrived sooner than expected. Turning towards the source, Li Ranchen watched as the mist gradually dissipated to reveal a man clad in red, his long hair cascading down his back. Seated with his back to Li Ranchen, he waved a willow branch nonchalantly. Upon sensing Li Ranchen's consciousness, he turned to face him and exhaled softly. Li Ranchen stared in astonishment at the suddenly materialized figure. Wait, where is my body below? No need for concern. This is merely a spiritual form I created from your consciousness. It will dissipate upon your physical demise, the man clarified. I believe I am to undergo the second round of assessment. May I inquire as to your identity, esteemed senior? Li Ranchin asked cautiously. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an overwhelming pressure before this man, akin to a mouse before a cat. You may call me Lu Jun. Or perhaps, Lu Jianxian, the man replied with a smile. Li Ranchin rubbed his ears vigorously, incredulous. Did I hear you correctly? You are a sword immortal? He sought confirmation, astonished at the revelation. Indeed, I am the sword immortal renowned across the cosmos. Lu Jun affirmed. Li Ranchin was taken aback. His ultimate aspiration had materialized before him. If I encounter a sword immortal in the second round of assessment, how shall I succeed? I'm waiting for your guidance. You wouldn't happen to be my examiner, would you? He chuckled awkwardly. As Lu Jun slowly nodded, the smile faded from Li Ranchin's face. Esteemed sword immortal, surely not. What are you jesting about? Is it common for a student to pass the second round under the scrutiny of a sword immortal? Is that a manifestation of the Emperor's will? Do not overthink it. I am merely your examiner, Lu Jun stated casually. Oh, is there a personal agenda against me? I request legal assistance. You might ponder why it is I who is assessing you. Lu Jun inquired, twirling the willow branch. Is it because I ranked first in the previous round? Li Ranchin speculated, feeling this was the most plausible explanation. Somewhat, but not entirely. Lu Jun rose and approached Li Ranchin. Consider this: a youth with no notable background claims possession of a supreme flying sword, reputed to be the key to becoming a sword immortal. Why has no one sought to trouble you or recruit you? Could it be that the Baobao Pavilion alone can shield you from all adversities? Li Ranchin's mind reeled at these words. Indeed, he had consistently chosen to overlook this aspect. Such an invaluable flying sword would undoubtedly attract envy. Even if one could not refine it for personal use, its mere possession as a collectible or ordinary weapon would provide significant leverage. Yet, none of this had transpired. He had passed the entrance examination of Qianlong Academy with relative ease, only to encounter the sword immortal before him. Suddenly realization dawned upon Li Ranchin. Could it be that Qianlong Academy is involved? Lu Jun laughed heartily. Of course, it is my Qianlong Academy. The moment word of your acquisition of the supreme flying sword spread, you were in essence admitted into my Qianlong Academy. Li Ranchin was left speechless, astonished that he had been pre-selected so early. Lu Jun continued, the supreme flying sword serves as a stepping stone to becoming a sword immortal. Such a treasure cannot be left to chance. After all, while the Emperor remains absent, the sword immortal represents the pinnacle of combat prowess on Blue Star. Consequently, Blue Star maintains stringent control over supreme flying swords. Even if you did not enroll in Qianlong Academy, you would eventually find your way here, for I am present, and Blue Star's hope is to cultivate another sword immortal. Li Ranchin was rendered speechless. His mouth agape, unsure of how to respond or what to say. We are also aware of your encounter with the dragon of martial arts in the Yunluo realm, Lu Jun stated bluntly. However, you need not worry. Should you truly become a sword immortal, a mere Yunluo star joining Blue Star would be inconsequential. Regaining his composure, Li Ranchin inquired then, esteemed senior, what is your purpose in appearing now? Your talent in the sword path is quite commendable. At your age, comprehending two forms of intent and even possessing divine abilities surpasses my own prowess at that age. Yet, your path is strayed. Lu Jun lamented. If I do not intervene now, you may very well become a failure. Esteemed senior, why is that? Li Ranchin asked, perplexed. Lu Jun gestured, and a flying sword shot forth from Li Ranchin's abdomen. Hurtling towards him, it was Xingqian. As he grasped Xingqian, Lu Jun's gaze softened. You have nurtured this sword well, so when I speak of waste, I refer to you, not it. Li Ranchin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I witnessed your performance in the first round of combat. Truth be told, if I were you, I would be ashamed to the point of taking my own life. Chapter 72. Beginning with the wooden sword, Lu Jun even positioned Xingqian across his throat, feigning a dramatic gesture. Surely it cannot be that dire. Esteemed senior, my final strike was still somewhat effective. Li Ranchin protested awkwardly. Lu Jun chuckled in exasperation. Was that not merely a matter of force thrusting the sword upwards? In my day, your swordsmanship would not even rival that of a squire holding a sword. Reflecting on this, Li Ranchin found himself at a loss for words. You rely entirely on your intent, divine abilities, and the sword's power in battle, while your own execution is so rudimentary it defies description. As Lu Jun spoke, his willow branch casually flicked towards Li Ranchin. The latter winced in pain but dared not evade. Had I faced that demon king with your level of mastery wielding this sword, I would have sustained no injuries. Indeed, I would not have even been fatigued. You exert a mere 60% of your strength at most. Lu Jun expressed his frustration, utterly exasperated by the lad's brutish approach to swordplay, relying solely on raw power, utterly failing to harness the true potential of a supreme flying sword. To put it bluntly, he simply did not know how to wield a sword. Suddenly, Xingqian vibrated, breaking free from Lu Jun's grip and returning to Li Ranchen. Lu Jun was taken aback, while this sword seemed to protect its master. He had not anticipated that the boy would lack skill in swordplay yet excel in nurturing the sword. As Li Ranchen held Xingqian in his hands, warmth surged within him. He couldn't help but question whether he truly deserved to be its master. Xingqian resonated in harmony with him, emitting a resounding hum. Li Ranchen understood its intent. It yearned to return to his dantian to further refine the true dragon's skull, thus becoming stronger to compensate for his shortcomings. Seeing the flying sword exert such effort made Li Ranchen feel inadequate. A resolve began to form within him. He tossed Xingqian downward, allowing it to return to his dantian with a serious demeanor. Li Ranchen performed a gesture of respect. I humbly request that sword Immortal Lu grant me your guidance. Lu Jun merely observed Li Ranchen. At that moment, Li Ranchen seemed to overlap with a figure from Lu Jun's memories. Leaving him in contemplative silence. Li Ranchen received no response and remained seated. Enough, you may cease those formalities. What era do you think this is? Those rituals of mine are long obsolete. My purpose here is to set you back on the right path. Lu Jun finally spoke, though there were still words left unuttered. The higher-ups of Blue Star had explicitly stated, if Li Ranchen did not demonstrate the potential to become a sword immortal, they would confiscate his supreme flying sword and erase its spirit, awaiting a new master. As for Li Ranchen, he would merely receive a lesser flying sword and a plethora of resources. The higher-ups of the Blue Star have also grown indifferent. Sighed Lu Jun softly, dispelling the gloom within his heart. Since you have chosen to take me as your master, you must adhere to my arrangements. Lu Jun spoke firmly. Li Ranchen nodded. Naturally, there is no need to concern yourself with the assessments. Being my disciple is undoubtedly better than entering the Heavenly Academy. From now on, you should focus solely on sword practice. With a flick of his hand, Lu Jun tossed an old wooden sword, which Li Ranchen hurriedly caught. Until you earn my recognition, do not wield that flying sword again. From this moment, we will begin with the most fundamental sword forms: pull, lead, lift, block, strike, and stab. Practice each form 200 times. As Li Ranchen grasped the wooden sword to commence his training, any slight misalignment in his movements would result in Lu Jun's willow branch striking him. Moreover, as Li Ranchen was currently in a spiritual form, the pain manifested directly in his consciousness, causing his expression to contort with each strike. Before long, Li Ranchen's spiritual form shattered under the relentless blows, and his consciousness reverted to his physical body. Ha! Li Ranchen gasped softly, it truly hurts. The next moment, his consciousness once again departed from his body, only to be pulled back by Lu Jun. The advantage of being a spiritual entity is that even if you are dispersed, you can reconstitute yourself. However, you may feel some discomfort, but then again, what is there to comfort in sword practice? Wouldn't you agree? Lu Jun smiled faintly, his words sounding like whispers from a demon in Li Ranchen's ears. Gritting his teeth, Li Ranchen continued to swing the sword, striving for perfection in each movement to minimize the punishment. Lu Jun supervised nearby, as if another figure was practicing swordsmanship alongside him. Bai Mao opened his eyes. Disappointment etched across his face. He had lost. That female teacher was truly formidable, completely unbeatable. Turning to the side, he saw Li Ranchen meditating with closed eyes, his complexion pale. Is it not over yet? Bai Mao watched Li Ranchen quietly. As a wooden sword fell, Li Ranchen suddenly opened his eyes, just in time to catch the sword, but the pain from his soul flared up, causing him to stagger and collapse into Bai Mao's embrace. Bai Mao, thinking he was merely exploiting her kindness again, blushed in annoyance and exclaimed, "Get up quickly." Seeing Li Ranchen remain motionless, she turned him over only to find his forehead drenched in sweat and his face ashen. In a hurry, she lifted Li Ranchen and dashed towards Chen Shi's direction. Oh, what is going on here? A second act? Chen Shi, noticing Bai Shiyu rushing in with Li Ranchen in her arms, couldn't help but smile faintly. "Chen Shi, please take a look at him. He just underwent the second round of assessments and awoke in this state." Bai Mao urged anxiously. "All right, let me see." Chen Shi approached, observing the wooden sword tightly gripped in Li Ranchen's hand. His gaze sharpening. "So, you have become a Lu's disciple. He has indeed given you this wooden sword, indicating he has not entirely let go." Chen Shi pondered inwardly. After a thorough examination, he reassured Bai Mao. "It's nothing serious, just some damage to the soul. However, there is a powerful force replenishing him. I will fetch some medicine for him to aid his recovery. Ensure he gets plenty of rest, thank you." Chen Shi. Bai Mao felt relieved, turning her gaze back to Li Ranchen, her eyes filled with concern. "Ha, why is this kid lying down again? Is he afraid I will come and hit him?" Blue Zhen strode in with a fierce demeanor. Upon seeing Li Ranchen unconscious on the bed, he scoffed at Blue Jean. Bai Mao retorted angrily, all right, I'm leaving. Having been thwarted, Blue Jean slinked away. The following day, Li Ranchen slowly opened his eyes, feeling a jolt of pain. Suddenly, he remembered something. I am in the Tower of Illusions. Where is Bai Mao? Li Ranchen glanced around, spotting Bai Mao sleeping by the bed, drooling slightly. A smile crept onto his face as he reached out to wipe it away, only to catch sight of Chen Shi standing at the door with an unusual grin. A wave of dread washed over Li Ranchen. Had he unknowingly entered Chen Shi's territory? Would he strike me again? But then he recalled that his master was a sword immortal. What was there to fear? Instantly, he shot a fierce glare at Chen Shi in an attempt to intimidate him. Unexpectedly, Chen Shi's smile grew even more peculiar before he turned and left. Remembering his master Lu Jun's instructions to practice swordsmanship today, Li Ranchen felt a heavy weariness settle in his heart. Not hesitating, he turned to the wooden sword by the bedside. He got out of bed. Channeling spiritual energy into Bai Mao's forehead to deepen her sleep, gently he laid her back on the bed, covering her with a blanket before stepping out of the room. Chapter 73, Bitter Medicine. I say. Do you treat this as your home? One sleeps while the other does too. Suddenly, Chen Shi's voice rang in his ears. Li Ranchen turned to see Chen Shi leaning against the wall, seemingly waiting for him. How could that be? But once she wakes, we will leave. Li Ranchen replied, keeping a wary eye on Chen Shi's hands. What are you looking at? I'm not going to hit you. Chen Shi smiled warmly. That may not be certain. Li Ranchen recalled vividly the last time he had been blinded by foolishness, mistakenly believing Chen Shi was a good person, only to be slammed against the wall the next moment. That wooden sword was given to you by a Lu, right? Chen Shi suddenly inquired. A Lu, the sword Immortal Lu? Yes. Do you know my master, Chen Shi? Li Ranchen's interest was piqued. If Chen Shi knew Lu Jun, he might be able to extract some information about his master. Of course, we are the closest of classmates and friends, sharing everything openly. Chen Shi leaned back against the wall, nostalgia in his expression. I don't believe it unless you elaborate. Li Ranchen, clutching the wooden sword, regarded him skeptically. Then let me tell you, once upon a time, he had a fondness for a girl with waist-length hair. That girl. Chen Shi abruptly tilted his head to the right, causing Li Ranchen to lose grip on the wooden sword, which embedded itself deep into the wall. That was close. You were eavesdropping. That is not a good habit. A Lu. Chen Shi grinned mischievously at the wooden sword. Get over here and practice your swordsmanship. Do not listen to his nonsense. That guy's mouth runs wild. Lu Jun's voice echoed in Li Ranchen's mind. Reluctantly, Li Ranchen pulled out the wooden sword, his face a mask of disappointment at the thwarted gossip. After finishing the sword practice, come to me. The medicine I prepared will aid in your recovery, and its effects will be better. Chen Shi's playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. Li Ranchen was taken aback, nodding as he turned towards the Tower of Illusions. Arriving at the familiar spot, Li Ranchen settled into meditation, his consciousness detaching from his body. At the highest level, Lu Jun stood with his back to Li Ranchen, his tone calm. You seem to have the energy to inquire about these matters. It appears you still had some strength left yesterday, so today I will not go easy on you. With that, Lu Jun rose, brandishing a willow branch as he approached Li Ranchen. Today, I shall be your opponent. Draw your sword against me. In the next instant, Li Ranchen's face turned ashen. Bai Shiyu gradually awoke under the fading light of the sunset. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, her expression bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened, and she sprang up. Li Ranchen, where are you? Stop shouting. He will be back shortly. Chen Shi entered, holding a bowl of dark green medicinal liquid. He set it down on the table, continuously adding ingredients. Chen Shi, has he gone for the assessment again? Bai Mao inquired. The assessment is no longer significant for him. He should be enduring a beating right now, and if we calculate the time, it should be nearing the end. Chen Shi busily added more herbs without turning around. Enduring a beating? Is my brother Blue Jean here? How dare he? Bai Mao clenched her fists in anger. What the heck, I just arrived and already find myself in the middle of someone else's mess. Xiaoyu, your elbow is really extending too far out. Blue Jean burst through the door, clearly here to cause trouble for Li Ranchen. However, it seemed he had come at an inopportune time yet again, and Blue Jean felt a surge of annoyance. Was this kid doing it on purpose? Should he camp out at the door all night? But glancing at the still fuming Bai Mao, Blue Jean quickly abandoned the thought. You stay away for a while. He doesn't have the energy to deal with you. Chen Shi advised him gently. Since Chen Shi has said so, then I'll let it go, just as well. I have things to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Seeing Bai Shiyu storming in, Blue Jean hurriedly seized the opportunity to slip away. As he exited, his sturdy frame collided with Li Ranchen, who was returning step by step, relying on sheer willpower after enduring his beating. Thud, Li Ranchen fell to the ground. Blue Jean looked utterly bewildered. When did this kid become so weak? Is he trying to play victim? Blue Jean, as expected, by Shiyu behind him was furious. This has nothing to do with me. Chenshur, you must testify for me. This kid is framing me. I have other matters to attend to. I'm out of here. Blue Jean hastily patted his backside and dashed off. Bai Mao skillfully scooped up Li Ranchen. Then turned to Chenshur. Bring him here. I will feed him the medicine. Chenshur had just finished preparing the medicinal liquid. Handing Li Ranchen to Chenshur, Bai Mao stood by anxiously, concern etched on her face. Li Ranchen twitched his nose, suddenly opening his eyes. What the hell is that awful smell? He then saw Chenshur holding a bowl of dark green liquid, preparing to pour it into his mouth. The source of the foul odor was indeed this bowl of medicine. Li Ranchen struggled desperately, but Chenshur bound his hands and feet with spiritual energy. With swift precision, Chenshur pried open Li Ranchen's mouth and poured the medicine in. You, glug glug, you did this to me again. Having uttered this unwilling complaint, Li Ranchen fell back into unconsciousness. It seemed this bowl of medicine was no ordinary concoction. Its potency was evidently lethal. Bai Mao stared dumbfounded at the scene. Rendered speechless, placing her right hand on Li Ranchen's head, Chenshur carefully assessed the extent of his consciousness damage, determining whether subsequent doses of medicine would need to be increased. Alright, Lu certainly has quite a heavy hand. Chenshur called to Bai Mao, then gathered his things to leave. As for this room, for now, it shall be theirs to use. Once Chenshur departed, the room fell into silence. Bai Mao stayed by Li Ranchen's side. Lost in thought, suddenly, she felt her hand being grasped. Glancing down, she saw Li Ranchen smiling at her. You're awake, Xiao. Bai Mao exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, that rascal Chenshur has concocted a potion that reeks terribly. Li Ranchen recalled the dreadful scent he encountered before losing consciousness, prompting him to retch involuntarily a few times. He claimed it was medicine prepared for you. What on earth has been happening with you these past few days? Have the assessment instructors been too harsh? Xiao. Bai Mao inquired hastily, her eyes brimming with concern. Li Ranchen chuckled softly. Lean in closer, and I shall whisper it to you. Lan Shiyu gazed at him with a dazed expression. Unable to discern whether he was serious or merely teasing her, noticing the sincerity in Li Ranchen's eyes, Xiao. Bai Mao gradually leaned in closer. He recounted the circumstances of becoming a disciple and practicing swordsmanship. Concluding with, thus, I shan't be participating in the assessments any longer. You needn't keep vigil over me. Go ahead and attempt to conquer the second round. Xiao. Bai Mao paused for a moment, then joyfully exclaimed. That's splendid. This way, neither second grandfather nor third grandfather will have any grounds to criticize. Li Ranchen regarded her with a smirk that hovered between amusement and mischief. Oh, what are you staring at? Should second grandfather and the others decide to thrash you, I shan't intervene, Xiao. Bai Mao retorted with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. By the way, why haven't I seen Yen Ro? Li Ranchen inquired curiously, recalling that Xiao. Bai Mao also possessed a flying sword and had expressed envy over his sword intent, yet she had not appeared during these past few days. Chapter 74. Day by day, Yen Ro is currently focused on upgrading her flying sword and cannot utilize it for the time being, Xiao. Bai Mao explained, otherwise she wouldn't have lost so swiftly during the assessments. Li Ranchen couldn't help but silently marvel at how only someone from Xiao. Bai Mao's privileged background could effortlessly afford the resources to enhance a flying sword. For others, it would simply be a matter of waiting for fortune to smile upon them. As twilight descended, he bid farewell to Xiao. Bai Mao. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he positioned the wooden sword before him to meditate. His thoughts drifted back to the sparring session with Master Lu Jun earlier that day. Although it was termed a duel, it was more akin to a one-sided beating. Despite Lu Jun having restrained his strength to match Li Ranchen's, Li Ranchen had not been afforded even a sliver of opportunity to retaliate. Each attempt to strike was preemptively intercepted by Lu Jun, who would then dismantle him in various ways. By the end, Li Ranchen was left numb, devoid of any desire to wield his sword. Only then did Lu Jun relent, allowing him to continue practicing the fundamental sword forms. Yet, upon regaining his composure, Li Ranchen felt undeterred. After all, Master Lu Jun was a sword immortal, and he had no chance of harming him. The disparity in experience was far too vast, rendering the combat devoid of significance. Thus, Li Ranchen seriously suspected that Lu Jun was merely seeking an excuse to punish him in retaliation for his prying behavior. Lu Jun, such is the reality. The following day, Li Ranchen stood before Lu Jun. Did you glean any insights from yesterday's bout? Lu Jun inquired solemnly. I did, Li Ranchen replied confidently. What did you comprehend? Maintain a distance from Chenshur and minimize interactions with him. Excellent, you indeed possess talent. Lu Jun nodded in satisfaction. Initially, I thought to continue being your opponent if you remained oblivious, but since you've come to this realization, let us change opponents. A cold sweat broke out on Li Ranchen's brow. he almost faced another day of unrelenting punishment. Following Lu Jun's gesture, Li Ranchen beheld a somewhat dilapidated wooden puppet. Wielding a rusty iron sword, its eyes gleaming with a red light as it tilted its head to observe him. I am to fight that, Li Ranchen wondered aloud, perplexed by the puppet's seemingly dim-witted demeanor. And given its wooden composition, it hardly seemed durable. Indeed, it is the most rudimentary sword puppet in my possession. Whenever you can best it with your wooden sword, we shall progress to the next one. Lu Jun replied with a faint smile. Very well, master, just watch and see. Li Ranchen felt a surge of confidence. What is a mere sword puppet capable of understanding in the realm of swordsmanship? After diligently practicing the fundamental sword forms hundreds of times, I should be able to handle it with ease. Approaching the sword puppet, Li Ranchen noticed its demeanor subtly shift. Instantly alert, he scrutinized it closely. This was no time for folly. Regardless of its appearance, the puppet was riddled with vulnerabilities. Li Ranchen tentatively executed a strike. The puppet immediately displayed a speed that was the polar opposite of its previous sluggishness. Slicing upward at an angle that not only blocked Li Ranchen's attack but also countered with a strike of its own. It seems there is more to it than meets the eye. Li Ranchen raised his sword to defend as the puppet advanced, launching attacks from various angles with its rusty iron sword. Li Ranchen found himself on the defensive, only occasionally seizing the openings when the puppet retracted its sword to counterattack. This opponent is far more suitable than my master. At least I have the opportunity to strike. If I can strike, there is hope for victory, Li Ranchen mused with delight. 2 minutes passed. And the puppet's sword pierced through Li Ranchen's body. Without needing Lu Jun's prompting, Li Ranchen immediately revived at full health, resuming his assault on the puppet. 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes. Li Ranchen's endurance grew. And his spirit soared. With each death, he became more attuned to the puppet's swordplay, even predicting its next attack's target and direction based on its subtle movements, allowing him to interrupt its strikes preemptively. This was something he had previously relied on understanding through intent. Now it felt almost instinctual. Li Ranchen relished this sensation. This was true growth, Lu Jun observed from the sidelines, a smile forming on his lips. A true sword cultivator is forged in the crucible of life-or-death battles. Encountering diverse opponents and varying attack styles, one must internalize the responses and transform them into instinct. This experience can only be attained through first-hand engagement. Every sword immortal is akin to a blade that has endured countless battles. To become a sword immortal, this journey is indispensable, otherwise you shall not pass the trials following the 9 transformations of the flying sword. Lu Jun pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Li Ranchen gradually shifted from a defensive stance to an offensive one, anticipating the puppet's movements and interrupting it with preemptive strikes, forcing the puppet to retreat step by step. At last, a wooden sword struck the puppet's brow, extinguishing the red light in its eyes, causing it to collapse to the ground. I won, master, I have triumphed, Li Ranchen exclaimed with exuberance. I see that. Then let us proceed to the next one. Lu Jun waved his hand, and a larger sword puppet materialized. Li Ranchen licked his lips, gripping his wooden sword tightly as he charged forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Ranchen strolled back to the room lent to him by Qinshi, where a bowl of dark green medicinal liquid awaited him on the table. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Ranchen lifted the bowl and downed its contents in one go. It truly stinks, but if it works, that's what matters. Qinshi entered, placing a hand on Li Ranchen's head to examine him. Could you not alter the flavor, perhaps add some sugar? Li Ranchen suggested. That is indeed a commendable idea, however, I must decline, for I believe that the original flavor is the finest, Qinshi retorted with a cold smirk. Watching Qinshi's departing figure, Li Ranchen silently raised a middle finger in defiance. Thus, in a routine of back and forth, Li Ranchen oscillated between Qinshi and Master Lu Jun. 2 months elapsed in the blink of an eye, and the intensive training at the Qianlong Academy was drawing to a close. During this time, many new students successfully passed the second round of assessments and entered the Earth Academy. A few even advanced to the third round, becoming students of the Celestial Academy. Meanwhile, Li Ranchen's daily exhaustion from his visits to the Tower of Illusory Stars had not gone unnoticed by the newcomers. Have you heard that Blue Shiryu's boyfriend Li Ranchen, who ranked first in the first round, is now stuck in the second round? I know, isn't he just like us, a student from the Mystic Level Academy? I used to think he was quite impressive, with his level of ability. How could Blue Shiryu possibly be interested in him? I am far superior, remarked a student who had passed the second round and entered the Earth Academy. Why don't we teach him a lesson, make him withdraw on his own? Sounds good. As Li Ranchen concluded a day of training and stepped out of the Tower of Illusory Stars. He was confronted by 3 students. "Are you Li Ran Chen?" The leading student boasted with an air of arrogance. "Indeed, I am. What can I do for you?" Li Ran Chen replied, puzzled, as he seemed unfamiliar with them. "I am here to inform you that with your current strength, you are unworthy of Blue Shir Wyud. It would be wise for you to leave on your own accord. Had you said that earlier, I would have understood. You're here to pick a fight, aren't you?" Li Ran Chen chuckled. Chapter 75. Senior Yan's pig raising skills. The leading student nodded slowly, his tone dripping with disdain. "That's the general idea. However, if you're sensible, you might avoid a beating, and we could save some energy with that." A yellow longsword soared from his grasp, circling around him. "So you're a sword cultivator?" Li Ran Chen felt a surge of excitement. For the past 2 months, his opponents had been either sword puppets or Master Lu Jun, leaving him thoroughly battered. This was the perfect opportunity to let loose. "It seems you'll need to exert yourselves a bit more." Li Ran Chen smiled, slowly drawing the wooden sword from his waist. "What is this? A wooden sword? Are you trying to be funny?" The other 2 students burst into laughter. "Look at this kid, holding a wooden sword. He probably thinks he can become a sword cultivator." The leading student stepped forward, demonstrating his flying sword with flair, boasting, "Are you envious? This is a genuine flying sword. Would you like to touch it?" Li Ran Chen furrowed his brow, growing impatient. "If you're going to fight, do it quickly. I'm in a hurry to return." "Hey, it's my first time witnessing someone so eager to be beaten, so I suppose I'll accommodate you." The leading student elegantly twirled his sword, burning admiration from his 2 companions. Li Ran Chen merely glanced at him, instantly identifying 6 openings in his stance. "Should you get hurt, do not blame me. After all, swords are blind." The leading student swung his sword in a sweeping motion, exuding an imposing aura. In the next instant, Li Ran Chen's wooden sword struck his wrist, causing the flying sword to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. Just as the leading student prepared to summon his sword back, the wooden sword had already positioned itself at his brow. Li Ran Chen felt a lack of challenge. This opponent was even less formidable than the second puppet. "You cheated. I refuse to accept this." The leading student fumed, unable to fathom how he had been defeated in a single strike. "Indeed, there was trickery involved. Let us do it again," the 2 companions echoed. Disinterested in further entanglements with them, Li Ran Chen forcefully drew his wooden sword, rendering the leading student unconscious on the ground. Just as he was about to turn away, 2 of his subordinates rushed forward to block his path. Both unexpectedly possessing martial master prowess, however, their skills proved futile as Li Ran Chen deftly maneuvered, dispatching them swiftly. 1 sword thrust each with a controlled force. His wooden sword found its mark at their foreheads, and the 2 collapsed atop their fallen leader, rendered insensible. Lacking enthusiasm, Li Ran Chen felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Upon returning to his quarters, he lifted the bowl on the table and gulped down its contents in one go. To be frank, had it not been for the flavor of other dishes, he would have suspected that Master Chen had impaired his sense of taste, for he could no longer detect the unpleasant odor of the medicine. "Another bowl?" Master Chen inquired, entering the room with a smile. "Forget it." After 2 months of camaraderie, Li Ran Chen had grown quite familiar with Master Chen. The latter did not maintain a lofty elder's demeanor, and their conversations flowed easily. Yet, whenever Li Ran Chen wished to discuss the gossip surrounding Lu Jun, he would mention the wooden sword, keeping his distance, fearing retribution from Lu Jun the following day. "The training session concludes in a couple of days. What did your master say?" Master Chen asked. "Master Lu Jun instructed me to proceed to Kyoto on my own and await him at the Qianlong Academy." Li Ran Chen replied. "You must be on the verge of breaking through to martial master." "Right." Master Chen scrutinized him from head to toe. "Almost there," Li Ran Chen admitted, acknowledging that the dark concoction had indeed proven somewhat effective. The elixir not only repaired his damaged spiritual consciousness but also accelerated his cultivation speed. "Humph, do you think I added a plethora of fine ingredients? That single bowl would cost you dearly." Master Chen scoffed, a trace of regret evident in his expression. "By the way, I've always wondered. Why do you help me practice swordsmanship? You aren't charging me, are you?" "I can't afford it," Li Ran Chen queried, perplexed. "Haven't I already told you, my relationship with your master is one of complete openness and honesty?" Master Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze peculiar. A sudden, unsettling thought crossed Li Ran Chen's mind. Could it be? The wooden sword, unable to endure any longer, surged toward Master Chen, who erupted in laughter and fled. "What a delightful bond." Li Ran Chen mused with a smile. "Humph, you're satisfied, but what about my rating?" Yan Yayao suddenly entered, accompanied by a small white creature. "I can't help it, Sister Yayao. Why don't you ask my master?" Li Ran Chen shrugged, glancing at the small white creature. Yen Ro darted around Li Ran Chen, emitting a low hum, having completed its upgrade. Li Ran Chen chuckled, holding Yen Ro in his hands as 2 streams of sword intent gradually emanated. Stardust, currently gnawing at his skull in the Dantian, expressed dissatisfaction, yearning to emerge and chase away Yen Ro, prompting Li Ranchen to soothe him. Remembering something, he asked Sister Yao, "How is the era doing at your place?" Previously occupied with sword training, Li Ranchen had entrusted Era to Yen Yao, and 2 months had passed. He wondered how it had fared. Of course, I've cherished it, Yen Yao exclaimed, tapping her spirit beast pouch, from which a massive creature emerged. The small white creature gasped and stood up, staring at this familiar yet unfamiliar being. It had once been a rather adorable little creature. How had it transformed into this? Li Ranchen clapped his hands in astonishment, rendered speechless. Era had grown in size, its weight having doubled, and its waist had expanded significantly. Simply put, it was embarrassingly rotund. It can't stay in Yen Yao's care any longer. Li Ranchen thought to himself, "What does your family do, Sister Yao?" He inquired curiously, "Why do you want to know?" "I want to tell you," Yen Yao declined to answer. "I assumed you raised pigs, given your impressive skills." "I am quite satisfied," Li Ranchen said, waving at Era. Era smiled back at him and began pawing at Yen Yao's shins. "Why are you hungry again? Didn't you just eat?" Yen Yao sighed, producing a large bag of premium beast feed. After a few bites, Era lay contentedly on the ground. Li Ranchen watched, dumbfounded. Could this pig still be salvaged? I just stepped away for a moment, and who released a pig to block my door? And with tattoos? Quite a unique taste. Master Chen returned, a wooden sword lodged in his chest. "Master Chen, are you alright?" the three exclaimed in horror, while Era remained unfazed. "Of course, I'm perfectly fine, I'm still alive and well. Lu just enjoys playing with me. It's unavoidable," Master Chen dismissed, glancing at Era. "Whose pig is this? Such good potential wasted like this," he remarked. "It's mine, after I entrusted it to Senior Sister Yen Yao. It turned into this," Li Ranchen replied, somewhat impressed by her ability. "What do you mean?" Yen Yao exclaimed in frustration, while the small white creature snickered nearby. Master Chen kicked Era lightly. It glared at him, baring its teeth in a feeble show of intimidation before flopping back down, utterly lacking any menace. Li Ranchen shook his head in disbelief. "Oh, how amusing, little Chen, let me take care of this pig for 2 months. I guarantee it will be transformed into a vigorous, robust white tiger," Master Chen proposed. Li Ranchen felt a flicker of temptation but hesitated, fearing that Master Chen might be a hidden pig-rearing expert. In Chapter 76, the encounter with Lan Zhan unfolded. The small white creature suddenly leaned in, whispering a few words, after which Li Ranchen promptly agreed. "Sorry for the trouble, Master Chen." "No problem, I was just feeling bored," Master Chen replied with a smile. He then hoisted Era and dashed out, his posture comically resembling that of a pig thief. Roar! Roar! Once Era regained its senses, it struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength was too great. Leaving it to helplessly gaze at Li Ranchen with its small eyes. Li Ranchen covered his own eyes with his left hand and said coldly, "You need to lose weight." Era, hearing its master utter such words, Era felt as if struck by lightning. It immediately ceased its struggles, collapsing weakly against Master Chen, tears of regret welling in its eyes. Why am I so fat? It must be hereditary," watching Master Chen sing merrily as he departed with Era. Li Ranchen felt a twinge of regret for his earlier decision. "Wish you safety, Era." 2 days later, the training assessment officially concluded. A group of students stood in neat rows, as names were announced in the square. 3 individuals entered the Celestial Academy: Xiaoyu, Wang Yuanqing, and Lin Yuhao. 30 students entered the Earth Academy: Suyin, Lu Keming, and Lan Shiyu. 221 students entered the Mysterious Academy: Wang Ming, Yang Qi, and Li Runishen. As for the Yellow Academy, Li Ranchen found himself growing drowsy. After taking Lu Jun as his master, the distinction of which academy he entered held little significance for him. Bored, he awaited the disbanding of the group and made his way to the Tower of Illusions. "Master, the training assessment has concluded," Li Ranchen announced. Lu Jun remained seated in meditation, his gaze distant and hollow. As if lost in thought, after a moment, he spoke. "I know. After today, you are to proceed to the Qianlong Academy and wait for me. Look for a teacher named Ji Qing. She will temporarily accommodate you." Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Ranchen asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" Lu Jun chuckled. "Some restless individuals have come to provoke the Summer Kingdom. I must go and assert some authority." Li Ranchen immediately gave a thumbs up, praising Master is magnificent. "By the way, Master, how should I address the teacher?" Lu Jun looked puzzled. "Why, just call her Teacher Yi, of course." Suddenly noticing the peculiar smile on Li Ranchen's face, Lu Jun understood, rising with a willow branch in hand. He solemnly declared, "It seems I must personally deliver this final lesson." Li Ranchen's expression brightened with excitement. His scheme having succeeded, he promptly raised his wooden sword, requesting, "Please bestow your guidance, Master." That evening Li Ranchen staggered back to his room. He had endured an entire day under Lu Jun's tutelage, and despite knowing it was quite normal given their equal standings, he still felt somewhat disheartened. Upon opening the door, he found Era sprawled on the floor. Panting heavily, as if utterly exhausted, he wondered what Master Chen had taken it to do. Master Chen sat casually in a chair. Lu was left. Li Ranchen nodded, collapsing onto the bed with a thud. "Be gentle, that's my bed," Master Chen exclaimed angrily, suddenly recalling something. Li Ranchen asked, "Master Chen, do you know any master-level blacksmiths?" "Of course, there are 2 at the Qianlong Academy. Why, do you wish to forge something?" "Yes, could you introduce me?" "No problem, but can you afford their fees? They charge quite a lot for their services," Master Chen warned. Li Ranchen realized this was indeed the case and felt somewhat flustered. "However, since you are Lu's disciple, perhaps you could get a freebie," Master Chen suddenly suggested. Li Ranchen sprang to his feet, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "How so?" "There's a master-level blacksmith who has some connection with Lu." "She is a woman," Master Chen spoke vaguely, casting a glance at the wooden sword, which remained unresponsive. "Excellent, he is indeed gone. Teacher Yi." Li Ranchen's mind raced. You know her?" Master Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable, just as he was about to elaborate. Li Ranchen instinctively stepped back, fearing retribution from Lu Jun later, and Master Chen had intended to gossip freely, but upon witnessing Li Ranchen's retreat, he lost interest. "It's her. Just be clever when you meet her and say a few things she wants to hear. And you might just score a freebie." Master Chen sighed, lamenting the burden of secrets without an audience. "Understood, thank you, Master Chen." Li Ranchen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. All right, enough of the flattery. I merely find you agreeable." Master Chen waved dismissively, dragging Era out with him. Era remained dazed, unresponsive. However, Li Ranchen was not overly concerned, for the small white creature had informed him that Master Chen had previously trained several Stardust-level beasts, making him the Academy's most formidable beast tamer. The next day, Li Ranchen packed his belongings, preparing to depart with the small white creature for Kyoto. To his surprise, Lan Zhan arrived ahead of him. "What's up, big brother-in-law?" Li Ranchen greeted with a smile. "Oh, you're feigning ignorance. I've been waiting for you for quite some time," Lan Zhan replied, cracking his knuckles. "One must thoroughly test the mettle of this young man. What sort of sword immortal seed is he?" Given his previous demeanor, I remain unconvinced. Li Ranchen sighed in resignation. It appeared that this esteemed brother-in-law was resolutely determined to challenge him today. "I shall not bully you. I will suppress my realm to match yours," proclaimed Lan Zhan. "Very well," Li Ranchen readily acquiesced. Although Lan Zhan had cultivated the Academy's most advanced martial techniques, Li Ranchen, being a direct disciple of the sword Immortal, was confident in his ability to triumph over Lan Zhan at their current level. Upon witnessing Li Ranchen draw the wooden sword from his waist, Lan Zhan's brows furrowed in concern. "Why not use your exquisite flying sword?" Li Ranchen chuckled softly. "If I were to employ it, esteemed brother-in-law, you would stand no chance of victory whatsoever." "Is that so?" Lan Zhan scoffed. With that, a powerful punch surged forth, as if the surrounding air had been instantaneously evacuated, creating a vacuum of energy. Li Ranchen deftly evaded the blow, simultaneously casting a sidelong glance at Lan Zhan, and with a flourish of his wooden sword, unleashed a barrage of sword chi that hurtled toward Lan Zhan. Lan Zhan quickly withdrew his fist to defend himself, while Li Ranchen seized the opportunity to take the initiative. The wooden sword sliced through the air, creating afterimages as it relentlessly stabbed at Lan Zhan's entire form. Constrained by the suppression of his realm, Lan Zhan found himself unable to block all the sword shadows, sustaining several hits and feeling his internal energy tumultuously reverse. However, as the assailant wielded a wooden sword, the damage was not severe. "Impudent youth, I shall now get serious," Lan Zhan bellowed. A black halberd materialized in his grasp, radiating a heavy force as it swung menacingly toward Li Ranchen. "Goodness, esteemed brother-in-law truly means business and shows no mercy." Li Ranchen lamented. He swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the halberd, and stood ready with his sword. As he lifted it once more, Lan Zhan immediately sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the wooden sword in Li Ranchen's hand. His pupils dilated. This young man was not to be underestimated. "Esteemed brother-in-law, take heed. With this strike, you may indeed be harmed," Li Ranchen suddenly warned. If you possess the capability to injure me, I shall no longer trouble you henceforth." Lan Zhan retorted with a mix of anger and amusement. Chapter 77. Entering the capital in an instant, a spiritual energy erupted forth, and a colossal black dragon phantom materialized above Lan Zhan's halberd. Roaring skyward with a terrifying presence, he then swept the halberd horizontally, unleashing the black dragon phantom, which charged toward the sword-wielding Li Ranchen. "You had better not be bluffing," Lan Zhan thought with a cold smirk. As the fearsome black dragon phantom approached, Li Ranchen closed his eyes. He was determined to penetrate the second realm of the sword path, achieving a momentary union of man and sword. The sword path comprises 4 realms. As Lu Jun had informed him, the first realm, possessing a sword in hand, yet lacking a sword in the heart. This pertains to you, treating the sword merely as an ordinary weapon, driven by your own strength to wield it. Is the crudest form of swordsmanship. No matter how skilled one is in sword techniques, the profound mysteries of sword cultivation remain unexpressed. The second realm, possessing a sword in hand, and a sword in the heart as well. This is the expectation I have for you. Though you share a connection with your innate flying sword, you have yet to reach the realm of man and sword in harmony. Your excessive reliance on its power has overshadowed your own cultivation. Thus I have provided you with this wooden sword. Once you can utilize it to enter the second realm, there will be no need to speak of the innate flying sword. The third realm, having no sword in hand, yet possessing a sword in the heart. This is still far from you, as it requires the cultivation of a sword heart. With a sword heart, the sword chi flows ceaselessly, allowing anything in hand to become a sword. As for the fourth realm, having neither sword in hand nor sword in heart. It is too abstract. I have merely scratched the surface, but should I achieve a deeper understanding, perhaps I may take another step forward on the path of the sword immortal. Li Ranchen felt his blood surge with excitement and immediately proposed a spar with Lu Jun to broaden his horizons. However, he soon found himself pierced by a myriad of sword chi. Returning to the crystal to respawn, yet possessing no lack of talent and under the guidance of the sword immortal, after enduring countless deaths, he could now barely enter the state of man and sword in unity. Li Ranchen and the wooden sword simultaneously radiated a white aura, appearing as one. Suddenly opening his eyes, Li Ranchen swung the sword toward the nearby black dragon phantom. What seemed like a simple slash was executed with such precision, cleaving the black dragon phantom in twain. Concurrently, a formidable sword chi erupted from the wooden sword, shooting straight toward Lan Zhan, its power magnified beyond measure. Seeing the black dragon so effortlessly torn apart, Lan Zhan's wariness heightened. He swung the halberd to defend, initially underestimating the oncoming sword. It was only as the sword chi drew near that he discerned the terrifying power it contained. The suppression of his realm instantly lifted, and Lan Zhan unleashed his martial prowess, bracing himself against the sword chi with the halberd, yet was forced to retreat step by step. Observing this, Li Ranchen struck again, unleashing 2 waves of sword chi that sent Lan Zhan hurtling backward, carving a long trench in the ground. Panting, Li Ranchen collapsed to the ground, feeling somewhat drained. However, in a life-or-death struggle, he could still force himself into the second realm for a brief moment. He couldn't help but worry whether this esteemed brother-in-law would become enraged. Remarkable swordplay, Lan Zhan exclaimed as he sprang to his feet, swallowing the blood that threatened to spill from his throat. Feigning nonchalance, those 2 strikes were commendable. Li Ranchen chuckled, esteemed brother-in-law, you've just returned to the martial sovereign realm, haven to you. Indeed, in a moment of urgency, I inadvertently released my restraint. However, as you know, with my strength, blocking those 2 strikes was hardly a challenge. Lan Zhan coughed a few times, dishonestly asserting. Li Ranchen nodded in understanding. Of course, I have complete faith in your strength. Very well, commendably done. I begrudgingly acknowledge your skills. Lan Zhan approached and patted Li Ranchen's shoulder with great force. Revenge, blatant revenge. Li Ranchen gritted his teeth in resistance, his heart as clear as a mirror. After a long wait, the little white-haired one suddenly spotted Lan Zhan and Li Ranchen walking side by side. Her heart skipped a beat. She was about to step forward to prevent Lan Zhan from causing trouble when she realized the 2 were laughing and joking, with their arms slung over each other's shoulders. The little white-haired one wore a puzzled expression. What has happened to my brother? As they approached, Lan Shiyu inquired with a look of confusion. Brother, what is going on? Isn't Shaoqin your boyfriend? When you go to the capital, remember to bring him home for a visit. With that, Lan Zhan departed, leaving the little white-haired one even more bewildered. Not far from there, Lan Zhan clutched his chest and spat blood. I nearly choked to death. I almost couldn't hold back. This young man is truly ruthless. What has happened to my brother? Wasn't he supposed to trouble you? The little white-haired one turned her gaze toward Li Ranchen. Esteemed brother-in-law is quite reasonable. After a friendly exchange, he has abandoned that notion. Li Ranchen replied, fabricating the truth. The little white-haired one looked skeptical. She knew all too well what her brother was like. Let us not discuss that. We should go. Li Ranchen quickly shifted the topic. Agreed. After a half-hour ride on the spiritual energy vehicle, Li Ranchen finally arrived in the capital. However, as he gazed around, he immediately spotted the enormous golden dragon sculpture standing at the center of the capital, the emblem of the Xia Kingdom. As for why he took the spiritual energy vehicle, it was due to the capital's prohibition on flying. Entry was permitted only via vehicles or on foot. With strict identity checks. Li Ranchan silently commended this regulation. Now that we are in the capital, let us first report to the Qianlong Academy. Afterward, you should find a time to visit my home. My father wishes to meet you. The little white-haired one's voice grew softer. Li Ranchan sighed inwardly. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Let us proceed. The capital indeed bore a stark contrast to Jiangnan City. With its environment and myriad novel sights, the small shops along the road displayed various local specialties. Upon inquiring about prices, Li Ranchan turned away. Beyond his means, let us check the academy first and see if I can find teacher Yi Qing. He thought to himself. On the upper right corner of the map of the capital was the location of Qianlong Academy. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, they passed through a series of cumbersome verifications before finally entering. Wow, is this Qianlong Academy so vast? The little white-haired one exclaimed. Li Ranchan nodded in agreement. The area occupied by Qianlong Academy was akin to that of a small town. However, given that it was established in the capital and represented the foremost institution of the Xia Kingdom, he found it unsurprising. As they belonged to different departments, the two soon parted ways. Li Ranchan, however, was in no rush to report to the Xian Institute and instead stopped a passing student to inquire. Hey, do you know a female teacher named Yi Qing? Of course, I can see you're not in uniform. You must be a new student, right? Are you from the refining department? Li Ranchan shook his head. I need to find teacher Yi Qing for a matter. Could you tell me where she is? The student was quite accommodating. She is definitely in the refining department, but don't get your hopes up too high. Teacher Yi Qing has a rather fiery temperament. Do you see that large hammer-shaped building in the distance? Head that way. After thanking the warm-hearted senior, Li Ranchan gazed at the hammer-shaped structure, beginning to question teacher Yi Qing's taste. Chapter 78, The Lowly Teacher and the Star Alliance Mission. As he approached the hammer-shaped building, Li Ranchan pondered what kind of opening line he should use to initiate the conversation. Teacher, have you eaten? He thought, shaking his head. He promptly dismissed the idea. However, before he could come closer, a series of rapid pounding sounds reached his ears. Bang, 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 bang. Li Ranchan covered his ears and approached the door. Knocking lightly, the sounds continued unabated, and no one answered. Gently pushing, he found the door was not locked, merely ajar. After some contemplation, Li Ranchan concluded that he should be considered an insider in teacher Yi Qing's eyes. So he pushed the door open and entered. Following the sound of the pounding, Li Ranchan beheld a petite girl with a lowly physique, donning pink headphones and wielding a spirit hammer twice her height. Relentlessly striking a mysterious stone before her, the hard stone contorted and reshaped under her formidable might. Li Ranchan realized that this must be teacher Yi Qing's disciple. He should refer to her as senior sister. Hello, senior sister. Bang, 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 bang. Senior sister. Bang, bang, bang. Li Ranchan felt a bit dazed, yet he remained unperturbed, choosing instead to stand aside and observe her performance. After a brief moment, she set down the hefty hammer and removed her headphones. Casting a glance at Li Ranchan, her expression exuded impatience. Which academy are you from? Didn't I mention that we don't accept any forging? What are you still doing here? Apologies, senior. I am here to seek out teacher Yi Qing. Li Ranchan replied, Senior, are you new here? I am Yi Qing. Just call me teacher Yi Qing. The petite girl barked with fervor. Li Ranchan was taken aback. This was teacher Yi Qing. Master Lu, you truly are remarkable. So you are indeed the wife of teacher Yi Qing? I am Li Ranchan, a disciple of Lu Jun. He confirmed once more. Yes, that's me. Did Lu Jun send you to call me that? Teacher Yi Qing suddenly appeared bashful, her demeanor shifting awkwardly. In an instant, two faces flashed through Li Ranchan's mind, one of Lu Jun and the other of Master Chen. Contemplating the consequences, he resolutely stated, I apologize, teacher Yi Qing. It was teacher Chen who instructed me to address you in that manner. Humph, I knew it, that loquacious fellow. I shall surely hammer a few holes into his head someday. Yi Qing's demeanor shifted entirely, her tone fierce. Li Ranchan suddenly gained some understanding of Lu Jun. Lu Jun has mentioned you. Now that you are here, you may temporarily stay and cultivate with me. No need to waste time at the Xian Academy. Yi Qing advised. Alright, thank you, teacher Yi Qing, Li Ranchan exclaimed with delight. Yi Qing's tone turned stern. Thank you, teacher, such a sensible one. By the way, teacher, I have a matter to trouble you with. Li Ranchan suddenly rubbed his hands together. Speak freely, no need for pleasantries with me. Yi Qing had already embraced her role. Li Ranchan produced a piece of starry abyss stone. Starry abyss stone, you possess such a valuable item. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled as she seized it, examining it closely. What do you wish to forge? I recall you have a top-tier flying sword. Surely you don't require another weapon. Li Ranchan promptly retrieved the chain design included in the seal's unbinding. You are well prepared. However, can you handle a chain weapon? I heard from Lu Jun that you have yet to break through to the second realm. It will merely serve as an aid, it won't hinder my sword training, Li Ranchen assured with conviction. Very well, but with only this amount of abyss stone you can forge but one chain. Yi Qing caution. Point 1 will suffice, with his current cultivation he would not be able to utilize more, Li Ranchen replied. Alright, leave it to me, you may seek an empty room to cultivate, Yi Qing instructed, stowing away the abyss stone and pointing in a direction. Li Ranchen scampered off, mission accomplished, closing his eyes in meditation. Li Ranchen consumed several spiritual herbs. After the battle with Lan Zhan earlier, he felt a faint sense of impending breakthrough. As the herbs took effect, the medicinal energy began to permeate his entire being, flooding him with spiritual essence, guiding this energy into his martial foundation. Li Ranchen commenced his breakthrough. Xingqian, meanwhile, observed the changes in the food ticket while sawing at the skull. Upon witnessing the ticket grow larger, Xingqian emitted a satisfied sound, his movements becoming more sprightly. I'd broken through, Li Ranchen exhaled in relief, finally managing to keep pace with the main group. After a moment of adjustment, golden light flashed in his eyes, and his form vanished. Yi Qing, who was preparing materials, sensed something and instantly appeared in Li Ranchen's room. Noticing the residual spatial fluctuations, she frowned and remarked, to activate a transmission on Blue Star, is it the Dragon Court or the Star Alliance? This little fellow possesses quite a few treasures. Upon re-entering the Star Alliance world, Li Ranchen opened his personal information. Member personal information name, Li Ranchen gender, male affiliated planet, Blue Star strength, martial master. First layer, note, perfect foundation, identity serial number, Huang 888880. How auspicious, Li Ranchen felt his spirits lift. Good morning, brother Ranchen, it's been so long since you visited the Star Alliance world, the little fairy Huaying appeared. Li Ranchen immediately reached out to pat her head with his index finger, and upon seeing the blissful expression on Huaying's face, he felt immense satisfaction within. Had it been the husky, it wouldn't have budged an inch. Indeed, I just broke through to Martial Master, and the captain sent a message looking for me, Li Ranchen replied helplessly. As soon as he achieved his breakthrough, the Star Alliance updated the information. As the team captain, Feng Qingyu naturally saw these changes and promptly tagged him into the Star Alliance. I wonder if he's looking for me to undertake a mission. I'm rather intrigued. Arriving at Feiyu Tower, Li Ranchen pushed the door open and walked inside. Hey, you've broken through to Martial Master quite swiftly. Care for a spar? Yan Tan immediately approached, scrutinizing Li Ranchen closely. As he watched a half-person high stone revolve around him, Li Ranchen had a whimsical thought. Would teacher Yi Qing take a swing at it if she were present? Tossing 2 lollipops to the onlooking Xiongdi and Xiong Li Ranchen subtly gestured. The 2 beast-eared boys promptly sprang into action, lifting Yan Tan and treating him like a soccer ball. Hey, you 2 little rascals, if you kick me again, I shall be quite angry. Feng Qingyu and Ruan Hongyi descended from upstairs, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon spotting Li Ranchen, Feng Qingyu offered a slight smile. You've arrived rather swiftly, little Ranchen.